like U.S. perspective. There's a whole world of people from different countries that have different governments
No, no,
that
no,
are
no.
not
That's the
under
other thing that you.
the chokehold of America.
No, no, no. Listen, this is the other thing that you figure out once you realize we're not on a spinning ball. All the major countries are in on this together because there's space agencies in other countries as well, right? They're
So
all they're all
all the
agreeing.
hours
They're
and
all
hours of
agreeing at the very,
footage,
very top. They're all
all
agreeing
the
at the very, very top that the world religion is a spinning ball, and we're going to agree on that. We'll have our space programs that get funding all the time. I mean, there's like a law. There's like a
all of the
one world. There's already
evidence.
a one world order, bro.
Okay,
There's
okay, okay.
already a one world order.
All of the evidence and footage of the globe and of zero gravity and of different things like that, that's all bullshit. That's what you're telling me.
Dude, I try to find me any real images, man. I try to
Don't
go
you
show me a
don't
real, just post one image, one real image of the spinning ball Earth right now in the chat. Post it. Show me
Okay.
what you think is a real image of the Earth spinning in space. You show it. Go search for it. You tell me you think that's real.
The blue marble.
Yeah,
That's
show
like
it
the
to me.
most famous one.
Post it. Post the real image of Earth right now.
The blue marble. It's like a well-known image.
Yeah, right. Okay, go ahead, post it, or take a second look. So shouldn't there be millions? Shouldn't there be thousands? Shouldn't there be like angles from every like satellite? I mean, if we were on a spinning ball, bro, we would know it. This
There are
argument
at
wouldn't
least
exist.
listen,
We
at
wouldn't be
least we have
arguing about this.
something.
There'd be so
At
many
least
ways
we
to
have
know it.
something. For the flat earth we have nothing.
So you wouldn't be saying at least we have something. You'd
We
say
have everything.
you'd be saying we have more than we could ever think of for the proof of a globe. There'd be so much
There's
proof. There'd be so little doubt
there's
in
a lot.
everyone's mind.
There's a
There'd be
lot.
so many
There's
ways to
actually
know
an
it, dude.
overwhelming amount of truth. If you did the
Oh
same
yeah,
amount of
an
research
overwhelming
towards the
amount of
flat earth
Earth
as you
images,
do,
right? Show
hold
me
on,
one.
let me say something. I look, first of all, check the chat. Second of all, if you
I think
did
that's
as
real.
much research trying to find evidence for the globe earth as you did for the flat earth, you would probably leave this cult.
It's not a cult, dude. You're in the cult.
Yep, you're
You
in the
look at the
cult.
picture you posted. That's a real picture of the Earth. You're convinced of that, huh?
Yes, dude.
You're posting religious symbols and telling other people that they're in a cult. That is hilarious.
Religious symbols. These
Yeah,
are
that's the globe. It's a
photographs
religion.
of the
It's
earth.
not a photograph.
This is
Verified
what
as
How
you
about
call
how about just one that shows some stars around the Earth, huh? How about that? Or maybe some of the satellites that are supposedly going around the Earth, or anything else that we're told about stuff that's around the
satellites.
Earth. How about the spinning Earth? Show me a real
Satellites
picture
are
of the spinning Earth.
satellites are tiny compared to the perspective of this photo. I'm
Yeah,
sure if you
okay.
zoom in, you can
So
find
there
more
should
shit.
be some, right?
Plus,
Should be
this was
some.
in 19. This picture was
There
taken
should
in
be millions.
1971.
Dude, think about it. We have satellites everywhere out there, right? There should be millions of angles. Everything I'm asking for, you should have like tenfold of
There
that.
are,
You should have it. Oh yeah,
there
show it to me.
are.
You have one image that
I
is
have.
totally
I'm
fake, by
saving
the way.
hundreds
Is
right now,
totally
so I can, so
the
you can
guy that
debunk them
made this
one by
blue.
one.
If you
I'm
heard the guy
saving.
that made
Just
this, the guy that
give me a
made this
few
blue
minutes.
marble photo, listen, the guy that made this blue marble photo, he says that they took flat images and wrapped it around the ball. There's video of him saying that. He's the one that did this blue marble, right? He's the dude that gave us the blue marble, and he's telling us that he took
Can
the
you put
strip.
that in the chat?
Sure.
I
And
already
I
did.
actually
I
just
put that.
recently I talked to a guy used to work. There's a guy named the Model Builder, right?
All right.
He
Check
used to
the
work for
photos
Space Agency. He
that I
used to
posted.
provide the images for that same kind of thing for the Earth images. And he was like, I was in total cog dis. He knew the ISS was fake. He knew the moon
So
landing was
these are
fake,
just all
but he
fake,
was still
right?
believing in the ball, right?
I actually
I'm not
personally
saying they're
know an
fake.
astronaut that
They're
was on the International
composite
Space
images.
Station.
Composite images aren't fake, but they're composites. So, and in the case of the ball, what they do is they have like little strips of the Earth. Yeah, here it is. Crafting the blue marble. You got someone already posted it for you. Did you see what that says right there? He says compositing separate images into a convincing whole is, of course, easier said than done. Even with control of each layer in my image processing software, Photoshop, it took hours of tweaking and retweaking transparencies, layer mask, hue, saturation. This is the guy that actually gave us the blue marble. So, what's your argument now?
What do you mean? I just
Just
posted tons of other images.
Okay, so they're made the same way that guy that made the blue marble image you thought was real is the exact same way. They're giving us composite image. We would
That's
have
all you're gonna say?
live video. We would have all kinds of video, dude. We've looked into this. I don't care to convince you that the earth is flat. Realize that. I don't care if you think it's flatter or if it's a ball. I have no care whatsoever. I'm only offering my opinion in case you really want to know.
We have a complete video of the Crew Dragon connecting with the International Space Station
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
live.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Let's see that.
That's
Post that.
doctored too? That's CGI as
No,
well?
I don't know. Post it. Post it.
We
I'd like to
don't
see
even
that.
have CGI on that level.
No, I would love to. I would love to see that because they're flying at 17,000 miles an hour, and another ship is coming up and like connecting with them, and it's
They're
live and
orbiting,
totally
dude. Do you
believable. I would
understand how
love to see
orbiting
that.
works? There's no air resistance. It's a
I understand
vacuum.
exactly, dude. Yeah,
You
I
don't
understand
feel the 17,000 miles per hour. Are you serious?
that.
You know what you don't actually experience is any curved water like what they're showing in those cool religious cartoons that you just posted. When you go out to the beach and look at a lake or an ocean, it's not dropping away from you in all directions like they're showing in those cartoons.
Dude,
So that's all.
because you're
That's all
viewing
it
a lake
takes.
or an ocean
No, that's
from
not.
your
That's not the
human
proper
perspective
rebuttal. No,
compared to
that's not
viewing
the
it in
proper
space.
rebuttal, and I
You
wasn't
serious?
done. That's not the proper
Hey,
rebuttal, and I
hey,
wasn't
wait,
done.
It's not
hold on,
about the proper rebuttal,
wait,
dude.
hold
What I'm
on, wait,
saying makes
Q.
sense. What you're saying makes
Seriously,
no
hey,
sense.
wait.
No, it doesn't make
Real
any
quick,
sense.
Q. I think that you'd be better off just continuing to believe the ball. Just continue believing that. I think that's better.
Yeah,
That's
I
your
think that's
lane,
what
bro.
everybody's better off believing
Well,
because
sure,
we
you
have
can think that
evidence
too.
to demonstrate it. There's no evidence to demonstrate
Then
it.
why haven't you
Then
posted
move
any
on.
yet? Why haven't you
Move on.
posted any yet?
This conversation is not meant for you, right? You're obviously you want to believe it. You don't really want to know if there's a possibility it's not that. You want to believe everything they're showing you. You're better off that way. I would just continue believing in it if I were you.
Dude, there's a
Yeah,
24/7 live stream that's been going for months
There you
of the
go. Believe
International
that.
Space Station. You know what it
Proof.
would take to maintain some type of production like that
Oh yeah.
for months and months and months,
It's not live, by the way.
real time?
It's not live.
So why does it show hurricanes and weather
It's admittedly
formations
not
live?
live. It's admittedly not live. You don't have any research done on this, bro.
What? There's
There's
a
lots of
5-minute
details.
delay?
No, it's not live. It's actually edited later on and put out. And all of this is admitted to. In fact, all of NASA images they admit that are all CGI.
Dude,
They're telling you the
I
truth,
watched
dude.
Hurricane Harvey from the ISS when it was happening here in Houston,
There you go. Proof.
like live.
There you go. Must be a ball. I think you should just keep believing
There's
that.
just overwhelming evidence, and
There you
No,
go.
on
no.
their side.
If there's overwhelming evidence, how come you still haven't posted any?
How do they film zero gravity? There's hours and hours and hours and hours
There's
of
that.
zero gravity.
It doesn't matter how they did it. All we have to do is take what they gave us and falsify it. For example, they gave us cartoons, so they're showing curving water all over the surface of what they're saying is the Earth. All we have to do is go down to a beach and measure a lake or an ocean, or do a line of sight test to see if we can find a geometric horizon at the distance it would have to be if that curvature is real. We don't find it, we falsify the images, we falsify the globe claim in its entirety. It's that easy.
Describe how they make videos of people.
You didn't listen to anything I just said.
Let me finish the question.
Nah, not gonna let you finish because I already dealt with it.
I
Respect my
reposted
authority.
my list of links. I reposted into the main
Yeah,
main
dude,
chat
that's some
for anybody
retard
else.
shit. Just muting me when you feel like I'm about to get somewhere.
You're not getting anywhere. Respond to what I said. Respond to what I said. Don't go off on a tangent about how they did this or that. It doesn't matter how they produce their cartoons. The methodology doesn't matter. All we have to do is take the claim and falsify that. They're presenting an image of the Earth which has curved bodies of water all over its surface. All we have to do is test for one of those, find it doesn't have those, and go, that can't be the Earth. Address that if you want to respond to me. Go ahead.
Dude, you're actually retarded. Like doing that.
Okay, he can't do it.
Yeah, keep doing that. Keep
All right,
muting.
yeah, thanks for coming up.
Hey, do we got any proof for tilt or wobble since there's like tons of proof?
Yeah, there's insurmountable proof. What was the word he was just using? Overwhelming. Yeah, I went to the beach and falsified your whole religion. That's how overwhelming the proof you have is.
Dude, because you're saying that since I don't see a curve from my human perspective, that means that water does not curve on a fucking globe level.
No, that's not the argument at all. That's not the argument at all. What I said was we could do a line of sight test. We could see if we find the geometric horizon where it would have to be if that curvature is real. We could try to measure the drop over distance. We could use lasers. We could do all sorts of different things.
And we
I
have.
didn't say
That's literally how we first proved the globe Earth in the very beginning.
buy one of those measurements then.
Dude, go to any fucking shoreline and watch an ocean sail. Watch a ship sail away from you.
That was a really quick reversal because a minute ago was that's retarded. You can't just go to the beach and find the curve. Now you're literally saying, dude, you can go to the beach and just see the curve.
You see objects getting off
your horizon. You can't see the curve, but you can see things getting blocked by it.
Obviously, duh.
Oh, so you can see the curve then?
You can't see the curve itself, but you do. I have to repeat myself? Like, are you that?
Well, what's blocking the boat?
Huh?
What's blocking the boat?
The water,
not the curve.
Is it a hump or a drop?
As a ship sails away from you, there becomes a point where you can no longer see it, starting from the bottom to the top. Why?
Yeah, is it a hump or a drop?
What the fuck does that mean?
Why do you see the
curving?
camera with the P1000? You can see around the curve and you can see it again. So why is that?
When you repeat that?
With a P1000 camera, you can look around the curve and you can suddenly see the boat again right in front of you. So how's that possible? Because it was actually just optical illusion that was going around. It wasn't actually going around. It was just because you couldn't see it, because your eye couldn't see that far. But with
if
the
you use
P1000, you
really
can see
zoom
you can see it with the P1000. So that proves you totally wrong. So your whole theory is out the water and gone.
You're listing
You don't have a theory anymore. It's gone.
Use any telescope. Go buy yourself a telescope and go to the fucking beach and watch ships sail away from you. The highest zoom telescope.
Yeah, and guess what? He just told you what can happen. You see them go away. They go out of sight. You get out the telescope. They come back. They're not physically occluded or being obstructed by anything.
You can see it away with the telescope.
Yeah, after you already saw it go away with your eyes, so it never went over a physical obstruction. That's why you're able to bring it back.
Nikon P1000 max zoom boat test.
Oh,
I'm about to put that.
Yeah, we can use that for sure to debunk your globe horizon. No problem. Want me to do that right now? Yeah, I'll post a picture for you. So if that curve that you think is real actually is real, that means that it has a geometric horizon. The ocean will have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So let's just see if it does. Get ready to cry.
What do you mean get ready to... Bro.
Yeah, so if that curve that you think blocks boats as they sail away from you actually exists, that means that that horizon must geometrically be at 1.2 miles from the 1 foot observer height in the picture that I just posted. Take a look. And tell me if that's what you see. It says bye-bye ball. It's all over but the crying.
Where's the uncut video? Where's any kind of...
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, keep talking. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get you the video it came from. Don't worry. You're not getting out of it that easy. Sorry.
10 miles is enough to see the curvature.
Are you slow?
Is there evidence of how high
hold on. Listen, you're not following along very well. What did I say the geometric horizon distance would be in that picture?
First of all, the observer height is 1 foot. That's not 1 foot, dog.
Yeah, it's 1 foot, dog. It's 1 foot, dog. I've seen this picture many times, and I've seen the video it came from many times. You just saw it for the first time, dog. So don't tell me what's going on here. This is your time to listen and learn.
Where did Magic Island go? Look at the chat, buddy. Why don't you do the same thing? Or does it only go one way?
What I've already done is taken away your curve, because if that were real and if boats were going over it, it would have been at 1.2 miles. Listen, are you doing look, you seem to have this problem of not understanding what people are saying.
Look at the media that Parmesan put in the chat. Or are you going to keep being ignorant?
Why are we diverting away from what I'm showing you? You haven't addressed it at all.
Because this what you're showing me.
Oh, how does it do that? Tell me exactly
Because
how.
what you showed me is a stupid fucking screenshot of something with a bunch of
No,
typing.
no,
It looks like a skit post,
no,
and there's
no,
no
fail.
evidence that it's 1 foot off the ground.
Okay, there is, and we can
Where's
get
the
to that.
evidence that was taken 1 foot off the ground?
It's from the video it came from. He puts the camera
Show me the
right
video.
down. Yeah, okay, and then you're gonna deny that too.
Do they show that it's 1 foot off the ground?
Why don't before I go and do that legwork for you, you actually address what I said. Tell me you even know what I said, so that you know what you're
Parmesan
actually
keeps putting
responding.
counter evidence. and
Listen,
you're gonna
fool.
deny it.
Counter evidence to what? Tell me what the argument was.
To your claim that
What's
you
the
won't
claim?
see that you won't see the
Claim.
curvature.
What's the
If you
claim?
zoom in far enough.
Give me the specific claim that he's providing counter evidence to.
Dude, look at the chat. You're being retarded.
No. First of all, you tell me what the claim is.
Look at the
If you
chat.
know,
If the vocab that
if you know that he's providing counter evidence to my claim, then you must know what my claim is. So give me my claim first. Go ahead.
just keep muting me, coward. You're a fucking pussy. Look at the chat.
So what's my claim?
Look at the chat.
So what's my claim?
Look at your head.
Your claim is that if you
Oh, he was about to get to it.
far enough, you can see objects that your naked eye can no longer see.
No,
I'm not disproving that.
no,
I'm
no,
telling you that you can also see the curve.
Shut up, stop. That wasn't the claim. You didn't get it right. So you don't know what my argument is because you verbal diarrheaed all through it, yet somehow you know that what this other idiot is posting in the chat refutes it. How is that?
Dude, look at the chat.
Look at the chat. What? Now we have to start over again. What
where's
was
the
my
video?
argument?
You said you were gonna.
What's my argument first before I go get you the video to further validate this argument I'm making? What is it?
Why don't you just restate your argument? Like, what is your issue?
Well, because I've already given it to you like 7 times and you missed it
You
every
can
single
do it
time.
again.
It kind of seemed to be a waste of time.
You can do it again.
For you?
For everybody that wants proof of the fucking flat Earth.
They all have it. Everybody who wants it already have it. They already have what I just gave them. Anybody who wants it,
post a video. What's your issue?
you clearly don't want it. So the point was the video that shows what?
Retard.
The video that shows what?
Make your argument or post the video. Clearly, I don't remember.
What's the? Oh yeah, you have
I'm not
no
wording
idea.
it the way you want me to, bro.
Yeah, so you're a disingenuous pile of trash. You know that what he
bro, keep
posted
insulting me.
debunks
That
my
just shows how
argument.
fucking stupid you are.
You know what he posted debunks my argument, even though you don't even know what the argument is. So that horizon would have been at one.
Either restate the argument or
this is
post
why
the
you
video.
don't know the argument because every time I tell it to you, you start verbal diarrheaing through it.
Whatever, dude. Keep repeating what you're saying. You're a coward. Post the video or cope.
Fuck this idiot. He's bricked.
Flat Earth for sure dishonest.
How so? Hey, the video was just posted right there, Q. Beasticles tagged you. So now what's your denial? What's your cope now?
Wait, what did I do now?
Shut up,
No,
pussy. I'm watching the video.
So you can deny it.
Didn't we deal with this dude yesterday?
It is just
The day before in the 24/7?
Ooh, repent, you're roboting hard, brother.
Anybody
sorry about
else want to tell me where the horizon is in that picture?
Yeah, where's the location and elevation data? Where's the proof that this was 1 foot off the ground, dude?
It's right there in the video where he has the camera right next to the water, right at the shoreline, and he puts it at 1 foot on a tripod. And it
Dude,
doesn't
I'm watching
matter
the video
anyway.
right now. There's
Doesn't
no
matter
evidence
anyway.
of 1 foot off the ground.
Yeah, there is. It's right where he sets it up on a tripod, right at the waterline, you fool. And it doesn't matter anyway. That's not an excuse. We can give you 7 feet. We can give you 10 feet. It won't change anything. The horizon still geometrically shouldn't be that far.
But the water near the shore could be slightly depressed.
Oh, you fool.
Oh,
You didn't hear what I just said. Slightly depressed. What the fuck are you even saying?
I think he's projecting.
He's bricked. You'd have to have the camera about 60 to 70 feet elevation in order to justify a 10-mile horizon on the sphere that you think NASA takes photographs of. So he's definitely not 60 feet in the air. Get a grip.
Dude, the comments debunk the video. All the comments.
How?
Just
How
read
did
the
they?
comments.
How did they debunk this video that you just saw? Wait, before you tell me how they debunk it, tell me what the argument is.
It's based on the conditions,
What's the argument?
the atmospheric conditions.
No, no, no. What's the argument that the comments under the video are debunking?
Okay.
You don't know what it is, then you can't say it's been debunked. Get with it.
Dude, are you gonna give me an opportunity to answer, or are you gonna be a child?
Go ahead and answer.
Everyone in here has seen how you talk, dude. You're like the worst fucking flat earth debater. You sound like an idiot.
Oh yeah? But you
You're
don't know
very
what my
emotional.
argument is.
You're just
You don't
very
know-
emotional. Like you keep
Yeah,
getting mad and
I
shit.
sound like an idiot, but you can't figure out my argument after it's been stated in front of everybody
Dude,
here
you're
like
just
15
getting
times.
angry and you're power
You
tripping
just
and
keep
muting people
telling
all the time.
yourself. You just keep telling yourself that I sound like the idiot. Whatever helps you cope. I've told you what my argument
Oh
is
my God.
17 times. You cried right through it every single time. You can't repeat it. You go to a YouTube comment section. You just start reading what they say and go, this debunks that argument I still haven't understood. And then you say that someone else sounds like an idiot. Yeah, you're an
Why
embarrassment.
do you fucking care though? Why do you care? That's my question.
It's fun.
It's gonna be okay, Q. It'll be
Have
alright.
you ever tried to just dance?
Dude, it's fun.
Hey.
You're clearly bothered. You're hilarious.
Let me
You're
ask you
coping.
guys: have you ever tried to just dance it away? I tell you, I like to dance. You know, whenever life's got me down, or whenever I'm mad.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, this is all entertainment. I mean, nobody's really upset here.
Yeah, it's just hilarious. It's fun.
It's also a learning experience for people who are just coming into this topic, seeing both sides and being like, what the fuck is going on here?
It's just
Well,
normal people and schizos.
Wow.
you're right. Guess which side you're on, and I'll bet you'll guess.
Guess
right.
we have to find out, buddy. Guess we have to find out.
We already did. You're the only one who's still wondering. Everybody else.
Promise I'm not the only one, bro. You're like a very small minority in the world.
That
Bro, why are you so vitriol? Like, why are you so
Most
hateful?
of all the
Why do you have
scientists
so much
disagree
contempt,
with you.
bro?
Scientists. Do you think this is a science question?
Absolutely, dude. The
Oh, you're
shape of the
exposed.
object that we live
You're
on.
exposed. Shapes are science, eh? You think that? Just
The
say that
shape
for the
of
record.
the object that we live on can be proved using science.
Oh, really?
Oh my god.
Give us the scientific hypothesis for proving a shape.
Fucking zooming out, dummy.
Oh, I'm the dummy, but he thinks that what he just said is a scientific hypothesis.
We have hours and hours of.
You're boring.
Yeah.
So Parmesan posted another black swan. Why'd you do that? Trying to help our case?
Again? Did he really do it again? Why did they keep posting that? Wasn't he here for when we said that's another black swan? Like, don't you remember that, Parmesan? You're off mute, by the way.
Oh, I'm off mute. Okay. How did that happen?
Because you posted a black swan, and I was just wondering why you would do that. It doesn't help your case.
Well, in the clearer picture, you can see the cranes are not bent out of shape because there's less refraction. You can clearly see that the second oil rig is obstructed by the horizon.
By what? By what? What's it obstructed by?
You can see it obstructed there.
By what?
By the horizon.
Was that a geometric horizon?
Physical or apparent?
Is that a geometric horizon there?
Both. Physical and apparent, yeah. Physically there, and it appears to your eyes just a little bit different.
So that's the geometric horizon.
That is a geometric horizon, yes.
Oh, okay. So is that horizon 5 miles in front of that closer rig?
It's some miles. It doesn't matter how far.
Would it be 5? Well, it kind of does.
obstructs.
It's a geometric
It
horizon.
still obstructs.
Is it 5 miles in front of that rig?
1.22 miles.
You can estimate however much it is, but that doesn't change the fact that it's obstructed.
Actually, no, I can't. I just need you to tell me whether it's at 5 miles in front of that rig.
It doesn't matter. It makes no
Okay,
difference.
I'll do what you want me to do then, and I'll estimate where it is. Looks like it's just about at that rig at 6.2 miles?
Yep.
Yeah, it really doesn't look like it's 5 miles in front of it, which it would be if it was a geometric horizon like you just said it was. So this is a black swan. Why are you trying to use this?
Because the oil rig is obstructed. Therefore, it's
You didn't hear what I just said. It's a black swan. That's not your globe horizon. Why are you trying to use it as proof of your globe horizon?
It's proof that things get obstructed.
It's proof that the horizon fluctuates with the conditions of the day, and the horizon is therefore based on conditions which fluctuate, not ones that don't, like curvature, which would always be constant and steady. So if it existed, there would be a geometric horizon, and not just that picture, but also the other one we use. But instead, for some reason, you think posting this black swan debunks the first one. That's pretty stupid.
You're just going to call names.
No, I'm just going to call
it. What you're saying is pretty stupid.
Do you understand the accurate model?
Obviously, the way gravity and rotation works, like things would spin, and there would be a center of force, a center of gravity, and it would end up being like a disc, right? Like it would be like a disc.
What are you talking about? Ducky, you're stoned.
Go back to your point. Yes, the level of the horizon, when you're viewing it, fluctuates due to atmospheric conditions, due to level of refraction on the day.
As we
doesn't
can
change. I need to finish.
Why aren't planets shaped like galaxies?
I haven't finished it. So the horizon is a geometric, and it's there. Where it appears to your to the observer or to the camera is slightly different to where it actually is due to refraction.
Slightly different. Right? Quantify slightly.
Well, it depends on the conditions. So it's
quantify it. You said slightly. So give me some sort of range. Tell me what you're talking about.
No, I can't remember the ranges.
Well, slightly.
We can look up if you're really interested. I know you're not, so I'm not going to waste my time doing that. But if you're really interested, we can look up a refraction calculator.
Poison the well, eh?
To do that, but that's besides the point.
You said it'll vary slightly, and now you're trying to weasel away from it. No, I'm going to pin you down on this. You said it'll vary slightly.
That's
you said it'll vary. No. You said it. Addressing your point.
Irrelevant.
Fucking retard. Addressing your point is a red herring. You said it'll vary slightly. How much is slightly?
See, you have to mute me because you can't.
How much is slightly?
I'm not moving on to the red herring.
How much is that was your claim. I'm addressing it, and you're calling that a red herring? What the fuck's wrong with you?
That wasn't my claim. My claim was that the oil rig at the back is obstructed by the horizon.
No, listen, now you're just straight up lying. You're just straight up lying. You said that it will vary slightly depending on the conditions.
I was agreeing with you about atmospheric conditions.
You said depending on the atmospheric conditions, it's going to vary slightly. Its apparent position will vary slightly from its actual geometric position. I said quantify. Yeah, but then you went and made that point. So
are you going to address my point?
No, you won't. You won't let yourself finish your point. You started it, and now you won't. You don't want to follow that through.
I'll make it again, and let's see if you can address it this time. The oil rig at the back, the oil rig on the left of this picture is obstructed by water. The bottom of it is obstructed by water. Therefore, it's not flat. Can you address that point?
Yeah, it's bullshit because therefore it's not flat is invoking a curve, the one that goes with the 3959 mile radius sphere that you think that you live on, which then puts that horizon geometrically at 1.2 miles in both pictures when it's not at that distance in either. Address that.
That doesn't address my point, why it's obstructed.
Oh, so a burden reversal. You want me to make a claim?
No,
okay. Yeah, I'll make a claim. It's waves. It's waves, sure.
Waves. You think that's one big wave all across the picture?
Sure. I can't necessarily validate it the same way that you definitely can't validate that it's a geometric horizon 5 miles in front of where it actually appears. So what's the problem?
The problem is it's clearly obstructed and not just a wave.
Oh, obstructed by what again?
By water.
by water. Okay, is that it? That's okay. I see some water in front of it. No problem there. Do you want to add anything to that?
Great. So why is it dropping away then?
Dropping away. What,
Yeah,
you
why
mean
is
like,
the bottom of it obstructed?
oh, is it dropping like underneath a curve?
Why is it obstructed? Let me rephrase.
That would be your claim, doofus.
My claim
Quit
is
trying
that
to reverse the
which you
burden.
agreed to.
That would be your
I'm asking
claim.
for an
Are you
explanation.
running for... Listen, this is a burden reversal. It doesn't matter why it is. The whole point is that you brought the picture to us as justification for your claim as to why it is. Turning it around on me doesn't do anything to help you with that. Don't you get
No,
it?
the picture was to demonstrate that your original picture has a high level of distortion on it. You can see the cranes are all bent out of shape because of the distortion. So
Maybe that's just air turbulence around the cranes.
that shows that there's a high level of
Why not?
refraction in that
Well,
video.
maybe it's just air turbulence. Maybe it's just air turbulence
Air
due to the
turbulence
cranes
doesn't
being long.
cause light to bend out of shape, or the cranes
What are you
being
talking about?
bent out of shape.
It'll obviously change the
Turbulence.
path of light. What are you talking about?
Air turbulence does not change the path of light. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about refraction. Clearly.
Oh, refraction. So that's two media then.
Say again?
You're talking about the law of refraction?
I'm talking about atmospheric refraction.
Oh, so you're not actually talking about refraction, because that would be the law of refraction. So the law of refraction?
Atmospheric refraction has different laws.
Oh, so you're not talking about refraction, because that'd be Snell's law, the law of refraction. Yeah, so you're just talking about some bullshit. Yeah, so anyway, what do you think is refracted in that picture? A 1.2 mile geometric horizon because you saw a bendy rig?
The whole picture is refracted. Everything you see there is refracted.
Okay, so your claim is, okay, let me get it. So your claim is, I see a bendy rig in the distance. That means that that horizon that's behind it, beyond 9.4 miles, is actually a physical geometric horizon 9 miles in front of it or 8 miles in front of it at 1.2 miles.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, well then I guess you're not arguing for a globe. Better luck next time.
Nice jump to conclusion there.
Well, no, if you're not saying that, then you're not arguing for a globe. The whole point in bringing out this refraction bullshit is so that you can claim that we're looking at a refracted globe. That's why it didn't look the way it actually geometrically is. And now you're going to disagree with me on that, so you're going to disagree with your own claim.
Because you're just strawmanning me.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me what your actual claim is.
My claim is that this picture is highly refracted, therefore you cannot use it for accurate measurements of the distance.
Okay, but your claim has to be that there is a geometric horizon there at 1.2 miles that has been refracted.
My claim just has to say that your picture is not to be used for any accurate measurement.
I'll hold your hand. So is the Earth a globe?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then your claim has to be that there is a physical geometric horizon in that picture at 1.2 miles that we don't see, which appears as an apparent beyond 9.4 mile horizon.
No, it doesn't have to be, because
Yes,
in this picture, when we're talking about it,
yes, it does. Geometrically, what is the distance of your horizon for a 1-foot observer on that globe that you just said that you believe you live on? What is it?
See, you keep muting me and steamrolling. I'm not going to have this.
Geometrically, what is the distance of the horizon on the globe that you just said you believe you live on?
Yeah, I'm not going to have you steamroll over me and mute me.
Yeah, this is the end.
If you want to have a conversation, then
just take your out or answer the question.
Geometrically, the horizon occurs on a globe where the light path between target and observer is tangent to.
Thanks for that.
A waffle time.
Well, I mean, his claim has to be that the horizon is geometrically at 1.2 miles.
Again, please stop.
No, I'm not. You said that you believe you live on a globe.
Yes,
we're just going to take that as
that's a straw man.
Yeah, it does. Geometrically, physically, actually, no, it's not. You fool! You're
yes,
just
it is,
denying
because you are trying to say what my claim is. That is
No,
exactly
it
what
isn't.
straw
I
man is.
already said it. It's the globe. If it's the globe, then geometrically, physically, it actually has to have a horizon, the tangent with the observer's line of sight at 1.2 miles. That's just geometry. If I'm straw manning you, then I guess you reject geometry, you idiot.
I reject you straw manning me. That's what I reject.
You're a fucking fool, dude.
This is all you can do, mate. All you can do is just mute, steamroll, and then call names.
All you can do is one
Don't
while I
take the
take your
globe at
globe
all.
from you. Yeah, I did. All you did was deny geometry about it. Better luck
You
next
deny
time.
the whole of science.
What science? The whole
All
of
of
science.
science.
Okay, let's try to validate that. Start with one experiment I denied.
The Rainy Lake experiment that I posted in the
Okay, that was an experiment, eh? So that's science. Give me the hypothesis with the IV and DV.
There's no hypothesis. It's an
Oh,
experiment.
so it's not science. You're just a pseudoscientist.
It's an experiment. Pseudoscientist is you, man.
The fuck are you talking about?
That's
You just
a
claimed
demonstration.
you just claimed
of the
science.
concept.
You just claimed science.
Yeah.
I asked you for the experiment with the hypothesis, the IV and DV, because that would be natural science. You said it doesn't have that. You kept calling it science and then called me a pseudoscientist.
For the benefit of people listening, I've posted it again. It's an experiment.
Shut up, dude. I asked you for the hypothesis. For the benefit of people listening, let the record show. He claimed in a scientific experiment.
Respect my authority.
He didn't have it. Who wants to maul next?
Well, tell us what happened in this Rainy Lake thing.
Well,
Sure.
not science. First of all, let's concede that it's not science because there's
It
no
is science.
hypothesis. No, you're just a
Does it-
pseudoscientist.
Answer the
We're not
person
gonna
that
listen to a
asked.
We're not going to listen to a pseudoscientist preaching at us.
Don't just let him talk. Like, what's the point of this channel?
What, you want to let a pseudoscientist preach? I thought you were Mr. Anti-Pseudoscience. He doesn't have a hypothesis, so this can't be natural science, but he's going to keep pushing it forward as science. Why do you support that?
Just let him talk. Maybe
You're
it makes
just
sense
scared.
logically.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm really scared of your
Of course
pseudoscience.
you
You
are. You're
don't know
scared
what a
to let me talk. That's
hypothesis
why you
is.
keep
You don't know
muting
what
me.
an IV or a DV
And that's
are.
why
You
you
don't know
keep
claiming
muting me
science. I'm
all this
terrified.
time. Because
So I'll
you're
tell you what.
just
I'll tell you what. Yeah, just steamroll.
faking your
All you do-
illusions, your flat
Hold
earth
on, go
illusions.
ahead. Out of respect for Jerry, I'm gonna let you spew your bullshit. Go ahead.
So what they did in this experiment, there is a geodetic surveyor who has a lake near where he lives. It's called the Rainy Lake, and in winter it freezes over. So what he's done is go to this lake when it's frozen, drill holes along the surface of the frozen lake, and plant posts. The posts have had different targets on them. The first two targets on each post. The first target were all the posts were at the same height above the surface of the lake. The other posts were deliberately made at different heights. Now, after he's done that, he then looked down the side through his camera and took a picture to look at all these posts lined up, essentially. If the Earth was flat, if the surface of the lake, not the Earth, if the surface of the lake was flat, then these targets that are all same height above the surface of the lake would all line up in his picture. They didn't. Then,
Okay, so
yeah, go on.
okay. So what's the measurement? Is there a measurement here? Or?
It's more of a demonstration that they don't line up. There is a measurement later on that they used to calculate, somebody else has used the pictures to calculate what the radius would be, and they measured and they calculated it to be 6.7 thousand kilometers.
So it's just an observation?
It is an observation, essentially, yeah. It's an experiment to demonstrate that the surface of the lake is not flat.
The measurement is the relative position of the targets to each other.
Relative. See, that's weird. relative? Because in
Why is
reality,
that weird?
measurements in reality aren't relative, are they?
Actually, yes. There's tons of measurements that you can measure relative to something else.
So
You
if
can
I
measure the
measure
angle
a straight
of.
line, is it relatively straight or is it straight?
Actually,
Relative.
all
All
measurements are relative. They're
Yeah.
all
Listen,
relative.
I think Jerry wanted to ask Parmesan some questions, so with
Yeah,
the
go on, Jerry.
derailers, just fuck off. Thanks.
Well, he said you said that it's really just an observation, right?
Well, it's an experiment to determine whether the
Okay.
surface is flat or not. Surface
All
of
right.
the lake.
Well, okay. I'm more of a measurement logic kind of guy, so okay.
But do you think? Let me then just follow up with the question to you. Do you think this adequately demonstrates whether the surface of the lake, of the frozen lake, is flat or not?
I think it's all optics, really, because the only way to tell is measure something. But then AK jumped in and he said that it's relative, so kind of just a big who
So,
knows.
So, but here's the thing then. So after this geodesic surveyor did these took these pictures and did this whole experiment and documented it. Somebody else called Walter Bislin, he works with computers. He basically created two computer models of the lake. One of the lake surface being flat, the other model of the lake surface curving along with the surface of the Earth, along the known known sizes, right? So on these two computer models, he's placed the targets in the same locations as the geodesic surveyor did in reality, and then produced what it would look like on model 1, which is flat, the surface of the lake being flat, and on model 2, surface of the lake being curved. And the overlay, the picture that was taken in reality matched the curved model, not the flat model. And there's even an overlay on his on this
All right, so the
website.
optics matched a globe, right?
You could say that, yeah.
Right. So it's not really a proof. It's more of a.
It's corroborating
optical,
evidence, isn't it?
Sure, but it's not. It's not really a measurement. It's like a model kind of thing. I mean, which is good.
Sure.
You know, that's fine.
Okay. Well, I can give you other measurements. Do you?
Go ahead.
Let me think. Would you take zenith angle measurements?
Sure. Let me see.
Do you want me to post your video, or do you want me to just talk you through what somebody did?
Just tell me what was measured.
So somebody called the main surveyor he basically marked out two locations, and from each of the locations he measured the zenith angle from one point to the other, and then he did the same from the second point to the first one. Right?
All right. Do you have a picture or like
I
a
have.
diagram?
Yeah, he has. He's done it in a video. I can take a screenshot of the video to post it for you. Hold on. This is from his video. It's kind of a diagram of what he's basically measuring, the zenith angle, so from the plumb line to the other point and back.
Okay. All right. So we have the one on the right-hand side that says 102 degrees, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
24
So
minutes and 50 seconds.
right. How far is 1 degree in the globe model?
1 degree is not relative to globe model. 1 degree is what you see on a protractor. It's 1/360th of a full circle.
Well, isn't it like 69 miles? 69 point something,
I don't know what you mean.
like like the circumference would be what, like 25,000 divided by 360, right?
Right.
Right. So that would be how much?
Right. So you're saying if you were at the center of the Earth and you looked 1 degree left, how much further on the surface you would be looking? Basically, what
Yeah,
you're asking.
a better way to ask would be how long is an arc length? Like 1 degree
Arc length.
equals
Yeah,
how
yeah,
many
yeah.
miles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. 1 degree arc length along the surface. But that's not. Yeah, you're right. You would calculate it just like you said. You would take the circumference and divide by 360. That would be your arc
Right.
length.
Right. So that would be about 69 miles, right? Per arc
I could check that,
degree.
but let's say yes. I don't know, but I could check that. But let's say yes. Go on.
Okay. So that would mean that he saw, the one that says 102, he saw 12 degrees.
No, that's
So that
not
is
what this
12.
angle means.
I'm afraid it is.
No, because this is not talking about arcs, and it's not talking about the circumference of the Earth.
Well, he saw 12 degrees below horizontal.
Yeah.
So, right. So 1 degree would be 69 miles.
Not in this context, no. In
Yeah.
this, not in this way when you're looking at it, because all this is measuring is he pointed his device, theodolite or total station, I don't know, but he basically pointed his device at the target. Let's say he's standing at target B, at position B, and he pointed it at position A, and he measured the angle from the vertical line, the plumb line.
Right.
And it gave him 102 degrees. It's not to do with the
Right.
circumference or distance or anything like that.
Well, all the way around would be 360, right?
Right.
And one of those equals 69 miles.
No, that's 69 miles doesn't come into this. Not relevant to this, what he's doing here.
I think it is.
You'll have to explain it to me because I don't think so.
Because 1 degree is every 69 miles.
That's arc along the surface of the Earth.
Right.
Arc length degree.
Yep.
As in you're talking about arc length degree, not angle degree.
Well, an angle of a circle is a degree, right?
Yes, but 69 miles is the arc length, not the angle degree.
Right. So if you saw 12 degrees far, that's what? Almost 800 miles.
8 degrees far. I don't think we use that terminology,
12.
seeing 8 degrees far. That's the first time
12.
I've heard that.
So this guy wants us to believe he saw a theodolite from almost 800 miles away.
No, that's not what he wants you to believe. He
Yes,
actually,
it is.
No, because he actually, at the beginning of the video, he actually shows the location where he's standing at the top of the hill. And he points down the road and says, right there at the bottom of the road where you see like a stop sign, that's where the other station is going to be. It's not 800 miles or anything like that.
Right. So
And
it
he's
can't
just
be 12 degrees.
so if you're standing on a hill and looking downhill, do you get why it's more than 90 degrees from vertical?
Yeah, because it's a certain amount below horizontal.
Yeah, but if you okay, let me rephrase it. You're standing in your house, okay, and you're looking at something on the floor which is 1 meter away from you. What's the angle of your line of sight from vertical? Your
I don't
eyes
know.
are pointing down, right?
Yeah, it's
So
down. Right.
right. So that means the angle from vertical to your line of sight is more than 90 degrees. It'll be, I don't know, let's say 100 degrees or 110.
Yeah, but your
Right?
model says that 1 degree is 69 miles.
Arc degree, not angle degree.
Right.
Right. But
That's an arc.
so let me
That's what he's
go back
showing.
to
Is
this.
a big arc. Go ahead.
No, he's not measuring the arc. He's measuring the zenith angle.
Yeah.
Which is due to the arc, right?
No. Zenith angle
okay.
is the arc.
Oh, thanks. Okay, good. I thought there was a curve, i.e. an arc there for a second. Never mind.
So Jerry, if you're looking at something on the floor, which is 1 meter away from you, and your eyes are angled down, doesn't mean you're looking 800 miles or whatever far. You're just looking 1 meter away.
That's right, because
Right.
the verticals would be parallel. But
Well,
your
that's
model
what he's
says
trying to measure. Are
yeah,
the
but
verticals parallel?
he can't measure 12 degrees far. That's over 800 miles.
It's not 12 degrees far. It's 12
Be
degrees
honest,
down.
the flat Earth experiment, it failed. Nobody gives a fuck. You guys are dumb.
Yeah, that's far, man. You know, that's probably why he's not in this community anymore, is because he made dumb shit like that.
Bowie, are you on alcohol right now? Are you doing alcohol?
Not at the moment.
So let me actually then explain what he did in this video, if that's okay.
Come on. GPS doesn't work on a flat Earth.
So
Season.
hold on, Bowie. Right, so he measured zenith angles from point A to point B, and then from point B to point A. Zenith angles are the angle between the horizontal plumb line, the vertical plumb line, sorry, not horizontal, vertical plumb line, and the direction of the device that the device is pointing. So you point the device at the opposite point, and you get the angle, just like in this diagram. So he got the two angles, he added them together, and if the Earth was flat and not curving, if the ground was flat, the two angles should add up to about 180, give or take your device measurement margin of error. His measurements added up to 180 degrees and 17 seconds, which is more than 80 degrees. His margin of error...
Just picture it, right? So from where you are, if you look down and you add something, you know, like with your model, 1 degree is 69 miles.
No, angle, no,
Yes.
not angle. Arc degree. Like you're conflating arc degrees with angle. An arc, 1 degree arc is a length. 1 degree angle is an angle.
Yeah,
one is a length, one is an angle.
He's saying that he saw 12 degrees of his model down from his position on Earth.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying he saw 12 degrees in angle. He tilted his device 12 degrees below horizontal. He can tilt it all the way and be 180 degrees below horizontal. Doesn't mean he's seeing, he's looking just straight down at the ground.
Okay.
The angle there is how much the device is tilted.
tilted, so it's not vertical then.
It has a vertical reference inside of it, and then you tilt it to point at something, and it will tell you the angle between the vertical and the tilted pointed part of the device, if you want to call it that.
All right.
Does that make sense now?
Well, if it's tilted, it's not vertical.
Well, that's how it works. That's how a theodolite works, right?
Right.
So it has a vertical. It has components inside it that tell it where the vertical is. Would that be accurate?
Yep.
Great. And then you tilt the actual viewfinder thing, or the thing that you look through. You tilt that down, and then the device tells you what the angle between the vertical and your line of sight is. Right?
Right. And
Right.
on this model of Earth, you can't get 0 degrees because 0 is horizontal, right? So anything below that would be a distance 69 miles
0
away.
is horizontal. No, in this case, 90 degrees is horizontal.
That would be vertical, right?
No, vertical is 0 degrees.
Oh, right. Right. So I don't know how he made these measurements.
So with a theodolite, he pointed
Yeah, I
it
know,
and he
but
measured the angle.
this is a distance of 12 degrees
No,
past
it's not.
horizontal.
It's not a distance of 12 degrees. A distance
Dude,
of
come
about
on, dude.
a mile or so. It's an angle. So the device, the line of sight is pointing 12 degrees below horizontal. It's angled slightly below horizontal.
Yeah, and in your
I
model, if you
feel
were to
like we're
see that,
going
that would
around in
be very, very
circles.
far away.
You can point it all the way down. It doesn't mean it's far away.
Yeah.
So what if
In
he pointed
reality.
it straight down? It will show an angle of 180.
Yeah, and if he saw the Earth, he would see 100. He would be looking through the Earth all the way down to the other side, like 7,000 miles or something. You get what I'm
You're
saying
not
now?
making sense.
Yeah, because if he saw the Earth while the theodolite was pointed down 180 degrees, that would mean he saw 7,000 miles away. So that would
No,
be the
that would mean it's
entire
just
diameter.
pointed straight down.
But you can't see Earth on the other
You can see
side.
the ground just below the device.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is not however many miles down. It's just a few meters down. The angle does not represent how far you see. It only
I'm afraid it
represents
does.
where the device is tilted. Anyway, he measured the angles, he added them up, they added up to more than 180. He got 180 and 17 seconds, and his margin of error was 3, I can't remember now, it was either 3 or 4 arc seconds. So even taking his error margin into account, it was still more than 180. He then went to check that against the expected excess or plumb line divergence on a globe model, and it matched. He was within 2 arc seconds of the expectation, so within his error margin of the expectation. So that corroborated
He's got
that
a
plumb line
he's got a hump
paradox.
there too. Why didn't he just measure that?
No, I don't understand the question.
Well, there's a big hump in the middle.
Where is the big hump in the middle?
In between the two theodolites.
There's just the ground, and this is a diagram, ground and hill.
I see. Well, if you don't understand how he would have to see about 800 miles for him to get a 12 degrees below horizontal. That's, I don't know. Maybe ask one of your buddies and Jens.
I'm just gonna post the whole video in case anyone wants to watch it actually.
I hope everybody else understands what I'm talking about.
Can you guys unmute the people that are muted?
I can mute you if you want.
There's nobody talking anyway, so might as well unmute them, I think.
Well, when you get a moderator tag here, I guess you'll be ready to make that call.
Is there anyone specifically you want unmuted, or just everyone?
No, just I think everyone.
What I'll do is just mute Parmesan, because I just don't like concern trolls.
I think if there was someone specifically that you wanted unmuted for a specific reason, that would be understandable.
Maybe. I'm inclined to not do it though, just because I don't like concern trolls.
Why is that?
Self-explanatory.
It's like mod grieving, I guess.
It's just annoying.
I mean, if somebody wants to talk that is muted, they could probably type it in chat.
I'm gonna let one of the other mods do it because I'm clocking out. They can mute or unmute whoever they feel.
Q, it looks like your mute expired. You're hot micing a bit.
Hey, fuck you.
Don't worry, I'll fix that.
Whatever.
Well, haven't you got enough brain rot from him already? Ah, silence.
So the muted trolls just sit here when they're muted, just listening.
Yeah, they love us.
What a lie.
Do you want to talk to one of these maniacs? Because I just want to get out of here. But there's a couple of them on mute, and I don't know. I don't feel like taking them off mute if nobody's going to be here to deal with them.
Do they know anything?
No.
Leave them on mute then.
Yeah.
Well, one of the guys hasn't even spoken, so I can't tell whether they know anything. Actually, both Mez and the other guy mute equal an argument. I've not heard them speak. Whoa.
Oh, by the way, they actually use zenith angles to measure horizontal distances between points. I just thought I'd throw that out there. You could check that out on the old Googles.
Yeah. Okay.
Reciprocal zenith angles, not done from any YouTube globe warriors. Like real people, they use them to measure horizontal distances, straight lines. So
Yeah.
there's
Well.
that.
Okay. Yeah.
I got a question.
Go ahead with your question.
So, does everybody here believe in the same flat Earth? Or are there variants
Some
of
people
the
do.
type of... Would you consider like somebody who believes the sky is a dome as a flat earther or like a dome earther?
No one of the flat earthers should answer that.
I'm gonna see if there's like a consensus that amongst the community that they reach when talking about this.
I think the main thing is with the flat earthers, as you say, is we know there must be containment in order to have a pressurized system.
But how do you know that?
Because gas pressure requires a container.
Why?
Because that's
Why
what
does it
pressure...
require?
Pardon?
Why does it require a container?
That's the nature of pressure.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wait,
Unless you can demonstrate pressure without containment.
Well, yeah, hairdryer. There's air pressure without container.
No, a hairdryer is a motor with a heater ring that blows hot air.
Yeah, so it creates high air pressure in front of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's without container, so I don't know.
It's heating the air up. It's heating the already pressurized
Well,
air
you
up.
can turn it to cold and then it's not heating the air up, but it still blows pressurized air.
It's just changing the temperature of the pressurized air within the system already.
The temperature, it's not just changing the temperature, that would be just your radiator. A hairdryer actually blows air at you, and you can turn it to cold so it doesn't heat it up as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
So in front of it is pressurized air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Without a container.
We're in a pressurized system.
Yeah, but the hairdryer creates pressurized air without container.
It's altering the pressure within the container.
Altering the pressure within the container.
Yeah, the container of Earth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this container, can it be like really, really far away?
Suppose it could be. I don't know where it is.
So what if, is it a possibility that the container that's keeping pressurized gas around on the surface of the Earth is like beyond the outer reaches of the universe. That's where it is. Is that possible?
Sorry, I got a call coming through. I don't know where the container is, but pressure does require containment.
So let's say there's a container like beyond the however far we can see, beyond whatever galaxy or observable universe, and within that there's pressure differences. The closer to the surface of the Earth, you get high pressure. As you get further away from it, you get lower pressure. Would you agree with that?
Pressure gradients you're talking about? Pressure gradients you're talking about?
Well, yeah, difference in pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we live inside of, a pressurized system which has gradients.
Okay. And how low does that gradient go?
I don't know. But the pressure does require containment. Unless you can
Well, I
demonstrate gas
don't know that
pressure
it
without
requires, because yeah, a fan blowing, that creates pressure without containment. A pressure differential.
It's within a contained system on Earth.
Well, I don't know that, do we?
Well, yeah, we have pressure, and we need pressure needs containment. Therefore, we must have containment.
Well, you keep repeating the same thing, but I'm just saying that I don't know that it does need containment. But how can you categorically prove that it definitely does need it and can't exist without it?
Because every pressurized system is within a container.
Okay.
Yep.
So I need to duck out from the conversation, but just let me just then reiterate. If you every time you've seen the pressurized system, it has been within a container, does that mean without a container there can't be? Are you sure that follows? That doesn't follow logically. If every bird you've seen is a pigeon, doesn't mean there are no birds that are not pigeons. If I've never seen a swan that is black in color, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So if I haven't seen a pressurized system without a container, doesn't mean it can't exist. That's my point.
Well, that would be on you to demonstrate, and until you can, you don't have a claim.
Fair enough, but
Pretty
then I can't.
simple.
But then you can't claim that it doesn't exist.
Well, we can because there's no evidence of that even being possible. The definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. If you're saying no, there doesn't have to be a container, you're going against the very definition, and you don't have a demonstration for it. So it's fantasy. So you can claim fantasy if you like and say, well, can't my fantasy be possible? Well, you can believe what you like, but we go with what's demonstrable in reality. So that's where we differ.
Yeah, I work with a lot of gas and containers within my engineering job, and all the pressure I deal with is contained. It has to be, unless you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Then that's where we are, bud.
What up?
What up?
The sky, not the earth.
Yep.
Up is up and down is down. All the world around. You see the news of the day? Scientists could never agree on how the dinosaurs died. But yet, they'll tell you it was an asteroid. So they let a non-human decide. For decades, paleontologists have debated on the ultimately stomped out non-avian dinosaurs extinction ticket. Volcanism or asteroid impact? Hmm.
So the competing theories are volcano and asteroid. May the best imagination win.
Yeah.
Does anyone have an argument for the globe that isn't a logical fallacy? I'll take that as a no.
You have to go into belief systems. It's my religion. It's my human right to believe in space balls.
No, they're anti-religious, Chris.
Yeah, I know. It's a contradictory, self-defeating worldview. It's like how did
They're
you
too
just do
smart for
that?
religion.
You know, like how did you do that? How did you jump on NASA can't lie to you when NASA said don't trust me, only trust God? And you think NASA can't lie. So in your own worldview, you have to trust God because NASA told you to. And they can't lie to you. Or they'll tell you, yeah, Big Bang proves there's no God. And like George Lament says, say, what? I told you Big Bang proves God. Did you not read what I wrote? Like, this is a problem. They only read headlines of like science news. They never get into the nitty gritty and who said what, when, where, and why. Which is why it's so powerful to tell them citation, demonstration, and primary source. Let's get down to the root of the issue.
Yeah, but really, the root of the issue is the physicality of the surface, which is the thing that they're determined not to address.
Yeah, everything other. The proof of what the surface of the Earth is everything other than the Earth, the surface of the Earth.
Exactly.
Look at that star. Look at that galaxy. Hey, the moon, the sun, the plane, and ISS, and satellite. Dude, like everything in the sky that you can point at is not the surface of the Earth. Okay, that's up. Okay, let's talk
Yeah,
about down.
it's the stars. The stars are the surface.
They replaced like astronomy with astrology. They can divine the nature of creation because that star told them. What did that star tell you, homie? Oh, they told you the Earth is not flat. Wow, wow, dude. You know?
Yeah, and when they realize that their argument is fallacious and doesn't tell them anything about the surface, they say, "Well, you explain it then." And when you say, "I'm not here to explain the stars," they go, "Well then, Earth is glob."
Yeah, it's like since you take the place of the star in my model, and you're like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to just tell you some nursery rhyme and see which one you want to believe or not.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell it's the sign of just immaturity when they default to, well, you need to replace the story for me, and if you can't, I'm sticking with the story that I've just realized doesn't make logical sense. The story is what's important. The idea that they think they know what's going on is what's most important to them, and they're terrified of the notion that they don't know what's going on. Because, they're being raised with this idea that we know what the stars, we know how far away the sun is, we know what it's made of, we know what it does. And it's become part of their identity. And so to take that away from them is like removing a limb. But it's pretty cowardly. I mean, if it's not true, it's not true. Even if you don't have a replacement story for it. The mature thing to do would be, okay, what I thought wasn't true. I don't actually know what the answer to that would be, but I know that what I thought previously isn't the case.
Yeah, they've got this weird idea that if the Earth is not a globe, suddenly their whole world is worthless. it like, you know, I mean, not to go rehash, but like people who've been in here and like emotionally blackmailed you. Like if you keep saying the Earth is flat, I'm gonna do X, and you're like, no, dude, like, don't do that, okay?
Yeah, they want to jump off the edge.
Oh yeah, yeah. Don't do that, dude. Don't self harm. Okay, don't talk about self harming. Okay, you'll be all right. You just accepting the Earth is flat won't change anything except for you just don't have like somewhere over the horizon, over the rainbow where the sky's blue. You know?
Yeah, I mean, they already agree. Oh, it looks flat, but that's just because it's such a big ball of staircase. You already know that what you experience is a flat, motionless surface, so not that big an adjustment. It is what it looks like. What you see is what you get. There has to be something beyond the realm of the senses. Which again is ironic, taking us back to the anti-religious sentiment that comes with this. Just because we can't demonstrate it, observe it, measure it, detect it in any way, and just because no one in all history has, does that mean it's impossible? But no, I don't believe in God because there's no evidence. I've not seen him. The contradiction rings deep.
Yeah, see the category error too. They'll jump back and forth between philosophy, spirituality, and science. Whatever prong of attack they can use to scrutinize someone else's worldview, even inside the category error, they'd be like, "Hey, you're talking about the surface of the Earth, a physical measurement of this surface," and they'll come at it from a philosophical point of view. Like, yeah, don't do that. Come back, return to science, okay? Physical, natural world. That's what's being adjudicated here. And then you're like, okay, well, sure, let's talk about religion. You think the Earth is created. Um, okay, yeah, come return to science, okay, not spirituality. Your model is created too, okay? Even if you think heliocentric, there's plenty of people who will argue till the cows come home about how the model's perfect. Newton, Copernicus for starters, George Lament, lots of people, okay? The Apollo astronauts, okay? You like just come back to the physical. There's a physical curve or lack of curvature on the surface of this object. How do you adjudicate that? What would you use? Okay, if it's not spiritual and it's not philosophical, what is left? Okay, physical measurement, physical. Okay. Oh, you just want to deny science. Oh crap! Here we go again, dude. The whole time we've been talking, you've been the one who's denying science. You could take the conversation into like metaphysical and philosophy. Okay, come back. Okay.
If there was any possibility of the Earth being a sphere, how would you measure that anyway?
Just like they told you they did, drop over distance, which they didn't. They just bluffed.
How would you do it?
Thing is, it's going to be tough to do that without water flow. That water is a tricky thing.
Good day, everybody.
What up? See, yeah, that's what you could do. You can measure drop over distance on any object. You can take a basketball or whatever, any sort of ball, and you can plot it out. You know, you can 3D printers and whatnot can print these objects. But when you try to use the same method for the curve of the Earth, it doesn't work. So either the method's flawed for some reason outside of 3D printing an object or molding or machinery or something, or the Earth is just not curved, dude. Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Too much
Earlier today,
Freemason shit going on, bro. Too much Freemason stuff going on in the world.
listen to Parmesan this morning talk about calling the Earth a globe with a rays of 39 and 59 is a straw man. And you're like, say what? Okay. So if I present your argument that the Earth is a globe with a rays of 39 and 59, you call that a straw man? He's like, yeah. So what is it? Is the Earth a globe? He's like, yeah. What's the radius? 39, 59. So if I say that, it's a straw man. But if you say that, it's what? It's like, holy crap, dude! Like, just bricked. Like.
Do you mean like straw man as in like the concept of as us, like as we have a straw man as well?
No, like taking someone's argument and changing it and saying that's what they're actually arguing.
Got you.
Like one time,
think what a straw man is when they get cornered into their own contradictory claims.
that's what they think a straw man is. Here, I'll give you an example of a straw man. This happened on another server. I was talking about flat Earth, and the guy opened a ticket. There's a ticket system on that server, and he said Crit is advocating for genocide. And I was like, so the admin tagged me in the ticket. Hey, what did you say? I go, I can't think of anything. I can't think of. I don't know where this is coming from. I at no point had I done any sort of apologetics. I didn't even talk about Operation Paperclip or any of that stuff. Right? It was just really generic flat Earth stuff. I mean, really generic flat Earth stuff, like the Suez Canal and water finding its level. I have no idea what came in there. So then finally they tagged the dude who said it. Said, hey, why did you open this ticket? And said that Crit was advocating for that. He said, because it's a big lie. I'm like, what? He said, yeah, flat Earth is the big lie. And people were like everyone's like, what are you talking about? Like, how, what? And that's a straw man. Somehow that I'm advocating for a big lie, which is actually, mass murder. When I was just talking about how to measure surfaces of objects. See, this is how triggered they get. They're so triggered that they have to find some way to shut the conversation down. And they think by any means necessary. Any means. If they get there by any means possible. Normally someone would say, like, if you accuse someone of doing that, they would get upset. Like, why would you say that about me? But just keeping cool in that situation just exposed how triggered they were. And it wasn't my fault because nowhere at any time, shape, manner, or form did I ever talk about anything related to, anything. It's just like it's quite bizarre. It's like if you could just dive into the mind of a globalist and just try to pick apart their thinking. So why did you say that? And then what happened? It'd be like really truly study like behavioral science, like someone disagrees with you and you care and you don't care at the same time. Okay, so can you walk me through that? Flat earthers are completely irrelevant, okay, and they're also advocating for mass murder, huh? And they're responsible for all events of genocide. Oh, geez, dude, you're gonna have to, how many people in the room right now with you, like. It's like it's quite, yeah. I mean, the level of like demonization of the other.
Oh yeah, that's real.
Flat Earth is wrong, is it? Okay, what's wrong with Flat Earth? And then they'll tell you a bunch of things that aren't even Flat Earth. Like all that stuff, conspiracy theories and all this other stuff. Nope, it's not the topic. If you want to talk about conspiracy theories, I know a guy, you might have heard of him. He's called Alex Jones. He hates flat earthers more than you do.
So they're obsessed with wanting to live on a globe.
Yeah, that's really what it boils down to. And they think when you say the Earth, I perceive the Earth to be flat and stationary. What they hear is that you can't live on a globe anymore. No, go do it. Okay, go live on your globe and go do it as far away from me as possible. I want nothing to do with this nonsense. No, thank you.
But they're so attached to it. I mean, it is a religion. Definitely a religion. Do not take my globe away from me.
Or they'll make you pay. They'll make you pay for that. Find out where you live, call your supervisor, talk to the manager.
Even if you wasn't, even if you was like a normal person, you believe you live on a globe, and someone puts forth some arguments to you regarding the shape of the Earth, all you really got to do is like consider it, and it's not. What we're saying is, as well as it being able to prove a lot of these things, it's quite self-evident and understandable. The gas pressure without containment, no observed phenomena of gravity, and things falling down can be explained in other ways. No evidence of an actual measurement of curvature drop over distance. So if you just look at these things as a normal person believing that you live on a globe, it's not ridiculous what we're saying. Far from it. The globe is actually the ridiculous claim. That's the ridiculous claim.
Voltaire called it absurdity. If they can make you believe in absurdity, they can get you to commit atrocity. It's absurd. It's absurd to think that you are on a lava water ball. A water covered lava ball. That's absurd. And then it's spinning in the vacuum of space.
But you don't.
This is absurd.
But you never feel it and you never see it. But that's
oh
okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Beyond all human sense.
Yep.
So it's nonsense. And then they also only make sense at the same time. You're like, okay, that's contradictory. Does it make sense or it doesn't make sense? Oh yeah, it doesn't make sense. Okay. So why would you call it making sense if you can't use any of your senses? Oh, because you watch that pendulum over there. Okay, that pendulum's not doing anything. Oh, you got to move it first. Okay, I moved it. Okay, now it's moving. Now it stopped. Did the Earth stop? Because you said that pendulum, observing that pendulum, the same thing as observing the Earth. They're like, yeah. Okay, well, it's not moving now. Is the Earth moving? Well, yeah. How can you tell the Earth is moving? Because the pendulum's not moving. Okay, cool. The pendulum's moving. Now the pendulum's moving. What's the Earth doing? The Earth is moving. Okay, so it looks like the pendulum's going to do whatever the pendulum's going to do, and no matter what the pendulum does or doesn't do, you're just going to say the Earth moves.
Yep.
And they're like, yeah, duh. Go, this is one step actually below palm reading at this point.
You know, most of the, you know, a lot of people I speak to are like, well, you know, the big one is, well, why would everybody be lying? How does everyone get behind this? That's the main worry or the main issue for a lot of these people. Is that why would they lie about this, and how have they got away with it for so long? But I mean, it does surprise me. Of these, I'll call them in. I don't know. Either they're all corrupt or they're all in on it. But of all the governments in the world and all the, you know, elite, yeah, we know the elite will be in on it, but there's other people at different levels who surely must realize that they don't live on a globe, who could have some influential, you know, sway on this within the hierarchy. Do you know what I mean? Got to be someone at a higher level who's got to start talking about this at some point. Maybe it might be Trump. Who knows? Someone's got to say something within the elite to get things stirred up a little bit.
The problem is they're in the club and they can't really get out the club, because when you get out the club, you get into trouble. Because when you're inside a gang, you can't just leave the gang. You have to stay in the gang, and if you get out the gang, you get there's punishment for leaving the gang.
Yeah, you see that too. Like sometimes flat earthers will leave flat Earth for some reason, but they don't really explain why. And the first thing they do is they go on an apology tour. They go to all the anti-flat earthers and they jump on camera and they, you know, crocodile tears about how they were misled, you know, how they want to be back, you know, plug me back in, you know, ignorance is bliss.
But then they must all really be in on it. You know, all the elites must be in on this.
The 1% are in on not just this, but the other things that they all agreed to as well, and things that I can't even discuss in the last 3 years. But they're all in on it. It's all, they signed the papers, they signed the contracts, they sold their souls, but they don't realize they can actually unsell their souls. They can actually break those contracts. Those contracts mean nothing. They can just break them anytime. They've got no obligation to those contracts. They don't have to, they don't have to be held by those contracts at all. But I mean, obviously, they're going to get a bit of flack from the people that they agreed to join.
I forget the terminology. There is something on this. I can't think off the top of my head. And they don't care about how many people at the moment are realizing that the Earth isn't a globe. and it's flat and stationary, because it won't matter until the scales of that tip to a certain point. Not necessarily where the scales on the flat Earth side are outweighing the globe, but it has to come to a certain percentage. There's been tests and things tested with this with people and groups and beliefs. So I don't know if they say these 15% of the population believe the Earth is flat. That doesn't matter. I don't know the actual percentage, but it might have to get to something like 45%. Then things start that's the worrying point then, because that's when things will dramatically start to go the other way. But until that point, they're not worried. As long as the point is below a certain level, they're happy. For us to talk about it, for celebrities to start thinking the Earth is flat, for all these debates to be going on, it won't worry them. Not until the scales start to tip in a certain percentage way. There's studies on this. I can't think of it off the top of my head, sorry. But as it starts moving, they will start then introducing other methods, probably. You know, more policing, more gatekeepers, more taking it down of channels, removing people. They'll do whatever's necessary to do to keep the lie going.
Earth is also an indication of how deceived people are in the world. So they can use it as a measurement. It's a measuring tool. See how blind people are, and to gauge everyone. Basically, how blind people are, how fooled, how gullible people are, and they need some kind of measuring rod, and that's what flat Earth is.
Imagine totally fucking wild speculation here. Imagine if the elite were sort of some sort of guardian for humanity, and we are just actually being we're in some sort of systems where we're progressing towards somewhere, and this Earth section now we've been other places possibly on other dimensions. Say this one now is the test of all tests. Well, it's a big test, and we're being monitored by the elite, who are not actually here to harm us or cause us problems. They're simply here to see how we are developing, and at what stage
That's not true.
No, it's
that's definitely not true.
It's a speculation.
No, there's no ways that's true, because look at the last 3 years. There's nothing true about it, because if you read their books and you read all their plans, if you read for the last 20 years the plans of the documents that they've written, it's very clear what they're on about and what they're doing. So you can't say that no, they're innocent. They're not, because it even says in the Bible, the people who control the world, the leaders of the world, they don't know God. They think they are God. They're in delusions of grandeur. They think that they are gods, whatever, but they're not. They're just puny little pathetic men who just hate themselves and hate everyone else. And that's shown by the actions of what they've done. And you can see by their actions that they hate people, they hate themselves, and they hate the world. And they're full of murder and death and evil. And they're not, there's nothing good in them. So that statement, no, that they're benevolent, wonderful people, no, but they might be benevolent from a point of view of if you're on their side or whatever for a moment. But if you think about it, if you think really deeply, there's no benevolence there. No, there's no neutrality. They've definitely chosen the side of evil. Totally.
Well, that's part of the satanic teachings, isn't it? That they're all about the self and ego. That's what Satanism is. You know, these Satan worshippers. They're not worshipping a make-believe person with horns on a stick with fire coming out the mouth. It's a way. It's it's a religion basically, and that's the main thing of it. It's self. You will only think of yourself, and nothing else
Well, I
matters.
mean, a lot of Satanists are just Satanists by default, but they're not really. They don't go bow down and the devil every day and go to a temple and give incense to the devil. But they are. I mean, some of them do that, but there's some of them are just selfish, evil people that just think of themselves and hate everyone and take part in evilness. So you can be there's passive evil and there's active evil, but they're all evil.
There's a lot of people who behave in the Satanist way, on our level, say, I'll say working class, medium class, whatever, and they don't realize it because this is how deep it's gone, how they've controlled us on different levels. I see a lot of people and that, think, oh, it's a dog eat dog world and it is what it is, and I'm all right, Jack, and that's on even on the street level, people are behaving that way, and that's part of just looking after yourself, your ego. You're not really bothered about anybody else but yourself, and you don't realize that is the satanic teaching.
They get promised like money and they get promised protection and they get promised all these things, and they think that somehow they're going to get some benefit from giving their souls to the devil, but they don't realize that they're actually making a really big mistake because they're backstabbing themselves. And these are the really evil people I'm talking about, the 1%ers. But a lot of people just follow the crowd because they just get indoctrinated by movies, TV, games. They live in a world where it's just about self, wired for self, and that's how they've been programmed to just think about themselves and they don't care about anyone. It's just themselves and even survival can become selfish in itself as well. So yeah, even the whole survival thing, black pill thing can become really selfish because you end up like becoming a hater as well. So there's a lot of ways to they got like a whole hydra of ways to trick people, like a multiple hydra ways of getting people into their way of thinking, and it doesn't you can be totally different, like opposite on the scale. You can be from different cultures and everything, and you can be doing the same thing but not realize that you just part of the hydra, multi-headed dragon, whatever.
Have you ever listened to some of the Mark Passio's conversations on this?
Oh, I haven't, but I'm sure he agrees with what I think as well.
Yeah, well, he was apparently, and he admits he was part of the a satanic cult. Not at the highest level, but he did attend ceremonies, and different things, and he knows how they operate and how they go about things. And he's got some really good. I mean, they are long talks. I mean, some of them are 3 hours, but he goes right into it, and he talks about the mind control, how they know how the brain works, because that's the key of it.
Sorry, what was this again?
Mark Passio, Passio.
Oh, I have heard quite a bit from the guy who was the head Satanist in America and he became a Christian. That guy? Is that the same guy?
Is that Crowley or somebody?
The top guy in Satanism, he became a Christian, whatever, and he left Satanism and he was like number 1 or number 2 in the whole country on Satanism. He was like the main guy in charge of the whole.
Could be Crowley, but I'm not sure. But Mark Passio, he does
Some
go
guy, but he
into
became a Christian. So now he exposes the whole thing. He talks about how it works, the whole Satanism, how they how they infiltrate, how they make the church, the Jehovah's Witness, the cults, the Mormons, all those churches are basically Satanism guys who just pretended to be to go in and just infiltrate and create like white witch. It's called white witch religions. Basically, they just keep people away from God, the real God, and they create these false versions of God. Like, and they infiltrate into schools, into Christianity. They infiltrate into every single church. They infiltrate people and they actually try and get people off track so they don't understand what the Bible and stuff like that. And
exactly.
they basically expose the whole thing, like how they work and the multi-hydra thing. But I don't know if you ever heard his lectures. He's pretty good. He was a Christian guy, a Satanist who became a Christian, but he was really high up in the satanic thing. But he's really a lot of information. Yeah.
I'll have a look at that. I think this Mark Passio does mention somebody like that. But if he does a lot of talks on different things, but that's mainly he does a lot on the occult and there's this hidden knowledge that they've got and they use in the incorrect way and they know how to manipulate it and use it. But he's got, if you just put his name in and maybe like satanic occult knowledge, something like that, he's got a few. You'll find it quite interesting the way he goes into the, like I've just explained, how many people are actually involved with this in schools, universities. Like you say, they're not going to these dark temples and burning bodies, and well, some of them might be, but on the whole, most of them
Some of
upholding.
them do that as well. There's
Yeah.
some people higher up that do that. The
Yeah.
top guys, they
That's
do.
correct. But on the whole, there's different levels. He was brought in at a different level to try and cajole people in his workplace and things like that. And it's most of these people are put in place into schools, education, politics, and everywhere. And they've got jobs to do, and this is they infiltrate it, and this is what they're doing. He goes right.
It's clear to see like all the people that are put into jobs are put there for a reason. They're not just, they're strategically put there. And if you have the wrong kind of thinking, they're not going to give you the job. It's obvious. They only give people the jobs that fit that profile that fits their agenda. And that's very obvious to see.
We have a question from somebody that's in the chat right now. His name is Buzz, I think it is. He's asking some questions in the chat, but he's also in the voice chat. So we're gonna see if he wants to come in here and ask any questions. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Buzz, and ask some questions to the panel. People are in here.
Hi,
They
Buzz.
can.
Hello, Buzz.
Go ahead, Buzz. Unmute your mic, please. Did he say he's able to? I can't talk. My throat is messed up. Getting surgery tomorrow.
Oh God, what's up, man? Well, don't say too much, but I hope you're all right.
I think it's Cat, but that's just me.
Think it's what, mate?
Cap. It's a lie. It's not true.
He's
Sir, there's some people,
clowning.
yeah, there's some people that do that. Okay, I don't take things for face value. Usually, not in this. We're not having a normal discussion here. That's the reason why people they want to chat skank, like this gentleman is, instead of actually.
Pray for healing. In Jesus' name, be healed. Buzz.
All right then. Okay.
It doesn't make any sense if this is the before you're going in for some sort of major surgery that you'd be on Discord capping away,
Yeah.
like tech skanking away.
Let's put two and two together, guys. Let's not fall for these guys' act. So let's, like I said, most of these guys are just in here for, like I said, you're not walking into a normal conversation. So this arena is not normal. So there's a lot of people that come in here for pretender clowns.
Sorry, Mayhem. Did you say you was going in for surgery tomorrow?
No, Buzz.
Oh, sorry, mate. I thought you said you was. Sorry.
No.
Oh, Buzz is going.
Yeah, there's a tech skanker who's like dropping excuses.
Yeah, he's got excuses. He wants to chat skank and then say that we need to provide evidence and the burden of proof rests on his shoulders.
Shouldn't talk. Stop trying to make me.
Yeah, you can't talk right now because you're gonna probably wake up your wife or something. That's the only reason why you can't talk.
Mayhem,
Right.
do you mind going over just to chat about it? I heard the take on just before we get into these conversations with these people. I heard you talking yesterday regarding asking the person, do they actually know anything?
Right. It's a reality check.
Can we talk about this new approach and how to sort of decipher that for everyone, please, if you don't mind?
So basically, you want to know the position that they have for their worldview. They usually have different positions, but solipsism is definitely one of the positions that these guys have. It's a more prevalent one, I would say, amongst these guys. What it is they hold to a worldview that cannot be reality cannot be what it is, or it's subjective. It's subjectiveness, really. So having a subjective worldview, meaning that I believe what I believe is true. You believe what you believe is true. Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth, and that's okay. We can live. We can exist in a world where both paradigms, even in cosmic paradigms, they can both exist at the same time, because your unique experience of how you view life is unique to you, and it's supposed to be like that's how you perceive it. If you think you're living in a globe Earth, you live in a globe Earth. If you think you're living in a flat Earth, you live in a flat Earth. If you think you live in a concave Earth, you live in a concave Earth. So it doesn't matter what thing you think you're going through, as long as it's your experience. You can then therefore say that, well, I live on a globe Earth. I perceive it that way.
So
But it's
basically,
yeah,
sorry, Naya. So basically, that they just believe that's their truth. To them, it doesn't matter if it's really true. It's just their truth within what their belief system, and that's fine, even if it's not true.
well, it gets even worse, because when you tell them, "Are you certain about anything?" they'll tell you that yes, we can be certain, and then you think they're agreeing with you. But when you actually get down to the nuts and bolts of it, and you say things that become redundant, right? Are you 100% certain? You don't need to, say that. But with these types, certainty is only measured by being able to be certain up to 99.9999999%, which means that there's a sliver of doubt that they could be wrong on anything. So therefore, let's say the gentleman says, "I believe the Earth is a globe." Okay, how much do you believe that it's a globe? Do you believe it 100% without any doubt? No, because that's not how science works. We can't ever be 100% sure. And so you get into this realm of like subjectiveness, not being able to be sure. And this is the modern thinker, right? And coming from academia. So these
So
guys are,
we've spoken about this before, and I think I pointed out that you're confusing epistemology with ontology.
yeah,
And
he's a perfect
I've tried to
example.
explain it.
Coming in here, dogs are gods. This guy is a perfect example of what I'm saying. He encapsulates what I am saying right now. He
Oh,
encapsulates.
let's put him through the test then. Just can we use you as an example, dog?
Well, first I'm just going to explain the disconnect here.
Yeah,
Because
I like for him to explain, but I don't know what he says disconnect is. I want to hear what he's got to say. Go
yeah,
ahead.
so the disconnect is that you can be 99.9% sure and have that like 0.1% view that you could be wrong, but that doesn't mean that everything is purely subjective. You're still saying that there's a reality out there and that reality is objective. That's the ontological statement, saying that ontologically reality is objective, but epistemically I can't be sure that what I believe maps onto the ontological reality that I believe is out there with certainty.
Yeah, he
Does
said it
that
more
make
eloquent,
sense?
but yeah. So is there a possibility that you could be schizophrenic?
Yes. Is there a possibility you could be schizophrenic?
No.
Well, then you're lying.
Okay.
I
But
can
see,
prove it to you, right?
this is the case. This is the case with him. So when people enter into like a debate, they're basically going into a debate with somebody who's not equipped to have an objective position. So his basically his worldview, his stance can move at any time. So he doesn't have a position to say like I'm gonna say that what we're talking about is true to the extent of like I can verify by even third party perspective, because he would say there's no reason why to I can verify with third party perspective, because in my worldview, that person can have their own epistemology, their own understanding of the world, and then I'd have to say like I can't dispute them, because I'd have to say you're however you perceive the world, that's how you perceive. That's your truth. I can't say that's not right. I can only say from my position what I perceive, and it doesn't seem right to me, but it's not right overall.
So
You're still wrong about all this.
No, it's
Well,
right.
that,
I'm right.
You,
I'm right.
you're
sorry.
misconstruing what we're saying. So
Oh no, I'm
we're
not.
saying there are
My
things
truth is
that
my
can
truth,
increase the
right?
probability.
My truth is my
We're
truth.
saying
It's my how are you going to tell me that my perception of flat Earth is wrong when you perceive the Earth to be a globe?
because your perception doesn't map onto reality with any
Yeah, it does.
probabilistic
Yeah, it does.
way. It's
I make an observation and I see a flat, and I don't feel an emotion, so a flat stationary Earth. It seems to fit my perception.
yeah, that's
How can,
purely subjective though. You're saying that these things you witness, you've never tested, you've never tried to increase the probability of the
how do you know?
proposition that the Earth is
How do you
flat
know?
based
How,
off those observations. All
how do
you've
you
ever done is jump to the
assumption?
conclusion
You're
subjectively
jumping,
that it's flat.
dogs. How do you know what I've done or what I
I
haven't done?
couldn't hear what you were saying because I was still finishing what I was saying.
Yeah, because
Now
you're
go.
on to me an assumption that you don't know what I've done, and so you just made an assumption right now that I've already done I haven't done anything to provide evidence. How do you know?
So I'm going to say this again. You
How do you,
said you look out and you don't feel the motion. And because of that, those are two purely subjective things. You can't tie them to one like proposition or the other, the flat earth or the globe earth. You just jump to a subjective opinion that it fits the flat earth. But you haven't done anything that would increase the probability of it being true that it fits the flat earth
yeah, I
and not the
do.
globe.
Do you feel any emotion?
Well, no, but that doesn't increase the
Okay.
probability of it being
Why
motionless
not?
or having motion because
Why
I
not?
know that humans don't feel constant motion, they only feel acceleration. So the feeling of motion doesn't do anything to tell me
So
about anything
the
about the
globe Earth,
Earth.
the globe Earth never has in its paradigm that it accelerates at any moment. If we were to look at if the Earth accelerates or decelerates, we're not going to see anything that tells us that it is or is not accelerating.
There is no, actually, there is tiny acceleration, but it's so
Ah,
small that we'll never feel it. But there's
well,
no
no,
actual
that's
acceleration.
you see how this is the qualifier, and this is how you reject that qualifier. You said that it is accelerating a tiny bit, but it's so minute that nobody can feel it. When your
Yeah, it's
definition,
something like,
yeah, when your
it's
definition,
something like
yeah, go and get it out.
it's something like a fraction of like a meter, a kilometer or something per day in acceleration. It's nothing. It's like a
Yeah, but
fraction of what humans can
it's
feel with
not, it's
their
nothing.
senses.
Yeah, but then
But
you said acceleration can be felt, or at least to a point where we could be able to detect it. When is that able to be detected?
yeah, sure. So we can detect acceleration when it meets a certain threshold where it pushes the fluids in our ear back, which if it doesn't meet that threshold, then we don't feel the acceleration. That's why, like, if you're very, very slowly, like, rolling downhill in a car and you've just got your eyes closed, you won't feel that until you, like, open your eyes and you see things moving past you. It's only when the acceleration reaches a certain point, like you start going faster down that hill in your car, that you'll go, oh, I feel like I'm being pushed back against the seat, like the fluid in my ears is being pushed back. So that feels like I'm accelerating, and then you open your eyes and hit the brakes.
Yeah, but do you see how you're
But
trying to you see how you're trying to make an example that doesn't fit reality? Nobody's going to be able to
of
do
course
that,
that fits reality.
man, because as soon as you go downhill, you're going to feel it, man. That's just anyone. That everyone's
No,
going to feel.
people roll all the time. I
No.
thought my car was parked. I put the handbrake on a hill, and then I sat there and talked to my wife, and I've looked at the car in front of me, and suddenly I'm like inches away from the car in front of me instead of meters where I'd parked. That happens all the time.
You know, if you was no, but can I just ask? Sorry, guys, but just a quick question. If you were sat on top of the car bonnet and you was travelling, and then you was looking at the side, like looking at the trees and the mountains and the houses, would you observe any parallax?
Yeah, but
Off the top of my head, I don't know. But can I just go back for a sec because we've moved off the topic?
no, we haven't. You're still viewing the world in a very subjective way, and you want everybody to think like you. You're going to make other people think that the world is viewed in a very subjective way, and only in your mind you think that you can be king of the hill. There's nobody that can thwart your efforts of scrutiny. For you on the one hand you want to say your worldview can be subjective, it belongs to you, and then you can scrutinize other view when you want to tell people to think like you. And if that's the case, then everybody's worldview would be subjective. Then they could think the way they want to think and say, I have my own worldview. You can't tell me what my worldview is. My truth is my truth. How are you going to say that their truth is different than than your truth if your truth is only your truth? That's what I don't get. Like
Well,
you try to use this worldview and then at the same time say, okay, yeah, I can think what my worldview is. That's fine, but you can't tell me that because I could be schizophrenic. That's what you said. You said I could be schizophrenic. I don't know. It's a possibility, right?
do you think that saying that you can't be schizophrenic means that you can't be schizophrenic?
Prove to me if you had any reasonable doubt that you could be schizophrenic right now.
Well,
At this
sorry,
moment.
I'd like you to answer that question because this isn't about you actually being schizophrenic. This is just about
Oh,
logic. So logically,
yeah.
if you just say that it is not possible for you to be schizophrenic, does that mean it's not possible for you to be schizophrenic?
Are you?
Okay, so I'm going to ask it again because you're dodging now. So if you say, I cannot be schizophrenic, does that mean that you cannot be schizophrenic? Like you can't actually be
For
schizophrenic?
you. Are you talking about in general, the royal you, like as in everyone?
I'm talking about any human being that puts forward the proposition. This is propositions. You understand what that is in logic. It's making a claim about reality. So if I put forward the proposition, I cannot be schizophrenic, does that mean that I cannot be schizophrenic?
You have to be diagnosed. You can't know something that unless people go to the, like if you have symptoms, isn't there symptoms that show up? So there's hallmarks of that. So you can't use that and say, well, I couldn't be an elephant. Well, of course not. You're not a fucking elephant, dude. Like there's no way that you can be something you're not. There has to be
But
hallmarks of that.
you agree when I asked you, could you be schizophrenic? And you said, no, I can't be schizophrenic. And you
Yeah,
think
because
that
I don't have
100%
symptoms.
certain.
I
And
don't have
schizophrenic
symptoms.
people don't always know that they're schizophrenic, that
Yeah, but
was
there's
not
symptoms.
true.
Yeah,
That
dogs.
was,
You should think about that.
There's
think
symptoms.
about what?
People not knowing they're schizophrenic. I mean, this is the
Yeah,
state
I
it's
might be
gotten to
schizophrenic. That's
for the
fine.
globe. Yeah, I think you are. This is the state it's
It's
gotten
just
to
that,
for the globe side. We can't know anything, and we could
Yeah.
all be schizophrenic. Therefore, Earth's a
no,
globe.
that's not where
Yeah.
we're at.
Retarded.
You
Yes,
guys have spent the
yes, it
last
Retarded.
is.
10 minutes lying about the globe side now. Do you feel good
Retarded.
about that? Do
Just
you feel good
stop.
about lying about us?
No, I think we all feel sorry for you in your mental state.
I do.
Okay, so now you're just being rude and inconsiderate. Why?
No. No.
Okay, well, can you answer my question then? Because I've asked it like 6 times now.
Yeah, because you have to
If
have
you
symptoms.
say,
I told you already. You
I
have to
am
have
not,
that's the way listen, when people get diagnosed or they are treated for those symptoms, there has to be symptoms that show up. Yeah.
so do you think someone who is undiagnosed schizophrenic can't be schizophrenic?
I'm saying there are symptoms. Duh.
So I keep
Right?
asking you plain questions and you dodge them. So if
But that's
you're a
that's
person and you
because
have not been diagnosed as schizophrenic, is it still logically possible for you to be a schizophrenic person?
yeah, if there's symptoms. There's symptoms, yeah.
Okay, great. So earlier when
Do you
you
have symptoms
said,
of being schizophrenic?
I cannot be schizophrenic,
Do
that
you
was
have
a
symptoms?
incorrect statement. Do you agree with that?
Do you have symptoms of it? I can't be because
So when you said, oh my
I
God, you're
can't
just
be
not going to answer, are
yeah,
you?
I can't be something that I'm not because I don't have the symptoms to provide the evidence of it, dude. If you had
But that
symptoms
doesn't
of
mean
it,
you
then
can't be
yeah, you could be.
schizophrenic. Maybe you don't know that you have those symptoms because
How
part of
would
your
you not know?
schizophrenia is hiding the
It's like
schizophrenia
saying,
from you.
well, I feel sick. I'm having the symptoms, so I possibly could be. I don't know. And then you go get checked out, and then voila, you find out that you're diagnosed with a condition called whatever. But you have to have the symptoms. If you don't have them, why the fuck would you be in any condition to be saying that you are whatever? It doesn't even. Schizophrenic was a term or a illness, kind of like something that you think you could be. If you don't have the
I never
symptoms,
said you were.
how are you?
I never
Then
said you were or you weren't or you exhibited symptoms. What I said is it logically possible that you could be schizophrenic because you
if
asked
you
me the
don't
same thing and I
have the
answered yes,
symptoms,
it's
it's
logically
not.
possible. I truthfully answered the
I think it's
question
Don't
probable.
based in logic
listen. If you don't have the symptoms, then why would you even think about it?
because one of the symptoms is not knowing you're schizophrenic.
Dear me. Dogs, are you on Discord right now?
You confused him with that.
It's
Confused
serious.
him with what? I
Are you
didn't.
on
Sorry, did someone
Discord?
ask me something? I didn't hear.
Yeah, are you on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm on Discord.
Are you certain?
Yeah.
No,
How
you're not.
certain? 100%?
Like 99.999999999%.
You have
certain.
cyclone. You have to catch that with saying
Wait, do you guys think that
it's
means that?
redundant.
Do you think that means? Do you think that
So
means that I
what's
have a
that? What's
purely
that
subjective worldview?
0.00001 of doubt? What's that 0.001% of doubt? What's that?
Well,
You could,
the
you could be a
truthful
brain jar.
proposition that I could be schizophrenic and imagining I'm on Discord. Isn't that
That's
something that's
Okay.
true? Are you going to tell me I'm lying right now?
I think you might be. I think you should go and see a professional counselor or something if you're
So
not sure about that.
I want you to say this, okay? Just out loud once for me. You're going to say that there is no potential for what you experience to be a delusion. Can you tell me that back to me? Can you lie to me, please?
Yeah, everybody's schizophrenic now because upon your base of
That's not what I fucking said, buddy. Stop lying about me and just answer my question.
Everybody, dogs are God says
Just
everybody.
answer my question, you fucking cowards.
Everybody could be
Oh,
schizophrenic. Guys.
Just
be on guard.
answer the fucking question.
Everybody could be.
Okay, you just put on mute there, dogs. You're getting a bit belligerent now.
Yeah, he spiraled. He spiraled
Everybody
out.
could be schizophrenic because that's what his line of logic is. Everybody could be schizophrenic. So you don't know if what you're saying is true or not. I'm telling you, he's sabotaging his position, not knowing it, and then saying, I can still be king of the hill telling you that you're wrong. But I could be schizophrenic. But I could be telling you that you're wrong. But I could be schizophrenic. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah. On the one hand, he's like an expert in the universe. He can tell you about the sun 93 million miles away, what it's made of, the stars, all this stuff. On the other hand, doesn't know he's on Discord. Could be schizophrenic.
Could be, yeah. Because he even said it, man. He's like, well, one of the symptoms is not knowing. So he's happy to take a position where he could be schizophrenic and not know, at the same time tell you how you're wrong.
Yeah, how dumb we are for not understanding his understanding of the entire universe.
He
But
just
he doesn't know he's on Discord.
he pissed on his example. I'm telling you, man, this guy's he's a treat.
Oh, that was funny.
Did he quit?
He was, yeah. I muted him when he was swearing, and then he just immediately left.
Oh,
Yeah, he does that. He immediately leaves if you mute him.
But he was like determined. He's like, Mayhem, you've got to be schizophrenic.
yeah, no,
You're like,
I'm
no.
have symptoms,
He's like,
bro.
well, I might be. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, no, we don't disregard that, but you know, like I'm like, are where the symptoms at? Like, no, you can't be if you don't have, bro.
He's so outraged about it. He's like, ma'am, are you telling me you couldn't be schizophrenic? It's like, yeah, I'm schizophrenic. Well, I could. It's like, yeah,
I
we
could
know.
be like, okay, I know that. Like, shit, that's where we're at. That's the reason why we're in the mess we are with.
Oh my god, they're too much, man.
Well, it seems like you have to reduce the argument to a position that way so that people can actually take him on. Like, in other words, if you can't get to a place where reality isn't reality, then you just can't argue it. So you have to make the argument sound as ridiculous as possible. So where everything is possible, right? You could be schizophrenic. Okay, I can say that I could be schizophrenic. Okay, then my proposition to say that the Earth could be a globe stands. You know that's the kind of like place that he wants to take everybody. It's a Jedi mind trick, is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. They have to take it to the realms of non-reality to have the globe be a potential reality. That's basically it. You're right.
But that's this guy, and I don't know what forums he actually debates on. Like this is probably isn't the only one. He probably goes to other ones. But yeah, and critical thinkers, if they, I don't know, maybe go into like more philosophical debates, and I don't know, man. Sometimes these philosophers that come in here, they want to win the argument. They don't understand that that's not our goal. Is not to win the argument. Our goal is to present truth and then to have it scrutinized. If it's possible to be falsified, then fine. But if it's not, then it stands to reason that it is truth. There is nothing to thwart there. You're basically going to be butting your head against a brick wall every time. So that's what we have. We just have the truth. We're like, dude, it's the truth. There is no evidence that the earth is curving at the rate that they tell us. It's like the gentleman last night. He was trying to figure out how was it? I think he's in there as a matter of fact. Oh yeah, he's in there. Goon. He was saying that the Earth, or the black swan. That maybe it was him. Shit. There's a lot of numpties that I talked to yesterday. That the black swan, when it shows two images, where one of the oil rigs is being cut off at the halfway. I think it's habitat that's being cut off, and you're using that as well. How can we predict that the measurement was correct? I'm like, because you're not measuring. What you're doing right now when you do the line of sight test is you're measuring as far as the eye can see. Where the predicted value of the geometric horizon would be. So that means that the predicted value of the geometric horizon is not where it's said to be, and it's anywhere farther, then it already debunks the Earth being the 8 inches per mile squared, because it doesn't line up with the math as far as the predicted value. So if it's anywhere farther past that, then yeah, it's already debunking the globe. Let's say on the one hand you have geometric horizon that's at, I don't know, I'll just give it some random number like 15 miles, and then tomorrow you do it and it's far beyond habitat, it goes into like maybe 20, 30 miles. So what's wrong with that? And they're saying, well, you can't rely on that because the measurements aren't consistent. They would need to be consistent. I'm like, no, that's not how this works, because the horizon by definition is only where the sky meets the earth, but it's not an arbitrary geometric position in any way. That's not what flat earth is saying anyway. That's what globe earth needs it to be. So when you're looking at the horizon, for us, it's just this position where the sky meets the ground, but it's not necessarily a geometric position on the Earth. Like, you're not going to get a GP to the horizon. What I'm saying is the GP to the horizon would be something optical. It's not something geometric, because there's no shape to what we're saying. It's just the surface. So, in the case of the black swan, it is noted that whenever you're looking off into the distance, you're going to see the horizon, a place where the sky meets the earth. On the other hand, when you use the other image, where habitat is cut off, then you're going to say, okay, well, the limitation to what we can see is only going to be where the horizon is, right there where it cuts off the oil rig. So that to us is going to mean that even though we see the horizon be where it is, the water line is, then we're going to say that it still either predicts where the globe Earth should be or not. And if it doesn't show us that at 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer height that the horizon is where it's said to be predicted, then that means that it's not what they're telling us that the globe Earth is predicting it to be at. So it doesn't matter if it's at like 10, at 15, 20 miles away, it's still not where it's supposed to be, where it's predicted at. And that's the most important takeaway from this. Not that the that where flat earth is saying, okay, and this is where the confusion happens, where we're saying, okay, from where we're making our point of observation, we can see 20 miles every single day, every day. That's not possible, because the weatherman's going to tell you the visibility, the ambient air temperature, the air turbulence is all going to be factors as to how far you can see. We already know this. That's why we always say it's only as far as you can see. But at the same time, either it's going to be geometric, like the globe Earth is telling you that it's always going to be where in the position where it's going to be at, or it's not. So it's really not our claim. It's a claim of the globe that the geometric horizon is going to be every time where they say it's going to be and predicted. So this is what I'm saying. If it measures to be what they're telling us, then it stands to reason that yes, it is a globe. But if it does not, it'll always be in a predicted value that always gets debunked every time. So it's you have to pay attention to these arguments, because of the fact that it can get into where the guy says, well, you guys are saying that a line of sight test is doing like a 20 miles or something, like every day you're going to see 20 miles and tomorrow you can see 20 miles. No, it's what we're saying is when we do a line of sight test, the horizon will always be farther than the predicted globe value will be. That's the most important part, and it usually is. There's never a time that you're going to see a 1.22 horizon away. It's never going to be that.
I tend to not really get. All I do now, and you just mentioned it, Mayhem, I've been doing it for a little bit with him, is the definition of horizon tells you what the horizon is. So I just don't get into the physical horizon argument anymore, because it's not defined as physical. It's not physical. It's just a claim within a make-believe model. So why am I going to talk about a claim within a make-believe model? just get the definition up. It'll tell you it's just the apparent position where the sky and the Earth meet.
Yeah.
So it's never been defined as a physical location. So we don't even
Yep.
need to discuss that.
Yeah, it gets because the guy who was arguing with it was saying that it doesn't when you do the line of sight test, it doesn't stand to reason that it's a specific like the numbers are off, because on one hand you have a long distance observation that you could see 20 miles, and next one habitat is cut off and at the halfway mark, so you're gonna have the horizon would be, let's say, right at Hill House. Hill House is a little bit closer. So then how is it possible that you're having the same measurement every day? But they're using it as we're using it to say every day when we go out, we're going to see the same distance according to the horizon where it is. So then the measurement is incorrect. Do you see what I'm saying? They're using they're trying to use something where it sounds like we're measuring to the horizon, like they would have to. You see what I mean? That's the difference. We're not measuring to the horizon. We're seeing if we can see farther past the predicted values of the globe geometry. And if that is always the case, then we don't have the geometry of the Earth being a globe. Only once. All we have to do is present to you where the geometry doesn't work one time. We don't have to do like multiple times. We can if we want to, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be an arbitrary place that we see the horizon every day. If that's said, then that's incorrect, because that's not the case, right? We know that visibility changes day to day. I think even hour to hour, if I'm not mistaken. So it's always in flux what we see in the distance, and it depends on the ambient air temperature outside. That's what's going to change the visibility. But still, our argument is that the globe geometry is debunked by that simple line of sight test observation. It doesn't add up to what people are saying it is according to the globe map. See what I mean? So, but they're using. There's this new argument that has just started to formulate. I know they're going to try to use it again. That our measurements are not correct. They're saying that because they're saying on the one hand you can see farther, and on the next photo it looks like one of these oil rigs is cut off. What is that? So that means that you could see farther in one, and that means that your measurements are incorrect. So that's an inconclusive way to say that we're measuring anything, because your measurements are coming up different. But that was not the case. We're not using a distance to the horizon and saying, oh, we see 20 miles with this line of sight test every day. We're saying we see far past the geometric horizon predicted value from the Earth being a globe every day. That's what we're saying. It has to be a little bit like maybe corrected in how we say it, but it's what it is. It's not a measurement to the horizon. It needs to be for the globe according to the sphericity numbers. Like it's the drop over the distance needs to conform to the geometric horizon being at 1.22 miles from an observer at 1 foot. But for us, it could be 15, it could be 20 tomorrow, it could be, I don't know, 8 or whatever. It doesn't matter. So long as it's farther past the predicted value, we're still good. That's why it's something solid. Anyway, I think I presented that because you have to think about the arguments too. Like they're going to try to use as many tactics as they can to thwart the efforts of like, no, that's not correct. You can't use the line of sight test because it's not conclusive. It will be inefficient to give us a distance. It's not measured. We're not measuring to an arbitrary place. Like the horizon is not an arbitrary place, and flat Earth knows that. We know that. It's not a place like, okay, the horizon is 20 miles away. We say it's 20 miles, as in that's where it's going to be every day. When you go out to the beach, you're going to see 20 miles every time you go out. No, we're not saying that. It's not an arbitrary location. It's just what we see when the sky meets the Earth in our vision. Hopefully I brought that to everyone's attention, because that's what it is.
Totally, man. It's like, if you don't know, then how do you know if you don't know? It's like, you're wrong. Okay, if I'm wrong, how do you know I'm wrong if you don't know if I'm right or wrong?
Yeah, and the globe paradigm, it has to be geometric. It's got to be the leading edge of the sphere. It has to be in an arbitrary location. So we have to be able to measure to this geometric horizon, like as in it's got to be right where they say it is. Otherwise, how can they get on top of mountains, Alberuni? How can they look over the horizon and then say that they know what the distance to that where the ships start disappearing from the bottom up? You got a problem if you can't tell me where the ship disappears bottom up. It's like saying I know there's curvature, and then I ask the question: at what elevation can you start to see curvature? Uh, mm, uh, I see it at 7,000 feet. No, incorrect. Okay, I see it at the top of a mountain. No, incorrect. I see it at Red Bull Space Jump, 120,000 feet. No, incorrect. Like, they don't know their own rhetoric, and they're running around chasing their tails, trying to figure out what answer to give, but they don't even know what mainstream is actually talking about. And that's the thing that I like to elucidate, is they never have an answer for those questions. And they think they're correct, which is another thing, like,
Yeah, it's really interesting where he went down this idea where if you've never been diagnosed with schizophrenia, but you have schizophrenia, are you schizophrenic?
yeah.
Well, yeah, man. Yeah, if you've got schizophrenia, then you have schizophrenia.
Yeah,
Even if someone doesn't diagnose you with it, you still have it.
Yeah,
He's
but
like,
do you have the hallmark is symptoms, right? And he says,
yeah,
and the thing is, like, it's like me telling you, like, well, dude, I'm feeling kind of like something, right? I feel like I'm sick or something. Like, you don't know, something's up, right? There's symptoms that appear, and then when you go checked out by the doctor, it's like, yeah, you're sick or whatever. Like, but it's the symptoms are what's apparent. If, let's say, you're just walking around and somebody says, "Hey, man, are you schizophrenic?" and you're like,
I don't know.
I could be.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you, name another illness. Are you this? And then you're like, I could be. Like, how can you be every fucking illness in the world if you have no knowledge of anything, no symptoms show up? This is the issue. But on the case of the person who's claiming they could be, then what the fuck? Like, well, how are you gonna combat that? What do you tell them? Oh, well, then just go get checked out. And he goes get checked out, and he's like, "No, dude, you're not schizophrenic." Yeah, doctor, but there's a possibility that it could be. What do you think the fucking doctor's gonna do to you if you just tell him that shit?
Yeah, he's thinking he's on candid camera. Like someone's taking the piss out of me here. Like he's
You're
looking
right.
around for, is this some sort of like scam, like medical insurance people trying to figure out if I'll overdiagnose for
Yeah, exactly.
kickbacks or whatever? Like
I'm
he's gonna
just saying,
think there's a gag going on.
these guys, they wax themselves philosophical for a reason to win the debate. He's only in it to win it, dude. He doesn't give a shit about what happens to his argument. If he burns down the house, he doesn't care. So long as you name him the victor. So yeah, he doesn't win an argument where he's saying, "Well, hey, think about it. You could be schizophrenic too." I don't fucking think so. There has to be symptoms, bud. Like, he's like, "Well, you don't know." It's like, "Well, fuck. Then how would you even think that you're schizophrenic if you don't fucking know, dude? That doesn't make any sense." Damn. Like, it just becomes a worse paradox for you if you start to say, "Well, okay, I went to the doctor and he says I'm not schizophrenic. This person says I'm not schizophrenic, but I think that I could be." What the fuck, bro?
Why think you are in the first place? Like, what's the point of that?
Because
Well,
everything's subjective.
yeah,
You can never get to 100%. So all things are possible.
yep.
But why not live in the reality of what is instead of what could be? I don't understand that.
Well, because he can't win the debate, then he's got to
Yeah,
take a L.
it's more of it's a tactic. It's not really. You can call it a worldview, but it's more. I think it's more of a tactic. It's in order, if you want to be more intelligible and say that you can think deeply, then you have to get into these, like, mindsets where everything is possible, anything's possible. How do you know you're not a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere? How do you know that? You could be, right? You know what I mean? And so if you go, you know what? Now that I think about it, you could be right. I don't know if I'm a brain sitting in a jar. It's And so that's like that's the only ground that they can have, is where you can actually go into the imagination and conjure up a worldview that does not exist in reality. Therefore, you can't discount all the possibilities of what could be if you don't know what the possibilities are. You know what I mean? If they're out of the range of your knowledge, like, I don't know, if you start to think that, well, we could be in a matrix. How do you know we're not in a matrix? You know, like the movie The Matrix. You know, how do you know we're not plugged into some machine and you know, we're just in pods somewhere? You know what I mean? Like that could be the thing that's going on right now. You seem the world looks like it's all real to you, but when you get disconnected from the pod, you wake up, you're Neo and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's he's like that. He's thinking you can't discount that. And how can you combat that as a person that's critical thinker, right? Are you going to say no, that's not possible? But what you can say is that, how can we know a different state if this is the only state that we know? For now, the only thing that we can say is that this is the only state to go by. There's no other state to compare it to. If you say, how do you know you're not dreaming? Well, because I entered into the state of dreaming. I was dreaming when I was asleep. I am awake now. And the guy might tell you, yeah, but how do you know you're not like in one of those dreams where you wake up and you think you're awake, but you're not? And they throw in like these little wrenches, dude. This is like sophistry. And so you can easily answer, well, in that dream I woke up, but I was still dreaming. How do I know that? Because now I'm awake. So it always goes back to you being sure of the thing that you're speaking of. Because if you're not sure, then it just, like I said, it throws everything into question. That's the If they find a way in to your mind, it's like a virus. It'll take over. Next thing you know, you sound just like them. Well, it could be schizophrenic. You know, you're in a room full of critical thinking people, and you sound like you're totally batshit insane. But you know that's the only tactic that they got to make it sound like they're winning anything. Because if you're on their territory and you're thinking like them, there's no winning. There is no winning. Nobody wins in that. You almost have to kind of like, I guess, become one of them in order for you to like realize that when you get into that worldview, then who's right and who's wrong? Dogs are gods can't come in here. Imagine if two people are arguing like him and they were going at each other. Who's right and who's wrong? They're both 99.999% sure of each other, of their positions. How are they gonna tell the other one is incorrect if they could be a sliver percent wrong that that person is right? There's no winning. There's no getting somebody to the end of a conclusion, because that's not how science works according to mainstream, right? We can never know nothing to be 100%. These are the chantings of these guys. They come in here and chanting, that's what science is, and that's not fucking science, man. It really isn't. One of the things that we get to in here is like when they start talking about uh, gravity and the causation of it. It's like, well, we do have a worldview where we can have laws that just happen just because that's the nature of reality. That's what happens because that's how it operates. Why do things go up and down? We understand that the buoyancy and density understandings, where we can actually manipulate the medium or the object to operate in a way that they react to the object and medium relationship. So, in the case of buoyancy and density, if you have an egg, you put it in fresh water, it floats. You add some, no, excuse me, it sinks. And then when you add some salt to the water, it starts to float, which then you can understand object and medium relationship. But the understanding of when you do that, the egg actually has directionality. It goes down or up depending on the solidity of the water. So in the case of that, you start to realize I can manipulate the object and the medium relationship to give me an outcome. That's all good and well. But what gives reality, or the fabric of reality, the laws in which it does to give the object a propensity to move up and down? That's the question that nobody can answer. That's God level knowledge that no one can achieve or attain. What are you saying? You can never know that? I'm saying it's not possible unless you can tell me the construct in which we are in, which is the fabric of all known reality, and be able to decipher that. You can't do that. No one can. That's God level knowledge. You won't be able to. And it sucks, but there's an extent to the knowledge for you guys that are trying to think deeply about it. There's a limit. You can only know so much. I know that to be true, but there's a lot of people that are saying that you don't want to think about it anymore, and that's we leave it to the people who do want to think. I don't know. It's the way it is. They don't know what they're in for when they come in here, though.
Just off subject a little bit. I was listening to the conversation yesterday. It was probably about 2 hours in front of your time now. It was the guy on about bloody Planck space, and there was a good guy on our side about he was talking about you was there, Mayhem, and it was can't remember the terminology he was using, this guy, about the explosion of space and the Big Bang and quantum this and I was lost with it all. I couldn't even.
Yeah, it's Blennon. Blennon came in with that horse shit. So Blennon,
yeah,
and some of these guys are like NASA fanboys. You can just tell because they don't know. They're not arguing from a standpoint of like actually having gone through, like, let's say, uni and being like they're not professors or anything. They just avid like readers of such things, And that's all they got. They're just fanboys. They don't have an understanding like it would be like if they had like been taught by one of these professors or something. So they're just speaking like they know to a certain extent. It sounds like they're intelligible. When you get right down to it, they don't, all these words that they're using in these terms, they don't know what they mean. It was clear to me.
Yeah, I mean, it was to me as well. But my point was I mean, I was listening to that and I couldn't. I was just listening to the spiel going on, but you can understand how some people can listen to all this and think, yeah, it's just all amazing, and this is what's happening in this level, and we don't really know, but we know it's happening, and it's just all like, we can't see these things, but we've got evidence of it. And just the way he was talking, I can understand how some people can just get brainwashed into this, because it does sound, well, it just sounds like a fantasy made up world, but you can understand how some people get dragged into this, thinking, well, yeah, this is how it is. There's other things going on we just can't explain. But we know they're happening, but we just can't explain them.
I call them $10 words. Those are the words that they use to explain these ideas in their theoretical explanations. So they start throwing out terms, and you're like, dude, where the hell did he get that from? How do you know that word? Like, and then you start like, some people like, well, that's because you don't know what he's talking about. No, it's because he's talking about utter horse shit, like that can't be provided as evidence. Where are you gonna be looking at fucking plankton? Like all this shit that they make up, all that for what? What are they trying to discover? What is being known? How can you? And he even came to a point where like, well, we don't know what happens. It either exists and exists at the same time. Hey, that's the whole funny thing about it. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how can you say something exists and does not exist? And so, if you're starting to quantify reality in that way, like where something can be and not be at the same time, it holds both positions, right? Then how are you going to be able to then get into a subject about reality, about what we can see in the physical and natural world and quantify with something that is and is not able to be quantified? You know what I mean? So that means that you want to live in a place just like all these other guys where stuff can happen and not happen at the same time, violating the law of non-contradiction, right?
He was talking about a cat. Was he talking about a dead cat? And
No, Schrodinger's cat. It's the cat. It's the God. When they're putting a cat inside of a box and it's got like a little vial of poison at the top, and they don't know if the cat would get curious enough to knock that vial of poison over, which would kill the cat, right? So you put a cat inside a box where you can't see anything, and it has a little vial of poison up there on the top of the box, and for all intents and purposes, the cat can be dead and alive at the same time. You don't know because you haven't opened the box. That's what he's saying. He's equating to the Planck space time that he was speaking about. Like in that, when you get down to the level of where you don't know where things can exist and not exist at the same time. You know, like just like the cat, because you don't know until you actually see if the cat is alive or dead. And you uncover the box, and then you realize, oh, look, the cat's alive, or oops, cat died. You know, but like that's what he was saying. He was trying to equate it to Schrodinger's cat. Reality. The fabric of it, anyway. To say that that's what the fabric of reality is like. When you get down to the level of like far beyond like the tiniest level, the particles of matter or whatever. Like that's what's really happening at that level, at that quantum level. It's like that stuff is popping in and out of existence. It's existing and not existing at the same time. Yeah. So
It's
then
just
you.
all. It's just so easy. I mean, you know, in
But
my view, it's obvious to look around and see that there's creation here, and it's much. It's just so far simpler to understand that we was created.
Well,
And
you get into this mindset, right? And then he uses examples like Schrodinger's cat to then use as a vehicle to segue into his kind of epistemology of how things are. And then he's just like, okay, so I see Schrodinger's cat and what he was doing, and I understand that I didn't know if the cat was alive or dead before I opened the box. So if you're saying it's just like that, then it's possible that this thing can be true too. Like, so they, you know what I mean? It's a vehicle. It's they're using things that are known into the reality where you are talking about things that are theoretical to make that, to give it validity. It's lending it validity
yeah,
of that
yeah.
was or into the thing that you don't know. You know, and then your
They're
mind starts.
they're trying to compare the two things where they don't. You can't really.
Help me, I'm falling.
Sorry.
Yeah, go. No, some other guy. That was some other guy that came in here. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like they're comparing something which has no comparison.
Well, they do that, and that's what I'm saying. That's the issue that we're having is that when they start comparing things, they're saying it's like this. Okay, I'll give you one example that they do with the globe Earth. They'll say, well, the Earth is moving like a smooth train on a track, or like a car, like a really smooth road. Like it's the car has got the best suspension ever, and it's rolling along, and you can't tell. It's just like that's exactly what the Earth's like. And like they use these analogies and comparisons to make it sound like they want you to think like them. Like so, in other words, they have to use something that is in reality to talk about something that's not in reality. The idea that we're moving, comparing it to speed. And so Dogs Are Gods was saying, well, it's just like speed. You don't feel speed, you only feel acceleration. And I said, okay, well, is the Earth not accelerating and decelerating? Oh, yeah, it is, but just minutely, so where you can't even know that it is. Well, what the fuck, dude? You just made a statement. Now you're saying you can't feel it. You can feel acceleration. On the one hand, you can't feel it if it's not that much of acceleration. So can you or not feel acceleration? Because you said it was only speed. Now you're caveating and saying, "Oh, you can add acceleration to that too, so long as acceleration is not that much." It was he's a good he's a mental contortionist. Like they're really good, man, at doing that. So what we have to do is be on our guard when we have conversations with people like him, and remember that the really is level will always defeat and trump anything they have to say because we can test and verify the things in reality. Well, what do they have? Nothing. They just have like ways to think deeply about philosophy, and that's it. That's the only thing they can do. That's their only weapon right now, is to try to confuse their opponent. It doesn't work. Well, at least not in here. Maybe in other forums. Just I know Goon is a one to call himself a philosopher. The only thing he wants to do is win a debate. So he's going to look for his time frame to come in here and use the best philosophy he can on weaker minds. And then somebody else is like, dude, I see what you're saying. Got a good point there. No, not happening here.
I mean, some of them are slippy. I mean, depending on, I mean, I'm speaking for myself, you know, at my sort of level of knowledge, I'm quite confident in talking to most of these Globers, and I can get my point across to all of them. But like you say, some of them, like your Ruhifs and people like that, I find them difficult on my level of because the way they, you know, I don't pick up on what they're doing straight away, and I fall into their traps sometimes. But that's just all about me trying to improve my personal techniques and observations and knowing how to deal with it a little bit more better than I do now.
I give the level of sophistry. It just depends on the person, whether or not they are an avid study of like philosophy, or they're just like a, you know, a weekend reader. So it just depends on who they are. There's some that are really, really good at it. I would give them like a range from like low level to like high level sophists, and it just depends who they are. Some of them I would categorize them so far, the ones that I've seen, from mid level to high level sophists. They're really, really good. I mean, I'll give them that because of the fact that they're able to use tactics that people they'll use the philosophy that they know, and then they'll actually take it to the next level, which they won't use things that they've read, and they'll just kind of make up something that sounds intelligible, which somebody hasn't heard of, or able to know, like, oh, such and such person, or you're citing such and such person. They'll start to make up something that it could sound like an amalgamation of like two other philosophers, you know, and you're just like, dude, I never heard that. That's wow, you know, and so yeah, there is some people in here that could probably throw you for a loop. You know, I can identify who they are because I know right away the road they're trying to take you on, especially like Blennon yesterday. So Blennon was using a tactic where he's going to talk about things, and in the conclusion, his own words, right, that he couldn't provide evidence for, and he didn't. So it's a road to nowhere, is what I would say. The road to nowhere. So you don't know that because you're on the journey, right? He's taking you on a journey. And you know, 10 minutes in, it sounds like, you know, he's getting somewhere. He's getting to the place where people are trying to study certain things, and then all of a sudden he's getting into like the realm of the unknown, and he's talking about things that we can and cannot perceive at the same time. And you're starting to think, wait, this journey is getting kind of weird. Can we perceive reality or not? Like, what's going on? And then he starts getting into like words and terminology that you haven't heard of, and so that becomes like harder for you to decipher, right? For the person who's a critical thinker and hasn't been in a discussion like that, and the next thing you know, at the end of all his you know, getting on here and talking about what's going on, you don't realize that he said, and at the end of that, you know, it just turns out we don't know. And you're like, so you told me all of that to say you don't know when it comes to the origins of where things came from and how this all came to be. So
I thought the guy from our side, if they call it side, was quite good.
Gregory, yeah, Gregory.
Yeah, he was very good. I like the way he kept it nice and controlled, and stopped people jumping in, and the way he sort of broke him down and dealt with it. I thought he was really good.
Yeah, I don't usually allow for this type of philosophical like when I'm engaging with somebody, and I think that's the part of the conversation where they say you're not letting him get it all out. And it's like there's nothing to get out if we're not able to understand the nature of our reality in a very practical way, because physical and natural world that's around us we're able to work with, we're able to do things with. Now if you're saying there's a range of where my knowledge extends and then it can't go any farther, I'm going to tell you I don't know. On the other hand, you're not going to say that. You're going to start to theorize and speculate. That's going to be to your detriment, because now I'm going to ask you, how do you know that? And when you return back and say I don't know, that's where I'm going to say, then why are we talking about this if you have no knowledge on the subject? Because that's what people tell us, right? When they say, okay. You say the sun is not doing what we're saying and it's moving. How does that work? What do you mean? How does that work? Why do you want me to replace the thing I'm falsifying? Because in our observations, we don't see the sun standing still. It's moving. Why do I need to tell you the mechanics behind something that nobody can know? No one. There's not a single living person that can tell you the mechanics of the sun from a perspective of being on the earth. Not a one. And then you're going to believe somebody who tells you they've been in a location where nobody can go. Well, I've been to low Earth orbit. I've been away. I've been on the moon. I've been on Mars. And I can tell you that, the universe is operating in this way. It's like, these are all stories of men and the people who believe them, Clipcord, I like that little image there. The Earth is flat, deal with it. Everybody's like, no. Really, all you get is just people coping with the information, and everyone copes differently. Some people lash out. Some people say, "Oh, think about it." But you always have to ground them to the really is level, because that's all we got is what we have, in the physical natural world. We don't got anything else. There's no other dimension we're living in. There's not. I mean, this is it. How can we utilize the information that we can have all around us to understand what's going on? We can work with things, we can realize how things work. There's no magical forces pulling on you to do something that nobody can quantify. If you don't believe me, what's the scientific evidence for gravity right now? If you think we live on a globe, give me some scientific evidence for the globe. How about some scientific evidence for gravity? I'll tell you, but you won't believe me. No, if it stands to reason that it is true, it doesn't need me to believe it. It is true. It's true because it is. I don't need to believe it. It just has to be true. How can you provide evidence that gravity exists in the way that they're telling you? So that's the all call for anybody.
Any Globers in here?
There's a few. I've seen them in here. I think Kuhn is one. Let's see. Parmesan, I'm not sure. I think he is one.
Yeah.
Sagittarius? I don't know. Is he one? I don't know. And we got TOS. No, he's not. Trinity's not. Tyros is one. Looks like he's wearing a globe earth hair. Zeteticus. And we got who's at the bottom? A cat. We got a few people in here.
Maybe one of the Globers could maybe talk us through the scientific evidence of gravity, just in case we're missing something.
Yeah, all they need to do is just open up their mic. Provide evidence for it.
See, the thing is, I've been listening to you guys, and I'm not convinced you actually want to hear it.
Go ahead, Parmesan. What's the scientific evidence for gravity?
Objects accelerating downwards.
Objects accelerating downwards. So, how do we use that in a scientific method? How can we discover?
That's the whole thing. When you try, whenever some evidence is brought to you, you start to try apply this rigid framework to it, and if you can't, and if you find a way of not applying the framework, therefore you dismiss it. But I'm not even talking about scientific method or anything like that. You have to agree that objects accelerate downwards, right?
Is it or is not? Is it or is it not applicable to the physical and natural world?
Objects accelerating downwards?
Well, if we're going to discover that gravity is scientifically proven, we're going to have to find out how it can be quantified and operate with it on a physical and natural world level, right? We're going to be able to work with things provide evidence for it, right?
So when you say work with things, what do you
Yeah.
mean?
Well, how do we know that it exists, first of all? And then you'll tell me how it exists, right?
Because we know things accelerate downwards.
Okay, so what are we using right now in this example?
Objects, observation of objects accelerating downwards.
In the physical and natural world, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are operating on the level where we can test things. I just want to make sure we're not operating on a philosophical discussion. We're actually dealing with the real world. Okay. So now pick an object in your mind and let's use that as the example for this test. I'll let you provide me one object that you can.
A pen.
Okay. So what you have a pen, and what are we doing with this pen?
We're dropping it and it accelerates downwards.
Okay. Now, what are we seeing in this example? Take us through the scientific method. I'll give you the floor so you can.
I don't want to go through that rigid framework of scientific method. I'm just telling you an observation.
Well, how
and
is it
and
sure?
the whole
How is it scientific if we can't put it through a scientific method?
so the whole thing that you guys try to apply this rigid framework to it, I think the obfuscates the actual point.
Obfuscate. Okay.
Or maybe not obfuscates, maybe that's the wrong word, but basically removes the focus from the main point, which is objects accelerate downwards. That's what we need to be talking about, not independent dependent variable and all of that stuff.
I won't discredit the fact that things fall down in the medium of air. Yeah, that's basically that's basic observation. That's all you got to do.
Great. That's exactly it. And in a vacuum chamber, they also accelerate downwards.
Okay. What have we done though? What are we? We've only proven that the pen in the medium of air, falls down, and a pen in less air falls down. Right? That's what we've proven so far.
Yeah.
Okay. We know that much. There isn't anything too hard to know about that. But what is gravity such that we're claiming that it's an entity?
So here's where it gets to how do I say this? Here's where things start taking different directions when you're talking about actually making a scientific model and then talking about debunking globe Earth or flat Earth or whatever. If you're talking about wanting to take that to a scientific model, then what you need to do is work out a set of formulas that allow you to predict what speed this pen will be, depending on its height, for example, depending on various factors. You create that, and then you say, okay, I think this is the formula that will allow me to predict. You test that. Does the formula give you result that matches observation? Great. If it does, then it's usable. If it doesn't, then you go back and try and
Are you
improve it.
guys even scientists?
Let him finish talking, man. Stop interrupting. Go ahead.
So that was my point. That's where the science would go towards. Try and create a model that accurately predicts what would happen.
Okay. And after you've done that, what can we say about that? So I mean, what model are we using here as far as like when you say model, what model are we applying?
In terms of gravity?
Well, in terms of what we're saying, what do we? Because all we know that the pen is falling through the medium of air and the medium of less air. So, but what are we then saying? Because we're using a framework where we're understanding maybe the rate of fall.
So so let's say we're saying all objects will fall at the same rate.
Oh, is this
the same acceleration?
What we're proposing? Are we proposing that all objects fall at the same rate, or what are we getting from this? Like, what are? Because the pen was the only thing invoked here in this example. Are we using another object? Like, what other object can we use, or what
that would be the next step, wouldn't it?
Well, then go ahead and walk me through that. Like, let me know what we do next.
So you would propose that there are the other objects also fall with the same acceleration. you would test it with, I don't know, a brick, a bottle of water, and so on and so on. And you'll find that where in some cases it won't. If you drop a piece of paper, it doesn't follow the same rate. And then you try and work out where you can apply, where you can't apply. Then you do the same tests in a vacuum chamber, and you find that objects do follow the same rate, even if they've got very different air resistance properties.
Okay, so you're standing by the proposition that everything is falling at the same rate because you're taking the objects and dropping them in the medium of air, and then you said, let's take these objects and drop them in a medium of less air, and we're going to get the same or different results, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get everything falling at the same rate.
No, but I know, but different results from the air to the less air.
Yeah.
Right, because objects are falling through a medium, right? Are we good
Yeah,
on that?
because there is air resistance. Yes.
Okay, so different things will fall at different rates in the medium of air. But what you're saying is we're going to a place where there is the least amount of air, not all the way to where there's no air, but like the least amount, and we're dropping them in that medium. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, that's one thing to do and
Okay.
test for.
All right. So, what are we learning from this? Go ahead.
We're learning that acceleration towards the ground is constant. Well, it's the same for most for all objects, with absence or with little air. And we're learning that air sometimes interferes with the object moving, which is what we call air resistance.
Okay, so how certain are we that even the elements that we're using in the objects that you're speaking of are going to react differently to the less amount of air that we have in there?
Well, this is where science would go on testing and seeing, and every time you do a test that corroborates, you are more and more certain that that's correct.
Well, what if we find in that test that there's elements that react differently in even the less amount of air that we have in there? What if we find that out? Because right now there's this idea that everything falls at a constant rate, all things, right? Removing the air into the part where we have the least amount of air. But now what we're getting into is like we're making, I guess, claims about what's happening, like things are remaining at a constant speed. It doesn't matter what object that we're using in the less amount of air. Would you think, or would you say that that's what happens with all elements and all objects? They're going to fall at the same rate, constant rate, I should say.
Constant acceleration, I think you mean.
Yeah. Well, constant acceleration for all elements. I say
Constant acceleration. Yes, that's what we find so far.
I'm saying it doesn't matter what element you use. You're using the same, like different objects will consisted of the different elements, right?
Yeah.
Some are more dense than others, but what I'm saying, different elements would fall at the same constant
acceleration,
right?
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is, what if there's an example that actually goes against that all elements do not fall at the same constant rate?
Then we would need to try and figure out why.
Well, but what I'm saying though is that we have on the one hand an idea where you said it's as far as we can go right now with the current knowledge that we have. But I know that there has already been I know that there's already been tests where that very same claim has been proven incorrect. That all elements fall at the same rate in a vacuum. That has already been disproven.
Okay, go on.
And that example is even shown in a GIF format because we had it. I forgot the name of the tower, but I know that when I seen the video, it had like a periodic table in the background. They put this different elements in the vacuum tubes, and they were inside of a large tower. They were going to drop the tower, and they were going to see how the elements fall at this, because they're all falling at this like this tower at the same rate. right? With this I don't know, they went like on an elevator and they dropped them all at the same rate. But what happened when they were in the elevator inside their tubes, the elements individually all fell at different rates. They weren't at the they were using the period some of the and if somebody has the GIF of this image, they can put it in the text chat for the gentleman. But what we do understand is that even saying that the constant rate of fall is not correct. Everything falls at an average. There's an average rate of fall, and that's the correct way to even state that it is. And everybody would agree that at different locations on the Earth, objects will fall at a different rate. That's even known. So it goes from not just being in the vacuum, that things fall at a different rate, but also that wherever you are on the Earth, in the medium of air, just air, things will fall at different rates. So it is known to be as an average. It's not a constant. That has been disproven already. But see, this is what I'm saying. A lot of people are misunderstood in the fact that they have a limited amount of knowledge that they don't know. And then upon further investigation, they start to realize, yeah, that is correct. They don't fall at a constant rate. They do fall at a different, an average. I don't discredit the fact that there's elements that do fall in the medium of air and they fall at an average. There's not a constant. There is no constant. They work with there's numerical values that they work with, but it's not at a constant rate. It's at an average. They use an average. It's still, you can apply this average to certain things, right? You can use it in math and such, but it's not a constant. And that's why I wanted to get to this part. So like, the idea that things are falling at a constant rate it's not true anymore. Maybe it was at one time, but they've seen how that is different on different parts of the world. And you may or may not know things way differently in different parts of the world. Do you know that?
Can I
Sir?
just ask a question? Just a quick question on that. So I know I've been listening very, very carefully. So at the moment, from what I'm listening to, I'm just having a listen to you two having a chat. We're just observing things falling and accelerating. Yeah, just
Yeah,
observing.
for
We
sure.
don't know any cause of that yet. Then
No.
Oh,
And
right.
uh,
So
Okay.
so far the cause is you. Like if you pick an object up and you drop it, so far the only determining effect, causal agent has been yourself. Then you want to know why it drops. Like if I pick it up at a rate of X, meters per second, then I let go of it. Why did it drop at not the same rate that I picked it up? And then and so far, Parmesan said, well, you can manipulate the medium to get the drop rate that you want.
yeah, and the thing is though, even with that, he doesn't know that it's not a constant, it's an average. It's always been an average. It's just that the way that it's proposed to us in like gravity, it's acting upon all things equally. It's not the concept of something actually enacting on objects so that they can fall at a constant rate is has been disproven. That's not true to say that.
Yeah.
But a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
the and I only wanted to say that much about it because we can get into the other side and talk about it. But he had to go to a meeting. It looks like, and I wanted to make sure that we're on the same page with this because the rhetoric needs to be exactly what they're saying in mainstream. Because we're not saying that he's incorrect in saying what the specific topic he was saying, but on the fact that he's saying that it's a constant, he is incorrect. He's not true, and we'll go further into it to understand whether or not on a globe it could work that way because they fail to remember that it's being said that things that weigh on the earth are weigh differently in different locations. You guys know that, right? As far as the globe is saying that different things weigh differently in different locations. They don't weigh the same. There's
Yep.
even parts of Canada where gravity's missing. Like I mean, like stuff weighs differently in different locations.
Isn't that what they say? They say Father Christmas is quite big and heavy because people weigh heavier at the North Pole.
I'm not sure if they use. I've never heard of that, but
Yeah, that's what they say.
I don't know. I've never heard of that. But yeah, So it's just what it is. People have misconceptions and they think that the Earth is a globe based on that. I would have took the conversation a little farther, but I just wanted him to at least know that point, because that was incorrect. That things fall at a constant speed. All I'm saying, man, is that these guys get it wrong when it comes to the mainstream rhetoric. They don't know what the mainstream rhetoric is saying, so they're just basically parroting from like what they've learned, and that's as far as it gets. They lend their minds to other people, so they're not using them for critically thinking about any of these topics. It's crazy.
They're not the main issue is they're not following the thought in the observation to a full logical conclusion.
Yes, exactly.
They're getting off like at the exit way before they should. They just get off they jump the shark as soon as they find something that matches some sort of worldview. Like what Copernicus had said, like they've exited the process a greater fool than which they've entered.
He's like, we can't put it through a rigid method like you guys would want to, yet proceeds to put it through a rigid method. He was like, well, what we can do is put it in a vacuum, where it's like, isn't that pretty rigid, dude? Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, it's only rigid because we're applying the scientific method and seeing the naturally occurring phenomena and then trying to figure out the cause of the effect. Is that why it's rigid? But on the one hand, that you're trying to propose your idea, it's okay to use a method that is rigid. That's weird. That's called a double standard. That's what that is. On the one hand, you can use a rigid method, but I cannot. I think I've heard of this game before. I think it's called I Win.
Yeah, I flip heads, I win. Tails, you lose.
Yeah. Exactly. The double standards are plenty, What's up, Indio?
What's up? Is this where the party is?
Yeah, for now. We were kind of teaching these guys a little bit of what's what. Well, you saw the commotion last night. It was pretty crazy, man. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, I listened on YouTube for a little bit, but it was what did I hear? It was justify celestial navigation. QE's like to tell where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, you heard that part?
And the guy was like, well, you can't justify it then. Like, what?
It's a clown show in here sometimes.
Oh, what the hell?
You see the message I sent you?
It gets pretty spicy, man, throughout the day. I get in here. Let's see.
I've noticed. I haven't been in the voice in like a week, at least in here. But I've been in the text chat, and even that's a shit show.
Yeah, there's a lot of cope in here for sure. Dogs or Gods was just in here a while ago, telling us how he could be schizophrenic.
Again?
Yeah. Every time he comes in here, I'm gonna always make sure he prefaces discussions with that every time, because I want people to see you could be talking to a schizophrenic. There's a possibility he could be. He's like, well, isn't that the possibility for you? Couldn't you be schizophrenic? I'm like, no. Like, no, dude. That's only you. That's a possibility that you can. Like, I could see that. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. So,
yeah, the screenshot I showed you, he went over to the other server and was talking to a bunch of Christians, and all upset that I listened to him for a little bit about how people could be bigoted or something like that, and I'm like, and then they muted him. And then he's like, unmute me, and have a conversation, you bigots. It's like, dude, you just called everyone in the channel a bigot, and then you want to say you want to have a rational conversation. It's like, how about don't call people names as your proof you want to talk to them?
now he's 99.99999% sure that the Earth is a globe, but he wants to tell you how you're wrong because he knows you're wrong. He knows it.
Yeah, he's got it all figured out.
Or you're wrong.
He's got it all figured out that he doesn't have it figured out.
He's got it all figured out that the possible conclusions could be he's schizophrenic.
Yeah, exactly. Every time. I'm gonna every time, dude. Every time he comes in here. If I hear him, I'm gonna be like, hey dogs, could you be schizophrenic? I wanna ask him. He was pretty pissed earlier. He was getting upset.
It puts new context to we when they keep saying we. Okay, which multi-personality is talking right now?
All right, so we've been asking the question to the room. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? You can chime in, guys. Anybody?
See or no?
Oh, that's the dude right there. Wasn't it the guy who wanted to justify celestial navigation? Isn't his name right above me? Is that the same guy?
Goon? Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, he's been in here, man. You know how it is. Once we thwart their efforts, they start to rise and they love to hate us and they stick around because they can't believe how internet people are debunking these towers of intellect. They don't know. They're baffled. They're like, why are we eating shovels of horse shit every day and nobody's thwarting the efforts of these flat earthers? Somebody tell me, where's my champion? And I'm like, yeah, bring the fucking champion. Bring him in here so I can shellac his ass. There was a God of Debate, Newt, that came in here like 5 minutes and he left. Some God of Debate he is. I can't stand. I can only be here 5-10 minutes. Yeah, that's because you can't defend shit. That's why. You run like a coward. I call everybody out, dude. Every single body. You think you're a God of Debate? Come in here. So what?
Yeah, debate tactics aren't going to cut it. You're going to have to come with the evidence.
Yeah, that guy Goon, the one that's above you. Now he thinks himself a philosopher, and the only thing he's interested in is winning. He doesn't care about truth. No, he doesn't care.
Yeah, I noticed. That's why because he was like, justify celestial navigation to find out where the fuck you are. That's what Huey said.
Yep.
And then he was just like, nah, and then like, I just want to point out your whole worldview is based upon something you can't justify. Like, like you decided before he even chimed in, he decided this is where I'm going with this, and tried to like use all sorts of sophistry to get to there.
Yep.
It just did not work.
And then he uses those tactics where he's like, "Oh, so you're afraid to answer me? I see. You don't want to answer the question, and you talk about something else. Oh, you don't want to answer my question? I see. You're afraid to answer."
Yeah, it was answered, dude.
Like a fucking parrot, dude. Like he thinks that's gonna win, and the audience is gonna be like, "Ooh, he's not answering. Do you hear, Goon? He's telling the guy, and the guy's not answering." Like it only works in those fucking arenas where you got lowbrow audience who they don't know shit. But when you got people that are truly engaged, that are listening, they're not gonna fall for those tricks. And I'll point that shit out, man. I'll point it out. Be like, dude's fucking just all he's doing is employing fucking tactics. There's nothing there. He's not bringing anything to the table. He's not telling you how to figure something out. He's just trying to make you think about it like in a way where you're starting to doubt everything, all known existence. Like, oh fuck, how do we know the fabric of reality is? Well, fuck, he's just making us think we could be a brain in the jar. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, asking someone to justify celestial navigation is just, dude. Like, are you serious?
Yeah, dude.
Celestial navigation predates any idea of a globe.
Uh,
you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Are you serious?
They seem to think because they were born into a paradigm where the globe Earth was already presented to them as a young person, growing up, that's the only kid on the block. They don't know anything else. They think that that's it. It's always we're fucked, man. We've always been told it's a globe. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, it's because the way they teach history, right? That we were just lost people wandering around like fucking cavemen, right? Until Eratosthenes came along with his 2 freaking sticks, and then all of a sudden everything fell into place. I mean,
Oh,
Jesus.
we were grilling these guys last night on it. You should have been here, man. Who was it? I think
You can
Zeno.
go back and listen to it.
Yeah, Zeno came in here with his Eratosthenes. Well, I would tell you it's Eratosthenes, but you guys are gonna. And then we just like, all right, primary source, primary source, secondary source. What is it like? And we're fucking dude, Zeno, because these guys, they don't know. They really don't, bro. And so he's like, oh shit. Well, if you're asking for all that information, that's a lot. He was like overwhelmed, dude. He didn't know. Most of these guys, they don't know, bro. They don't know where the source of fucking Eratosthenes came from. And that's another thing too. It's like they use that information kind of like it's fucking like it's doctrine, bro. It's like in Holy Writ. You know what I'm saying? They're just like, thus saith Eratosthenes, 2 sticks in shadow prove the earth's a globe. Like
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a religious hymn.
It is.
So even modern day Eratosthenes, right? So the distances between the sticks is even assumed, and they're not. None of them are simultaneous. So it's like even today, no one's doing it. Never mind 2,000 years ago.
That's the question I asked. What are they doing today to keep an eye on the circumference of the globe? Is it expanding? Is it bulging anymore at the equator? When was the last measurement taken of the circumference, and who took it? How long ago? You'd be doing this quite regular if it was a globe.
You got that guy who wanted to debunk flat Earth with 2 sticks in his bike, and he got the wrong answer. And then rather assume that he actually got the right answer, like he did it right, he just hand waved and said, "Yeah, I messed it up somehow. I don't know how I did it wrong, but my answer didn't equal the current heliocentric model." So he just assumed he was incorrect, even though he couldn't find one thing he did wrong. He put a stick there. He put a stick there. He rolled his bike. He took the measurements, and then the Earth is much. I can't remember the exact figure it was, but it was way off.
What the globers can't tell you is because all right, yeah, he measured an angle from a distance of the GP of a sun at a well, and he did measure an angle. We'll give him that. He definitely did it if he did do it, and it was 7.2 degrees. So he's measured an angle. Then what he did, he divided 7.2 into 360 degrees. Now, I'm interested in where did he get this 360 from, Mr. Glober? We know where he got the 7.2 from. He measured an elevation angle. We'll give him that. Where's 360 degrees coming into it?
I want to know where he got the 7.2, because at the time Eratosthenes was alive, the Greeks had not introduced degrees into their system. That wasn't 300 years later. So I want to know where he got the 7.2 degrees, because they didn't use degrees in Greece at that time. So you got another problem. Where did that value even come from?
Well, even if he did, he got it from a flat
Yeah.
baseline, an elevation
Yeah,
angle.
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but they can't handle they can't, and this is where even myself in the early days, when you skip over the Eratosthenes story, you miss it. The 360 degrees is that's the presupposition. That's the presupposition. He knows a distance. Say, let's give him a distance. Let's give him an angle. Where's the 360 come from? That's the presupposition, because he divides the 7.2 into the 360, which gives him 50. And then he times that 50 by the distance between the well and the area, the 500 stadia, which gives him 25,000. And that's his presumption of the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, so on top of that, so there's the Al-Biruni method, right? You climb on top of something, you measure the dip angle to the horizon, yada, yada, yada. So there was a modern, I don't know exactly where the paper is, but it's a published paper where like 3 MIT students, They actually did it in Boston. They climbed on top of a building here. I know exactly what building it was. And they measured the dip angle to the Boston Harbor. Their so-called globe circumference was off by 182%. So even modern day, nobody can do this stuff and get the results that they got.
So it was like almost double.
Yeah,
I mean,
and if they
not
like
quite, but
included
yeah.
a refraction correction, it was something like 380 something percent. It was ridiculous.
Holy shnikes. And you know what they'll do? They'll say they did something wrong. Even though they'll throw their own lived experience under the bus because some other person told them that hey, this is the right answer. If you don't get this answer, you're just wrong. Even though they can't find one thing they did wrong. They think they did it right. They followed the step-by-step process. They, paint by numbers. Paint by numbers prove the globe, and they got it wrong. And they're like, oh, I guess I can't paint by numbers anymore. Dude, this is what it's done. It's caused them to even question their own ability to do anything at all. Maybe it's a schizophrenic episode. Who knows? I don't know. I watched this pretty interesting video. I thought of you, India, when I was watching it about how they have that you click here if I'm not a robot, and the person was saying like, how is this so effective? Like how did that work out that all you gotta do is just click this if you're not a robot? God, but surely a bot should be able to click, very easily. How are they, counteracting that? And the whole gimmick was that because they can't get a bot to mimic someone's hand shaking as they move the mouse over to the thing to click it, where it's too programmed, it's too perfect. And then they said if they're still concerned about it, then it also can view your browsing history and see like, hey, a robot won't have much of a browsing history. It will just be like clicking. And then after that too, they have that pop up. It's like, here, click all the photos with dinosaurs in it or whatever. And the robot won't do it correctly because they'll count every single pixel. So it's that in a way it was designed to be a perfectly human test because no one's going to get exactly the same answer, but it's going to be all within this margin. Most people will agree, hey, those pictures are like that. They'll kind of shake their hand as they click it. So this idea of like this oracle.
There's nothing wrong with the way he did it. I mean,
yeah, it's just not the right answer. It's just not something you can do. Like that method.
That right. Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
that all right. So let me finish. At that time, in that time in history or whatever, if it did exist, the, the consensus was we've come to the conclusion that we think the Earth is a globe because the Moon looks spherical, and they've just come to say, well, yeah, I think it is a globe. We can't just. It's got to be a globe. Now, if it was a globe, what would it measure? Well, how big would it be? And that's what all Eratosthenes did. If it was a globe, we could do this, and this is how we'd come to a mathematical conclusion. That's what they did.
Crit, clicking on those images was training an AI, right? That's what the purpose was.
Got any Globers in here? Mez is a Glober. He hasn't chimed in. Who else is?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
I think that's it. For now, yep. Oh, we got somebody. Oh, Spiral is not. Morvis, what up, bro? Some of them forget because they come into this room, they stumble in here. All right, I got some questions for you guys. How does the sun work on like just come in here and just blurt out stuff?
Yeah, where's the edge?
Who's that? Somebody said that?
Yeah.
me.
I love how they always do this blurting thing right when someone's about to get cornered, though. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, they do. Hey, we got Buzz in here. Buzz can't speak. Not right now. Right, Buzz? Well, he's in there chat skanking. Does anybody have any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe? Any of you Globers in here? No? How about a scientific evidence for gravity? Should be easy, right? That's what I thought.
Yo, dude, I'm trying to find that paper, and of course I find other stuff. Look in the live stream voice section. Just a screenshot. This is the Alberuni method. Oops. How'd you get to height in the mountain? Well, we used to flat Earth. Dude, it kills me, man.
Where
And
did you
then,
get?
like,
Who's
then the
vid-
next diagram is them using a globe, dude. You can't make this crap up, bro. You just legit cannot make it up.
This is great. I like it. Well, they use Eratosthenes. I'm telling you, it's like a hymn. Every single time.
They can switch back and forth, man. It's so funny to me, man.
Somebody will stumble in here with a little bit of a gusto. They'll start talking about it like it's the true word, you know. Eratosthenes, bro.
It's locally flat. Remember, it's just locally flat. It's curving somewhere else, just not where you are.
Last night, Huey brought up some person that used the example of Eratosthenes using fucking smoke signals, bro, to talk to his, because he sent his student out there to Syene while he was at Alexandria, and they were communicating by smoke signals. There was a video, I guess he showed us last night that somebody was
using
using
the camera, man.
Yeah.
Huh? He turned on the
I can
camera.
do it.
Dude, turn your
You guys
fucking camera off.
wanna see my cock?
You know, I don't
Is it
like
flat?
baby food, and I have vision problems.
What do you think? Almost. I'm like, I just
Yeah, now
upgraded
you get
to 12.
banned from the channel. You got 3 seconds, dude.
Yeah.
3,
Look at that.
2.
Do you like that?
Turn
You're
off your
banning me from this
fucking
channel?
camera.
Yeah, turn off your shit, bro.
Why?
Because it limits the amount of people that can join the room.
Does it? I'm pretty sure you can only
Yeah,
put it
bye.
on when it's 20.
No. Turn on
Jackass.
that.
My sports
Yeah.
document. Oh, I don't want to strain my eyes, dude.
But that's kind of like the best they got, right? That's all they got. That's it. They come up here and they don't have any evidence, so they just play childish games.
And they're like,
I
how
would
would they
be.
lie? These dudes are like going crazy, throwing themselves in the gears, right? Stop bladder. I'll throw my whole body in the gears. I don't even care if I get banned off the server. I'll just do anything. Just to stop bladder. And then they're like, but why would they lie? Like, dude,
Yeah.
you're literally just like throwing yourself, killing yourself to preserve their lie. It isn't even your theory. And you're just like, you'll
You're
literally
ready
throw
to,
yourself in the fire.
you're ready to give up your whole fucking mental state just for it. Just like dogs are gods. Ready to give up his mental state. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and who would want an army of freaking drone slaves, NPCs? Yeah. Like, what good is that? I can't. These guys are like, they have no reason to do any of this. Like, you're the reason. What do you mean?
Yeah. You're ready to throw your fucking body in the gears.
You're literally in here defending a theory. Not only you don't understand, like, you don't even understand. If I ask you like 5 questions about the globe, you might be able to answer one if you're lucky, and that'll be butchered. And like, you're in here defending it like you're defending your mother's honor. Like, it's crazy to me.
I know. It is one of those things where they're like, I just want to come in here to see how you guys think. Like, nah, man, I think the experiment's the other way
Yeah.
around. We're looking at how you guys fucking think. What
Yeah,
you
that's
mean?
a game. That's trying to pull a power card, a power play, right? Like, I'm higher than you guys up on this little totem pole, and I just want to see. Like, I'm at the zoo, and y'all are like little animals, and I want to see how the animals graze and like how they think and all this shit, right? Yeah, okay, dude. You're the dumbest person in the room.
Demonstrate it.
Yeah, as soon as they say that, they're the dumbest person in the room, as far as I'm concerned.
It's amazing. What else we got in here? Any
I
new
mean,
people?
it's just sad that we have to sit here and talk about their tactics instead of the topic, right? Like, I'd rather be talking about the topic. I'd rather be like, yeah,
Yo.
dude, what's the globe evidence? And like, running through that, as opposed to, we have to talk about like the stuff they do instead of presenting globe evidence.
Yo, Fidge, this is the homie Indio right here. Fidge was
What
in here.
up?
This is the homie, man. We've been shellacking these fucking ballers for a while now, so.
You guys ran out of ballers, huh? It's a problem.
Yeah, we usually do, but we'll stock back up again, man. It's supply and demand, you know.
Now they're
Right.
out right now, man. Like, all the Glovers that got all angry yesterday, right now they're scouring the internet for globe proof, calling
Or
friends, emailing people, and now they'll come back with something lame.
or they're trying to look for their champion. Please, Professor, go in there and talk to these guys, because every time we go in there, we're eating shovels of horse shit. Come on, please. And the professor's like, nah, that's not worth my time. Well, then there you have it, gentlemen. They don't want to come in here because they are too afraid to stand up for what they think is obvious. If they did, dude, if you knew something was fucking obvious, you'd come in here with bells on. You're like, dude, I'm gonna fucking wreck this room, like, big time. So, but no, none of them do. Not even the bobbleheads that come in here and try to defend it. So, like, I can tell you what gravity is, and you're like, not that fucking science communicator just finished saying he doesn't know what gravity is. How the fuck are you, a person that comes in from the internet that has no degree, but they do have a degree, and according to the standards that you guys have, they should know more than you. And you say you know gravity exists. They're saying it's their best guess. Who's fucking right and who's wrong according to your worldview? Think about it.
I was thinking, have you guys ever tried like a non-biased moderator? Maybe that would help, because everybody who loses just plays victim, and it's like,
Yeah, I know.
yeah,
No,
like, how do
fuck
we
that, dude.
escape
Like,
that?
the way this goes is that they want to have a moderated debate, bro. So in every forum, they think, in this arena, they think it's a debate. So let's go to modern day debate. Let's go to where we have a mediator and he says, "All right, dude, you got 10 minutes, and then after that, we're gonna go to the flat earther. You got 10 minutes, and then the fucking guy will get on and spout off about 10,000 subject matter, like different topics, and then by the time the flat earther gets on, you got to mop up all their shit, and then by the time you get to respond onto like what you want to say, you're already at a loss. So it's not.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's not a debate. What it is they, in every instance, right, of the Earth existing as they say it is, has to be presented as evidence. Okay, think about it like this: like a courtroom. You walk into the courtroom, you're bringing your best evidence, right? You're going to present your case, and you're going to have everybody look into it, right? Because truth never fears the fullest of investigations, right? It doesn't matter how people look at it. It's true. It remains true no matter what. So you're going to present your case. You're going to show everybody this is how it is, right? And if there's any disputes, then have to bring up a good argument against what you're saying. Now, if it doesn't stand, like if they say, I don't think you're saying what's true. That's not true. And you're like, okay, what's the basis on why you say it's not true? I just feel like it's not. What the fuck, dude? Like you didn't provide any evidence to counter what I'm saying. Unless you do, then we got a case. When you don't, it's your feelings. Well, we don't go by that here. So you have to, if you say the Earth is a globe, you have to come in there with some evidence. Like present something. I don't care what it. And then once you do, we're going to scrutinize it. We're going to see if it's evidence. And if it's not, like Eratosthenes, I even told the gentleman, if Eratosthenes is evidence for the globe, it cannot be anything else but only the globe. So does it also give us a way to depict that the Earth can be flat and stationary, or flat with a local sun? And if that is possible, then it's not conclusive that it's only for globe, which means it could go for both. And if that's the case, it's not conclusive. You can't use this as definitive evidence of the Earth being a globe. Therefore, Eratosthenes could be hand-waved, dismissed, out of court. We don't want that. That's not evidence because it can go both ways.
Yeah, because I see you guys in here
Well,
like
do you dispute the measurements that Eratosthenes
ahead.
took?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Why? You didn't even ask me why. How do you measure 7.2 degrees when angles weren't even introduced to Greece for another 300 years? How do you measure angles in units that the Greeks didn't use, is the question.
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
I like when you say I don't know. It
But
strengthens
hey, so I just want to go in on Mayhem, what he just said. Okay, the court case analogy is good. Now, when you have these so-called debates in moderation, these so-called moderators allow the lawyer to testify. And in court, lawyers aren't allowed to testify. That would make them a party to the case, right? They'd be a witness, and they wouldn't be allowed to be a lawyer. But the lawyers get up and they get to spin their little story and their little narrative. And that's what Globers do. They get up as lawyers. They tell this whole convoluted story of events. And then you ask for the evidence. Well, bring up your witnesses, right? So, yeah, that's a great story. But now you need witnesses. You need to enter the evidence into the court record, yada, yada, yada. And then that shit don't happen. Now, in a court case, the judge would actually make them do that, or they would strike all that shit, right? But it's not what happens in these debates with these so-called unbiased moderators. They are biased. They let one side just tell a story, and the other side has demanded 100% absolute proof. Because we bring evidence, dude. Like we bring the shit.
Yeah, and you guys are very respectful too. Like you pick your fighter and you go one-on-one and stuff. I think initially maybe when like a PhD guy comes in here, he's probably like, "Oh shit, they're gonna gang up on me." But you guys don't even do that, right? Maybe there's a little misconception there.
Well,
and maybe you guys lose some good productive talks with that, maybe because they're like, "Oh shit, there's a lot of." But you guys do the one-on-one thing. I've been seeing that, so yeah.
Here's the thing: when it's an open forum, you got so much quality control on it. Like you can't really. There's only so much you can do, right? Like you can't really tell everybody to shut up unless like what we do. Like let's say it's a group of us who already known each other for years, right? Like if Indio's talking, everybody shut the fuck up. Like that's what we all understand that within our group. Like we're like because we know each other, right? If I'm talking, please shut the fuck up. Like, don't interrupt me. Like, but it's the same. We have that kind of respect. If not, If we hear some random flat earther that's coming in there, yeah, but I want to talk about gravity, dude. Shut up, man. We're not on there yet. Like, you know, we understand that when we're on a point, we don't like it for us to be like, because there's a flow, right? But Indio,
We're
myself,
actually trying to convey information so people can actually critically think about it. We ain't just sitting here just to fucking blab, right? We're not trying to gish gab. We try to bring topics to their logical conclusion, right? You bring up something like gravity, we're trying to bring that shit all the way to the end to a logical conclusion so that people can make sense of what's being said. We're not trying to go halfway through gravity, then jump to the ISS, then jump to freaking something else, then jump to something else, because then actually no information actually gets transferred to anybody because people just leave confused. So we just try to deal with one thing at a time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I like how you guys are doing that. I'm just trying to think how it could be done better. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it can't. That sucks.
I mean, it's so emotional topic for some people that it's like we've been doing this for quite a long time, man. We wrestle with all the same things you're talking about, right? Being too rude to people, cutting people off, having to mute people, right? But like, you have to economize your time, and like, sometimes we just ain't got time for that. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah,
isn't there a meme? Isn't there a meme that actually says it? Ain't nobody got no time for that.
Exactly.
I think
But
you guys aren't trying to find like an easy
no,
win. You know,
no.
you guys are looking for a fair fight, and that's
Yeah.
the good part about it. I think.
Well, we
Well,
tell people,
it's a
dude,
complicated topic. It's not as simple as people think it is. This is a complicated topic, obviously,
yeah,
because all
yeah.
the people that come in here that
Yeah.
don't know anything, but they believe it. Obviously, the topic must be complicated.
Well,
Well,
I
and you
think
guys,
what sucks is you guys have been doing it so long that people who come in initially they'll think you're like hand waving them, but in reality you're looking for an actual opponent for yourself, right? Like
oh, dude.
you've looked at the the spherical in the planets are spheres argument. You get that a million times in here, right? So it's like you're looking for someone next level, and then they're probably like, oh fuck, they're assholes. Why they fucking hand wave me, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, optics might look that way. You know, that you might seem like, dude, these guys are fucking rude assholes. Like they just don't want to let anybody speak. It's not that, bro. It's that everything that the person's bringing has no context to what's being spoken of. So we start talking about a specific topic. They wax themselves intelligent by using philosophy and saying that trying to reduce something to absurdity. You know, we can use an example, right? Like, let's say we're talking to somebody about the really is level, like the physical natural world, and then we start talking about so, are you just, for example, like I'll use a reality check to somebody. Are you swimming in an ocean right now? Because obviously they're telling me, you know, they said, well, no, I'm sitting down in my front of my computer. And then I would say, okay, are you sure of that? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, so what are you swimming in an ocean? Define ocean. Like this young lady told me, define ocean. And it's like they reduce the argument to like where it's more philosophical than it is like understood in the physically and natural world that you're in. So they make it sound like how can we know anything? Like the basis of what they're trying to get to. They're trying to win the argument. They're not looking for truth. I've said this multiple times, but this is what happens. So it's a waste of fucking time to let them talk about that. Instead, we'll cut them off at the knees and say, "Look, you're bringing it. We know the conclusion of whether the logic or the illogical line of thought that they're trying to take us to. So it's better for us to kind of cut it short, have the third party perspective be like, dude, that's fucked up. Why don't you let them finish saying what they were saying? Because at the end of all of that shit, and like 30 minutes in, you're gonna realize they're leading you to a path of nowhere. But instead, time is short, man. We
Yeah.
gotta.
So what'll often happen is someone will start like, so they're gonna go on like a 15-minute freaking, you know, bedtime story, but their first sentence starts with a false premise from which everything else is built. Why should we go through that suffering of listening to 15 minutes just to go back to the first sentence and go, well, all that's incorrect because you started with a false premise? What would be the point of that?
Yeah, I got a good example. That dude Link or Proficient for Patricia Steer, or whatever. He came in here saying that this whole room, as his only proof of the globe, everyone in here is just LARPing on the internet. There's no flat earthers in real life. None of the people here are actually flat earthers. and he plants his flag. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. You all think the Earth is a globe anyway. I tell him, do you know that there are flat Earth conventions? And he didn't know this. Like he really never even bothered to look it up. He just said the flat Earth side is so ridiculous it can't be. No one's really advocating for that. Then once he realized his whole worldview came down in pieces, now he changed his username to Patricia Steer and comes in here every day asking who's going to the convention and who's not going. And he's broke. Like he's literally stuck in the mud. And he can't move past that because his whole worldview just shattered into a million pieces and he's not even sure how to pick it back up. It's really easy. Just say, hey, I falsely assumed something about flat Earth that was incorrect. And he'd be okay at that point. But now he's got to find out who is going to the convention and who's not because he's still rapidly trying to hold on to the idea that no one in here is really a flat earther.
So let me give you an example. An example of the false premise. So someone comes and says, NASA has 70,000 employees. What are they all lying about going to space? So there, the false premise there is that all 70,000 employees have knowledge about NASA going to space. People at NASA that sweep the floor. People at NASA that clean the toilets. People at not everybody's like going to space. Okay, so you have to actually break it down and be specific. Who at NASA has the actual knowledge of space? Well, there's the astronauts, right? They're the ones who claim that. But how about the people looking at screens? Do they really know? Well, what does NASA say? So the mission director for the Apollo program said back in the 1960s that their simulations were so good that no technical person could tell the difference between the simulations and the real mission. So now we have only the astronauts. So should we go through this whole debate of whether all the astronauts are lying or all the people that work at NASA are lying and all the space agencies are lying, or should we just stop it at the false premise? You see what I'm saying? You see what the problem is? You can sit here and go for like 30 minutes founded on a false premise.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I've never heard anyone say like, oh, 70,000 people at NASA say the Earth is round. Like I've only heard people talk about the astronauts. Now, if you think that's a false premise to start with, that astronauts have generally testified that they have seen the Earth
Oh,
is round,
testify.
then that's fine.
What case was that? See, here we go again. This is another thing. Testified where?
Yeah. I didn't say testify in the stand. Like like they're
So no
they're
astronaut.
telling of their experience, their testimony, right? Is that the Earth is round. Look,
Chris
I'm not making the
Hadfield
case.
said-
I'm asking you. Like you were
I'm-
talking meta, okay? So I'm not engaging in a debate. What I'm
Okay.
saying is that I've never heard anybody say 70,000 people, including the janitors,
Bro,
say
calm
that
your-
the Earth is round. The only thing I've ever heard is that like talking about the astronauts and their recount of what space was like.
There's
I'm
literally
totally
like
calm.
there's literally like an article that gets copy pasted in our Discord regularly. It's probably been pasted 200 times, talking about all the employees at all these space agencies would have to be lying to and be in on it for the Earth to be flat, right? So I've seen this pasted probably fucking at least 200 times. I've heard it said in VC. I listen. I've also heard it in VC hundreds of times. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I use it as an example of letting a conversation go on that's based upon a false premise. You're saying no one ever says that. In my experience,
I know.
they
What I
have
said
said it.
is I've never heard that. Okay, so
Yeah,
I believe you
yeah.
when you say you've heard it 100 times and we're done. That's it.
Yeah, I've heard
Okay.
it. I've heard it hundreds
That's
of
fine.
times. They also
That's fine.
say all the governments must be lying. So they make it wider than just all of NASA. I mean, the people say all kinds of wild shit.
Yeah, first it'll start with NASA, and then other people will say all the space agencies, and then other people will say the entire government. Like they have to like exaggerate to make it like seem like it would involve some gigantic, huge, monstrous conspiracy that is just absolutely impossible, right? They try to make like some I call it the sociological argument against flat Earth. It's not about the actual evidence, it's about what human beings would or would not do.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've heard
And
plenty
you
of
know, they
flat
say
earthers who say that there is a massive conspiracy, and that like
no, no,
and then
don't.
insult people for believing, like, you believe science that you were taught in school, like,
No, no, no.
it's
And then
like
they'll
this
also
is a
say,
common position as well. So
no, they'll also say, oh, you think all the scientists are lying, which is another massive fallacious point that they'll try to bring up. I mean, we get that 10 times, 20 times a day in this channel alone, let alone everywhere else on the internet where they're saying this. So, I mean, that's exactly what they do.
Oh, then there's you think you're smarter than all the scientists, and like
Yeah.
there's lots of variations on this too. It's pretty funny, quite honestly. But that
Yeah,
but
we had the guy the other night, Zero, who started a petition to get us shut down, saying, "You're saying all the scientists are lying. You deny the science." And then we ask him, "Name one scientist. Name one scientific experiment," and they can't. So they don't even know what they're talking about.
I talked to him about that, as a matter of fact, because I came in here and he was in here. I said, that petition's never going to work because remember how in the end he admitted that he was doing it because we're a bunch of assholes.
Well, yeah, first he said it's because we're harmful, we're causing harm.
Yeah, then he told the
And
truth.
then
How he
he's
was
like,
really
I
doing
just
it.
don't like you.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and I told him, what do you think about the other guys that come in here with that much vitriol that they spit venom as soon as they come into the chat? What do you think about that? He don't have anything for those guys. Why not? How come it's only one? It's fucking double standards, dude. He doesn't see it. He doesn't see it the way that he should. If he's like calling us the villain, what about the fucking guys that come in here and do that? What about that? No,
Yeah,
they
and
free pass. What the fuck, bro?
and the biggest irony was after that, when I was pushing him more, he said, "You guys are trying to control speech, control discussion." It's like you're trying to get a channel shut down with a petition to stop people discussing a subject, and at the same time accusing them of trying to control speech. You can't get much more ironic.
He did admit to me that he is a hypocrite. So I mean, there you go. Because I said, the first thing I said when I saw him in here was like, you have a name Thought Criminal and you're trying to get the channel shut down and you have references to 1984 in your bio. And he didn't even understand like the connection there, like between 1984 and like getting people to believe something through the television that is absolutely not true. In the case of 1984, that like there's countries that don't exist that are at war just to keep people working hard as slaves. That was the context there, but there was no war. And in this
Yeah.
case, there is no globe, but they keep people working as slaves to support this idea that, maybe if we work hard enough and, we're if we got the quote unquote right stuff, we'll go to space.
Yeah, the fact that he's considered the idea of thought criminal and thought criminality enough to put it in his bio, but he doesn't understand that he's trying to demonize people for their thoughts and discussion is just beyond comprehension, really. Just bricked.
Lack of self-awareness.
Yeah.
Oh shit, Dante left. I wanted to ask him a question. Oh well. I wanted to ask him why he was so emotional about this topic, but whatever.
He's a big NASA fanboy. That's why.
I was gonna bring up, because he didn't want to debate, so I was gonna bring up Chris Hadfield said that the Earth looked flat from the ISS. So I don't know what he's talking about. Chris Hadfield also said the Earth looks round from the ISS. So Chris Hadfield can't make up his mind.
No shit, huh?
Yeah. One he said he was on like the Good Morning America or something, and he said big flat. I got an actual quote. Hold on.
He said it's flat and gorgeous to see.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks. But I mean, even from the people that claim to go to the ISS, they wouldn't actually be like Hatfield said, high enough, right? Chinese, they can do math, so in their little space station, they show a flat Earth because they can actually do math, and they figured out, hey, that's just not high enough to see curve. We're not going to show curve in our videos. But, you know, the U.S., being the propaganda machine it is, needs to condition people. Only the Apollo people would have been far enough away from the Earth to see it as a wall, and that's 28 frickin' people, or 27. It's a very small number to keep a conspiracy, especially when it's, you know, Cold War era type stuff.
You said 27 people have seen the wall, you said?
27 people claim to have. There's only 27 people that claim to have been far enough away from the Earth to see it as a ball. Those are the
Oh,
Apollo astronauts. Contrary to popular belief, the International Space Station would not be high enough to see a curved Earth. I know that's what they show on TV. I know that's what, but if you just do the math, it's not high enough. And it's simple proof of that, right? So on a ball, the horizon is equidistant in every direction, right? So if I take a picture, how can one part of the horizon appear higher than some other part if they're the same distance? Right? Because of perspective, right? You can't have one thing in the image that's the same distance away look higher in the image because it's projection onto a plane. You have to be far enough away to see like a significant portion of the ball so that it looks like a circle, right? And 250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball is equivalent of 2.25 inches above a 6-foot ball. It's nowhere near far enough away. And that's the other thing that maybe we've heard all these arguments like many times. So it's it might seem ham wavy, but it's like I don't know what to say. Like
I feel like if you guys run out of ballers to talk to about it, then
I don't never end.
I guess
No.
there's a ton of them, right?
It's
But
it's endless
I mean,
because
here,
yeah, I mean even here, I mean it's endless because I mean, do you think people are very emotional about this topic?
yeah, extremely.
Do you think that emotion is justified given what the topic's about?
Not at all. Nope.
Okay, that right there should be a red flag. Something's fucked up here.
No.
Okay,
The
regardless of flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever, that should be a red flag. Something is not right because people come in here all emotional, all in their feelings, full of piss and vinegar, and then you start asking them questions about this thing that they're all angry and have a very strong conviction belief in. You start asking questions and they have no goddamn clue. Now, this to me, I use this analogy. This is like somebody, you go, Jesus never existed, and they go off the fucking handle. Yes, Jesus existed, yada, yada, yada. And they've never read the Bible. They've never been to church. They've never heard the Christian doctrine other than like briefly, Jesus, you know, died, born again, died on the cross. That's all they know. They don't know anything beyond that, right? They don't know any particulars, but they're have a strong emotion feeling about it. That's suspect.
Hmm. Let's see what you're saying. But well, it does. There is like a good feeling you get when you have like yeah, it's like there's a feeling there. It's like unexplainable, right? Wouldn't you say? And so you would want to like that's where the emotion comes from.
Yeah, but I just don't. But if we were talking about like virtually any other topic, it would not be like this, no matter how ridiculous it was. Elves, fairies, UFOs, anything. We could be talking about anything that was ridiculous. that people think are ridiculous because that's what people think flat Earth is. They think it's ridiculous. So if I thought fairies were ridiculous and I went and a people on a server where it's full of fairies, and I was like out of my mind irate about people believing in fucking fairies, that's just highly suspect behavior. It's not normal human reaction. And like we have a long history of like this. I don't know, man. Like some psychiatrist or psychologist could, make their bones just analyzing how people react to this topic.
Mm.
Just the reaction, not even whether taking a side of globe Earth, flat Earth. Just how people emotionally react to it is just it's outlandish to me. People don't get this emotional about 9/11. They don't get this emotional about, JFK, the moon landing. I mean, sometimes the moon landing, but you can think of any other topic, and it's not like this.
Right. Yeah.
And the lack of
It's
self-awareness in the people that come to
that's
defend the
why.
globe of their own emotional state,
Yeah.
that like I don't know. It's like the brainwashed don't know they're brainwashed, man. And it's like, I'm not brainwashed. Fuck
But
you, flat earthers.
do you think
Why
that's
you
kind of like
spazzing,
a
bro?
sorry to cut you. Do you think that's
No, go
kind of
ahead.
like a superpower that you have when you prove it to yourself that like you're able to fuck where was I going with that? Like the litmus test on random everybody you run into, it's like an incredible litmus test, right? I think in that aspect, it's like really worthwhile information to have. Knowledge is power,
I
and
mean,
so you can
maybe
like,
that's a good point. Maybe the difference between a flat earther and a globe earther is that, like, all I know for me, when I first started looking into it, I had no feelings about it one way or another. Literally, I wasn't like, oh, I want to be a flat earther, I want to be a globe earther. Like, I just looked at, the evidence, right? So the globe predicts X, I see Y, can't be X, right? Can't be X because Y exists. See, there's a thing. So people have a misconception about science that science tries to like go out and like confirm its theories. No, it's supposed to go out and try to falsify its theories. And no matter how many confirmations you have, one observation can falsify all of it. Even if you have a trillion confirmations of a particular theory, if I make one single observation, it can invalidate all those other observations. And people don't understand this about, science and just logic. They think that like if there's a giant volume and sum of one particular result, that you need a counterbalance, right? You need the exact same amount of counteracting results to nullify that result. No, it only takes one to make all that fall down. And the
and
fact
to
we can
me,
see, yeah, the fact we can see too far nullifies the entire globe because that is an intrinsic property of the globe.
the cognitive dissonance involved, and when it's brought up, people just go into that state, right? That more so gives credence to the whole argument. It's like it's almost validating itself at that point when people act like that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, why would they lie? And then people are coming in here spazzing out and being all emotional. Like, that's exactly why they would lie. You're literally like, uh, they put an idea, like somebody put an idea in your head when you were a kid, and if you hear contradictory information to that idea, you're having a severe emotional response and you're angry at the person who's telling you that idea is not true. It's not your idea, somebody else's idea, right? That's power when you can do that. If I can implant an idea into somebody and I can have them, even though they don't understand the idea, go out into the world and defend my idea, that's crazy power beyond what you can even imagine. I mean,
That's maybe
that's how
why
the
they're trying
military
to
works,
hide
right?
it.
That's how the military works, right?
Well, I guess it wouldn't even work like that if they weren't trying to hide it. But yeah,
Well, that's how the military works the same way, right? So the people that we have a volunteer service, and let's take the money factor out of it. There are some people that join the military because for the cause, right? I'm going to defend the United States of America, and I'm a good citizen, and I'm a patriot, and all these reasons, right? Right. So you have people literally willing to die to defend the idea of the United States of America. Now, I'm sure. I mean, there are some that would die for the globe. I'm sure, but but it's the same type of deal, right? It's they're going to defend the idea because it's part of their identity, part of their worldview. And it's put into us at such a young age. They shouldn't even be teaching that at that age.
Do an all call, see if it's out there. Does anybody have any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Open up your mics and go ahead and give us your evidence, if you have any.
Yeah, we want to stop the social work. Yeah. It's the most boring topic to me. But like it needs to be talked about because there's always the human element, but it has nothing to do with whether the Earth's flat or globe. It's just a side derivative topic. So if you got globe evidence, bring it.
I got some ice wall evidence. How about that?
Trying to get some drop over distance evidence.
Okay. We don't do the ice wall talking in here, right?
I mean, the ice wall is conjecture. I mean, it's conjecture to a degree. So the ice wall idea, not Game of Thrones ice wall. People get that idea that it's like Game of Thrones ice wall, that there's a big falling ice wall, and you can climb over it or something, and on the other side be dragons or some dumb shit, dude. No, it's not like that.
There's
So
no
when Cook and
dragons. Fuck.
Amundsen they went to quote unquote Antarctica and tried to find an inland passage. They didn't find one, but there's
Yeah.
ice way before you get to the continent, and they called it the Great Ice Barrier. That's where the idea of ice wall comes from, because a wall is a barrier, barrier is a wall. I don't know how it got switched to be like ice wall. I mean, if we said ice barrier, probably be more accurate.
How would that make it different?
I mean, it'll be a different word. That's it. But I mean, it's no difference. It's what would they call it? A distinction without a difference.
So Cook is lying.
No, I mean, you think he's? I mean, Cook recorded that he sailed 60,000 miles to circumnavigate Antarctica.
Right.
So that's like more than 2 times their claimed circumference of the globe.
So there's a 360 ice wall then, or what? What's
I mean,
what do we think?
Well,
No.
run the number. Oh, sorry.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I like to tell people too, if somebody said something, how would you be able to validate or falsify that information? Always run it through the critical thinking eye all the time. Every time somebody says anything, how could that be verified or falsified logistically? I'm proposing it to the gentleman, Fidge.
Yeah, it's we would have to like do the 60,000 mile fucking circumnavigation, right? That's the only way.
Well, that's kind of like what we're saying. The story's saying, right? We're saying that this guy, James Cook, sailed around the Antarctica, tried to find an inlet in. Now it becomes something like a story for us to look at and say, okay, is this possible logistically? What would be the means for every man to take this upon themselves and verify? If not, it becomes what?
Excuse me.
It becomes what?
Fairy tale, right?
Well, yeah, essentially.
No.
It's like my fish is this big story. Dude, I swear my fish is this big. I caught. How do you know? Dude, because I'm telling you, I caught it. All right. Like, where's the evidence? Like, and
But
you can't
yeah.
verify or falsify that. It's a story. It's a fish story, right?
Mm.
On my finger.
Speculation, quite honestly. That's all it is. The
Yeah.
ice, anything you could say about so-called ice wall is going to be speculation because none of us have any knowledge of anything that's going on down there because it's well known. I mean, it's not. I mean, that the Southern Ocean is a very rough sea. Very
And no one,
rough.
yeah, no one's
Mm.
denying there's a location where you can see an ice shelf. The claim is that it surrounds the entire Earth like an ice ring. You
Right.
follow?
Right. But and there's some science there to the water and like the containing of that, right? Or not?
Well, I mean, they're talking about ice walls containing the seas of the world, and from the flat Earth, what is it? The azimuthal equidistant projection, which is clearly just a globe flattened out, you know. And you're looking at like the Antarctica, instead of it being a continent, it's like a fucking ice ring around the Earth. So now you're gonna have to contend with if that's true or not, and then being able to have, because this is where the information gets into where it becomes a debate. Okay, it becomes a debate when both sides can't verify either or what the points that they're saying. So it could be, and at the same time not be an ice ring, right?
But the ice ring thing is fuckery, as far as I'm concerned, because it comes with the idea that the waters need to be held in because they're gonna fall
Yep.
off the disc.
Yep.
That's fucking dumb and gay. Sorry.
I didn't
Don't
think
like.
of it like that. That's a
I
good
mean,
point.
well, I mean, how many times does the water fall off, or like does the ice wall keep the water in, and like all this shit, like fall to where? Why would it fall? Like you're not even thinking straight. Like,
Yeah, it's
So
a lot
where
of
did
holes
where
in
did
that.
people
I
get
get that.
that narrative from talking to flat earthers then? Because I feel like that was a
the media,
narrative of
the
flat
media,
earthers.
the media. To me, that's how the media, even like people that make anti-flat Earth videos, know we don't think that, will still put, in their thumbnail an image of some space disk, right, with the moon and the sun, right, in a disc in space with ice surrounding it. And they know none of us actually think that, but they'll do it anyway.
Well, that's not going to stop those guys who are propagating that information either. We got some proponents who will say that the Earth is a disk flying through space, upwards rising. I'm not even kidding you. There are some people right now saying that shit today. And also that the Earth is like the azimuthal equidistant projection map is proposing that it is, which means now they have a map. The map, either the Gleasons or the AE map, they're using these maps as debate platforms to say, okay, now I got a map. Now I'm gonna go against your Mercator globe Earth map. So let's challenge. Let's have a debate. Which map would work better on Earth that we practically live on? And of course, you'd have the AE kind of like at least getting points for representing a flat and stationary Earth, but at the same time losing the validity of how we know it's a reification model. It's just being reified from the position that the Earth is flat. So it's just saying, okay, I got a flat model here going against your globe model. Well, it's not. They're fucking both not even models. They're just projections. But that's the idea behind these discussions with the internet people, which they think that they know, coming from a position where they're using maps as a foundation for their arguments. And
Yeah,
that's extremely
I want
weird.
to let's keep this shit
So
real, right?
what do you believe?
Well, listen, let's keep it real with it. How do we experience the world? We experience the world in a first person point of view. There is no third person point of view. So all these maps, like these ideas that Miggy was talking about, or Mayhem, it's as if we're outside of the Earth looking back at it. Well, nobody has that point of view. Period. But people demand a representation of the world in that point of view. Why? It's not how we experience the world.
Right,
It's
but
not how we
someone must have
navigate.
made
Well, we don't
a
navigate the
model
world
of the
that way
Earth that you
either.
think makes sense, right?
Pardon me. Say that again.
Someone must have made a model of the Earth or representation of it that you think makes sense, right?
In what way? So we make models and representations of certain phenomenon, right? So those don't necessarily have to correlate to reality. Depends on what we're trying to do. So
No, they don't have
I'll
to.
give you an
But
example.
but so
You
don't think the
equation of
globe
time.
is representation is true, right?
So I'll give
You
you an
think that's
example of
false?
the equation of time. What time the sun's going to rise, and how long the days are going to be. That has no geometry in it. Well, how does it work? Well, because things happen in cycles. We can, use mathematics to know how the cycle is going to happen. We don't have to
I
make
don't
some
think you understand what I'm
orthographic
asking.
3D frickin' ball, right, to figure out when the sun is going to rise and fall, right?
So, what is there an image or something you can show of a flat Earth model that doesn't have the ice
From
ring?
where?
I don't know. I don't have the.
Okay,
The
let's
knowledge.
just say from, like, when I say from where is like, where would the camera be? Because
No, we're
that's
not
what I was
talking about
just
a
talking
photo. We're
about,
talking
right?
about an artist's rendition of it. Do
I
you think
mean,
makes sense?
an artist rendition that makes sense. I mean,
yeah, without the ice
I
ring.
can't like it would be speculation. No matter anything I say, it's speculation.
Okay, so you don't believe anything.
How did you get that? That would be that the idea that representing the Earth from outside of it. How did you get that to? I don't believe anything.
Well, you don't believe that
It's
any
speculation.
No, like how did you make
representation
that
of
leap
the
of
Earth
logic?
that someone
You
could
get,
draw
oh, I don't think there can be
would be accurate?
representation of it that I
That's all.
could comment intelligently about you. I don't believe anything. How did you get from there to there logically?
If I were to
Because you're not
ask
going to
you,
believe that any representation, any drawing of the Earth, model, whatever,
No, I said
is
it'd be
going to be accurate.
speculation. So you're trying to straw man me, and the shit's not going to work.
So none of
Dude.
them seem
It's a good try,
any
though.
more or less likely than any others. Is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, if they draw a duck figure, I probably wouldn't, go with that, right? If there was a 3-dimensional fucking Daffy Duck with like continents drawn on it, I probably wouldn't buy that as realistic.
Okay. So duck's near the bottom of the list. What's near the top?
Okay, what's near the top? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have enough.
if
I don't
you're
have enough
gonna,
information.
if you wanted to travel the world, like which map would you pull out to make those plans?
The
We wouldn't pull out a
UTM
map. We'd use the stars.
Universal Transverse Mercator. Simply put, you just have all the maps that you use for the military. Just lay them out. Where do you want to go from point A to point B? Okay, bang. Plot a course. You got a compass. You got a heading. You can use Dead Reckoning, kilometer by kilometer by kilometer, and get all the way to where you need to go. Just using the map and terrain features and the declination after compass heading. Works every time. Been working, like this is why the military uses these maps. And these maps depict a planar coordinate system. The MGRS that's built off the UTM, the Universal Transverse Mercator.
Yeah, and for some funny reason, the people that survey in the United Kingdom is called the UK Ordnance Survey. Ordnance.
Yeah, it's make it seem like
What's
somehow
ordnance,
you can.
man? What's ordnance, correct?
Yeah, what explosives, weapons,
Yes,
munitions.
exactly. So they surveyed all of England so that they would know where, in case they were ever invaded, for whatever reason, they knew exactly where they would put their weapons. Right? They knew how to traverse, right, militarily, their island. This is why surveying. Part of the reason surveying was invented in how it works and the way it works today. Nothing to do with anything else. And we don't navigate the world with maps, right? And we also don't navigate the world with a globe. No pilot, no ship's captain ever took a globe into the cockpit and was like, let's sail from here to Africa. I got a globe here. We'll surely get there.
No.
Right? They didn't do that, right? They used the stars, same way as people have been doing forever.
That is true. That might be how you navigate.
Would they use a star map based on the
that,
northern hemisphere or the southern?
No, hold on. Let me finish. That they would use the stars to navigate. I didn't say that I want you to tell me what map you would use to navigate. I said, if you were planning your trip, what map would you use if you were going multiple destinations around the world, or on the world, as I should probably put it for Flat Earth? What map would you use to show those locations where you are about to go?
Why do you think around the world is a disqualifier? If I go around my house or I got a map of my neighborhood. I'm gonna walk around my neighborhood and hit all the best houses for trick or treat candy. Do you think I just proved my neighborhood is a complete globe? I walked
Well,
all
no,
the way.
you went around
Well,
the
then
building.
I apologize. I thought I was doing a favor. Either
Yeah,
way,
you see,
I said it.
that's
So I said it wrong. So what would you use if you were?
yeah, the Universe Transverse Mercator, the MGRS. Or just use Blue Marble, like Blue Marble 2.0. They took all the satellite photos and laid it out as a flat map. Then he had used Photoshop to wrap it around the ball. So you could use NASA's photos from space, their satellite imagery. That it makes a
Wait, for
flat
the
map.
blue marble?
Yeah, Blue Marble. The
2.0.
direct
Photoshop
code
that?
is like we laid this flat map. Okay, we took all the satellite data, we made a flat map, then we took the flat map and used Photoshop to wrap it around the ball to give people the impression of what the Earth could look like from space. He's like, but hey,
They
I'm
used
no
Photoshop to wrap these images around a ball. Same.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah, that's
In
what Rob Simmons
1972.
said.
No, Blue
No,
Marble 2.0.
Okay. Not the original. So how did they make that?
Yeah, the original is
how'd
some
they
sort
make
of
that? They took a picture of a painting.
yeah. It was definitely a fake, and you don't even need flat earthers to call that out. People at the time, when Nixon rolled out this photo, look what Earth looks like from space. They're like bullshit. You like no one at that point. He had lost all credibility. He was really on his way out. People are like, dude, you are so full of crap. There's nothing you will say that anyone will ever believe, unless people believe the conspiracy theory that somehow the liberal media was doing some sort of frame job, and Nixon wasn't guilty of anything. There's still people to this day who think that that's what really happened.
So, Mez, if NASA showed you pictures of Jesus walking on water, would that be a good enough evidence for you to believe in Jesus?
No.
Yeah, okay. So that's pretty much the end of that.
That's quite
I
easy,
told
wasn't it?
you that they believe Jesus walked on water. Would that be enough?
Like, because you're not actually evaluating the image on anything other than your feelings. I feel like I want to believe this image and I don't want to believe that image. So that image is right and that image is wrong. It's not a objective evaluation.
One can use their memories, right? One can remember, well, I've never seen somebody walk on water without it being a magic trick, the likes
Yeah,
of which one might
you've
even
never seen the
understand how
Earth.
it works.
You've never seen the Earth from the point of view they claim the cameras at. Have you?
I have.
You have. When?
Yeah. About 13 or 14. I got pretty lucky in that my mom was the type to find rich men to take care of her and her kids because she was completely irresponsible, but it means I got a lot of things that money pays for.
So you went 100,000 miles away from Earth.
Jesus Christ, it wasn't that far.
The Blue Marble?
No, not that far.
The Blue Marble was 100,000. They claim like 110,000 miles away from Earth. What the hell are you talking about?
Just being on an airplane and it being high enough to realize that there's curvature.
You're a tiny earther then.
Hold on. You're claiming you saw curve from the airplane.
Yeah.
How big is the Earth?
I think it's about 100,000 kilometers in diameter.
100,000 kilometers in
If I had to go
diameter.
off the top of my head, normally I just look this kind of stuff up. You know?
Well, it's supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter.
Okay.
So an airplane. So let's take that ball, right?
8,000 miles in diameter?
In diameter, yes. And you think being 5 miles off the surface, you can see curve? Are you serious? So let's scale that. Let's go to another scale, like say the scale of like 6 football, right? So it's like 2 meters.
Does he know the terms diameter?
That would be like
and radius?
100. That would be a hundredth. That would be a hundredth of an inch off the surface. A hundredth of an inch off of a ball that's
I was actually
6 feet in
double
diameter.
checking. Forgot I did mistake diameter with circumference. when I was saying the 100,000 kilometer thing.
Okay, you can't see curve from an airplane. So now my next question is: so why did you lie?
You say that, but try it.
No, you did. You did lie.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're
No,
a
I
tiny
didn't.
earther. So the Earth is tiny. The Earth has a diameter of 300 kilometers.
No, you stated that it's about 8,000, and I looked it up, and I was like, yeah, that's right. And when I was asked, I did say, well, off the top of my head, if I'm not, being asked to look it up, I would say 100,000. I remembered
No, that was
that
out
was
of your
incorrect
ass.
Hold
because
on.
that wasn't out of my ass. That was because I remember reading an article about creating extremely low frequencies, and it was about creating an antenna that would go around the entire Earth.
Or remember when you
What
attempted
the
to
fuck?
elevate yourself?
What the fuck are you talking about antennas? Dude,
Well, there's
stick to the topic, right? You claimed you saw curve from an airplane. The math don't work out.
no math was required. It was literally like, oh, look, the fucking Earth seems to be curving.
Oh, so you're a tiny earther.
I don't really use that standard to define
You
what I
have
am,
to
but
be
okay.
you have to be a tiny earther because the Earth has to be tiny to be 5 miles up and see curve. Earth curve, that is. A curving horizon.
Yeah, you're now using a descriptive term.
Yeah, if that's what you... Yes, using a descriptive term. Okay? You never saw that. You're full of shit. Okay? It's really simple.
You can keep saying that all you want.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Because it's a fact. Because the Earth... Nobody claims that the Earth has like a 300-kilometer radius.
You asked me what the diameter was, and I said if I had to go off the
No,
top of
dude,
my
stop
head.
changing the subject. I don't care what you... Listen.
You asked me if I was 100,000 miles away from Earth, and I said I don't think it was that far. At that point, you asked me what I think the diameter is, and I said, well, if I had to go off the top of my head, I think it's 100,000 kilometers. Now, I did continue to say I normally would look this up. The reason I was thinking 100,000 kilometers, I can show you the specific article where it talks about an antenna emitting extremely low frequencies, which had been shown to have healing properties or like healing effects on the human body. It's literally what we experience when we go into deep
What's
sleep.
that have to do with your
What
anecdote?
the fuck does that... Like, dude, you're
Yeah,
just
he's
talking. It has
off the
nothing
rails.
to do with what I just said.
Plus, his anecdotal evidence was not even close to what he just said.
Yeah,
What is that?
fuck
What
that
the fuck
shit.
is that?
Like,
with
that's like a weird troll, dude. That's a weird troll.
Oh.
You get the weird troll award.
I mean, I'm on your side, but this argument's bad.
Well, I mean, it's just funny, man. Like, how do you go from I saw curve from an airplane to the healing powers of frickin' antennas that wrap around the entire world? Like, fuck, dude. Like,
That
If you
was
saw
weird.
it, if you saw it, is it there?
At least stick
You
to
know,
the math.
you cannot trust your senses.
No, at least stick to the math that the globe Earth predicts that how big the Earth should be. When you're off, we're gonna fucking tell you. It's not what you or anybody else says it is from whatever elevation. It has to be what it's stated to be. It's not fucking something that you can say, well, I was at 7,000 feet up and I saw the curve. No, you didn't see the curve. Nobody can until you get to a place where you actually allegedly can see it. Now, if you don't stick to the rhetoric, we're gonna remind you, which like you were trying to do. He said 100,000 feet, right?
let me tell everybody why it has to be, like, all the flat earthers in here know why, but, I mean, everybody else, why it has to be the stated radius and it can't be any other value. Because the entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon the radius. All orbits, all spacecraft, all satellites, all fucking distances on the surface of the Earth, all this stuff, right, that they claim, that they know, right, it has to, that the radius has to be their stated value, or all the other stuff is wrong.
India, did
Pretty
you make a calculation
can't
how
claim your own
much you need
radius.
to,
Huh?
how much you need to go up to get diameter 8,000 miles in calculation, not how much that would be? At least 8
I
or
think
more.
1/8 of the circumference. I think you have to be like 2,000 miles or something like that, because you have to be able to see the entire circle, right? As opposed to, like, you have to be above looking down. You can't be like looking across, because if you're looking across, right? If you're above the surface of a ball and you're looking across it, then that horizon distance is just the same in every direction. So you have to be like So you have to be high enough so that you're looking down so that you see it as like a circle. I knew it. So he brings in Google, right? So let me just.
And plus, you cannot see forever. That mean bye-bye.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm in this. You know that Google is wrong, right? Auto man.
Yep.
So Google's wrong.
Definitely can.
So,
Google itself can definitely present results that have fictitious information. I don't believe this to be the case concerning this, but
why is that?
well, because
Google is
anybody
a
can write
search
whatever
engine.
they want on, and Google can reference it.
Yeah,
if I wanted
you
to,
just
I could
destroyed
literally
your own
make an.
argument. What the fuck, dude? Like,
Well,
And
it's not like everything that Google says is wrong,
You just
right?
sabotage
so
your own position.
okay, so I know. So I've been a flat earther for like 6 years, right? So this Google search result, you're not the first person to ever Google search how high do you have to be to see curve. You're not the first person that's ever done this. They've changed it 4 times. It's
What about-
changed 4 times. It started at 80,000 feet, went down to 60,000 feet. Now I think it's sitting at like 37,000 feet.
Right. Something else that's happened over time is our ability to use our eyes has evolved.
Okay, good.
There's, for example,
Shut the fuck up, dude.
India try, but you can try if it's evolved our eyes. Let's go to the surface and see how much
Oh
we
my
can
god,
see
dude.
that curvature.
Yeah.
That guy made me want to start drinking again. Like, what the fuck?
I like it.
I'm
Drinks is
God.
Maybe we shouldn't ask for any globe proof, man. How
And
about
I bet you anything there's gonna be some globe out there, dude. I think he has some solid points. What the fuck, bro? I mean, honestly,
mute him? I want to hear what he has to say.
if you're a fucking globe right now, you should be shaking your head. You know, like honestly, bros, what the fuck? Like if you're going for if that's what you're going for, then you really must want the globe to be a reality. You really do, and there's no hope for you at this point.
It just
Globe
is a
proof
reality.
macular degeneration.
It just the guy chimes in. It just is a reality. What the fuck, bro?
Just is.
Just
Man,
is,
I have advice for you. If you want to be a glober, don't ever in your life go to the beach and check the long distance ever, and you will be in peace.
When I go to the beach, I can't see the other shores, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good.
I can't see it.
Sorry.
Because you're
hold on.
looking in the wrong
I don't-
direction.
Sorry, guys.
Best globe
Sorry,
bird
guys.
Can't see it.
ever. Best
Sorry,
globe bird.
guys. Hold
How
tight.
far
So
do
when
you
I-
think you should be able to see on a flat Earth, Nap Nap?
Forever, man. Forever and ever.
Why? Why would you think that?
Because it's nice and flat.
Yeah, and
That's the only reason.
so if I take a human hair and stick it 11 miles away from you, why can't you see the human hair?
Because it's across the curvature, yeah.
You're an idiot.
Why
You're an
can't you
idiot.
see the
You're an
molecules?
idiot.
Why can't you see the molecules in your hand, Nap Nap? Is that
I
curvature too?
can. I just gotta zoom in.
What
Zoom in the shore.
No,
Just gotta
it's Earth.
zoom in with a
It's Earth
microscope.
curve.
You could use an
Yeah, no,
electron
it's
microscope.
so it's Earth curve. That's why you can't
Microscope.
see that. Yeah, it's Earth curve. No, it's Earth curve. That's why you can't see them. Gotta be Earth curve.
No, yeah. No, it's
gotta be
because I
Earth
need a
curve.
microscope.
No, because you need to go to.
No. The microscope
No.
you need is for other stuff.
No.
I mean, your hand is consistent of
I
molecules,
mean, that's.
so you can see
I
the
mean,
molecules.
how immature is that? Like, he's just gonna mock, like, by mocking
That's
what
what
you
you're
say by
saying.
repeating it like a 2-year-old.
Nep's in a
Just
coke
repeating what you're
vial.
saying.
Can you be any more immature?
They turn into petulant children.
If
but
you
they-
think it sounds bad what
Why
you're
don't you
saying, you
hold
probably
your
shouldn't
you're a
say
breath,
it.
dude, and
petulant
throw
child,
yourself
bro.
on the board?
You're gonna
You
throw a little.
should. You
Throw
shouldn't
yourself
say it
on
if
the
you think
board.
it's
Flat
embarrassing when
earthers are
someone
in my
else says it.
Discord. Where?
Fucking baby. Fuck out of here.
He's on na poo poo.
Hello?
Na poo poo.
I'm trying to find the clip in the live stream where Nudes got into the live stream. Can you help me find it for me? You have a YouTube channel, right? TEOSUK, right?
He doesn't.
Yeah.
You can hit him up in the chat.
Who?
Talk to him.
He's in the
Oh,
VC
okay,
right
okay.
now. You can just DM them or hit
All
him
right
up in
then.
chat.
Thank you.
I'll just search it on fucking YouTube. It's not hard.
And this is what the Globetrotters like, dude. They got some solid points. Look at this guy acting like a children. That's what you need to do. That's how you get. What the fuck, bros? Do you see what we're dealing with here?
I don't.
I mean, if
He said he saw
by
the
now, what?
curvature from being high enough. Maybe you could say, okay, that's not enough to
Red Clay,
give.
bro, you've been on this game for like a 2 day. Bro, come on. At some point, you gotta see that this shit is not adding up, bro. Like, I understand you can be a bit skeptical, but every time these fuckers come in here, they have no evidence, bro. You can't keep believing this bullshit, bro. You're bigger than this. Why you?
Why are you
I
taking
don't
what he
understand.
says at face value, especially based
Fuck,
upon the way
dude.
he acted? Think about this. Based upon the way he acted, right, in his responses to the questions and the way he acted, do you really think when he said that he was being actually truthful?
I did believe the part where he was saying he saw
Oh,
the curvature as far
Hey,
as how
Red
high.
So that's
I
the
knew
only
it.
thing you
I think
believe,
when he,
right? But
That's Red Clay.
everything else is bullshit.
I think he was bullshit when he was saying he was shooting from the hip on the 100,000
shooting
measurement.
from the hip. He was
Yeah,
he was talking out of his ass. Hey, Red Clay,
yes,
you
sir.
heard what he said. You said he saw the curvature of the Earth from an airliner, right? Well, now process what he says. If he's seeing that curvature, complete the circle of the curvature he's claiming to see. You do that, Red Clay?
And I complete the circle.
I mean, these guys are right on this. You can't really see the curvature until you're like
Well, no,
30
hold on.
kilometers
Let
up
Red
at
Clay
least.
realize that the other guy's talking. Anyone who claims that they're seeing the Earth curve from that height is just vastly confused. Do you understand, Red Clay?
Either way, I would
Complete
just say
Red
that.
Clay. Red Clay. Either way, how about you complete the circle of this curvature he's claiming to see?
I don't think he understands what you're saying.
No, he
So the
doesn't.
Red
None of
Clay.
them do.
So Red Clay. Imagine you're on an airplane, right, and you look out the left window, and you see a little arc in the horizon, right? And the vertical arc up and down, right? So the center point's higher than the left and right. Now you go to the other side of the airplane, and then you look out that window, and you see this little arc. How can you complete that circle?
It would be too large.
That's a cylinder. You understand that you would be you'd be on a cylinder, not on a ball.
And if you look out the front and look out the back and still see that same curvature, then you're on a tiny Earth. So you're left with those two options: cylinder Earth or tiny Earth, and they're both absurd.
Either way, I would say somebody saying that they saw it is just them saying that they saw it. That's really what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, they're confused.
I don't think he ever looked for it. I
No.
think he just came in here to take the piss, dude.
Yeah, Red Clay's a cheerleader. He doesn't even watch the game, and he continues on with his cheers. He did it yesterday. Yeah, and I've been listening to you.
I appreciate it.
Well,
no
I mean,
problem.
the guy said something like 100 sentences. The 2 times he said he saw Earth curve from a plane, you believe, and the rest of the sentences are absolute bullshit, and you know it.
What I wanted to happen after that is, okay, that's what you claim you saw. Let's get to some sort of test we can do beyond just you saying you saw something.
Well, you can't even evaluate it, Red Clay. Or you won't even evaluate. How do you expect he's going to evaluate it?
I honestly, I don't know what you mean by
I know you don't.
finish the circle.
Do you know what a circle is? Do you know what a circle is?
Like, do you want me to draw
Do you know
it?
what
Do
a
you want me
circle
to
is?
give some?
Yeah. You do it in your mind.
Come on, man. You
Do
know
it in your mind. Do it in your mind. If he's claiming to see the curvature of the Earth on the horizontal, right? That's what he's claiming. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now complete that circle of that arc.
All right, it's pretty fucking huge.
Tiny. No, dude. Think about what you're seeing out the window.
The point they're making is that it doesn't make
over
sense to see.
You're over one
curve.
little city when you're in a plane.
This ain't what I want to be stuck on. there's way better shit than.
Wow, you guys are just what is going on? Your imaginations run on overdrive, but anytime you're asked to just process something someone says, it's wild.
Understand.
Our brain, they're brainwashed by moon golf television programming. I get it.
You're right. I am definitely brainwashed. This is what we grew up. That we have all this fucking correlative data that takes us all the way down to a bunch of other ideas that
Join
we
the club.
have grown up to understand. So yes, you are fighting a behemoth when you say that you want to demonstrate flat Earth.
Yeah, the behemoth exposes itself.
Yes, it does.
But why he thinks like that?
Everyone chooses to follow it.
Why he thinks that we need to prove the flat Earth?
I mean, that's what we're.
Well, it's got to be shaped in one way, right?
You know why? You know why? Because people coming here starting, they has a presumption in their head. They had a picture of what flat Earth are thinking. They never ask him first question. Why you people here? Why you think? Why you made this server? What are you talking about? Blah blah blah. No, they will say what are you talking about before you said. They know what you think. Do you understand that? They know what you think, even they didn't ask. They will say, you think that there is an ice age. Oh, you think there is this. You think that, man, can you delete all that pictures and ask simple question, why you are here and what's the point? And then you will realize, good, beautiful questions, and then you are there. And then you will find out, oh, these people think that Earth is flat or Earth is not a globe because of this.
Yeah.
Wait, why we think that Earth is not a globe? What is the main point?
What is the main point? Why you all think the Earth is not a globe?
Yeah.
I think you all see. You all use a certain measurement or a certain set of them. And
What is certain measurement?
The particular one where they talk about you stand at some distance, or you measure a distance and make the triangle. That whole triangle thing.
No, that's not the main point.
Your main point is we're in a server on a flat Earth VC discussing flat Earth. It's not new that this is not what everybody
What is the main point? What is the main point? We
Sasha?
don't.
What is your
He didn't have an answer, Sasha. So
Okay.
here's the
Good.
thing, though.
I mean, you are here. How much you are here? How much you are here? 1 day? 1 hour?
Red Clay. I'm just gonna clarify, just real quick. I'll clarify the point. Well, why we say the Earth is flat? Because it's observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat. So 3 things, right? Remember those 3 things every single time this question comes up. That way you understand. Observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat. These are true statements, and you can check them out, each and every one of them. They all line up with reality. Nothing that I just said is not able to be verified. It's all able to be. What I just said, you can take that and go into the really is level out into the field and verify what I just said.
Contention
Just don't take it to the
one
bank.
that you said.
Say again, Rick Clay?
I have
You were
contention
interrupted
with the
by
third
Patricia.
one with the
Oh, yeah.
third. You said,
Sure.
Observe
Go ahead.
as flat.
Measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat.
Practically used comes under point A and B. Sorry, practically used with regards to navigation and engineering.
And military.
Correct.
No,
Well,
I've definitely heard about engineering when they make super large structures that they do take into consideration
Name
things
one.
like curvature.
Name one, sir.
What, like a dam?
Wait, but I want him to name one, Red Clay.
Sorry.
Bridges, like certain bridges.
Which one? Which one, sir?
know, man.
Well, this is the point, sir. I'm making. You don't know. I know, but sir, you don't know.
You're watching shit like sci-fi, and they're talking about super large structures, and they mention that the engineers on the project had to adjust for certain curvature of the Earth.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But now you have to demonstrate which one. Which one?
All right.
And this is the thing. I'm not going to put you on the spot too long because I know you're a guy who's still trying to decide, I guess. But I'm actually a bit leaning towards just giving you some time. So if you're claiming something, whether you say I know some guy they used it in structures and you had a contentious point to be raised with the last one, but I would say this: if you don't know, isn't there gaps in your knowledge that you're trying to fill by saying you're reaffirming something to be true without having knowledge of it being true? Isn't that true? Red Clay, be honest. Okay.
Yep.
So what should we need to do to investigate that further to then solidify your point? You need to figure out what building, what bridge, what was it being said, and then bring it forward as evidence for your case, and then we can look at it and see if it has any validity or not. That's what I would say the next step. So my point still stands that practically used as flat is still something that can be reasoned with until you bring evidence forward and say, look, this is what disproves what you just said about it being practically used as flat, and then we'll talk about it. But until then, I'm being fair, dude. I'm not saying like maybe you might have a point, but we don't know yet because you said you're going based on something you heard, but you don't have any knowledge on. Fair?
Yep.
All right. So let's move on with that because it's observed, it's measured, and practically used. Jedi, did you want to have a point to bring up?
Nobody. Yeah, no, not unless he doesn't want to address anything else. All I would say is the observations is directly over water. The direct measurements, and these would be laser tests and signal propagations. The practical use, like we said, you brought up the triangle earlier. That would be celestial navigation. Engineering products like canals, dams, these types of things that have to navigate with water. So one of the largest dams in the world is over 32 miles long in the Netherlands, in northwestern Europe, in a place called Holland, where they reclaimed the land of Holland from the sea over a period of time. That's where you see the little windmills from. The largest dam there within the engineering schematics, there's no account for earth curvature. There should be if it's trying to keep curved water out, and this dam is over 35 miles long. So yeah, we can point to lots of engineering projects, the Suez and Panama Canal, for example. Again, we're talking about containing and moving water with regards to the Panama Canal. This one's built on locks, so you can traverse over the terrain of Panama, but there's no account for earth curvature within the engineering schematics for the Panama Canal. The Channel Tunnel Bridge that links the southeast coast of England to the northwest coast of France, that goes under the North Sea. There's no account for earth curvature there either. So yeah, all of these engineering projects don't take account for earth curvature. You might find from time to time an anecdotal one where this bridge is so big that, because it's so big, it has to take into account for earth curvature. You might find those anecdotal stories, but it's usually for other reasons that these bridges are warped, for example, to keep tensile strength and stuff like that. But yeah, there's lots of engineering projects, my friend.
So I got a couple. So the Verrazano Narrows Bridge.
Oh, you found something. Okay.
Yep.
You got a picture of that? I think that might be the one I was trying to look for the other day.
Yeah, you have some you have a citation. Sorry, Jedi. Just to put it
No,
in
it's all right.
in the text chat.
Yeah, if you got a picture of that, and it's the one I might have been trying to find the other day where the bridge is curved, but the water underneath it isn't.
And while you're looking for that, we're asking the room. Well, let me just go through real quick in the room. Welcome everybody. This is another beautiful day on Flat Earth, and we got this room. It's kind of filled right now with some people. Right now, we got one person that's muted. I'm gonna unmute him so long as he it doesn't interrupt. Automan, you're back unmuted. Welcome, Amish Troll Hammer. We got Andy Hold My Beer. Automan has just been unmuted. Bill He is joining us. Car Crit Dry Toast. Fe Batman. Fe Jedi. What's up, homie? Fidge is in here. He's kind of learning a little bit about all of the stuff that we're doing in our small group. Facility Jerry has been hanging around for a while. Indio, Big Dog. We got Luminez is in the house. Mark's in here. Manufactorum, Mark, myself, Mez, Mike Powell, Morvis, MPX, Napalm, Old Hoss, Rathborn, Over Fences, Patricia Steer, Red Clay, Resolve, Sagacious, Sasha, Slomo, TOS UK, always recording. We're always live on YouTube. TOS, thank you so much for that, sir. Trinity loves you. Thank you, WV, Zen Shapiro, Zeteticist, and us, the illegal. Welcome to this chat. And once again, guys, we're asking the question. All right, so we asked the question. You guys provide the evidence, and this is what it's all about: bringing forth the evidence if the Earth is proven to be a globe. So the question is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? I'll give that one out and see what happens. Anybody can open up their mic and present their evidence.
So we got again
Go ahead.
Verrazano Narrows Bridge, and it was it consists of 2 suspension towers, and they had to take into account the curvature of the Earth's with considering the distance from each other. Also, the LIGO Gravitational Wave Observatory. There's one in Washington and one in LA. And it seems that there are a lot of different communication systems where the curvature of the Earth is taken into account, so that way the towers are perpendicular, as opposed to considering because the base will be need a different measurement as far as distance from one tower to the other than the actual tops where the actual towers are.
Okay, let's just look at one at a time. Why don't we do that? That'd be easier. All right, so let's go to the first example that you have. What was the name of the bridge?
Verrazano.
The Verrazano Bridge. Indio, are you here? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. It's called the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Yeah. So what they say is that the tower's tops are farther apart than the bottoms, because curvature of the Earth makes, use a plumb line to make it vertical. Then the direction of gravity in one tower and the direction of gravity in the other tower are going to be tilted, away from each other, right? Does it say how much they're tilted away? What they had to actually measure, like what's the difference between the tops and the bottoms?
They are 1 5/8 inches or 41.275 millimeters farther apart at their tops than at their bases.
Do you even think that that's actually measurable?
Yeah, I do. That's why we have measurements that go that distance, because we can measure those.
Okay. So when you're making any engineering project, right, or any structure, there's called the tolerance that you have to make something to. I mean, there's a whole nother reason why that's absolute bullshit, which I'm going to get into next. First of all, that's not even measurable, because when you measure, like say they're measuring a section, because they're going to put together the road deck, they put it in prefab sections, right? When they make that in the factory, the tolerance is usually a 1/16 of an inch. That means every section is plus or minus a 1/16 of an inch, right? So if you have like 10 sections, you're off by an inch. You could be off by an inch. And if you have 20 sections, you could be off by 2 inches or 3 inches. They can't measure that distance to that precision. Okay. So that's just the way they build stuff. Even when they build like fine cabinets, that's to like a 32nd of an inch. You don't even get to like, it would have to have a tolerance of something like 128th of an inch. But that's not the problem, the real problem. The real problem is, if you look it up, it says the thermal expansion of the bridge is something like 12 to 14 feet. That means the bridge actually changes size in the winter versus the summer by
That's
12
not what
to,
it's talking about.
Well, I'm just telling you, if you look up the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, if you look up the thermal expansion of the bridge itself, how much the bridge...
We're not looking at expansion. We're simply looking at the distance of the base from one
Yeah,
you're not to the other to
That's
the
great.
distance of the tops.
That's great.
We're not talking
what
about
expansion. What I'm trying to tell you is that is not a necessary feature of the bridge, when the bridge is moving 12 feet. You don't need a 1 3/8 inch tolerance.
I need to hop on a call, but I will be back to listen. Thank you.
All right, Clay.
Another one's getting tired.
Now we had MPX chiming in. I think he had a question in the chat. He said, "Do you mean terms of profile in each section?"
They don't specify because the whole thing has expansion joints in their cables, right? So they're suspension cables. The whole bridge moves. They don't make static bridges, man. They would bust apart because of temperature changes. So all bridges are made to flex and move around. They seem like they're just static structures, but they're actually dynamic. So
You mean
if they didn't,
flexible?
yes, they're dynamic. That means the whole bridge moves.
Okay.
He can
So
use the word dynamic. He's just still not referring to the point that the guy was making earlier.
yeah, it's not a necessary. First of all, it's not measurable. And second, they wouldn't even need to insert that into the engineering drawings because it doesn't matter. If they don't include it, nothing changes.
Do you guys get that or no? Patricia, did you get that?
Yeah, we all got it. That's
Okay.
just still not a response to the point that the guy was making earlier.
Is-
But he had a
What
call,
is
so he's gone now.
what is the
So
distance
what would
of?
be hold on? What would be an appropriate response? That it's not measurable. See,
Well, it was not
this
my
is
point; it was his. But he was talking about
so
the
this is
distance from
just
the
a naked
base of the
claim.
towers to the top of the towers. But yeah.
So if you Google, right, you get websites that make this claim, but there's actually no source for this claim. There's no engineering drawings. There's nothing from an engineer or anybody that built a bridge, construction company, the state of New York, nothing about that this deflection, right, this vertical deflection versus the bottom actually exists. It's just crap that's on the internet that Globers just repeat. But there's no evidence this is actually the case. So this is a common problem we have, is that claims are purported to be evidence, and that somehow we have to refute claims that are presented without evidence.
Pretty
Yeah,
simple,
this
right,
room is
Patricia?
really interesting in the morning. Shit.
Yeah,
It usually
Patricia
hits him.
Steer. Patricia Steer. He even said he got it from one of the damage control YouTube videos that you guys are all fed. It seems like.
What's weird is that he
I
didn't
don't know
know
what that
about.
channel is.
What's weird is that he didn't know this
I'm sure you
information.
do.
Yeah, what's weird is he didn't know this information about 10 minutes ago. He just Googled something and now became an opposing, figure in this idea that bridges are practically use case is stands to reason that there are practical use cases that they're being used for in real world examples like the building of the bridge. And
Yeah, he had a really
now,
good point, but he's gone now. So
no, he didn't have a really
He's
good
still
point.
here.
That's your
What
he's
was
on a
his
call.
point?
that's your
What was his
cope.
point?
That's your cope for you thinking that the Earth is a globe. That's your cope. You hoping somebody has a really good point, and I get that because it has to be real in your mind, or else fucking you're gonna go bananas. But
Yeah,
there's
please,
nothing.
Patricia, reiterate the point you're cheerleading for.
Yeah. Do you have one?
How long
I'd
is
like.
that bridge?
You're usually silent because you don't have a point because your champions get meleeed every single time they come in here. So I can see your angst against this.
Don't be talking about my
No,
employees
what,
like that.
Patricia? Well, it's easy to see,
My
dude.
employees are good people, okay? They earn their money.
Employees. I don't know what you're talking
That
about. Anyways,
You're your
this is the
champions,
thing.
bro. Difference. There's a difference.
Can I
Dude,
add one more thing, by the way?
No,
that
we're talking
bridge
to
is
Patricia and
less
why
than
Patricia wants to come in here and always seem like he has a point to be made. There's no point here if the guy didn't finish his thought. There is no evidence. It's still
Mickey.
no evidence. None whatsoever.
That bridge is less
Deal with
than
it.
1 mile. That bridge is less than 1 mile.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also about
that mean I don't understand. People want to measure now, like who was the Bob, the science guy? He measured the curvature from 500 yards. I don't understand how we can now measure the 8 or 2 or 1 inch on small distances, but we cannot measure the 66 foot on 10 miles.
Yeah, that was gonna be our that was further down the line. We were gonna wait for him to get to a point where they're so sure that they're using measurements of curvature to build this bridge, and then we're gonna say, how the fuck can they measure the bridge with curvature, and yet they can't even fucking answer the first question that I give them the 3 points was how has it ever been done that someone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history with drop over distance. Well, it can't be done. What the fuck? And yet this bridge example, oh my god, it can be done. Really? Huh. Isn't that weird, Patricia? How that works out?
Can I add one more point?
Go ahead.
All right, and also for the purpose of bridges, depending on what type of bridge it is and where it is, it's purposely made to be curved and pushed up because they need to have space for ships to cross underneath it make to
Well,
make
there's
sure
different
their
reasons,
ship.
yeah. There's different
Yeah.
reasons.
Yeah.
We
So a
understand that they're
better.
built that way, but not.
Plus, they camber the towers away from each other because it's a suspension bridge. You can't have
Yeah.
them just completely upright, right? You have to have it tilted away because there's a pull, right?
You
So
could
you're
do.
trying to change the vector. You're trying to change the vector, otherwise it's pulling
not.
sideways, right? The bridge is less strong going with a side force, with a lateral force. So you camber the bridge so that some of that the downward force of the road deck is transferred to the vertical.
Now, Apocryphon, who's an engineer, came in here and spoke on this subject matter for like a couple of days. I remember he was in here. He was talking about it. You guys remember Apocryphon, right?
I didn't hear.
He said there's three
Yeah.
things you got to remember when you're building. He's like plumb, level, and straight. He's like that's the only thing in building things. He's like if you just remember those three things, when you're, sections of long. What was it? Crit that he said it was a road that were on construction, or he said that
For
they.
bridges, Mickey, I will go with winds also because you need to know the area. If there are strong winds, you cannot make a bridge wherever you want.
Yeah, he was late. He was putting a road over the top of like a causeway or like a dam or
Right.
something.
Right. And they in no time in any one of those sections that they were building, they had to take into account the curvature of the Earth. This is in engineering, and you think that over the amount of distance they were covering, they would have factored that in somehow.
Globalists sometimes they really lack of basic fundamental in physics. Like something as simple. Have you seen people play tug of war before? And they're like, certainly. Okay, what happens to the rope when both sides lean backwards? It creates an upward tension on the rope.
Look at Tyrannosaurus Rex is
dude,
saying that
just
in
like,
the text chat.
Let's
Get it. Let's,
unmute your fucking mic, dude. Like,
you see
did you
that?
just ignore everything we
Yeah.
just said?
He fucking ignored everything you said, and he just like, he was in here, I think. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Tyjan. Please unmute your mic.
He won't. He got in trouble last time he did. He spurgs out really quick and will start calling people a bunch of names, and then they get banned. Yeah, I know this guy from other servers.
He's just deafened.
Yeah, he knows who I am. He's said some of the most vile shit there is, and then he gets banned, and then says he got banned because he thinks the Earth is a globe. No, dude, you got banned because you called a bunch of people the P word. That's why you got banned.
What? All right, so they don't want to talk.
Well,
They don't
were
want to
those
use your
P
word.
words?
That's fine.
I have a
Let's
question.
look in that.
Don't break your friend again, Crit. You already broke him once.
I know.
Don't break his ass again. Well, we can't get him off this whole flat Earth convention thing. He's gonna stick to whatever else you're gonna say.
Something interesting to consider. There are people who can't. You know how we have an imagination, we can dream, and in our dreams we can, usually see 3D objects. And likewise, when we imagine things, if we imagine a fruit.
Okay, we're not gonna listen to that. Anybody else have evidence for the Earth being a globe?
So Red
Well,
Clay says.
I have a question though.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, so imagine I had an object. Let's say, the size of a door. It's like a rectangular shape, and I put it, straight up at one area, and then I walk backwards, and the more I walk back, the smaller it gets until it becomes so small that the eye can't even process, the object because it's so small, right?
Mm.
What's the measurement for that? If I had an object with that size, how long would it be until the eye can process the shape of the door?
Oh, the Rayleigh criterion, 1.22.
1.22
Yep.
miles, right? Okay then. So, how far you think the sun is between us?
We don't think stuff, sir. This isn't a speculation chat.
How do you think?
No, but we're not gonna speculate.
No,
That's the point,
Make,
man.
make,
Like,
just to see how much he thinks.
Well, let me.
Yeah,
Doesn't
with
matter.
a distance
I
would
want
be
to ask
too
him a
far.
question. Well, let's just. How would we figure it out?
Yeah.
We want to know the distance of the sun. How are we going to figure that out? Like, what are we going to do? Let's brainstorm this. We want to know the distance of the sun. How are we going to do it? We're going to just look at the sun. Like, what are we going to do?
Asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I take an object, right, like the door, and then I just keep going backwards until the door is out of
no,
sight
the
from the
sun.
eye.
Not your door. The sun.
The
Oh
sun.
yeah, but it's an example though. Like you need,
Yeah, but
I
with
can't
the
take
sun,
this.
use the sun as an example.
How does that give you the distance to the sun?
No, well, it tells me the size of the object and use that as a way to know how long the distance will be before an object of that size disappears, right? So
Yeah, but you know the
It
distance
doesn't
between.
really tell you the size of the object, though.
Plus, you know the
How does
distance
that?
between you and the door. You don't know the distance between you and the sun.
it's because like we go as high up as like what was it again? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place, but it's because when I came here, right, and I hear about why there's no curve, but it's because it's not that the Earth is curving that objects seem to go over the horizon, but the fact that since they're so far from a distance, that the fact that
How do
it
you know
just
how
becomes
far away
small.
they are? They go.
I don't know how far away the object is.
Yeah.
Oh, the door example I
No,
proposed,
sir.
or
The sun example. How do you know how far
oh,
away the sun
okay.
is?
Well, no, I was trying to understand from the flat Earth perspective, which
This isn't
is
a flat
that.
Earth perspective. This is you trying to figure out if the sun is a specific set of distance away from you using a door example. That's what it's you trying to do. But what we're saying is you know how far away you are from the door because you can physically know that distance. Can you physically know the distance between you and the sun?
I wouldn't. I don't know exactly. No, I don't know how.
Okay, thank you.
However,
Thank you.
but that's
Well,
why I
I
was
mean,
asking from your perspective. But if it's not as skeptical as we
well,
see, then I guess.
well, no. Listen, I'm trying to give you our perspective. That's why I asked you a question, right? Sometimes I just ask questions. I already know the answer to the question, right? So I know how you can get the distance of something, right? There's particular methods you can use. One is called triangulation, right? You can look at something from two different viewpoints, and you can, if you know how far apart those viewpoints are, you can measure the angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, the angular difference between two cameras, say, and then you can calculate how far something is away. Well, the problem is that does not work with the sun. When you do this experiment, test, measurement, whatever you want to call it, the angle is 0. You can't do trig with a 0 angle. That means the lines of sight, each observer that are whatever distance apart, your lines of sight are parallel. So since their lines of sight don't intersect, you can't tell how far away it is, whatever they're looking at. So even in mainstream science, they didn't look at the sun to figure out what its distance is. They used other things, right? They used other inferences, and they built. Excuse me, I just sneezed. And they built
Yeah.
and they built a what they call a distance ladder. So first they assumed the radius, then they assumed Venus is the same radius as Earth, and then they assumed the distance to be. Then they calculated the distance of Venus, right? Then they watched Venus pass in front of the sun, right? And based upon these assumptions, they said the sun is 93 million miles away. But the radius has never been measured. So how'd you get the size of Venus? See, this is a problem of just looking at things to get sizes and distances, is that you can't get the distance to an object without knowing its size. And you can't get the size of an object without knowing the distance. See the problem? What came first, chicken or the egg?
Well, no, I understand that, but do you agree that when we have an object and then we go far away from it, that it gets smaller and smaller every time before it's out of sight. It's like that's why we don't see like Mount Everest from even on a flat surface because it's such a far distance that the eye can't process it, right?
I mean that's one factor. It's one factor is because angular size is too small, but another factor is there's things that are maybe smaller, but they're closer. So if something is half the size of Everest, but it's half the distance to Everest, it'll visually look the same size as Everest. Because linear perspective is linear. So double the distance, half the size. Half the distance, double the size. When I say size, I mean angular size, the visual size. Plus, there's other factors like air. There's air between you and the mountain. So light has to bounce off the mountain and then reflect to your eyeball thousands of miles away, right? And then you have to resolve it. Well, the air, as we know, is not transparent at long distance, so you're not going to see it just for that. And it's not like I'm making it up. This is well known, dude. You could just Google what's your weather locally. Look up the visibility. It says 10 miles. It doesn't say 10 miles because of Earth curve. It says 10 miles is because they measure the transparency of the air every day. And they tell you, how far does light pass through this air? 10 miles.
I understand. And I do understand where you're coming from, especially personal experience. I live in New York, and there was the Canadian wildfires, and the visibility right here was like way lower than it was. So I do agree that air. I mean,
And you're only,
the
but the thing is, you just what you have to remember. The thing is, when even those wildfires, the distances you're looking are only, not even 10 miles, and you can already see hey, normally I can see 10 miles. Today I can see 5 miles. We're talking thousands of miles, right? Thousands of miles of air that light has to pass through. Particles, dust, storms, thunderstorms, freaking fog. It's like you're talking like, okay, between me and Everest, right? If I looked at a bunch of weather maps, I'm sure there's thunderstorms between me and Everest. There's snowstorms between me and Everest. There's fog between me and Everest. There's dust storms between me and Everest. There's all these weather conditions in a 1,000-mile line of sight. How anybody would see Everest from that far away, or even think it is it's just not realistic.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but the point for why I brought this up is because someone's calling me. Sorry.
This came up the other day where I said, have you ever been at the bottom of the mountain? You can't even see the top of it. And they're like, no, you would always be able to see the top of it. And I'm like, holy crap, are you for real, dude? Like, you've never seen cloud cover where you pass the clouds on your way up, like Pikes Peak. When I saw this, at the bottom of Pike Peak, you look up, and when the top went into the clouds, and you took a train up there, and you broke the cloud line, and you got to the top, and it was interesting. It was a really breathtaking view.
See, they think things like, oh, I can't see through fog. That's because there's a whole bunch of water vapor where I'm at. But the way light works is it's the cumulative effect of all the particles, right? So if I can't see fog because there's a million particles per square meter, right, water particles, it doesn't matter if those million particles are spread across 1,000 miles because they're still in the way, right? It's not like somehow the light is going to pass because they're spread out. They're just those things that are blocking the light passing through the fog. Even if you spread it out over a long distance, they're still in the way. It's not like they went away.
Hey, we got a question for the room. Is there any is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? If you have any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, please open up your mic and we'll hear your evidence as stated.
I got one.
That's malformulated question. There is no scientific proof for the shape.
Sasha, just give me a second.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sasha.
I know. Like Sasha just off the top rope.
Jeez.
I was gonna try and make a joke, Sasha. I mean, geez, dude.
Yeah, he's the guy at the movies you don't want to take to the movies, man.
Yeah.
He's gonna shout out the ending.
Okay, so here's my my proof here, scientific proof. Okay, so a helicopter cannot fly to the top of Mount Everest. Matter of fact, it can't even go past base camp number two, because the air's the atmosphere is so thin. The helicopter has nothing to push on. But the helicopter can fly on Mars, no problem. Barely an inconvenience.
What? Everybody said what in unison. That's
Hey,
funny.
that makes. Listen, where's Patricia Steer? Does he got a point?
No, you don't.
Chris, that doesn't prove flat Earth.
No, Patricia Steer thinks all globe arguments have a point, so Crits must have a point.
Yeah, what's my point there?
You want to be friends, India?
See?
Yo,
This is
seriously, what do you think,
this is what
Patricia
he
Steer? Is that a good proof?
Oh man, I want to say something so rude right now, man.
Well, I mean, if that's your truth, bro, that's your truth. I'm not going to take that
There is
from
no
you.
such thing as your truth. There's only the truth.
Oh.
So 100. So if you just Google it, right? Helicopter rides and sightseeing. The question was, I want to take a helicopter ride around Mount Everest.
I want to know why India likes me so much.
You can't do that. They tell you
Fucking
it's
bottom
not
feeder, dude. What do you
possible
mean
to
anybody
do
like-
a
nobody likes you.
sightseeing helicopter
Bottom
tour
feeder,
around Mount
dude.
Everest.
Don't talk over the toxic conversation.
I want to know if Antonio Subras was right about you.
What did he say about me?
I can't say that in this chat.
Why not?
Because I don't want to embarrass you.
Say it.
Fucking bottom feeder. Man.
Just say you don't kiss and tell. Real gentlemen don't kiss and tell.
Real gentlemen.
I bet you're just making stuff up. That's why you're not saying whatever it is that you're saying that you're withholding.
Yeah, like that's gonna work.
And who is the Einstein?
Jesus Christ, these are like child tactics, man. I didn't
I'm
fall for
telling
this
you.
shit when I was in like 3rd grade. Like, serious?
He loves to hate. This guy, he's just in love with the hate of flat Earth so much.
Are we talking about flat Earth?
Somebody broke this guy, and Crit I think did. Because fuck, dude.
Weren't you the one who claimed all flat earthers are LARPers?
Yeah, that's the one.
Hmm.
That's him.
Yeah, I've said that.
Were you correct about that?
Well, to be accurate, I didn't say all. I think I said something around like 70%. But yeah, I'm right about that.
Where'd you get that number? How'd you come up with that number?
It's like 69 plus 1, so it's kind of nice.
Yeah, so like how did you
nice?
How
'cause
did
it's
you
plus
quant?
1.
Where did you get that quantification from? Like, where did you get the data to support your number?
Well, because I can't give you guys a nice number, so I just gave you a kind of nice number.
You made it up.
Arbitrary, yeah.
No, India. From 100 people, 69.3
Do you take
people
issue
was.
with my opinion that the majority of flat earthers are not really flat earthers?
Is it an opinion? Is making a quantified claim, right? When you say the majority, you're saying more than 50%. That means you're quantifying it. That's not an opinion.
I can quantify whatever I want.
Well, when you quantify things, you're making it objective.
Cool.
Yeah, cool. So your subjective opinion is objective fact? I don't think so.
Is my opinion subjective or objective? You're kind of wishy-washy on this.
No, I'm talking about when you quantify something, you're making it objective.
I just want to know if my opinion like warps your worldview or not.
No,
your opinion gives me like diarrhea.
No, you know what he is, dude? He's like PD on this server. He's this server's PD. I kid you not. He's this server's PD.
That kind of goes along with what Antonio Subrat said about Patricia Steer. So
he's this server's PD. Just wanted to say that. So if you think of PD, that's exactly what Patricia Steer is. He's PD. Like if PD had a brother, that's what this guy would be, right here. He will
PD sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, public defender.
Public defender. That's what
He
it
drinks
says.
Oh, his
human
name's
urine.
not Petey. You guys just
PD
are.
stands for piss
Okay.
drinker. He drinks
Oh,
his own
cool.
urine,
I'm gonna
and
call him Petey. Old Peter.
that sounds cool.
It does
Drinking
sound
urine.
cool. Thank you.
He also doesn't take showers.
Oh, is he the dude that's gonna be at Flattoberfest?
No, yeah,
No,
I think
he
he's in the
lives.
roomies.
He
Because you
claims
know
he lives in the
that flat
Garden of
earther
Eden
that
with
drank
God.
pee on the news, he's gonna
He
be there.
hate-
He's gonna be on stage.
Dude, he hates flat earthers more than you do. Public defender is constantly
I don't
coming
hate
in
flat
here.
earthers. I don't know where
Yeah,
you
you
guys
do.
get that.
Look,
Why would I
more,
hate you guys? That's
more
so weird.
NASA people have drinking pee than flat earthers, and drinking poop and all that stuff. Chugga, 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 bro.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, has
Yeah.
he seen that video yet? You know that Don Patet said you can go on the ISS, you can take a dump. A machine says a machine goes chugga chugga chug, and then you go make yourself a cup of coffee.
Yep.
And he
Yeah,
said,
but
and that is
that's
exactly
science,
what.
man. But that's
And then,
science.
just to make
It's okay.
sure that you didn't. Sorry, go ahead and do.
No, I was gonna say it's okay to eat your own shit and piss if it's science.
Yeah,
But if
then
you're a
at
flat
the
earther, no, it's not cool.
then at the end, he wants to make sure that you heard him right, and he tells you that's exactly what you're thinking it is. He makes no. There's no. They're like, did he just say he turns his poop into coffee? And he's like, yep, it's exactly what you heard, and don't question it.
You think if he's that much a zealot, why doesn't he go like and binge on some Discovery Channel or go fucking to Neil deGrasse Tyson forum or some shit and go talk about how wonderful the globe is and shit? He's so fascinated by people who are speaking against his paradigm. He's got to be here every day, just sitting in opposition.
It's
We
okay.
can.
In about 10 years, everything you heard in here is going to sink in.
He'll wake up one day, kind of like a toddler who, like, all of a sudden they become self-aware and they're like, whoa, you know, like.
That's a good analogy, man. It's probably exactly what's going to happen.
And he's waiting for somebody. Where's the champion at? You guys, if you have scientific evidence, go ahead and step on up. Unmute your mic. Let's have it.
I don't
Can
know
I
why
just ask a quick question?
he didn't take a crit
Why
argument.
can't you
Oh,
answer
yeah.
the
Go ahead.
question, man? Why do you always have to? I don't understand that. I have no idea. But like, why do they just come in here and say, okay, I got an answer to that question. Scientific evidence for the globe? I got you. Why can't I get that? Why is it always, can I ask a question?
And
It's
you already
weird,
asked a
bro.
question.
Well,
You
it's
said,
because
"Can I
any kind
ask
of
a
evidence that
question?"
people do put forward, you're gonna say is like fake.
No, that's divining my thoughts.
Okay, first
That's
of all,
divining my
that's
fucking
a
thoughts.
straw man. That's nonsense. Okay, there's a difference
don't
between
know.
saying something is wrong and saying it's fake. You think those two words mean the same thing?
All right. But you're
Do
gonna say
they?
it's wrong.
Do those two words mean the same thing? Fake and wrong. So hey, the theory of gravity's wrong. What? You think gravity's fake? That is a fucking bullshit propaganda tactic. And you know
Well, I
it.
have heard people say gravity's fake.
Fantastic.
chat.
But what do they mean by that?
Well, that's
What is their meaning when they say gravity's fake? What does that mean? What do they mean by that? So you're not actually paying attention.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So
Anyway,
Oryx,
let Oryx the Oryx.
yeah, ask your question, man, because you probably won't answer mine. So fuck it.
Yeah, no, I can't answer the why is the globe or why is the Earth a globe or anything like that. But I just had a question. So in the flat Earth perspective, if we were to fly to Mars, that means we wouldn't be able to land on the sides, right? We'd have to land just on the top.
Yeah,
makes you think
exactly what you
Mars-
said, Oryx. Yeah.
Yeah. What makes you
land on
think
top.
Mars and Earth is the same thing?
No, I never said they are. I'm just questioning
well,
how
I
would
mean, then
how would
why
we
would
how would
you
we travel
think-
to other planets?
Okay.
We don't.
Other than what? When you said other planets, other than what?
Other than Earth.
Earth isn't a planet.
Okay, then whatever it's considered, and under the flat Earth perspective.
Okay. Other planets, you can't go there.
Like you wouldn't be able to land on the top
Dude.
The top of what? What are you talking about?
of the other planet, like Mars.
What do you mean the top?
Because I'm trying to wonder, like, if you're trying to fly towards Mars, like in the modern globe theory, right? If you fly to Mars, you can land on any perspective because of just gravity. Gravity will be able to hold you down. But
Mhm.
how would it work under the flat Earth perspective?
Because, listen.
This is.
Do you think that we think Earth is in outer space
and it's like some space disk, and that all the other planets, right, are space disks.
Yep, that's what I think. No, I don't think you
Well,
think
then
other
you're a
planets are space
fucking
disks.
moron,
I don't
dude.
think you think other planets are space disks. I think you think other planets are still round, but then just Earth is like a disk.
Okay,
So
that's
it's a
fucking
space
dumb.
planet.
That's fucking dumb. We don't think that. I don't know where you got this idea. You didn't get it
And
from any
can you
flat
explain?
earther.
Can you explain
But
what
you
it
didn't
is,
get
then,
it.
please?
We didn't get it from any flat earther. So where did you get this idea that flat earthers think this? Dave,
I think I did get it from flat earthers.
you're lying your ass off right now.
Can you explain their
Well, at
perspective
least one
then?
of them.
No flat earther thinks outer space is a place you can go. Outer space vacuum, right? You can fly off the Earth and go outside of it and fly around to those things in the sky. No flat earther thinks that that is possible.
So what do you think are those things in the sky are?
Oh,
Like when
shit.
people get out a
I don't.
telescope and
Let's speculate.
what is allegedly, Jupiter, Saturn, other planets,
Okay,
stars?
Allegedly.
how can we objectively know what the fuck they are?
Well,
Well,
you know, people see something, right? What do you think that is?
Yeah, they see something. So I always tell like this, right? So for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, people have made up stories about those things in the sky. And every age thought that their story
Are
was
you
the correct
talking
one.
about stars?
Dude, stop fucking interrupting, dude.
Jeez,
I had a
Louise.
question.
Yeah,
In
you
the
can
middle
wait
of
your
a
fucking
sentence?
turn.
No.
Pipe down, woman.
Yeah, she's down.
It's wandering stars right now.
Relax,
Okay.
lady.
So every era thought that their little story about what the stars were was correct. This time is no different. I could tell you a little stupid story, and you can take it or leave it. But in the end, no story is actually verifiable because you can't go there.
Right, but this time we have, telescopes.
Yeah. So what?
I mean, so we can see them.
So
See what?
We can see
what do
what
we
seems
see?
what appears to be balls of gas, rock,
Balls
They don't. They don't.
floating
gas.
around, orbiting each other.
So how do you see gas? What does gas look like?
I said what
Have
it
you-
appears to be gas, but
How
there's
does
balls
it?
of
How does it
something
appear to
out
be
there.
gas? And what visual feature says this is a gas?
I don't know, the way it like reflects light, the color, whatever. It doesn't matter what
You
it's
just
made of.
just
The point is that
making
there's
shit
things
up,
out
dude.
there.
So
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
just claim now there's evidence.
No, I'm saying what
and then I
it's
asked you
made
what
of
the
doesn't
evidence
matter.
is in your. You can't tell they're spheres either. Do you know why?
We
Because
haven't got.
You
Well,
can't
you
tell
can
they're
see they
spheres.
turn.
No.
They turn, right?
No, you
They
can't see
change.
they turn. They change their appearance. Yes, they do. They change what
Okay.
they look like. They change their
So
appearance.
what? Right. So there's something in the sky that changes its appearance. Looks
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
circle. So
Yeah.
what do you think those are?
I don't know. I can make up a story. See, that's the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth, is that we only try to talk about what we can prove, not what we have to speculate about.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you can look in the sky to a telescope and make up a story about what you think that is. But in the end, it's a story. You're looking at it like it's round. What else is round? Well, spheres are round, so maybe it's a sphere. I see a change in colors. Oh man, maybe it's rotating. So you come up with these stories in your mind because you have pareidolia, and you're like, maybe this story is the right one. Well, I mean, without the objective evidence, then any story can be the right one. It's like you're not even wrong.
But this is going back to the point I said earlier, where it seems like you just are not going to believe in anything.
Why
Believe it? You're right.
do we need to
You're
believe
right.
in anything?
Why should I believe it? Give me a good
Why?
reason. Tell us why to believe. Why should we keep the faith?
I don't know. Are you not interested in, the way things work?
The way things work in what? Imagination land?
No, in
You
the
just
real
said
one.
believe.
In the
Now
real
you
world.
said
Okay,
the
so-
way things work. Is it believe or is it not a belief?
Well, I suppose if you get down
Well.
to it, you can never really trust anything with 100% certainty.
Okay,
bullshit.
there we have it.
There
You
we
have
go.
to-
That's bullshit.
There we go.
Right there. All right. So, hang on. Let me talk to this asshole. All right, Mez. Mez, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Why are we talking to you?
What are we doing? What are you doing right now, Mez? Are you standing up, sitting down?
Sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
No, you can't be.
Why?
Could be
Brilliant.
brain in a vat for all I know.
Okay.
Brilliant.
There we go. No
He's
further
collecting
questions, Your
dust
Honor.
on a shelf, a brain in a jar.
How do they just like fall?
But
They
I
don't even
will say,
fall into this as a trap. They jump
didn't.
in. They're
They
like,
ju-
there's a
he-
pit with spikes. I'm gonna just jump in there.
He went head first, no doubt.
Oryx, if you're uncertain if you're a brain in a jar and a shelf, no one really cares what you have to say.
All right, so we got.
I don't say I
Ava,
think that. I said it's a possibility.
I know, Mez.
Man,
Relax.
But
Okay,
So,
I don't
so you
believe
think
that.
it's a possibility.
Yeah, I know,
So
bro.
But
figure that
I
out before
recognize
you
that
I know,
figure that out
Mez.
before you
my
want to
senses are not. I have to put. I have to put faith in that my
I
senses are
know,
reliable.
dude. Relax. We're gonna talk to Ava now. Ava, go ahead.
Hi. No, I completely
Well,
forgot.
the thing we could get into is why do you
Didn't
believe
you hear
your
somebody
senses?
just started talking,
The
Mez?
brain in the
Relax,
jar is
brother.
talking.
Ava, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I forgot what I was gonna say, but I was gonna mention something about stars. But go on.
No, what was it? The conversation was about people thinking that stars are a particular thing, and we're asking Mez, how do you know? And he's just like, well, I look through a telescope. But we're asking you this question. You look through a telescope, or somebody tells you a star is a gas giant or whatever it is. Then go ahead. I don't know. Maybe you want to pick up from there. Or...
Yeah, no, I have no idea what stars are. All I know is that people are made from stardust, and that makes your soulmate. So that's all I can contribute.
Oh, that is cute.
In a land of
I'm not kidding. It's true.
imagination.
Okay, now okay. We can't say nothing against that. All right, just go to the next person. Does anybody
Oh
here?
shit!
Does anybody here want to talk about scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Go ahead.
Can I answer?
Scientific. Sasha,
Am I allowed to continue with what I was talking about?
Fuck, Mez.
Why?
Who cares? Yeah,
Why? You don't even think you know anything.
You're a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere collecting dust, bro. We don't need to talk to that. We need to talk to someone.
Look, let me break it down real quick.
Do you believe that?
No, you
do?
believe that.
No, I don't believe that.
Bullshit! You just said it, bro.
No, I didn't say that. You're not
Bro.
listening. Listen.
All right, wait 1 second. Did anybody hear Mez say that he could be a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf?
Could. Keyword.
Yeah.
That's possible then.
So figure that one out first. Figure that out first. That's probably put that on the top of your to-do list.
What kind of
If
shelf
you're
do you
not a-
think you
if
could
you're
be on?
If you're not a brain in
Could
a
be
jar,
any shelf.
can you
Could be
please
made of
ask?
magic.
Fair enough.
Maybe shelves don't exist.
But here's the thing. It's like, did you eat today?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. How did you know that food wasn't going to poison you?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Look, we didn't know the food wasn't going to poison us. What's your point?
Exactly.
That's a
So
chance
the point
you're
is,
gonna
you
just
put
say-
faith in things that you can't prove 100%.
No, dude.
Yeah, what's
The
your
difference
point?
is, I have continued evidence to believe the things that I believe.
Okay. I asked you what you look at. You said telescopes. I said, what do you look at through the telescopes to tell it's a gas? So, no, you don't have any evidence because you couldn't tell me
personally?
any feature. Oh, now it's somebody else, and somebody else has the evidence. Here we go again.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to put your trust in other people. I'm going to put my trust in other people.
Okay.
Who are you trusting?
This is sharing information. Oh, the
Okay,
scientists.
who?
NASA.
Which scientist?
Which scientist in NASA?
Brian Cox. I trust him.
Brian Cox. What the fuck?
What makes you trust
Neil deGrasse
Brian?
Okay,
Tyson.
so
I
hold
think
on,
most
hold
of
on
the
a
things he
second.
says are true.
Hold on, Mez. You know that Brian Cox said that nobody ever thought the Earth was flat, ever in history.
Maybe he said that. I don't know. He can
no,
be wrong
he
about
did.
something.
He said it in his. Oh, he can't be wrong about something.
Yeah.
He's wrong about that video. He can't be right about that.
But he's right about the
Yeah,
gas.
not everyone's
No,
right
he's
about
right
everything.
the gas.
How do you
So
know
how do you
what's
know
right
he's
and
right
what's
about
wrong?
the gas? How do you know he's right about the gas?
Well, because multiple people can that have studied these things kind of say the same thing.
You just
How you
think that.
study?
I believe them.
How you study to see the gas in the space?
No,
What school you need to finish?
I want to get specific. What people? What did they say? What did they do?
Well, the scientists,
Yeah,
astronomers.
which scientists, which astronomers? What did they look at through the telescope that told them this is a gas?
I mean, do you want names?
Yeah, I want
Yeah, we want the
names, their
information that you don't
methodology,
have.
what they did, what the logic behind it is. I want it all. Dude, you believe
Michael,
it?
you're an ass.
You must have evaluated it. You're basing your worldview on it. You must have did some work, right? Or did you read a headline?
Work? No, I went to school.
A
So
book
you've
is
just been
saying
told
it's enough.
stories, vague
So they
stories
taught
that you
you.
don't know anything about, and you've just believed it, basically.
Well, it's because the things they've told me seem to make sense.
No, that you
Oh.
just heard it and you believed it because you think they are the scientists.
What if they told
No,
you they were not gas and they were
because their
made of
things
molten
seem to
lava?
make sense to me.
But well, Maz, or Maz, whatever your name is. So if they told you that they weren't gas and they were something else, would you believe that?
Yeah, probably.
Well, then there you
Sure.
go. They can literally tell you fucking anything.
No, they can't tell me anything. They have to like back up their claims.
They
So
gotta make it
okay,
believable.
they said it was
gotta make it
gas. How did they
believable.
back up their claim?
Well, but by the way, like it reflects light. You know, its size of it.
That
the way
is
it's,
not what they
orbit,
say.
you can
You're
like determine
literally
the
making
mass.
shit up. That's
Reflective
not
light.
what they say. They do
The
not
wavelengths
say.
they reflect.
No.
Bro's struggling.
You're just making things up, man.
He is
You are.
just out of control.
I'm not making them up.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not
Just
making it
admit you
up.
don't know.
What do
I
You
don't
just
have a
heard the
perfect
vague
memory of these
story.
things, but
No, you don't. You just admit
What?
you just heard the vague stories and you believe it. That's fine.
no, not vague.
Well, let me
Yeah.
give you some little advice. You're gonna make people that are not flat earthers. This is what you
keep it
guys
up.
do. You think that bullshitting your way through shit actually is gonna like stop people or make people believe in it more? It doesn't work. It actually backfires.
You're
So
getting
be
you
better
guys
off
are
if you're
deceiving
just
yourselves.
What
honest.
would you say? Say that again. Say that again.
I said it backfires, dude.
What
What you're
backfires? What are
doing
you
will
talking about?
backfire. You're making shit up as you go along is gonna backfire.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
your
not making it up.
self-soothing isn't convincing anyone.
Well, I'm
I
asking
don't
you.
even think yourself.
Yeah, so I'm asking you specifics. You don't have any specifics for what you believe. You just have vague, like, there's some scientist over there, and he might have done something. Maybe they told me that in school. I believe them because because it quote unquote makes sense. But when asked, a lot of things would quote unquote make sense. So make sense is not an actual objective criteria. It's just like how you feel about the subject, and that's what all this is. How you feel
Well, yeah,
about
but
it.
like
Your
again, this goes back to
preferential belief.
anything could be true,
No, and
and
anything
things are
cannot be
to some
true.
degree down to subjective. Well, this is why you guys
Well,
think
let
that
me
the
ask
globe
you:
is
have you
not
ever
real, right?
eaten before? Ever in your entire life? Have you ever once?
Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure of that?
No.
Oh.
So you might have been. So you might be talking to us right now, and you've never consumed food in your entire life.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to get down into
So
the
you
depths of
violated the second
this
law
kind
of
of philosophy, then yeah.
So you violated the second law of thermodynamics to talk to us today. There's a possibility
Maybe.
that
How do you
happened.
know the second law of thermodynamics is true? You only know it because someone else told you about it.
No, I see it in operation every fucking day.
How do
I'm
you know?
actually
How can you trust your eyes?
What are you talking?
Oh my god!
How can you trust that your eyes are giving you reliable information?
Figuratively, because they keep me
Figuratively.
alive. Figuratively
How do you know
seeing,
that?
but I actually breathe, so I know the second law of
How do you know
thermodynamics
you're breathing
is
air?
working.
How do you know
People
you're
really
not
need
breathing
to take
adrenaline?
note
Because
that
I
this
feel
is
it.
this is the psychology.
Again,
Because I
these
feel
could
it.
be fake impulses given to you by a
India,
computer.
I have no
India,
evidence they're fake impulses.
India. He asked you how you can trust your eyes, but we have the guy with telescope telling you what is the gas in
So
the space.
Sasha, stop
Good
talking.
point,
You're not very
Sasha.
clever.
why are you trusting
Yeah.
his eyes?
Whoa. He doesn't.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
this is
saying.
this
You have
is
to put your trust
this.
in something.
No,
No.
this is where the globe belief
you.
takes you to. This is what people need to
You have to
start
trust your eyes. You have to
recognizing.
trust your senses. You have
This
to trust that these other
insane
people that visit the ice wall,
psychology,
whatever.
this reductivist psychology of now we can't know anything.
I
This
agree.
is
It
where
is
globe
reductive.
belief takes
Here-
you to. This is where globe belief takes you to.
No,
See
it's
how-
where flat Earth
see
belief
how-
takes
see
you.
how he
Because
inserted-
you have to deny every single piece of evidence that someone
Yeah, the
puts forward.
flat earthers know
That's
that
what
they've
you've
eaten
done, you
before.
dumbass.
You don't. You're
No,
the
I
guy who
haven't.
doesn't know that he's eaten before. You don't know
No,
you've
oh my
consumed
God,
food.
you're not following. You're not following.
Because you're a
You're
globe
not
believer.
following.
Okay, so
dumbass.
listen, you're
I
not
am not
following.
saying that I don't believe that. I do believe that I've eaten before. I don't believe that I'm a
It's not
brain
about
energy.
belief.
But because my
You
senses are not
donkey.
100% perfect and there are things
It's
that I
not
don't
a
know,
belief.
it's a possible.
No, it's not a
It's
belief.
not possible.
You've
You
eaten
fuckhead.
before, dude. Otherwise, you would be Dead.
I agree. But again, you can't prove that with 100% certainty.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yes,
the
I
majority of
can
society.
easily.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
I mean,
every human being that has not eaten food for more than a year died of starvation.
How do you know?
Let's close one human
Did you
and
see it?
don't
Did
give,
someone tell you?
don't give. Let's close one human in some space
We
and
know
don't give him
because
food.
we know how long a human body can last from experience.
How do you know that?
It's truly amazing.
From
This is what we
experience,
have
are
to
you
deal
stupid?
with.
From
How can you trust that your experiences are reliable? How can you trust that your senses are reliable?
Because they consistently keep me alive.
How can you trust that? How can you trust
We're
that they
being
always
alive?
How can you trust that what your senses have been telling you is
front of a
what
moving
reality
car,
is?
Because I have no evidence to the contrary. That the so-called evidence are baseless claims that you can't trust them by fucking retards on the internet.
How do you know that when you eat, what you're eating is not actually nutritionless and there aren't invisible elves?
See, they call us crazy. Isn't it absolutely amazing?
Yeah, and the flat earthers are the crazy ones. Good point.
We're the
Yeah.
crazy
Bro,
ones,
now,
right?
now
Saying that
you're
we know
waxing
we've
yourself
eaten
a
before.
glober. You're waxing
And
yourself a glober, dude. You're pegged now.
These
I gave
Globers
you
are in here saying they've never eaten before.
I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but that shit just ran
Again,
out.
if you
right
think I'm
now with
claiming that I've
statement.
never eaten before, you're not really following the conversation.
It ran out. Now
You don't
you're
know
on
what
the
you're talking about.
No,
opposition now.
you think it's a
No,
possibility.
you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, we
Yeah,
do
you
know what
think
you're
it's a
talking about.
possibility.
You think it's a possibility when it is an impossibility. And you goddamn
Sure.
know it. You don't even believe the shit you're saying. You
Yeah.
don't actually
you must
believe
not
the
have-
shit you're saying. Or you wouldn't be on Discord defending something which might not even be true. You might not even exist. Who are you arguing with? You having a conversation with yourself?
Yeah, why
Stop,
do you
dude.
think
You don't believe your own shit.
Yeah, you think you know what the stars are made of, but you don't think you know that you've eaten before.
Oh my god! Can you just stop talking? You're like an intellectual. Like I know all these guys are pretty dumb, but Cyclone, you're like just a black hole of intelligence.
You're gonna start calling out other people's intelligence after your performance right now. That's very rich.
Oh my god!
Another telltale sign of the globehead is a zero self-awareness factor.
They got the king of the hill.
Look, these other
fucking
guys are kind of
complex.
following the conversation.
You're
You're
the king of
Please
the hill
stop.
complex, bro. You think you're the smartest fucking
I know
one
you want
in
me to
here.
stop
Well, you're the
calling
dumbest
you out
fucker in here.
and expose
Really?
I'm a globe head.
Well,
The
we
planet
know
is
that.
round.
There's a lot of people in here.
Other globeheads in this chat, can you comment on what this individual is saying? That he doesn't know if he's ever eaten before. It's a possibility he's never eaten before.
Oh my god!
Is
He's
that
going back to it.
is that sensible? Does that make sense?
Say again.
Fucking hell.
This guy's
your
saying
case,
it's
globehead.
possible. This guy's saying it's possible that he's never eaten before. What do you think about that?
Wow. Wow. He has been fooled into a conversation where he's losing. My goodness.
Oh,
There
there
you
you
go.
have it, gentlemen.
So I guess you're the stupid one, Rez. The
I
globe
muted
has
him. Let's
spoken.
talk to. We got a new globe champion. Let's move on to Glucose Guardian. Why talk to whatever that it
Sounds
was. I mean,
Yeah. The planet
we
is
start with-
round, my friends.
All right, shall
Look
we
out the
start
window.
with? No, that's fine. Shall we start with
look
the basic
out
question?
the window. That's
Shall we start
exactly
with the
where it's
basic
not
question?
round.
It's flat
All
in
right,
motion
Glucose.
beside the window.
Let's give you a premise or something, a foundation to build on. Is there any
Let's hear it.
scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yes.
Brilliant.
Please present.
Horizons.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Oh, go ahead, Jedi. You're up.
All right, very quickly, my friend, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you would understand that science only deals with cause and effect in the physical natural world. We're asking
Yes.
for a malformed question. There wouldn't be scientific evidence for a shape. To figure out the shape of an object, you observe and measure it. You don't do science on it, my friend. You don't have dependent and independent variables where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate that independent variable to see if it causes an effect. It's a
Yo,
malformed
that's wrong,
question.
dude. Yo, that's wrong,
Awesome.
dude.
So, awesome.
Let me tell you
So
why it's wrong. I'm
awesome.
gonna tell you
You're
why
just
it's
going
wrong.
to go on. Tell me what the
Okay,
scientific method.
The scientific theory behind why things are spheres is because gravity. And then one day they went to space, right? And then they dropped a water thing as an experiment.
Poor guy.
They squeezed water into the void, and it coagulated into a sphere.
Awesome stuff.
There you
That's a
go.
lovely
Experiment has been done. I win. Thank you, my friends.
Yeah, actually, you're wrong because not even NASA claims that happened because of gravity. So you might want to check your own bullshit.
Oh fuck, you're right. It was surface tension. fuck.
Did he say they
So you
went
knew
up in
the
space and
the
put
fucking
water?
answer, and you came in here and tried to spew that garbage.
I fucked up. Everyone does. Give me a mulligan.
I want to know. I want to know how horizons prove the globe. That's what I want.
Yeah. Because the world's not. Because the horizons will show the world is not flat.
Say that again.
There's
The
a lot.
horizon is
There's an
flat. The
experiment.
horizon's a flat line.
Yeah, but then the horizon
Literally.
is like it's flat from left to right, but it's not flat from front to back.
What the fuck, dude?
Another mulligan.
That's not a. That's not a mulligan. I'm leading into this one. I will live or die based on this argument. I don't give a fuck.
Sounds good to me.
So a
Yeah.
flat
You're
line.
already,
a flat
you're already
line is
dead.
your
You're like the
curve.
undead at this point.
Yeah, the death it is. Like,
So
you're
just to
2/3 through one
clarify,
sleeve
your
of
evidence
balls.
of a curve. Your evidence of a curve is a flat line.
Yeah, it's not flat line. The flat line is what we call a threshold to the curve beyond it.
So the horizon isn't flat. You're saying
The horizon, yeah, if it's not flat, it's flat from left to right, according to you.
Okay, so it is.
But
So
it's
it's a
not
flat line.
from forward to backwards, according to you
So
as
roll
well.
a toilet
But you as
paper.
the thing.
What are you talking about? No, so you're saying it is a flat line from left to right, yeah?
Yeah, because you can only see that far.
Right.
But if you like,
so a flat line, how is that proof
it's
of a
actually-
curve?
Yeah, because if you did this thing where you put a laser and you just went like a couple acres over, acres being the wrong measurement, but whatever the fuck, you know what I mean. And then they shot the laser, and then they put, if the world was flat, they would have, on this perfectly flat and level plane, it would have hit that thing where they thought it would, but then it was
So
way
you think
under.
people are shooting lasers and measuring curvature?
No, they're not measuring it, just showing that there is a curvature because of the laser not being in the right place. The laser
Okay,
beam
which
hits the
laser
wrong
test
place.
was that? Which
Glucose,
laser
yeah.
test was that?
You just fucking some YouTube guy. Just Google it.
Well, could you send us the laser test then?
No, I can't because I'm walking my dogs. You know what I mean. Fucking laser
Yeah, well,
guy.
all the laser tests, they're just showing that it's
So
flat. They're not
what
showing
do we
any
type
curve.
into Google? What do we type into Google? Laser guy. Google
Flat Earth. Flat
laser
Earth.
guy.
Yeah. Flat Earth destroyed by laser. There.
Okay, so you're talking about Netflix, right?
No,
Sounds
not
like an
Netflix.
emotional
Not Netflix.
search.
That's not on YouTube. I used it on YouTube. I saw it.
No. So on
YouTube guy.
YouTube, they've clipped a Netflix video. You don't
What?
even know what you're watching. So
you
they've
serious?
clipped. Yeah. So they've clipped a Netflix video.
Fuck me senseless. I didn't know that. I didn't know that, guys.
And it wasn't a laser; it was a flashlight.
Okay. No. There was a laser. This is a laser one. There is. Just go YouTube it. Laser destroys flat earthers. I remember the terms very clearly.
Oh.
Like it was yesterday.
Was it on a lake?
What?
Was it done on a lake? Like where was it done?
It was done on in a open field, which I understand can have some curvature, but
Yeah. Well, I can't take you seriously until you can like actually present this test. Sorry.
Okay, just YouTube is right there. I'm walking my dogs. I can't present
Flat
it.
earthers have done laser tests at 25 miles, and there was no such drop or anything.
Yeah,
So
there was a drop.
No, there was.
If you look, do you live near the ocean?
Yeah, I do.
Really? Which ocean?
The Atlantic. I live in Boston.
Okay. Oh, you're in Boston, so there's the sailing ships all the time, right? If you
Yeah.
look far enough away, you're gonna see a sail with no bottom. And you're like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Is it a submarine?
So check this out,
Is it a
Glucose
submarine
Guardian.
sailing ship?
Yeah, so
Is it
check
a
this out.
submarine?
Glucose. Yeah,
Okay,
so
let's
check
hear
this
it.
out. I've done that observation.
Yep.
So I went to Revere Beach, and I went to the beach, and I watched a container ship sail out of Boston Harbor. The opening is 6 miles away from where I was. There's a website called marinetraffic.com where you can track the boat, and it'll tell you how far away it is from you. So I watched the boat go 30 miles away, and it never disappeared. So
That's
why
stupid.
is that?
Yeah, because you're crazy. Because I saw it. I saw it just 5 miles away. It's already disappearing. It was going under.
Yeah, where?
Yeah,
Wait,
I live on the Pacific. The Pacific operates the same way as the Atlantic.
Yeah,
so don't bullshit me.
where? Where?
The Pacific, motherfucker.
Yeah, where exactly? I told you exactly where I was. Where?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Like West Coast of Canada,
said that
Vancouver.
like a gangster, man.
Yeah, you're just making
What's up,
shit up, dude.
motherfucker?
No.
You don't even know where you
You're
were.
making shit up.
You made this
I
observation.
saw
got
with my
pictures,
two
though.
eyes. I saw with my two eyes.
Yeah, shit didn't
Okay,
ever
my
happen.
own two eyes aided with binoculars.
Your own
What
two
was
eyes.
your observer height?
Yeah, with binoculars. There's no way the binoculars will lie to me. I mean, they're just
Why
pieces
do
of
you need
glass.
binoculars? It's just something 5 miles away.
What was
Because
your
I want to
observer
see
height?
how deep it goes. I saw the line. The fucking name of the ship was some Japanese name.
What is your observer height?
I thought it was a sailboat.
No, it wasn't a sail. It was
You
a
can't make
container
it.
ship.
You can't get your
dude.
fucking story straight. Why is that?
Yeah, because I'm arguing with you guys. I'm getting emotional, guys. Just give me a break. Fucking
emotional shit.
Fuck your fucking dog, man.
Yeah, my dogs. Yeah, even my dogs know the world is round.
Okay.
Every day you take that
The dogs
observation,
also
you see
eat
the
shit
same
like
thing.
astronauts. So there you have.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you a question then. How come the moon is round?
We
How
don't
come
want to hear
I
your
just saw the
question.
moon. I
We
just
don't
saw
wanna
the
hear your
moon.
question.
Hey, are you
Nope.
guys done with him yet?
Yeah, we are.
I hope so.
Damn, that was weird.
They just get goofier and crazier every day.
Just made me laugh. As soon as Injo started talking, I knew he was going to bring up the boat that he saw at 30 miles away. I just knew it.
Well, I mean, they always do this, right? If you just go to the beach, you'll just see a big boat disappear over the horizon. Literally, I've never heard anyone say that to me in real life, ever. Only idiots on the internet, and if you Google, debunk flat Earth, it'll say that. And if you search the internet far and wide, maybe you'll find 10 videos showing it. But you'll find a couple hundred
Showing
of seeing
what?
too far.
Showing
Showing a
what?
boat that's halfway cut off by the horizon.
Huh?
Huh? Showing a boat that's halfway cut off by the horizon.
They're slow. You gotta remember that.
Yeah, it's cut off by the horizon because we're a planet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
But what happens when it's not cut off by the planet? What does that mean?
That means we can't see it.
Okay, so I was just describing to somebody how I saw a boat 30 miles away from 15 feet above sea level. And the globe says that boat should be 420 feet under the horizon. Why could I still see the boat?
Because you could see it. I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't
It's
know
not.
much.
The world isn't flat. It's a globe.
I know it's a religion that you're in right
Well,
now.
I'll
and
give
you're
you
just gonna
credit
parrot
for not being emotional. You seem like you're stoned as fuck. So
shit.
I mean,
Give it like 2 minutes. He'll kick into gear.
I'm very drunk. I'm just here to have fun.
Who said that moon is flat?
Yeah, just take a knee, man. All right, so we're gonna see who else we got. Somebody at the very bottom. I don't know what the fucking name is. You got an avatar of looks like a gun. Have a seat, sir. Have a seat, sir. Have a seat.
Why do you
Have a
assert the
seat.
world is?
Have a seat. All right, we're talking to the guy with the gun on his avatar. Guy, you there? Hello. Something 43 sniper. Are you there?
What's the question?
We want to know if there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe.
I'm just
Go
here to
ahead.
listen to the conversation. I
You
don't have
asked me for the question. Now you're not going to answer? Come on, sir.
Dude, this is my first time talking in here.
All
What
right.
are you
Well, it's a
saying?
great time for you to just jump right in there. Jump right in. Go ahead. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
I'm just here to listen. I don't have anything.
Can you answer honestly, though? I just want to know that much. Can you answer honestly? Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, sir? Mm-hmm. Go on.
That's fascinating.
Okay. That's what I thought. But we want to give you the opportunity, obviously. So, anybody else? Let's see what else we have in here.
See, Red Clay's back.
El Presidente, up in the very top. What's up, man?
¿Cómo está?
¿Cómo estás? Muy bien? All right. Hey, we're asking the question to the whole room. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? What say you,
I
sir?
flew around the Earth. I've circumnavigated it.
Right, but the question is, sir, let me restate it, okay? Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? It's a closed-ended question. Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Does anybody in here affirm that the Earth has scientific evidence for it being a globe? Please chime in. Please open up your mics. We don't want to speak to you.
I can show you.
Well, that's not going to help, sir, because you don't know.
I'll show you.
That doesn't help because you don't know.
I'm gonna show
We're
you.
looking for people who know and then back it up their claim with some evidence. But since you don't know, backing up your I know. Right. Okay.
I know.
Thank you. Thank you. So, if you do know, please chime in.
Sorry, just to be
Floor is yours.
clear,
Yes, sir.
are you a layman?
Okay, we're not gonna do your philosophy bullshit. We never do. We're only gonna ask for the answer to the question. Do you have the answer, yes or no, sir? Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, with satellite.
Not you, El Presidente. To Goon.
No. We're
Goon?
talking about the sky. We want to talk about Earth, dum-dums.
Yeah. Goon, answer my question, please. No? Okay. Anybody else have any evidence for the Earth being a globe with scientific evidence? Is that the energy in this room? Really, guys? We got a collective group of people who believe the Earth is a globe and nobody wants to support it with scientific evidence. I mean, come on, it's 2023. There's got to be some scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe. No? What a shame. So the flat earthers keep winning and the globe earthers keep staying silent? Is that what's going on? I mean, prove me wrong. No?
Just to be clear, have you ever like dunked on a PhD?
Yeah.
Oh, you
You're
have.
fucking right. I have it
You have dunked on
recorded.
it. Okay, what's the
several
clip?
times now.
Several times, bruh.
Yeah, where's that at? Who was it?
Danny
His
Faulkner.
name Faulkner was one. I think there's this guy who was an astrophysicist. Well, I told him, I actually scrutinized him. I was like, "Are you an astrophysicist?" He says, "Well, we don't call ourselves that. He says, "I'm humble. I go by astronomer." So I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "How long?" I did a little bit of query on it, like at the beginning. He said, "I've been doing this for 5 years, being an astronomer." Actually, he says, "I specialize in exoplanets or protoplanetary systems," and he started to detail a
Talk
bit
about
of what his
ITAR.
he started to detail a bit about what his work entails. And I was kind of fascinated, curious about like what made him believe that that was actually true, and just diving a little bit about what he does in his work. And because I'm always, for me, I wanted them to put it out there to the public. I want the public to know these guys are the ones saying or actually writing down and putting in your books that you actually study from the information gathered from their research or their work. So he was a figure, I guess, in the way that we were speaking. Not, I don't. Here's the thing: I wouldn't say I know for sure, but according to his claim, right, of who he is, he was doing this. And of course, upon further later knowledge, we found out he wasn't an astrophysicist. But that's neither here nor there. He was saying he was, and yeah, he deals
Wait, so
with
did
like
he have a PhD?
he
So here
allegedly.
you go. Here you
No.
go. Listen.
Allegedly, not.
Danny Faulkner has a PhD in astronomy. Idiar is a grad student. He has a master's
Yeah.
in astronomy, and he's doing his postdoc.
He's doing his postdoc. Yeah.
Dr. Parks from George Mason U and Dr. Phil Bell.
And those are the guys we've fucking wrecked in these discussions.
You can go on my YouTube channel too and watch the excerpt of a debate with a PhD in cosmology from the University of Brighton. We didn't catch his name.
What's his name too? Mick West, of course, a scientific communicator who's well known. I think he's renowned. I think he's renowned. You guys might know him. Mick West. He made the Earth curve calculator. I think one of them anyway. But yeah, we've dealt with those guys. So you're not dealing with the run of the mill internet bobbleheads, dude. We are fucking dead. Yeah. Say again.
So I'm curious, what led to?
Oh, you're breaking up, dude. You might want to try again, please. Go ahead. You were cutting out, sir. You might want to try again.
Yeah, I don't think I'm cutting out, but I think you're just having your fun.
No, you came through clear then.
Yeah,
but
nobody cares about your opinion of what we're doing.
Are you seriously talking about your feelings?
No, I was curious to see what led to you having your beliefs, but I'm afraid it won't be answered.
It's
What
not
belief?
a belief, Otto man.
What do you
Like
mean
I
it's not
said,
a
it won't be answered.
Well, give us
No,
a
no,
fucking second, Sunshine. My goodness me, you've only just asked the question. There's like 5 people in here. Do you want me to
What do
answer
you
it
mean
for
it's
you?
not a belief
Sure.
that there's flat?
Well, he's gonna
Because
tell you.
it's like
Go outside, dude. Is it flat out there? Yes or no?
No.
No. Where's the curving? Oh, outside your visual perception, in your imagination.
No, like I
somewhere?
literally live in a hilly area, so like for me this is like literally everywhere.
Okay,
The
so
curvature
But
of
if you're
the
talking
Earth,
about the
sir.
curving of the Earth, I obviously
Yeah.
would have to travel a great portion of the Earth to first be made aware of it. For example, if I go in one
So
direction
you're
and I
not
end up
aware of
back
it.
where I
So you're
started,
not aware of it.
I'd be made aware of it.
So
Except
you're
I
not
am.
aware. So you're not aware of it.
Well, when I traveled the Earth, I became aware of it.
You traveled the Earth and you became. So are you aware or not?
You should know by now. The
Hello?
answer is yes,
So
like I just stated.
you circumnavigated the globe by traveling in one direction. What airplane was that?
It wasn't a single airplane.
Well.
Oh well. That's that.
Were you flying the airplane?
No.
You have to think about it. No.
He doesn't
because
know.
I have flown an
He's
airplane.
like,
I have flown an airplane.
was I
Funny
the
enough,
pilot
actually,
or the
funny enough,
passenger?
this was pre 9/11, and funny enough, you are asking of memories, right? Funny enough, my half brother actually did get to start the Boeing 747 at the time. The pilot literally pulled him into the cockpit and had him start the airplane. Like I said, pre 9/11, you could get away with shit like that.
So he must
didn't
be a
pilot it.
pilot.
He
because,
didn't pilot the plane.
He was literally some kid that was told, here, press these buttons by the actual pilot. He didn't do much more than press like maybe 7 buttons, whatnot. But the airplane started off, and he definitely came out of it like, oh my god, I just started the airplane. I was jealous as a little kid would be.
Thank you for that.
Congratulations to your brother and more about your feelings.
Let's
and,
get back to the
gives
point.
a
The
shit.
reason you're asking is because.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you tell me. Why were you asking?
Look, I told you. So go outside, dude. Okay. So the surface of the Earth is majority water, right?
I
What?
would assume so.
Oh
So
my
India,
god.
check this out.
Why
so
do we do?
as
I
I'm
want to go
talking-
back to the other idiot.
Yeah,
Listen,
go for it.
in chat, when I'm talking to Otto Man in
Like I
chat,
said, if I
he
ask a
told
question, it's not
me
going to get answered.
he told me
Sorry.
he proved eclipses by using spheres in his hands, and one could eclipse the other, and that proves that eclipses happen. So this is the kind of guy you're dealing with. Plus, he thinks this is the smartest guy in the room. He's one of those.
Well, actually, you just have to read our discussion to realize that's not the case. I point out the fact that you said eclipses prove, right, that essentially things aren't spheres because they can happen outside in space. And I pointed out the fact that we can create eclipses using any shapes we want. Spheres, bowl shapes, discs.
Yeah, but too bad this has nothing to do with. Too bad this has nothing to do with IQ. It only has to deal with the information being true or not.
Right, and it didn't have to do with IQ until you tried to make it about such.
But it doesn't. It's not about it. What
Right.
it is about the information. If the information checks out, then whatever it is that you said what you're claiming would be supported. The evidence of what you've said you did, so that when we scrutinize it, it would stand to itself.
And if you would like to see me give an example of making an eclipse using any of the shapes I said, I can do so.
No, just tell us what your evidence for the ball
Yeah,
is. That's
yeah,
better.
that's not what we. I don't even care about that.
My evidence for which ball?
Let's go back to
the one you think you live on.
Oh. It's a sum of evidence, right? Like I've also got the evidence that you have
Give us
got.
your
I've had
best.
people...
Give us your best one.
Well, no, it's the sum of them.
Well,
Like,
give us the
that's just
best
it.
one of that sum. You can go through a few of them.
Here's some
Let's
funny
start
thing.
with
Remember
that.
when I was talking about?
The best one is I literally remember traveling the Earth and seeing it to be, I can't say round because frankly it's not, but like
I think
spherical.
Indio's trying to get in here. Let me,
Yeah. So, god damn, I don't even know where to start. He's all over the place. So I want to go back to the belief thing, but I talked
Yeah,
about
let's go back
earlier.
to the main thing.
It's not the sum of evidence that decides things, because one piece of evidence can falsify a sum, no matter how great that sum is. So, for instance, a famous argument is if you make the claim all swans are white, you can count 1,000,000,000,000 white swans, but as soon as you find a black swan, then your theory's wrong, and it doesn't matter how many white swans you counted as white.
Right, I understand that line of thinking. I don't use that kind of thinking where I would end up saying something is something other than what it is unless I describe it to be that in relationship to something else. For example, if I were to say all swans are white, I would probably follow it up with all swans or add all swans in this location are white. Or all swans somebody has interacted with have been white. All swans known to man have been white or maybe blue if, we ever see a blue one.
And then when
I
someone
get very
brings
specific.
you, and then someone brings you a black swan at that location, what then?
Well, first off, if somebody brings up a black swan in a location I would have stated I've only ever seen white swans, that would
And
simply
now
be the
you've
case.
seen a black, and now you've seen a black one. So are they all white?
You notice how he tried to change his argument from the
Yeah,
sum
yeah,
of
yeah.
evidence? Now he's trying
Yeah.
now he's trying to add qualifiers to it.
That's called moving the goalpost. That's what that
Yeah,
is.
tap
It's
dancing.
changing. It's changing the example to fit one that he's making up, and it's totally not the example.
Notice how you all echo chamber instead of letting me respond to a
Now,
single
now
individual.
you're going to talk about us. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, man.
You
I've
just
been trying
you
to
just moved the
literally
goalpost.
the with
You
me
moved
trying
the
to ask
goalpost,
a
bro.
question which I told you would not get answered. I asked
You
you how
moved
did
the
your
goalpost.
worldviews develop, and you immediately flipped it.
Identify that you moved the goalpost. That's what I need you to hear you concede right now. You
Well-
made your example not the one that was being stated to you.
I originally tried to ask
Did
you a
you
question
change
concerning.
the example, sir? Yes or no? Did you change the example to one that you stated, not the one that was being stated to you?
Yeah, I did. Because
Okay.
in the
Thank
example, I was being put in a position I would never find
Thank
myself
you,
in
Your
the
Honor.
first place.
No further questions.
Fine,
Okay.
then let me explain to you.
So we're talking
So,
before he spirals out, why don't we
when you
get back
find
to what we
yourself-
can
when you
do
find
to
yourself
prove
committing
that
in
the
criminal
Earth is
action
a ball?
and committing criminal.
Guy, we're going to go back to
back
what
on
you
your
said
meds,
you
man.
can do to prove the ball that you live on, right? So you're saying you've done things that have proven it. So what can we do to prove it?
Well, again, I've proven it to myself, right? I don't expect anybody to agree with me or
Well,
disagree
how would
with
we
me.
do that? How would we do that?
In fact, I think you'd go through the same process. One of the
Which
few.
would
You could
be?
either literally travel the world, go around the globe. You could take an aircraft and get so high that you could see the curvature.
I've been on a
can-
globe. I've been on a plane. I've
I did
traveled a
that.
bit. I've not seen any of this.
You can observe your surroundings and your relationship to them, and
Yep,
I think
I've
it'll
done
be
that. I
deducible.
don't see
Right.
any curve or motion. So now what?
Okay.
So now what can I do?
I don't know. We can work on it together if that's something that you have an issue with.
Well,
I
let me
don't
ask
know.
you.
Like, how am I supposed to prove a curvature to someone who can't see a curvature?
Well,
I would have to
Ask
describe
yourself
it.
that question.
Well, I did, and I have done those kind of things. I've interacted with a lot of blind people.
You've never seen it. You've never seen it though.
I literally have, though. I have an actual memory in my mind of my brother being like, "Look out the window."
No, you didn't
Wow.
see curvature.
Okay, do you remember how I originally talked about? You will not find issues in my
Indio,
story because it's based on an
Indio,
actual memory.
Indio, can you repeat that
Well-
story about diameter 8,000 miles and height of the airplane and that
This
you
is
can
the
understand?
this was the person I was talking to. He just
Oh my
looped.
God!
He just did an NPC reset, bro.
So you mean I was the
my
person
God,
that
no.
you asked me if I
Okay,
was
so Auto
if I
Man,
was
tell me what shape is this? I look out the left side of the airplane and I see an arc in the horizon. And then I go to the other side of the airplane, the right side, and I see an arc in the horizon. What shape is that?
Well, if by this you mean the things you continue to mention,
Well,
they would
you
remain
said
as
you were on an
mention them to be.
airplane. You said you saw a curve. Let's say you're in the left
saw
left side.
curvature, yes.
You're in the left window seat.
I was in the right
You look
window.
out. Pardon me?
I was in the right window.
Okay, yeah. So you looked at the right window and you saw arc in the horizon. Now, if you would have got up and went to the other side of the airplane, what would you have seen? Another arc in the horizon?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Like, dude, what are you expecting of me? For all
Other side, it's flat, you know.
Yeah,
you
another
realize
side is flat. Only on in your window is it curved.
It depends. Let me explain something to you. What one sees through the window changes as the airplane actually changes its position in the sky, or potentially being on the ground.
Oh
Now,
my goodness,
it is
this is
possible that
painful. Oh,
right,
this is
like,
painful, my
like
friend.
here's things. Do you
Listen,
want me to
do
answer
yourself.
questions like you do? Like, how
No,
are you not
we will
expecting?
in a minute. Chill
Look,
out,
Auto
my
Man.
friend.
well,
Calm down.
can I explain to Auto Man? Yes, it will
Yeah, yeah.
change. You know why it'll change?
Well, I don't need you to
Because
explain to me what I literally pointed out to you.
no, you're ignorant, right? So at altitude, it has a lower temperature and a lower external pressure. So what does that mean? That means the light does not the relative refractive index between the window and the outdoors increases.
Thank you for explaining why my answer was true and correct.
Jesus Christ, dude.
It's impossible. The invincible ignorance is strong with this one.
Invincible, like, yeah.
Thank you.
No. This dude
No,
is not
for
allowed
me,
to talk. This dude is not allowed to talk, man. I literally, like, brain fluid is leaking out of my ears right now.
For me, it's scary
But
when
this
you
is
said that
another,
it's the same guy. That's for me scary.
yeah, this is another great example, though, of the desperate globe chanters making the other globe believers say, "What is going on?"
It's like deers in headlights today. It really is. You ask them a simple question and they start backpedaling straight away because you know the fucking answer's going to ruin your fucking point. All we're asking you to do is imagine what would happen if you looked out of the left-hand side of the aeroplane and you turn around and you'd be like, I don't know. Yeah, because you understand that if you were to make that observation, the shape that you would end up with would be a cylinder. You look out the right-hand side, you see curvature. You look out the left-hand side, you see curvature. That shape's a cylinder. If you were to go up to the cockpit and looked out the window and you saw curvature, what have you got now? You've got a wavy line, you idiot.
Got a saddleback. You have
They
not a
always
saddle.
like to use.
I don't buy got a cylinder. I don't. I could definitely draw this and have a circle. And then
Jedi,
you would
they cannot picture that.
You would give it dimension, and that would make it a sphere.
Please draw it and post it in the chat so we can all have a laugh, please.
Now, why would I do that? I know y'all are gonna try and roast.
Man,
okay,
can you
because
try?
you can say something, but then you actually can't do it, right? So we've had people. Like, there's a reason I asked you to do that, because we ask people to draw these things that they claim all the time and they can't do it, but they turn out it's pretty hilarious. So, you know, if you think that that it'll be some other shape, go for it.
You would be drawing a circle. Now, depending on how you give volume to that circle, would make it determine whether or not it's a cylinder or it is a sphere. But you just said, but the shape that you draw would in fact be a circle. It's when you give volume to it.
You have to remember how vision works, right? And what you're seeing in the window. So the 3D world out there is being projected onto a 2D surface. And that 2D surface is on both sides of the airplane, 180 degrees from each other. If you see an arc in the window, that's right. Like, say you like took a magic marker and you look at the out the window and you look at the horizon, right? And you see it's arced, and you take that magic marker and you draw it on the window to follow the horizon. And you go to the other side of the airplane and you do the exact same thing. You draw an arc on the window to follow the horizon. That is never gonna make a circle.
I want to.
You got McDonald's. You got two magic arches. You don't have a circle.
All right. So, if you stand in the mid, let's say we're in a car or a van where there's standing room instead of the plane thing.
Oh
We look
my
out.
God.
If we look outside, yes. Oh my God. If you look out to the window on the right, then you look out to the window on the left, then you look in the front, and then look in the back. What shape are you drawing then?
4 upside down U's.
It's like we understand that you have a 360-degree field of view. Like a panoramic shot, you have a circle of vision around you. A circle of vision around you.
And it would be no different in a plane.
Yeah, thanks. Welcome to Planet Earth.
Yeah, 4 upside down U's if you could look out the back of the plane. You're right.
That's right. If I was in a transparent airplane and draw a line on the horizon and draw a line on the horizon, it's going to be a straight line all the way around the airplane. It's not going to be a bunch of little arches, depending on what window I look out.
You would actually, if you stood on that airplane in one spot instead of running over the windows, you stood in one spot and just held your arm out to point at which window you were looking at. So if I said point at the window on the right, then you rotate your body to the right, pointing at that, and then I tell you now point at the window theoretically that would be in the back. Then you would rotate your body another 90 degrees to point at that window. And once you went all the way around, it would be a circle. And really, that's the same thing that would happen if you were to draw that circle outside the window.
Yeah, thank you. You just made my argument.
Yes, that is the circle. That's not a cylinder.
Well, that's our point.
Yeah, that's our point. If you see arches out the window, that would be a cylinder. Arches. That's what they're saying. I looked out the window and saw an arc in the window.
You're actually
the
arguing
was
for our
arcing.
point right now. So, congratulations.
They do it quite often.
That's
I don't
what
know
he's
if
saying. He
realizes
said
that-
he saw a curve from an airplane window. That's an arc, right? That's the
That's an
curve
arc.
he's talking about.
Yeah.
A curved horizon, left to right curve, and there's an arc.
Do you get what he's saying, though? I know what you're saying. Yeah, it would be a circle. That's what we're saying.
Nobody would look outside the window and see the same arc in the same space of the window. The arc would continue wherever the arc would be oriented differently depending on which window
How do you
you're
know
looking
that?
out.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because that's what happens when you're moving right to left in a plane.
I know, but have you done that? That test has not been done. We're trying to tell this gentleman who we were speaking to, he saw curvature out of a window. We're like, okay, did you look out the other one? No. So what would you see if you looked out the other one? Oh, no. Nobody wants to claim what they see out of the other window. Huh?
It would be I mean, you might not see any arc at all out the other window.
Well, that's a big fucking problem for the globe, isn't
You're
it?
on a plane over a ball. You're in the center at
If he
all
saw-
times, no matter
Calm
where
your
you
ass
are.
down,
ever.
dude.
If he saw a globe arc on one side and he looked at the other side and there was no arc, how is it a globe on one side and not on the other?
Because it's just how it might be.
That's just that's just the way it is, man. It is what it is. Like, fuck.
Yeah, it's called perspective.
Is everyone on this
You
in this
don't
chat on
see the
fucking
same
blue?
thing. You don't see the same thing from every degree in which you stand.
All right,
Yeah.
if that's your out, it's a weak argument. That's all I gotta say.
It's a very strong argument.
It's weak
really
as fuck,
this-
bro. It's weak
But
as
if you
fuck.
stand on top of a plane, but if you stand on top of a plane, then it's different. That perspective's different. Then if you're in a plane, you look out one window, you see an arch. You look out the other, it's flat. You look out the front, it's flat. But if you
Yes.
stand
If you
on
look
top
up,
of a
you see
plane,
one thing. If you look down, you see another
Yeah.
thing.
It's not
Yes.
looking up and down. It's looking across the way. So if you look on one across the way, the other side, and across the way, the other one, that's what we're talking about. Not up and down, bro.
Yeah,
You're changing.
what if-
You're moving the goalpost to change. You're like the other guy. You're moving the goalpost to make it your example, not the one that's being provided, which is looking straight out the window, looking directly out the other side. And that was the example. It wasn't another one that you're saying up and down, bro. You can't move the goalpost. It's got to be the example. That's what we're sticking to.
also the same as being on the boat in the middle of the ocean by yourself and looking 360 degrees. You're going to see the exact same thing.
It's the same thing. Yeah, circle.
Yeah, but what if you fly the plane upside down? Huh? Huh?
Everyone seems to forget that when they're looking out of an airplane window, that's what, 3 panes of window glass or perspex. You understand that you're in a pressurized environment, right? And ultimately those windows will bow. So you do have a curvature that you are already looking through. You're looking through a curved surface. The crescendo to this point is you're looking through a curved surface, so don't be surprised that straight line is going to appear curved to you from one position. There's another point to this as well. Everyone likes to bring up the fact that I've seen curvature from the Earth from an airplane. Mathematically speaking, you're not high enough above the surface of the Earth to see any curve anywhere. In actual fact, you're not high enough from the International Space Station to see curvature of the Earth. That's why when the Chinese do it, they show you a truer vision of a flat Earth. Mathematically speaking, though, what 35, 6, 7,000 feet, you're not high enough above the Earth to see that type of curvature, my friend. Nowhere near high enough.
I made a drawing.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
I want to know, is it this one?
Yeah, but you got to remember Snell's law too. Two contacting media. Looking through panes of glass and looking out into the air. What do you think's gonna happen? You know what I mean?
Yeah, check out the guy looking out the window.
Nobody cares about that, Patricia.
So we understand we're looking for a curved surface, all right? When we're looking out of a window in an airplane, the majority of the time.
Thought that was well understood.
Everyone seems to ignore that.
That totally kiboshes Otto, whatever his name is, understanding. Otto Man. Okay, so let me ask the question again. Is there any scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe? Open up your mic if you have any evidence. Please come forward. Present your case. This is not a debate, by the way. It's a rejection of truth. Unless you have evidence to support your case, you got nothing.
Okay, I got a question.
Bet you anything's not going to be to deal with that, right?
Is it about Mike?
No.
What's your question?
All right. This will be I will present the scenario and then I will make the correlation for why I bring up the scenario. But it's a different sort of question. So, do you believe that you could see a light bulb without feeling the brightness of it?
Do you believe what?
Can you see a light bulb without the brightness reaching you?
Can you see a light bulb without the brightness reaching you?
Yeah.
I don't know. You need to define your terms, man. Like,
if a
Okay,
tree
so
falls in the
imagine.
wood and no one's around to hear
what do
it,
you
does it
mean?
make a sound?
What do you mean by brightness?
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, like the brightness. Like if can you see, for example, if you're on a flat plane or road and you see a street light, right? And you can see it from like let's say 2 or 3 miles away, right? You're probably at the mountain near the road, and you see a street light and you see the light from it, right? But the brightness doesn't reach you. Where you're sitting is very dark, right? Will you admit that's
Yeah.
possible?
Inverse square law of light, I get. So further away from light, it appears dimmer to you. Go stand right in front of that light. It's fucking bright.
But the brightness doesn't reach you, right? But you can still see the light.
Yeah, a light doesn't attenuate to the medium of air forever. No, it does not. We all know this.
Okay.
Look,
Okay, then.
you ever seen an airplane flying at like max altitude, like 5 miles up?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the landing lights?
Yeah.
7 miles up, you saw a landing. Or 6 miles up, you saw landing lights.
I live near an airport. Maybe that's why I see it. I see. You mean like the?
No, I mean
green...
flying at altitude, flying at their highest
altitude,
cruising altitude.
I don't believe so.
47,000 feet. Yeah.
No,
so
I do not see them.
But my point is that is it possible to see a light source without the brightness reaching you, right?
I don't know what you mean by brightness. If you see the light source, you see the brightness.
Yeah, you see the lightness.
No, the
brightness. You see the light.
No,
if you're saying you see the light, whatever distance you're saying,
I've seen the light.
I don't know what the question is all like. What do
trying
you
to say?
just bring it on home? How about just bring it on home? Illegal.
Yeah.
Just.
All right then. So my point is that how is it how can we not see the sun during at night?
Oh yeah, I know.
Because it's night.
But why can't we see the sun?
Light doesn't attenuate to the medium of
keep
air
saying
forever.
that to yourself. Why can't I see the sun at night?
Yeah.
What's the definition of the night?
When it's dark out.
Yeah, when you can't see the sun.
You can see the sun, but the brightness doesn't reach you.
You're asking why doesn't light travel forever?
Hold on.
That's your question, right? It's malformed the way you're saying it. Is that what you're
But
asking?
it gets weaker, right?
When the sun is not visible, we call that night.
No,
what do you mean no? No. It's not when the brightness doesn't reach you, because that's called twilight, right? When the sun, we can't see the sun anymore, but the sky's still illuminated. Call it twilight, right? But it's night when we can't see any of that. We can't see the sun way before it's absolute night.
But how come we could see How come we could see the moon sometimes during the day?
What? Why wouldn't
If
we?
it's possible if it's possible to see a planet like the moon, I mean, I don't know if if we see an object like the moon during the day sometimes, how come we can observe the sun at night sometimes?
I mean, I'm really gonna start critiquing you on your fucking education system now.
Well,
It's an
you
observation,
gotta,
bro.
yeah, but you got to think about something really quick, because I'll introduce factors that are gonna
Is
change
the
the way.
moon as bright as the sun? Yes or no?
No.
Yeah, but dude,
Okay.
we got to think about some contributing factors here. You're talking about like night being only, when you can't see the light. But then some people have the sun at night. Excuse me, at the times where nighttime should be. So like in the case of the far north, right? Was it Iceland? They can experience a 24-hour sun, and even when it's supposed to be nighttime, the sun's still out. Do you know that happens? I'm just going through a little bit of maybe
I
before you
understand.
appeal.
Well,
Before
let me
you
explain.
appeal, go ahead.
Well, we just say this: if the moon was as bright as the sun, would you see the moon at night?
If the moon was as bright as the sun,
Would you
would
see the
I
moon
see
at
the
night?
moon at night?
Yeah. Or would we call that day?
We would call that day since the brightness would reach us, right?
The brightness of the moon compared to the sun is not even close to each other.
Well, I agree with that. However, the moon could still be visible if it's visible at night.
I'm
But
trying to
That's
figure
however,
out,
because it's
bro.
not as bright as the sun.
I'm trying to
It
figure out,
would.
what do you mean by brightness, though? You mean just the
the
light from the
visibility
sun?
of the visibility of the object
The visibility. So
when
when you
looking up
can
in the
see the
sky.
actual sun, when you see the actual sun, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, when I see the sun at night, how come I can't see the sun at night?
What?
Okay, repeat the scenario.
So
Look,
what
dude.
I'm.
Well, let me
Fuck, dude.
let me do this, man. Real simple. Okay, we see the sun. We see the moon at night. We don't see the sun. Yeah, so the sun's not there, so we call that night. We see the moon during the day. The sun's present, but the moon's bright enough where you can still see it. What's confusing about that?
But do we agree that the sun is brighter than the moon?
Yes. That's
So
why
how come,
whenever the sun is visible, we call that daytime. The moon is a subordinate of that, so it'll be present during the daytime or at nighttime because the day and night cycle have nothing to do with the fucking moon.
Are you still confused?
how does the sun and moon how does the sun and the moon revolving around the flat Earth system works?
Wait. We're inferring something. Before we take another logical leap into that, how do you know what the path these things take? How do you know the path?
Well, I talked to another flat earther and he told me it's pretty much the sun, the moon.
No. We're not relying on others. We're finding out how we know. Like, how can I know? How can you know that the path of these things are going in a specific way? How do we know they're going in a rectangle, a circle, a triangle? How do we know what path they're taking? I'm asking you. Without relying on other people. How do you know that?
Sorry, repeat that last statement.
How do you know what path these things are taking in the sky without relying on somebody else telling you?
You make front clear observations of what the path of the moon or the sun is taking.
At what point can you make an observation of the sun during what time? Tell me, just walk me through this.
During the day.
Okay, and then when can you stop seeing the sun in its path?
At night.
And then when do you use your imagination to fill in the blank? What path it takes?
From what some other flat earther told me about how the system works.
No, I'm not talking about other people, sir. I'm talking about only you. You. Okay.
But that's how I learned it.
No, don't talk about how I learned it. I want to know how you can know the path of the sun is whatever you think it is. You. You. Okay, so we said you saw the moon, or excuse me, the sun at the beginning of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you followed it where? Where did it go?
It went up. I
Mm-hmm.
think it was at the east side
Okay.
of where I am, and it goes up, not directly up, but it goes
Sure.
slightly up, and until noon, it's like north. It's northeast. It's like
Okay.
straight up northeast of the sky. Then it goes back down, and then it
To
turns
where?
night.
To where? Where does it go?
To Well, from my perspective, it looks like
Mhm.
it's going up from the horizon line
Yeah.
up to the sky, and then goes back down.
To where? What's the limit?
My point of view.
I know, but where does it reach your point of view, like the end of your point of view? Where does it end?
By the horizon line.
Okay. And after it crosses the horizon line, where else does it go?
Uh, when it goes like that, then it should be behind the horizon line
No,
or
no,
past
no,
the.
no. We're not talking about should be, because everybody's talking about circles and triangles and rectangles and shit. We're not going off of what people say. We want to verify this information for ourselves. Where does the sun go? Can we know this information?
From my point of view,
Yes. From
it
your point of
looks
view.
like it's going down below.
Okay, but where does it go, sir?
Oh, well,
And
somewhere
what?
else. Okay, it's somewhere
Okay.
else.
Yeah, that's great. Now, what path does it take from the time your observation starts to it stops? Where else? What path does it take from that point where it stops from you? Where else does it go?
My assumption is a circular
Okay.
rotation, just like it
Okay.
was there in the day.
Okay. 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 Got it. It's an assumption. How can you know?
By my point of view, the
Okay, but your
from
point
my
of view stops
observation.
at your horizon. You just said my point of view stops when it eats my western horizon. Once it's gone, I don't know. From there, I have to assume, right? Isn't that what you said?
Oh, oh, well, because I was
Yes or no,
presuming the
sir?
flat Earth. No, I was
Yes or
presuming.
no, no, no. We're not talking about flat Earth or globe Earth. We're just talking about what you visually see from the sun. What else can you tell me from when it leaves your western horizon and you can't see it no more? Where else does it go?
Well, to put it that way, then I
Mm-hmm.
don't know.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
But 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 from my observations as well, we still see the moon during the day, and we know the sun is way brighter than the moon, but we don't see.
That doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean shit.
How
Because
come?
I just proved to you and to everybody listening, if you followed along, you guys can only tell from your point of observation that the sun moves from the east to the west in your sky. Tell me that
Mm-hmm.
it's going in a circle, a rectangle, a triangle, any other fucking shape. Now you're gonna have the burden of proof resting on your shoulders, and you're gonna have to tell me how you know that it does this. Not assume, no. Because otherwise it's a reification fallacy. Straight out the fucking gate. Deal with it, guys.
Why do you think
Everybody
I
in the
brought up the
room.
moon?
Well, it has no relevance to like anything to deal with the shape context. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing. You're just
Can you
thinking
explain a
that you
lunar
have
eclipse?
something that's nothing.
Wait, so I cannot, so I'm not allowed to talk about
You're not listen, this isn't what do you think it is? I don't know. What do you think it is? I don't know. What do you
critiquing
think it is?
about flat Earth or globe Earth.
Critiquing, you're not critiquing, sir.
It's an
You're asking some
observation.
questions that have no relevance to the conversation, which is what is the geometric shape of the earth? Is the earth in motion, or is there any gas pressure without a container, sir? These are the fundamental pillars of the globe. You're not
Well, that's
asking those.
well, that's why I'm asking you on what
Yeah.
is on how the sun and the moon operates and their
We
rotation
are
cycle.
telling you this. We're telling you this much. Everything is cyclical in nature, right? Meaning that everything has a pattern that repeats. Okay. So everything has a pattern in the sky that repeats yearly, every day. We have
Mm-hmm.
these patterns, right? That we know, that much we know. But when we're going to make a statement like, I know this is what happens beyond my point of observation, that is called an assumption, right? You're assuming these things take place based on some other knowledge that you can say, well, our best guess would be that it does this and that and the other thing. You don't know. right?
From the
Sir?
ratios I have, no.
Well, that's my point. It's for everyone who's actually, and it goes flat Earth and globe Earth alike. It's the both sides. If somebody comes up with you and say, "Hey man, the Earth's it's pretty flat, but it's a disc. Check it out. It's like a pancake. It goes around in a circle." And then you can tell the person, "Okay, so you just made you made a claim. Now, how do you know it's that? Prove it to me." You can, as a critical thinking person, how are you going to just accept something? You have to ask for the information. How do you know that that's the way it is? Otherwise, it's a reification of some model or something they conjured up that they can't support with evidence. It's pretty simple.
So,
That's how we got in the mess in the first place, by believing people.
so, okay, I understand that. So,
okay,
what you're pretty much saying is that unless we don't have the resources, we can't possibly know.
How can anybody know, sir? Is my thing. Think
Well,
about it.
Well, that's
you
why.
want to say you want to cling to this belief. Oh my God, somebody must have figured this out. There's a magical scientist out there that says, "I know the answer to that question." Bring him forward to this fucking forum and let's see if he can answer it. Or he's gonna say, guys, it's our best guess because that's how science works.
All right then. So, because I had the pre-assumption, yes, the pre-assumption that I thought what the person I talked to that was a flat earther operated the same point of view on how the flat earth operates as you guys in this VC.
That's a stereotype fallacy, sir.
Well,
what you just invoked.
What makes you think he was a flat earther and not just some LARPer?
It's a stereotype fallacy.
I mean, he had like images and well,
that's a
he
stereotype
had many
fallacy. I
images.
just addressed it, sir. It's a stereotype
I feel
fallacy.
the same way about talking to all the people.
So
Yeah.
you can't just say that you talk to one flat earther and then thus all the flat earthers think that way. It's not how this works. You
So
ask us a question, we'll give you a response, and you'll know.
okay, so how do you think the moon and the sun cycle operates? If you don't know it,
They're
never
cyclical.
mind.
I'm gonna tell you, they're cyclical in nature. Everything in the sky is cyclical in nature. It's like a sky clock. Everything can be timed. People since ancient times have been making their observations and putting patterns down. They understand everything from lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, phenomena in the sky, and they're cyclical because they repeat.
Yeah, it's called the equation of time, not the geometry of time.
So explain the lunar eclipse. How does that work?
Wait, but I agree with that. But how does it look
Okay.
like?
What do you mean? How does it look like? They're repeating patterns, sir. And depends
No,
on what
but
part of the Earth you're on. They're gonna
Look
repeat.
like from where?
But the lunar eclipse is
from an
when the Earth
expanded point
passes
of view.
between
Hold
the
on,
sun and the moon. So
hold
how
on,
does that
lunar
work?
eclipse guy. Hold on.
Yeah.
We're addressing this guy. Go ahead, sir.
All right then.
No, you go ahead.
This is another one. Remember what I was talking about, Miggy? Somebody interjecting just out of the blue to save someone's ass.
Yeah.
To go, how does this work?
You
Dude.
mentioned the lunar eclipse, so I'm asking a question about it since
I
you brought
know
it up.
that, but
Yeah, so you're gonna wait your turn like a good boy, right?
You brought up a point. Just checking.
Okay, so
If you
we'll
can't
get to
handle
that.
it, too bad.
Yeah, listen, we can handle it. We've answered this question 10,000 fucking times. There's nothing you can say that's original.
That's true.
All right, so
Yeah, and
how
you still get
does
to refute it either.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat. Go ahead. Illegal.
all right, so how does the sun and because I agree they're cyclical, but how do they look like?
They
How does
look
it operate?
they look like lights in the sky, sir.
No, but how does
Yeah, they
do you
look
have like
like
a
what
3D
you
model
observe.
of the flat Earth and the moon and the moon and the sun above it or somewhere and have a cyclical model of it?
The
The cyclical model is just a graph, right? A 2D graph with time, right?
They made
Time on the
astrolabes
graph,
of
dude.
this
That's it.
information.
Hold on, I'll post it. It's called the equation of time. There's no fucking geometry in it. It's just an equation. That just
See, the mistake you're making is that you think you need some kind of conceptual representation from an outside perspective that nobody has, instead of just accepting the fact that what we do is observe the sun, moon, stars, and everything else on a flat, motionless surface. This is the point. Everything that you see and you say, how can that work on a flat Earth? It's all happening on a flat Earth. The Earth doesn't have any curvature.
land
The Earth
satellite
isn't
photography
moving.
every
So
fucking like
consequently,
24
everything
hours.
we observe. Why are you talking through me? Consequently,
Because you're saying
everything
dumb
we
shit.
observe. Shut the fuck up. Everything we observe
shit.
is happening over a measurably, observably flat and motionless
Don't waste your
surface.
time on this guy.
We're not pushing. Who is this? Who's this guy?
Bowie,
Right.
sir.
Tell me.
Another
Tell me
one.
your
Throw
top
themselves
three
into
globe
gears.
Tell me,
I
the guy
just-
who's interjecting right now, tell me your top 3 globe proofs. Let's hear them.
You're up, Bowie.
Okay.
Are we done with me?
GPS. Do you got GPS on your phone? Do you think
Right. So GPS
that
is your
is
first one. What's
by
your second one?
towers only? Do you not
No, we can get to it.
understand the idea of
Calm
GPS
down.
coordinates and like
I'm down,
multiple
Bowie.
satellites
You
that
want him to
actually
answer you? You want him to
Okay.
answer you, Bowie?
Okay.
But
Okay,
hold
so
on.
number
Can I
one,
say something?
GPS. Number two, what's number 2?
That was your first.
Okay,
proof. What's your
seasons.
second? Season second.
Oh
Number
God.
2,
Okay.
seasons. What's number 3? Hold on, I just want to get all 3.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Number 3, Bowie.
Any
Change in temperature.
thoughts? Change in temperature. Right. So
Right.
GPS, seasons, and change in
All
temperature.
over
Have
the
fun with that
world.
one,
It's dependent upon the sort of angle of incident towards the sun.
Okay.
Wow. So
Well, let him get a rebuttal. Just hold on, Bowie.
Yeah, I'll shut the fuck up.
does someone
Yeah.
want to take any 3 of those?
Yeah,
Indio?
Indio can. We
Bring your
nominated you,
champion.
bro.
GPS.
We nominated you. He hasn't been here, so we'll let
What
him
co-
come in.
GPS.
Okay. So GPS is in a what coordinate system is that in?
What do you mean, like
What?
Mercator?
No. No. GPS. Do you know anything about how GPS works? Anything at all?
Yeah, I do. Global positioning system. Like,
Yeah.
who
How
the
does
hell
it work?
cares about that?
How does it work? How does it work?
Well, you're gonna have like multiple satellites actually bouncing off like where you are on the ground, and the more satellites you have interacting with number 4, which people don't actually realize, is the Earth itself is one of those coordinates. And without that, it kind of falls apart. Nobody would be able to, actually get their directions. It would just all fall apart.
So then,
So what do
let me
you
ask
think
you
is happening?
Okay, so you just described everything you said was factually wrong. Okay, so that's awesome. So,
Really?
yeah, so
I've actually worked within. Okay. Yeah,
so
no.
GPS works by something called trilateration. So they send a GPS is basically a beacon.
No, that's not
Yes,
right.
Google it, dude. Google it, bro. Do you want me to
Oh,
post it in the chat? I will. Trilateration is how GPS works. So
okay.
they use the
Tell
time of
me.
flight of the.
I
so they
want to
use-
know.
I'm gonna if you shut the fuck up. So they use the time of flight of the signal, right?
Fucking retard.
Yeah, that's a great argument. Very compelling. Very.
It's
This guy's
true.
spazzing out already. Bro, shut up. Indio is answering
So
your question.
trilateration. So
No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know you're wrong. We've done this before.
Yeah.
I told you. Like, there's nothing you guys can say we haven't heard before. Literally, not a fucking thing.
You've always proved yourselves wrong.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Who's you guys?
God.
Dude,
Hey, you
you remember when one of your guys actually wanted to rent that instrument that measured cosmic space and how it moved? And like it was supposed to be the definitive way that you would like because he wanted to prove that the Earth was flat.
Cosmic space and how it moves.
Bowie, can we get through those points that you gave us? Can we get through those?
Just get back to?
All right, I'm sorry.
So let's get me in this real quick. So there's something called differential GPS. You can just look it up. It's just towers on the ground, right? It's real simple because GPS is a beacon. It uses time of flight to figure out where you're located.
Understand how waves
Stop interjecting, Bowie.
I'm sorry,
me, dude.
He's drunk, dude. You're obviously bombed. Sober up.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. You can be mute till you sober up. There's no reason. He's just gonna keep interjecting. There's no point.
Seasons and change in temperature.
And the guy that wanted to know about eclipses, he asked a question and said, "You can't refute it," and then jetted. Like, how do you refute a question? I'm not really sure how you do that.
That's good. That's good.
I like the way that when they ask a question, they're still going to talk over the fucking answer and then ask another fucking question. Brilliant.
Sorry, can we get back to the conversation we were having?
Oh, do we have to? That
We
was
can
painful.
try, but there's many upset Glovers in here.
I don't know. We came to a point where you understand that everything else is an assumption far beyond your observation. What else do you want?
Well,
I mean,
I will say this from the
Well,
education that I was raised in, they provide an explanation on how the sun cycle works and how the moon cycle works. But since now that's
Right,
being
but
put into
none of that
question.
works. But none
They're
of that works
cyclical,
if the
bro.
surface is flat. That was my
But
point.
only
Remember, I said
But how do you know though?
void of geometry. Void of geometry.
you can measure it.
You don't need geometry. All you need to do is have predictions of postdictions of things that happen in nature. The natural phenomenon of cyclical nature of stars, sun, and moon. They're cyclical in nature. They're going to be repeating cycles. You don't need geometry to know that information.
Okay, yeah.
What
So let's
don't
cut
you get,
yeah,
sir?
let's cut this down. Okay, let's cut this down. How do you think they predict eclipse times? When an eclipse will happen? How do you think they do it right now?
From the globe Earth theory, or from the neutral perspective.
That would be absolutely incorrect. They do not use a globe. They do not use anything like that.
He was asking from which model.
They don't use any model. There is no geometric model that's used. So that's the point. No, I do understand the question. There's no geometric model that's used. Eclipses, they happen in a cycle. It's called the Saros cycle. It happens over and over and over again. And that's how eclipses are predicted. This is how they're predicted in 2000 BC. It's how they're predicted today. They don't use a geometric model. They don't assume a flat Earth. They don't assume a globe Earth. They don't assume a pretzel Earth. They don't assume any Earth. They say, hey, they happen these intervals. They'll happen again. And we watched a lot of eclipses, and this is how we know that they're going to keep happening in this cycle, right? So we can just extend this cycle out in time and know when an eclipse happens. They don't need to know anything about the shape of the Earth. And this is what we're trying to tell you, is that these models are independent of any geometry. They're called kinematic models. They have nothing to do with any geometry. They're just the cycle that repeats itself.
I agree with. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying it's literally just maths.
Yeah.
So when people talk about models, the thing is you have to be specific about when you talk about model. And actually, I was scolding one of the other Globers the other day for using different types of model interchangeably. So you got mathematical models, and you got conceptual models, you got scientific models. These are all very different things, right? So if you say what model do they use, and then you're implying that it's geometric. Well, I mean, it's not. This is a mathematical model, as Indio was saying. Is that they just put some maths together and they go, oh, well, this happened before, so we think it'll happen again, and then it happens again. Then they go, oh, okay, well, this is reliable. Like the Earth could be a dinosaur, and that still be the case, right?
Yeah, they're not predictions, they're postdictions. They're already things that have been observed to happen, so they have repeated cycles, and they can know now a prediction of when it's going to happen again because of the postdiction that took place.
Well, there's cycles that are
Okay.
caused by the orbit, which is caused by the gravitational pull of the Earth that is in space
Let
as
me
a
just,
ball.
before we get into the stories, I just want to make and see if Illegal understands this logic as it comes to the explanations, right? I'm not talking about models because you don't really have a model, but you're talking about, well, what about their explanations for how the sun and the moon move and all of that? Right, so you would agree that the explanations that you've been given depend on Earth's surface having curvature, yeah?
Can I just? I wanted to say
Hold
something
on, I
on the
want an
previous
answer to
point.
this. No.
He's
I'm getting
waiting
an
for the
answer.
gentleman.
Illegal,
are you there?
Sorry, someone called me, but
Wait,
I'll
illegal.
concede.
I had a
Concede to
question
this
for
point.
you.
I'll concede. I'll
No,
concede. I'll concede.
illegal. I had a separate question for you to
What?
talk about your explanations, right? Because you're saying, well, how do the sun and the moon work? Because they've given me these explanations about how they work. So I'm saying you would agree that the explanations that we're given depend on the surface we live on being curved, yeah? Having curvature, being a ball, yeah?
Yeah.
So if we find out that the surface is not curved into a ball, consequently, it means that those explanations can't be true, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's the situation. Okay?
So what's the
No, but
explanation for
it
the
also
moon and
works the
sun
other way
cycle?
around.
Let him respond, fucking idiot. What did you say, illegal?
I understand that, but so then, what is the cycle of the moon and the moon and the sun?
Well,
And
this is it. How would you verify that?
I wouldn't. I can't. I don't have the resources to do so.
There you go, bro. There you go, bro.
But do you
Anyway,
know
someone
though?
else can pick up. No. I'm not claiming to know.
Okay, then.
We're talking about the surface. We're talking about the surface not being curved, so it can't be what they've told us. But that doesn't mean we can go up to these things and test them. Right? That's not our argument. Our argument isn't this is how the sun and the moon are working. Our argument is the surface isn't curving, so it can't be the ball they've told us. So all of the stories about how X, Y, and Z work based on it being a ball cannot be true. Do you understand?
Yeah, I mostly understand.
Cool.
But alright, it's just I don't know. I was hoping that there would be an explanation, but the
Yeah,
explanation
we'd
is
all
that
love to know these things. Don't get me wrong. We'd all love to know, but we're honest because we're not just going to give some bullshit story. We're just saying it can't be done like you've realized. I asked you, how would you verify it? And you had a think and you thought, oh yeah, I can't go to them. I can't test them. So yeah, that's the situation.
Falsification is independent of replacement. That's something
Does
you
it
should
have to be-
hold key here.
But this is where this entire debate just goes down. It's like, ultimately, you cannot trust anything. It's just epistemology.
No, it's not.
Ultimately, you
It's
cannot
being
trust
honest.
anything.
It's
It's true.
being honest, dude. If you falsify something, you don't have to replace it. You, in your mind, you might need a teddy bear to hold on to. But a lot of people are like, dude, if it's not true, it's not true. I don't need to replace it with another story that's not true. That story's not true. That's all.
Well, then
Right, but
have to
something
be
is
you
true.
individually that
And we
has
can
to
make assumptions
verify
about what is
everything?
true based on any evidence we've collected.
You don't even know if you're
That's-
fucking sitting down right now, so shut up.
All right. Who was the other guy? Not
I'm
Mez.
100% sure
you
that
can say the same thing.
I'm 100% sure that I'm talking on Discord. Right?
Yeah, he is.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that?
Yeah,
I'm
he's
100%
talking on Discord.
Do you have any scientific evidence that proves that you're talking on Discord?
Like who are you talking to?
You don't even know.
Like who are you talking
I'm just
to?
an illusion, bro.
Mez, who are you talking to? He said you're asking somebody to prove he's on Discord that you responded to on Discord.
On Discord, yeah.
No, I'm not
fuck
real.
is
I'm
wrong?
an illusion.
Okay, well then I don't need to reply to you.
Yeah, there's
Bro,
no
bro.
point speaking into these broken brains.
If you're an
Do you believe that?
Bro, if you're an illusion, then I won't bother responding to you. That's easy.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But you don't actually believe that, do you?
You do.
Yeah,
No, but I don't need to respond to him. No, but
how often are we going to have to...
Why respond to him? He's an illusion. No one needs to respond to him.
I've muted the illusion. Don't worry. Non-existent person has been muted.
Don't take the reductive.
If God isn't real, why does the Bible exist?
That's
The majority of globe earthers are like this.
We call it the Globe Earth Last Dance. It's solipsism. They'll drag.
Is this the last hope ditch effort that you guys are gonna put? Is this the trump card? Burn the whole house. Burn the whole fucking house down.
I thought refraction was a pathetic cope end stop, but now they've just progressed to now nothing is real.
Yeah.
Solipsism, bro. Welcome.
I mean, at what point will the flat earthers be willing to answer the same questions they're asking?
We love answering those. We love answering those questions. We just never get asked them. What is your
How does
okay.
why does
So-
the sun look like it's going over the horizon?
Well, no. What is the claim first that y'all are positing? Because I've had now 3 people explain to me that flat refers either to different things. So apparently, within your group, what flat Earth means.
Crypto, you're gonna take point. Crypto, you're gonna take point.
Go.
Oh, well, sorry, I might be roboting. Sorry.
Basically, the claim is there's no curvature. So how can it be a ball? Pretty simple.
So how did you test for no curvature?
Okay, well, if it's not a ball, it must be another shape, right?
What?
Yeah, Earth shaped.
Not necessarily.
Right.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? We're just saying it's
didn't
not
I-
the ball they told us. If you
Okay,
disagree, feel free to present some measurements or
I'm looking
evidence
to
that it is
agree
a
with
ball.
you, but I'd like to agree with you on what shape the Earth actually has. Now, if your whole point is it's not what others
you
are saying,
Well, I'm
categorize
not
it-
claiming a
that's
shape.
difficult.
I'm not claiming a shape.
let me ask
You
Otto,
are.
man.
You are.
No, we're not. Okay.
Yeah, you're
It's
claiming
not
it's
every.
flat.
Not,
Yeah, you tell me what
listen,
I'm
you
claiming.
can't actually let people answer, right? So, what shape is a rock, dude?
I just asked him this, bro. I just asked him this. What shape is
Yeah.
the rock, the clouds, the trees, the coral?
Yeah.
And so,
Which this,
what makes
Yeah,
anybody
sure.
think the
So,
Earth is a
do you
specific
think
not
they all
everything,
have the?
not
Do you
everything
think
has a
they all yeah,
categorizable
I
abstract
agree.
shape.
Let me answer
right?
that, please. So, do you think they all have the same
Dude, all
shape?
these dudes do is talk over, man. I swear to God.
Yeah.
I thought I was being asked whether or not these things being.
I asked you
talked
what's the
about.
shape of. I asked Soyops, what's the shape of a rock? He won't answer.
Soyops.
Oh, wait, I didn't even know you were asking me.
Yeah, I was speaking. So.
What shape is a rock?
They all have different shape. Wait.
Okay. Any rock. Pick any rock. It hasn't been manipulated by man. Is any rock a sphere?
Yes.
Yes,
No.
some are.
Yes. There's a sphere rock in nature. Where's that at?
I think a
He's like
geode is one example, commonly
There's
known
like
to be a
really-
sphere with a crystal inside.
He said he was asking me.
It's not a. It's
My
not a
bad, my
sphere.
bad.
Okay, so
That's fair,
sphere
that's
is a technical term. So the surface is equidistant from a center, right? Nothing in nature is that. Okay, so things in nature don't actually have abstract shapes. They're not platonic solids. They're not non-platonic solids. They're not abstract shapes. Okay, only idealist Platonist weirdos think that everything in the universe is some idealized, abstract, mathematical shape, like a sphere.
But how can you know?
Well, wait.
God.
Can I respond to that? So, okay.
If I,
So,
here's my thing.
Jesus
If one
fucking
takes,
Christ! Oh
I
my
know,
God!
look.
Just shut up! Just shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Holy shit, man!
You first.
So
you know
when we
Like-
ask, what? Are you retarded? Jesus. Okay. So when we ask, what is the shape of the Earth? Okay. You guys call yourselves flat earthers, okay? So like
Yeah.
you're giving an attribute to the Earth that like, oh well, people are saying the Earth is round, it has curvature. Like obviously not perfect. Nothing in nature is perfect, like you said. But you are saying, no, it's not round. There is no curvature. It's flat. Okay, cool. So we've got that down. Are there so now we have to ask, like, okay, are there like boundaries to the flat Earth? Does it go on forever, or is it like a coin shape? Like relatively speaking, okay, what is the shape of the Earth? I can say, relatively speaking, it's spherical. It's not a perfect sphere, but it is like ball shaped.
Yeah,
So
the problem is
have
you're
an
thinking
answer
of
to that?
Earth as an object. It's
it
just the
isn't.
ground, dude.
Okay, so
It is
check
an
this.
object.
So check
The
this.
ground is an object.
So check this
I
out.
don't think that.
So with your concept of reality is that the Earth is inside some vast void, right? But if I ask you, where's the edge of that void? Like, where's the edge of the universe, dude? What shape is the universe?
We have the edge of the observable universe.
Okay, what's the shape of the universe? What do they say it is?
As far as now,
They actually say that the universe is flat. Did you know that?
No, they don't.
No.
Yeah, they do. Oh, you
No,
want to
they
bet
don't.
Bitcoin on it? I'll bet you $1 million Bitcoin, dude. Fuck
Sure.
that they say
Not that you have that.
I'm sure
modern
that if they say it's
cosmology.
flat, I'm sure that if they say it's flat, it's not the same like 2D flat, like what you're saying the Earth is.
No, what they say is
Hold
that
on.
the universe is flat. Period.
Do you understand that to be flat, one has to have less dimension than the universe we currently exist in?
Can I just get in on that? Yeah,
Fuck
this
is
whole.
that shit?
Can I just get on that? Like the
The
idea that
definition of the word flat, in other words, two-dimensional usually.
talking, bro. So the idea that like 2D stuff is flat is some retarded globe of nonsense that no one else actually thinks, right? So you
For
understand
the
that
scientists and the people making your inventions.
No, because a 2D is a concept of a surface, but it's not a concept of a flat 3D object. And you guys don't seem to understand the difference.
Well, yes, 2D is generally not 3D. It is that which, when you add another dimension to it, becomes 3D. It usually has.
Everyone knows that.
2D.
But the point is that something that is flat that exists in reality is still three-dimensional. Something being flat doesn't. Yes, something being flat isn't 2D.
Okay, I understand that that's how it would seem if one isn't aware of how quantum physics is being utilized. In which
Everything
case,
that exists, you don't know anything about quantum
everything
physics.
that
Jesus Christ!
exists
It's just stop talking.
Yeah, this
Keeps on
guy's just
muting
like
this guy.
he's a pseudo-intellectual. He doesn't actually understand basics. Like anything that exists in physical reality has to have 3 dimensions as a necessity of its existence. Right? If you're thinking of a surface as a concept, as a mathematical construct, a surface is 2-dimensional, but can't exist in physical reality without a 3rd dimension.
Yes.
It's really simple.
Correct.
Okay, so to get back to the point, right? So, I'm asking these questions, Soyabs, for a reason, right? So, they say the universe is flat, but if I ask you where's the edge, what's outside of it, and all that, you'll immediately balk to any of those questions, because those questions are like meaningless, right? So when you ask us, where's the edge of the flat Earth? Where's this? There's that. You're assuming that the Earth is like embedded in some giant fucking void, right? That Earth is a space disk, or we think it's a space disk, when it's nothing like that. The Earth is the embedding space. It's not embedded in space.
So is it
Okay,
boundless?
so like, well, wait on. Like,
No, that
so
question's meaningless. It
I want to
doesn't
directly
mean.
respond. I want to directly. So
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
there's multiple things. One, I'm not entirely sure what you or the people you're citing mean when they say the universe is flat. But I can assume it doesn't mean the same thing as like
Why can you assume
flat
that?
Earth,
Why can you assume that?
because the universe is 3-dimensional. What is
Yeah, but
flat?
what they say is because in the modern cosmology, right, is that you have it's not just space, it's space-time. That at large distances, because there's so little matter, instead of it being curved, it flattens out. It's called asymptotically flat space-time. If you just Google it, it's not my invention, it's their invention.
Okay, but
Yeah,
there's
India, you're going to 4 dimensions, right? And they don't even understand that flat isn't 2 dimensions. And he's just said it again.
God
that
damn
the
it.
universe can't be flat because it's not 2-dimensional. It's literally what this guy just said. After what I just said,
I just didn't know what flat.
that's
I
something
didn't
that,
know
dude,
what
don't
flat
talk
meant.
over me. Don't talk over me. After I just clarified that something that exists in physical reality and is flat is still 3-dimensional, they're still doing the 2D universe thing. Why?
Okay, so I wanted to respond to other points that Indio made. So the idea of like, okay, well, we don't know like the ultimate shape of the universe, and we don't. But if you ask like cosmologists, what like do we have like any conception for what the universe could be? They'll get answers that now like all of these answers are like equally as likely because like we just have no fucking way of measuring this shit.
I actually compiled
But
a bunch of videos on this with different physicists, 12 physicists
if I could
with 12
finish.
different answers. Okay,
Yeah.
that should just tell you something.
Yeah, because like this is literally like beyond the bounds of the observable universe. Literally, the observable universe is like this roughly spherical shaped like place that we are in. But so when we're asking you like, okay, what is the shape of the flat Earth? Is it boundless? Is it bounded? If it's bounded, what is that shape? We're asking if you even have like a conception of this, right? Maybe we haven't measured it, fine. But like, do you even have a conception of this, and why?
Well, let's check this out.
That's what
I'll
we're
just
trying to
say,
get to.
so wherever they say in modern cosmology the edge of the universe is, that's where the edge of the flat Earth is. How about that?
That made absolutely no sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
Are you saying
So
there's
you're
an observable
willingly, with
flat
no
Earth, but then
problem,
there could be
accept
something
their
beyond it?
bullshit claims, right? And you need another bullshit claim from us to take it seriously. That's
I feel
silly.
like I didn't get my question answered, but
Okay, so if you want an exact answer to your question, so the idea of bounded versus unbounded, this was dealt with by Zeno in 300 BC. So it's called Zeno's paradox, and he proved that it is a paradox, that you cannot actually answer that question using logic, geometry, mathematics. You cannot prove that the universe is bounded or unbounded, mathematically, geometrically, or logically. So I can give you any answer in Well, there's
Oh,
3
sorry,
of
sorry.
Zeno's paradoxes. I'm using the one where it's going halfway, right? So if you go halfway to, like, say I'm 10 feet from a wall and I go halfway, right? So I can do the mathematics, or I can do it geometrically. Like, I'm halfway to the wall. Well, I can go another halfway and another halfway and another halfway, and I can never reach that wall. But we all know you can actually reach the wall in reality. So this is a mathematical paradox, right? That you can't, that mathematically you never reached the wall, but in reality you did.
But the important part of the
infinite amount of infinitesimal distances.
Yeah, the important part of the paradox
Yeah,
is
that sum to negative 12, 1 over negative 12. Great.
Yeah, the important part of that paradox, though, India, just obviously you know this, but he doesn't, is that there is a logical statement that
I've heard of this paradox. I'm not an idiot. Okay?
Yeah, but you don't have to talk over me while I'm describing it, do you?
You don't have to like make little jabs at me while you're giving your filibuster.
I'm trying to finish a sentence, bro. Just
Okay.
wait till I'm done.
He has like a flamboyant episode every time someone talks over him.
Yeah, just stop fucking doing it then. So the point is, right, is that there's a logical statement to be made, which is why it's a paradox, in that you have to go halfway before you go the whole way. That's why what Indio said is part of that logical statement. I thought that needed to be said as to make sense of the paradox. You have to go halfway before you go the whole way, but if you go halfway and then halfway and halfway, you never go the whole way. That's the paradox.
How is that related to the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
because he's asking me if the universe is bounded or unbounded. That's what he's asking me, the flat Earth. Is the flat Earth bounded or unbounded? Is it infinite versus finite? Those are actually not opposite things. So infinite is the act of counting. So no, they are actually not opposite things. One is a verb, one is a noun. Okay?
So you could have something.
So dude, listen. Infinite, right, is the act of counting, where you can always count something after the other. So in this case, it would be like, is the universe, what's the size of the universe? We're going to measure a distance. So you're counting distance, right? Counting units of measure, right? Infinite would be, there's no unit of measure where I cannot put another unit of measure afterwards, right? This action of counting. Finite is not that. Finite is a description of something. It's a noun.
Cool.
They're not actually not opposite things. This is a misconception that people carry around with them.
That's not an accurate description of infinity, by the way.
Okay, infinity is defined as a sum of numbers which you can always count the number afterwards.
That's a countable infinity.
That's a countable infinity, yeah.
Oh God.
Finite is something that has an end.
A countable infinity that you actually can't count. Awesome.
No, that's called countable infinity because you count.
Yeah,
and you
but
can
you actually
continue
can't count it. But you actually can't
Yeah, it's
count
the
it.
method. It's the methodology at which you approach that style of infinity.
Yeah, but you
It's not
actually
describing
can't
that.
count it. So, but you can't count it, right?
In a finite amount of time, correct? You cannot.
You can't count it in it. Listen, hold on. You can't count it in an infinite amount of time either.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you could.
Because you could describe every term one after the other.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's an infinite amount of time. The time never ends. You can never finish the operation.
That's like a branch of mathematics, but
that means you would have to live forever, Dingus.
Listen, I'm well versed in the mathematical weakness of infinity.
You're describing a super task, which is a well-known mathematical concept. So if you're trying to count to infinity in an infinite amount of time, that would be a super task to count to infinity.
Yeah, meaning it's not possible. Meaning we're kicking the can down the road and pretending we can do something we can't. Yeah, I'm well aware of it.
Was this all to say that we don't know if the flat Earth goes on forever or not?
Yes, dude. Yes.
Okay.
It's to say that saying that whether the flat Earth is bounded or unbounded would be speculation. That is what I'm saying. It can't be proven one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, also that there's a greater point that you guys are predictably missing in that this would apply to the globe and the universe as well. So it's actually a meaningless question, regardless of the cosmology.
It's just
technically
geography.
it's an infinite
Like,
regression.
What is beyond Antarctica? I think it's just like geography. That's all I'm asking.
I don't know. Go find
I
out.
don't know. I'm curious too. Go there and tell us.
Like what exists beyond the 7 continents we know of?
Yeah,
Well,
go over
they just
there
claimed they
and
found a new
tell us.
continent the other day, so yeah, go find out.
So okay. So
I'm
again,
curious to know
don't
too,
have an
but
answer.
no,
we do
I
have an
don't
answer.
have.
No, you don't have a conception of what
we
the
do have an
structure of
answer.
Earth is. This is central to your ideology. You don't know like what is the structure of Earth.
Listen,
You
we
don't even
do
know.
because listen, we
You don't
do.
even have an idea.
We do because
Give
if
me a
the surface,
condensed version, please.
okay, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then it can't be a ball, right?
Okay,
How do you know it's not
how big is
curving?
that uncurved surface? How big is that uncurved surface?
Okay, so the surface of the water of the Earth, right, is more than the land, right? It's a majority of water that we know of, right? So if that water's not curving on the surface, then the Earth can't be a ball, right?
But how do you know
How
the water is not
big is the flat Earth? How big is it?
Yeah. So just ignore what I just said, right?
No, you ignored what I said. I'm asking how
We
long.
don't
Like,
make
No,
claims.
you made a claim that we
you
don't
do
know
make
anything.
claims. You're claiming
Yeah,
the Earth
and
is flat.
yeah, and I told you
Your
why.
claim.
Because the surface of water isn't curving. We know that the majority of the Earth is water. So if the water's not curving, then the Earth can't be a ball. It's really fucking simple.
But how big is the Earth?
I'm taking that on face value. So now I'm asking, how far does the flat Earth go? Does it go on forever?
There.
I have no knowledge of that. I have no knowledge
He
of
also
that.
answered this.
How do you know
He
it's
already
mostly water
answered
then?
the question.
Do you have any hypotheticals for what it could be though? Like,
Because we
any,
know
like,
if we
working
travel across the
do
land
that.
versus when we travel across the water, it takes a fucking lot more time to travel across the water.
No, India,
That's how we
India,
know it's mostly water.
How do you know
India,
there's not
you've
more
already
land or something? If you don't
India,
know if there's an edge or not.
There could be. Do you think it's flat somewhere and then curving somewhere else? Sorry, Crypto.
I'm
why
just
do you have no
testing
idea if there's
your
an edge?
No, you're not. You're taking the piss.
talking over me. India,
I mean
yo, just stop talking. Bro.
I thought you were older than me, dry toast. You sound like a child.
Yo, India, you've already answered this question. I don't know why they're asking it again. You already answered this 10 minutes ago.
Because that's just one of the games, right? You pretend that the question wasn't answered, and you just keep going on and say, "Look, you guys have nothing." Dude tried this yesterday, Patricia Steer, or not Patricia Steer, some other dude, right? So he was directly asked, "What's the justification for celestial navigation?" And Kiwi said, "To find out where you are." And he's like, "Well, see, you can't even give me a justification." Right after he answered it. So I answered your question, right?
Well, that question went unanswered. I'm not gonna lie.
It didn't go unanswered.
It did go unanswered.
So tell me what the words to find out where you are. What does that mean?
Yeah, so he's not grounding that in anything. He's just it's a
you asked,
repeat of the
what's
claim.
the justification? I want to use celestial navigation. The justification. Why are you using celestial navigation? To figure out where I am.
No.
Why is that not justification?
Yeah,
what?
To justify the methodology, right? Which went undone. It was still
What do you mean
unanswered.
justify the methodology? Which methodology? You think there's one form of celestial navigation or something?
The methodology of it in general. There's been none of it.
Okay, so which one would you like?
Whichever one you want, man.
Oh,
Justify
the Carolingian Islander method.
Yeah, ground it.
Okay, so they think the Earth is flat. And they sail between points on islands, and they instead of like sailing over because there's no landmarks on the water, right? So they sail the landmarks in the sky.
Did you experience this firsthand?
Do I need to?
Great. So the same questions they propose to globe earthers, they can't answer. They cannot answer for that. They just take it as fact. That's what they do.
Answer my
This
question.
is the problem.
Do I
right,
need
earthers.
to?
They don't have an answer.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So do I?
And
need
you'll notice they like to ankle bite and help their
are,
own because
are
they don't
you
have an answer.
Are you almost done with your rant?
Yes.
See,
As soon as they realize they're
No, unmute him. I want him to embarrass himself. I want him to embarrass himself. Keep talking.
Yeah, so they all have to start muting. They all have to start relying on each other, right? Because when one of them gets pinned down, the other one tries to jump in an ankle bite.
Okay,
So
so
holding him down.
Your confusion,
So, yeah. So hold on.
Oh.
Let me address what he
That's
said.
the point.
So basically, you stopped talking about celestial navigation 30 or 40 seconds ago, and started talking about flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
So you changed the subject.
Yes, he did that.
Did you change the subject or not?
The subject has not changed. No.
Now we're the subject. The flat earthers are the subject, not celestial navigation.
No. I gave.
No, you
I
asked me
was
if I did it
providing-
myself, and you started talking about all flat earthers this and all flat earthers that, right? That's what you started doing, right?
Yeah, I was pointing out a meta conversation. I wasn't changing it. I was waiting for your answer, which you didn't have. It was a meta.
No,
I
did
was
answer
explaining
it. I
it.
explained it. This
No,
is
you
again
didn't.
you lying.
No, you didn't answer
you
the
asked
question.
the justification for it. I told you the methodology that the Carolingian Islanders use to navigate.
Great, and you didn't answer the question. Have you?
You asked what the justification for it, and
have you?
No.
Have you observed
Pardon me?
this? Have you
No.
observed this?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Do I need to?
And this is
And I
why.
asked you, do I need to?
So you don't have an answer to the question.
No. What are you talking about?
You don't have an answer. You can't ground it because you haven't experienced it firsthand, have you?
What are you talking about?
You haven't grounded it.
That wasn't the question.
That's the
Grounded it in
question.
what? What do you mean by grounded it?
You're embarrassing yourself.
Hold on. What do you mean by grounded it?
So
Explain
you're
yourself.
embarrassing yourself.
What do you
now,
mean by
okay?
grounded it?
So you don't.
What do
you
you
don't
mean by
understand
grounded it? What do you
sound,
mean by grounded
yeah,
it?
you don't understand what
What
sound
do
logic
you
is.
mean?
Clearly,
I'm going to say it again. What do you mean by grounded it? You asked what's my justification for celestial navigation to figure out where you are. Okay, what's the methodology? I explained it to you. And now you said, did you do it yourself? And now you're saying, I didn't ground it. Do you want a citation? Is that what you want?
No, I want your inference rule.
What does that even mean in this context?
Okay, you have no clue. Yeah,
What does that
you're
even mean in this context?
You're
Explain it.
embarrassing.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a retard, so
In
explain
order
it
to
to
ground.
me. No.
Yeah, we're all retards.
Who
here,
said I
man.
was implying
Explain it. I was just about to explain it, and then you cut me off. Okay. So in order to ground something like this, you have to have a modus.
What does grounded mean? What does ground mean?
So the hold on, to justify your
Get a dictionary then.
Okay.
Hold on. So to justify your observations, right, or to justify your trust in somebody else saying a thing.
It's not about an
or saying a
observation. It's
calculation.
about
How do you know?
navigation.
And how do you know you can trust this methodology? Is the question. You haven't answered that.
Oh, how do
Now
you know I
you
can
now you
trust
look
this
embarrassed. Now
methodology?
you're
Well, I
quiet.
can no, because
Look
no,
how the
because I'm gonna
confidence dwindles. The confidence has
I'm-
dwindled away.
no,
Right?
I'm gonna
This is the
I'm gonna
problem with flat earthers.
Are you
The
gonna keep
confidence
Are you
dwindles
gonna
when you
keep
stand in a
talking? Are
corner.
you gonna let me respond? You literally asked me a question and you won't let me answer.
I let you answer. You just sounded you waited like 4 seconds to answer.
Grandstanding.
Oh, because I was actually compiling them in my head, because there's like 5 or 6, and I have
Yeah,
to pick
because I have
which
you.
one I
No,
choose.
I have you stumped. I have
Do we
you
have to mute?
stumped.
Do we have to mute you?
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up for a minute so let him respond.
So the justification was there was Carolingian Islands in the Philippines, 600 kilometers away from where they lived, right? As noted by the Spanish, as noted by the logs, as noted by pregnant people. They also found Filipino girls in the Carolingian Islanders. They had no compass, right? They had no view of Polaris, and it took 400 years to figure out how they navigated to the Philippines from where they were. So the fact is, they got there. Girls from there got to where they were.
Christopher Columbus got to America by accident, so...
Yeah, we know. We know that. Go look it up, dude. They tested the astrolabe method that he used, so they actually tested it. So go look it up.
Yeah. So how do you know
that's
you
my
can trust any of the
That's
facts?
my You asked for my justification.
How do you know you can
that
trust
the
any of the
method was
facts?
accurate? And I told you, because there's people that in places where they should not fucking be.
No. How do you know? How do you know that the facts of the case are correct? If you
Okay.
didn't experience them
So
firsthand.
do you think they swam? So you think they swam from the Philippines?
So I didn't say that. I'm asking you, how do you know the facts of the case are true?
Yeah, they say
Because there's living people, dude.
Oh, because they say it.
No, because
They
we have
say 'em.
lineages. We know where they came from. We know that when other people are related. We have methodologies for this, right?
Yeah.
We have,
Oh, method. Okay, so what's those methodologies, and how do you know they're accurate?
Like what?
Exactly.
Genetic
Another
testing?
silence, right?
Genetic
Notice
testing?
how the confidence dwindles again.
What
the confidence is
Yeah.
dwindling.
Is Bro throwing heritability and genetics out the window to save his globe?
Yeah, he will.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pathetic.
And walking across land bridges 300 million years ago, they're on board with that.
Yeah, and he thinks he evolved from or descended from a common
Yeah,
ancestor
and now
with
he's
apes.
whataboutism. This is how weak he is, right? Once I've pinned him down and he can't justify any more of his claims, he's just going to do a whataboutism. That's all these flat earthers do.
What the
Right?
fuck
I
does
think I've
whataboutism
demonstrated
mean?
clearly
What
here.
about
In the
I
same
just
way I
detect?
demonstrated with
Yeah, I just
so in the
detected
same
a
way I
liberal.
demonstrated with Elijah,
Whataboutism
right?
is not even a term, dude. It's a literally
Sorry,
made up
What?
fucking word. What does it
Sorry,
mean?
in the same way I've
Define
demonstrated on a
whataboutism.
multitude of occasions,
Define
right?
whataboutism for us.
What
Sorry,
aboutism
How
is
come you just
a
how you wanna know what's funny? You're just using
Yeah.
fucking words that are generalized and meaningless. As if
what
they
what
as if
aboutism
you're actually
refers
saying
to a
something.
specific debate tactic in order to deflect for the central point by throwing out a red herring and trying to deflect onto that topic.
Oh, that's what it means. That's what it
Yeah.
means. No, but when it was first used, right, it's the same thing
Okay.
as like moral equivalence. It was used in politics. And this is a politics server. It was used to mean something else. Now it's been morphed into an abortion.
Yeah, so
It has
words
no
are
meaning
mouth
anymore.
sound. Yeah, so words are mouth sounds and they display a concept. If you're not up to date on the concept, I would have explained it to you, right?
Yeah, well,
But you're
guess
not.
what? Listen, you're misusing it in the context that the word was actually used in. You're just trying to use
There's
it
no
as a little buzzword for your
no
libtard friends.
context. No, you can't use a word wrong as long as you're
Okay.
defining. Words are
Okay,
mouth sounds.
whataboutism was used in the context of did one bad thing, you also doing the same bad thing, and that's whataboutism.
Yeah. So
Okay,
the
are you using it in that context? Yes or no?
No, I'm not using
You're
it in the
not
context.
fucking okay. So you're using it wrong. So thank you very much.
No, you can't use a word in the wrong. No, you can't use a word wrong. There's no objective word, right?
Oh, shut
Words
the.
are mouth
Okay,
sounds.
that's it. That's it.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. And the
No.
Smurfs for smurfing all day long in their Smurf town.
Then why are you talking if you're just making guttural frickin' mouth sounds? Like, why are we communicating? Are we communicating? Maybe we're not communicating. Maybe
India.
we're just grunting at each other. Maybe I should just fucking
India.
beat on my chest.
India. What word did I say?
Orange. Purple, orange,
So
with
let's
something.
see. Yeah, Gun.
Yeah. I mean, all that guy had was like high level sea lioning, and it's just kind of, well, do you prove this? Well, how do you prove this? How do you prove that? How do you prove this? But he didn't actually want to engage honestly at all. It's just a waste of your time, to be honest.
Yeah,
Well,
Crypto,
all
this
this
guy's
was
just trying to
answered
win the
yesterday,
debate.
dude.
He's just trying to win a debate. Like, I've known this guy, I already pegged him. He wants to be some type of philosopher in here and try to win that way. He's not trying to look. He's not looking for truth. He's not trying to ground himself. He wants to look for the gotchas in everything that we're doing. So that's what he's really on about. He's trying to find a chink in the armor so that he can just hone in on that and just like keep. He said no. Did you hear him? No, guys, audience. Did you hear what he's like? That's all he's about. That
Look,
he's not here for truth.
Well, I'll
He's
just say
not.
this. He asked the justification for celestial navigation to find out where you are. Yeah, it works for that. No one is making any claim beyond it works to find out where you are. We're not saying celestial navigation, at least I'm not. I'm not saying celestial navigation proves the Earth is flat, proves it's a globe, or proves anything. And any method of using it. Okay? That's where he's trying to take it. Well, actually, he's not even trying to take it there. He's just trying to make an argument that because we're using we're using celestial navigation as a pragmatic viewpoint, and we can't answer every possible fucking question going all the way down the line to justify its usage. That somehow this all or nothing fallacy. That's all we do to every possible fucking issue ever. That's nonsense.
Oh, he's just looking for the gotchas. That's what he's on about. He doesn't chime in when I ask the question. Let me see if you can answer it. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, so you're pivoting again, right? Because you can't answer the question.
Pivoting. I did answer the question. You just
No,
don't like the answer. No,
No.
unmute him. Unmute him. You
Yeah,
don't
so
like
you're-
the answer.
What
No
you
one's
know,
pivoting.
no,
You don't
you've
like the answer.
No, you've prevaricated so hard,
Now
and
I'm
you've got so
prevaricating.
far off the point.
That word doesn't
What
mean
was the
anything.
point?
It's just mouth sounds.
No, so mouth
It's
sounds.
just mouth sounds. Why are you just making mouth
let me
sounds?
explain
Dude?
the
I don't
concept,
understand
right?
a word you're saying. I think
Yeah,
you're
I'll
reading the
explain the
Gettysburg
concept to
Address.
you.
That's
So
how I'm
mouth
interpreting it.
sounds. Yeah, words are mouth sounds that display
Yeah.
concepts.
Four
right?
score and
So
7
if you
years
know what I
ago.
mean, if we're on the same page of a concept, hold on. If we're on the same page of a concept by me using mouth sounds, then it's doing its job.
You're
right?
using mouth sounds and saying generalized
Yeah.
words that are fucking meaningless in
No, so
context.
there's colloquial. Hold on, you clearly don't understand linguistics, right?
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Clearly.
Yeah,
Clearly.
and now you're talking over me because you
We're
know
talking
you're
about
wrong.
us. No, I'm doing what you're doing.
wrong.
How's it taste?
No, hold on. No, I'm talking about how you can't display any concept through the word and how I'm using it wrong. Go ahead.
I just told you. I explained it with you with your
No, I defined it. I defined the word, so I can't use it wrong now.
Listen, you defined the word post using it, but everybody else is going to hear it in another context in the actual common colloquial definition.
I contextualized it.
So why'd you use a fucking word that doesn't apply to the situation?
It does because I contextualized it.
Yeah, because I demanded it. Because I demanded a definition.
You didn't understand.
didn't volunteer.
You couldn't put two and two
Why
together.
didn't you just what? Dude, why didn't you just say
So
spaghetti?
When I was saying
and then
what
after the
about
fact goes,
hold on,
well,
when I was
today
saying what
spaghetti
aboutism,
means
I was clearly referring to the fallacy, right? When I pinned you down, you said, "Well, you don't know this, you don't know that, you don't know this." That's clearly a whataboutism. When
That's
I say
not what I
whataboutism,
said.
when you're when I have you
What
pinned down,
That's not what I said, though. I didn't say what about this or what about that. I said you're a guy that thinks you fucking descended from a common ancestor.
That's a whataboutism, yes.
But you doubt.
whataboutism.
But you
yes.
doubt. You doubt the lineage of
you're doing a
people
fallacy.
living in the
You're doing a fallacy.
What fallacy
Again.
is it?
Yeah, you're deflecting with a red herring.
Is it?
You're deflecting with a red herring, as if it validates your point. That's
what are you
that's
talking about? You're just saying random shit.
When I have you pinned down into a corner, and then you mute me because you
listen, dude.
Hold on.
We're talking about whataboutism, right?
When
You're
I
just
have you
trying to
pinned down,
shift it
I'm
to something
explaining
else.
I'm explaining it. When I have you pinned down into a corner, right, and then you have to mute me. And then you have to mute me because you can't get out of the corner. And then you say, well, yeah, this is the guy that thinks this, that, this, right? That's a whataboutism. That's a red herring because you're not answering the question at hand.
No shit.
We're so far gone off
What
question you can't defend it.
What question? You are the adversary and you are the arbiter also.
I'm done. I'm done.
You guys,
you guys have clearly lost the optics.
You pinned
you guys have
Indio
clearly
in the
lost
corner.
the optics of this argument. You guys have lost. Right?
Oh,
You're an embarrassment.
Oh, we actually have a judge in his. We have a judge in his.
Also.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, you be the judge in your own cause tomorrow too. You be the judge in your own cause.
Taking my time today. You're done.
Yeah,
you're gone.
yeah.
I've displayed the incoherence.
Girl, don't go away, man. Just go away. Girl, don't go away, man. Just go away.
Tomorrow I'll be back and I'll be here to own you again. It's fine.
Girl, don't go away, man. Just go away.
Guys, I'm so glad I could understand every word you're saying. Now fucking calm down, mate. Calm down, man.
He's gone. Never mind.
There's a song called "Girl, Don't Go Away, Mad, Just Go Away." Anybody's ever heard that?
He's a secret
king. The thing is that guy, right, he was completely mischaracterizing the whole interaction, and that's what really I wanted to just go through that with him, because he was saying stuff like, "Oh, when I had you pinned down, like," but that never happened. He asked you a couple of questions and then didn't like the answer, and then complained about the answer endlessly, and then when you tried to give him like let's just say another way of seeing the answer, he then red herringed off of that answer and then blamed you for the red herring. This guy's clearly awful at understanding how language and discussions are even meant to go. And I just wanted to pin him down on that. But of course, he didn't want that to happen. And then he just rage quit. But the whole interaction was a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, that was the point. Well, I mean, it's all recorded, so that is what it is. Anyone can go back and listen to it. But
hey,
like,
dude, you got your kicks off of that. You know you did, bro.
Not really. I don't like when people try to post-define words, dude. I don't like that. Well, you caught me. You misusing this word. That's really just a trigger word, right? Whataboutism, right? So that's a liberal freaking trigger word they use on CNN, right? So, oh, Russia invaded Ukraine. Well, the U.S. invaded Iraq. Well, that's whataboutism. That's the context that it's used in. I don't know how it got into this context, and then try to retroactively fix, right, your appeal to emotion or whatever the fuck that was, right? And then say that's okay because words are just freaking gutter sounds we make with our mouth. Like, that's some dumbass shit. I'm sorry. That's almost as bad as the 99%ers.
Well, it's like the guy who earlier couldn't accept that I was definitely on Discord, but demanded an answer through Discord. Like, these guys, they can't contextualize their own worldviews. I don't even think that they hold the worldviews honestly. I think they're just using them as a point of debate to beat flat earthers, right? So they're not coming here honestly. They're just using it as a debate tactic to try and quote unquote win a debate against the dumb flat earthers. But then what's the point? if you've won a debate dishonestly, then you've actually lost the debate anyway.
That's all they got. That's their Trump card. Crypto.
Not really a debate though.
They can only go to that level. Let's we'll get some people that are muted, but like I guess you want to keep those guys muted. We're asking a question for the room.
I'm happy to talk to anyone, you know that.
Yeah, we're asking a question to the room. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? If you have any evidence, guys, please unmute your mic and bring forth the evidence. We're here. We can talk with you about it. And for some reason, because it's already happened 3 times in a row, it's probably going to be the 4th. But we're asking you the question. All you got to do is answer. But I have a question. Can you tell me why there's ice walls? Like, I bet you anything, someone's going to say some dumb shit like that. I'm asking the question. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Go ahead, guys.
I want somebody to just make a sound, coherent fucking argument, dude. Like, what is so hard about that?
Well, it's hard when you haven't got one.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but they're not even. It's like they stopped trying. We've had a couple people, right? So we've had Automan,
we talked to Bankman Friday,
No, but I think
Mez, or whatever his name is. Like a bunch of different people. They've opened their mic and they've said things, but they always degenerate into some like rage or something, or they go off the rails into like I'm a brain in the jar, or I can just redefine words on the fucking fly, and so I can retroactively change the past. Like, I mean, come on, like serious.
I think moderator wants to say something, but he's muted. Is any reason why he was muted?
I don't know. I think he's
probably because lots of people are jumping in earlier, so I went through and muted a few people. But yeah, if we can unmute everyone, then we can maybe have a salient conversation.
All right, let's do that.
Yes, Jedi.
Let's go through and unmute some guys. All right. You guys are now unmuted. We're still asking the question. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
And I'm still waiting for an answer on what your position is. I never got one.
So no answer to my question. No answer, right? Is that right? Okay.
Well,
So can we move on to my question now, where it's what is your position? What shape is being claimed the Earth is instead?
No one's making a claim to shape, mate. You'd understand that flat is a description of a surface.
Okay, that helps to understand.
So
So that helps understand. Like, is it like we know the Earth is spherical, but when looked at, it appears flat, or?
No, when observed,
you don't know.
I mean, if I use my own eyes, right, and I just walk the planet Earth, I would think it's most likely flat and spreads that way in all directions. Unless I walked in one direction and then ended up where I started again. So that makes sense to me.
One moment. You said you know the Earth is observably flat, but it is actually a ball. Globe.
Who is being spoken to?
Spherical. I'm Jet Jet.
Can we start using usernames instead of saying you when multiple people are talking, please?
Yes, of course. What's your name?
Well, I didn't say whatever you just said, and I know that for a fact. So
your nickname. I told you mine, so what do I call you?
He's Automan. Automan.
Hopefully, you're responding to a username you heard made a statement.
Yeah, to you. So you made a claim that.
Let's get back to the fucking point.
You said we know the Earth is observably flat, but it is spherical. So I want you to tell us, how do you know that the Earth is spherical?
I see. Sorry, you misunderstood or misheard or something. No, I was asking.
No, I heard you very clearly.
Well, if that's what you heard, then I'm under the impression you misheard me. So maybe you did hear me clearly, and I have to reiterate myself. So to reiterate what I was saying is, I would like to hear from others what shape the Earth is believed to be. They said flat, and I said that makes sense.
You said you know that you live on a spherical world.
I did not. Again.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Hey,
did.
mate.
You're lying.
Oh my
Sasha,
God.
listen.
Automan.
I
It's
did say
flat,
concerning the word
measured
spherical,
flat,
and I'll
mate.
recall now. Now, here's what I did say concerning spherical.
It's flat.
Now, here's what I did say, and I'll go
It's
through
flat.
the literal exact thing that I said.
Flat.
Is
You are dishonest now.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Actually
Let
said,
Automan
please.
talk. Let him have it.
Can I please repeat now, word for word, without
Go
being
ahead.
interrupted, what I said? What I said is, and this was in response to what the other individual said. The other individual had said something about flat not being, forgot how he described it, but it not necessarily entailing like a shape. And I was like, you know, he said that it's when you go outside and you look outside, you see the earth is flat. And that makes sense to me, right? When I go outside, sure, there's hills, there's mountains, there's all kinds of stuff. But the general impression is, can you please not interrupt me now? Can you please not? See, you're adding that for me and then you're responding to it. I'm not. I didn't add that. Now, what I said.
You said it.
Well, yeah, let him finish. Let him get his whole point across. This is interesting.
You literally have to add what you're saying to respond to what I'm saying. You're not hearing me and responding to what I said.
Your point.
Can you just keep yourself interrupting now for the rest of until it's done? So to reiterate what I said was, it makes sense to me that the world appears flat. When I go outside, sure, there's hills and there's mountains, but generally I would get the impression that in all directions I can keep going unless I walk in one direction and I find myself back to where I was started. What I did say concerning spherical is I would have no reason to believe it's spherical unless that occurred.
Yes.
So now, what I'm asking is since
let me
it's
finish.
Wait.
What I'm asking
moment.
is
one moment.
What I'm asking is
no, let him keep rambling on.
Please let him finish. Please let him get it out.
Let him
what I'm asking
just give him the floor. Give him the floor for half an hour if he wants it. We just want globe.
No, he's only got like 5 sentences left. Come on, just finish up then.
It's as simple as this. If I am to understand that the world is not spherical, what shape instead should I believe it has?
What shape is a rock? What shape is a tree? What shape is a cloud?
Are you saying they all have the same shape?
Measured flat. No, it's flat, mate. It's measured flat. It's measured flat.
What makes you think you need to believe it's a shape?
Globe is flat.
Does that help you sleep better at night? Is that it? Like you need to think that you can hold it in your hand. He's got the whole world in his hand. Like, is that it?
Yes. So
but what does that mean?
From
You're saying it doesn't have a shape?
From your own question.
Yeah, are you saying? Well, you tell me, what shape does a rock have? Let me ask you, what shape does a rock have, please?
Doesn't have a shape.
No, the Earth is flat.
Oh, so a rock doesn't have a shape. So the Earth doesn't have a shape.
Not in the abstract Platonic sense. No. See, this is fucking a shit education system, man. This is what the problem is. The shit you don't even know like where your concept of geometry comes from and why you think that like that thing that you learned in school in 3rd grade, these abstract squares and triangles, those things don't exist out there in actual nature. Those are idealized mathematical geometric forms that don't actually exist out there.
Hopefully it can be realized I'm not looking to debate, which is why it might take some time to make sense instead of just quickly battling back. So where I'm at right now is it doesn't have a shape. Now if I accept that it doesn't have a shape,
yeah, mate.
What are people alluding to? What are people alluding to when they say it has a shape?
Hello, shut up. Shut up. For God's sake, shut up a minute, right? You've been asked to prove the globe. Stop chattering a load of fucking bollocks. What's your proof of a globe? Stop chattering.
Seriously, guys, we got to let people talk.
It's kind of weird,
give
right?
him the answer?
I have no interest in
to the question.
It's almost like he's asking us for globe proof, but like
what I'm asking for is now that I consider the world to not have any shape. If somebody were to ask me, let's say I go to some place, I don't know, I go to some foreign country, right? And they ask me, well, you know, about the moon. And I say, well, the moon is this, whatever I say about it. Well, I mean, okay, it doesn't have a shape. When people say, okay, what does it have instead of a shape?
It's
okay.
It's
I'm going to try to put some examples. I think that might help. have you ever gone to like the other
rigid
side of the
like
world?
that.
Like, for example, if you live on the northern hemisphere, gone to the southern hemisphere? Like now in Europe,
Sphere?
it's winter. In
Sphere?
Argentina,
Yeah,
it's spring.
What do you mean sphere?
changing now the subject.
Why do you do
Yeah.
this, guys? Why do you actually do this? Why do you bring up 3 or 4 different fucking points? Why? It's really infuriating. Help the fucking guy along.
It's like troubleshooting.
I mean, I'm
It's-
struggling to understand the concept of flat
Hey,
but
sounds
design
like
shape. Do you mean
India
like it's
wanna
an
have a
infinite
go
plane
with
in all
you guys.
directions?
We just
No, flat
this
is a
for like
description of
40
surface.
fucking minutes,
Oh,
dude.
God.
You guys, and you were here.
It's like what's going on. People are trying to troubleshoot why this guy's so broken.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Were you not here when we covered this infinite versus finite bullshit? Were you not here?
Me? No, I left because you muted me.
To be fair, we didn't really get anywhere on that.
We did.
Did we though?
Yeah, we did.
I'm pretty sure a lot of new people are in
So
the room.
what
and
don't
that's
you
gonna keep
understand
happening.
that paradoxes can't be solved? What don't you understand about that?
That's not what a paradox is either.
I
Paradox is
think
a
this is a
problem with an
paradox.
unintuitive result.
Dude. So why is Zeno's paradox a paradox then?
Because it's unintuitive and hence the way you calculate it.
What is the result?
He concludes that you can never reach the person you're chasing. Or
And what do you conclude?
the end destination.
You conclude you can?
I conclude you can, because the framing of the problem is structured in such a way that it creates a paradoxical structure around it, which makes it seem intuitively impossible. But if you correct the framing to an appropriate reference frame, you can easily solve the problem.
Such as?
Taking the perspective of a third observer, observing the two people racing rather than taking the first person perspective. Or not margining things by halves, or if you do that, using a proper calculus technique that hadn't been invented at the time, such as a convergent series.
Yeah, so that convergent series, what does it sum to?
What does it sum to? You have to actually have other parameters of that problem, but you would eventually reach the other runner, or the end of that.
Actually, that summation actually sums to -1/12.
No, that's the infinite series of all real numbers, or excuse me, all integers. That's a completely different problem.
Okay, but where's the globe? Where is the proof of the globe?
Well, some people consider evidence that if you send things in one direction, they will actually come at one again from behind one.
Boomerang earthers.
So, regardless, right?
Did we solve the infinity problem?
Yeah. So, so we're not talking about. No, we didn't. So, okay. So let's talk about the real world instead of concepts in your fucking head. No, I don't have time to look it up, but I'm 100% certain you're wrong. But that I'm not even. That's not even important. That's not even important. The important part is that I want to know the bounce of the Earth, right? So, are you going to measure that from a third person outside observer?
I mean, you could.
How?
You'd send up a rocket ship and look out.
So you think that there's you can take a rocket ship and go to a place, right? And measure. How are you going to measure that from your rocket ship?
You would assign a datum of the surface of the Earth and have instrumentation.
But where are you going to do that from?
What do you mean? Where am I going to do that?
Yeah,
from?
where are you going to do that from? Isn't that the first person observer?
This is a different.
So
problem.
listen, no, it's the same problem. You're just trying to kick. No, you're trying to kick the can. No, you're trying to kick the can to a third party, right? But the fundamental problem is, you're on the Earth. You want to know what the bounds of the Earth is. Fundamentally, it has to be done from the Earth. Can't be done externally.
And they deny space.
And you just try to play a word game by saying, "Oh, we'll just do it from a third party." That's looking back at everybody. So now it's not a problem. Well, you can do that same problem, because from the perspective of the rocket, you can say, okay, so I have a visual angle. It's his angle between the so-called edge of the Earth and him. It's 1 degree. Now he's going to go halfway. Now it's half a degree, and now it's a quarter of a degree. And now it's a freaking 1/8 of a degree, and 1/16 of a degree, and you still have the same fucking problem, dude. You can't just play games and try to move it to somewhere else. Right?
But if I can measure that total radial change per unit distance traveled out, that would be something meaningful, no?
Where'd you get a distance?
You can calculate the speed of the satellite relative to
Yeah,
the Earth, and then
where
you
did you
can
get a
guess the
distance?
distance.
I would calculate, well, we're using a rocket here, but I'd calculate the speed of my rocket relative to the surface that I've left.
Using what? Where'd you get a distance?
I can use some other third measure, so I can go out to some other object that I am fairly certain is going to be relatively stable with perspective to myself, or I could use like some interpolation, not interpolation, what's the word? Inference about the speed at which I left relative to the air velocity, and then extrapolate from there. What else could I do? I'm sure I can come up with other ways, but they're escaping me at the moment.
Yeah.
You could go to Narnia.
Great. But you didn't know you could address anything I said about the
I feel
angles.
like that's a direct
No, because
address.
no, it's not. Because
Well, you were worried.
I said
you
from
were
a
worried
third
about.
person watching somebody go to the edge, right? You're going to measure, right? You're measuring the distance from a third person. You have to watch. The only thing you can measure visually are angles, right? So how do you know what angle, that distance that person traveled with your angle? Well, you're going to go back to the ground to that person to see, okay, you went a fucking half a degree in my vision. How far did you travel on the ground? Oh, I traveled 1,000 miles, right? So you still have the same problem. You cannot
sure
get away
the
from the
structure-
first person no matter how hard you try.
Pretty sure the structure of the problem was me leaving the surface of the Earth in a rocket ship.
You said that Zeno's paradox does not apply because I left the Earth as the third person and
No,
looked back at the Earth.
I don't think you remember what we were talking about.
Yeah, okay. So now the dumb flat earther shtick. No, you said the problem is solved by a third person, an outside observer. That's what
A
you said.
third
Yes or no?
perspective, or third person perspective.
Yes, exactly. What did I just say?
Uh-huh.
Did I just say third person? Yes or no?
Okay. If you mean...
Yeah, okay. Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm not dealing with this shit. Dude, like how many people do I have to fucking mute, dude? Like the dishonesty is endless.
Oh, I agree completely.
Honestly,
Jesus Christ.
I think the answer to that is just one.
I want to know why flat is not a good model.
So tell me, did I say third person or not? And did he say that I didn't remember the conversation? And then did he say I said third person perspective? Did that interchange just not happen?
Well, I'm going to start, and now that exchange
Like,
is over, I'm going to
seriously.
start unmuting people.
To lay a ruler.
Right, I'm going to start unmuting right now.
What do flat earthers talk about if not... Like, what do flat earthers talk about?
Stupid you lot talk, usually. How incoherent your arguments are.
So what would you do if there wasn't people like us?
No, there's no short of that. I guarantee you that much.
Then
There's
you'd
no
be
short of
us.
Well, no, I mean, I'm blessed to be in a situation where I can kind of control my environment. So that's not an issue I share.
Good
That's
for
what
you.
everybody
Good
thinks,
for you.
right until they can't.
Good for you.
No. You're not wrong on that, right?
Everybody thinks they can control their environment right up to the point till they can't. Okay.
Well, no, yeah. See, in that moment, I can usually control myself, which is great because it means I get out of the environment where I wouldn't be able to continue practicing self-control.
All right. So once again, the question to the room is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
No.
Yes.
I would say there is.
Oh,
We got
MK?
a couple yeses. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well,
I would say yes.
Wait, MK's first. MK's first.
Yeah,
Okay.
mate, I'll just tell you right now, I'm yet to see it. I wonder if the globe champions in the VC here have got something I haven't seen. You never know.
I got something.
You want to
I
run
got
point on
something
this
too.
one, Crypto?
I want to say something.
Hang on, guys. 1 second. Crypto, you want to run point?
No. I was just wondering if they would provide something that I haven't seen. You know, it's not going to happen. You know,
Let me kick it. I'm going to kick it over to Jedi. All right, MK, you're up.
Awesome. MK, did you say you had scientific proof that the Earth was a ball, my friend?
Well, sorry. First of all, I'm not a native English speaker. Like English is my third language, and I just came from work, and I'm really tired. So I try to be brief. But
Okay, so you've
we
got
can all agree.
scientific proof.
For
Yes.
example, we can all agree that gravity is not a force. Gravity is an acceleration measure. Gravity is an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. In a round model, this works because an sphere is a body that has been shaped by gravity, in which all of its sides. Of course, Earth is not a perfect sphere. We can all agree on that. In my view, at least. You may think differently. But if it's a sphere, gravity has shaped Earth, and thus gravity applies on Earth.
Awesome
and
stuff.
the measure is, it varies very slightly, but it's 9.81 meters per second to the Earth core. In a flat Earth model, you cannot get gravity. So the flat disk would have to be accelerated.
No, we're not concerned.
That's not true too.
1 second. We're not concerned about the flat Earth model or any reasoning behind it. We just want to know if there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe. That's the only thing that was asked.
Well, gravity is if not, there wouldn't be any gravity.
Yeah,
I think it's
the consistency of gravity. If gravity is equal on every side of the Earth, then it is a sphere.
All right. Okay. Very simple, my friends. You said you got scientific proof. I need a dependent and independent variable for gravity, please.
I'm just gonna disrespect him if. Yo,
Crypto,
am I
you're coming in now, bro. Yeah, you're coming in now, brother. You're coming in now.
Oh, what about now?
It's shit right now, bro. Yeah. If you want to.
Sorry, man.
All right, I heard that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll on my back.
Shit.
Yeah, it sounds like you're turning the volume up and down.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. All right. But Jedi, if you want to continue, sir. Yeah, go ahead, MK.
Yeah, you said you got scientific proof. You mentioned gravity. I'm going to need the hypothesis. So can you give me the dependent and independent variable, please, for gravity?
Uh-oh.
What?
You said science.
What?
Whoever
Science,
it was, my friend, very quickly. Thank you.
Yes,
You said
sorry, my mind is not working right, but like it's actually a pretty simple experiment. You could carry out yourself if you want, but I think we can all agree that gravity is the same on Earth. Like
that's fine.
I've
If
on the world. I know that I don't float in South America.
Sorry. Dude, if it's a simple experiment, then you'll be able to answer my question. Give me the dependent and independent variable, please.
Do South Americans float? Do Spanish float? No.
What the fuck? You said you got science, dude. So I'm asking you for the hypothesis, which will have two parts. The dependent variable, the observed phenomena, and the independent variable, the cause of the phenomena. So give me the dependent variable first.
I mean, I'm actually stressing a little.
Okay, first of all, hold on. Let me do this.
Hold on.
Nobody thinks flat Earth is a disc. I heard you say that the disc would do this. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disc. So I don't know where you got. Well, I do know where you got that idea. Nobody thinks that. So the idea that gravity won't work on the flat Earth disc. Yeah, well, no one thinks it's a disc. So
it just seems like flat earthers don't have
1 second. We don't care to hear about that right now, sir.
Okay.
Hold on. Just have a seat for a second.
Oh,
right
heaven
now, Jedi,
forbid, man. That's a cardinal sin. You can't no shape. Jesus Christ.
Jedi and MK are having an exchange. MK is right now asked the question. Jedi, if you want to reiterate so that maybe MK can search it out, or if he doesn't know, or we need to know. Go ahead.
I'm
Jedi.
searching. Sorry,
Yes.
The variables independence.
Yeah. So the phenomena and the cause of the phenomena, the dependent variable and the independent variable. You said science. I want the hypothesis so I can test it in an experiment.
Okay, sorry. Could you remind me about what is a dependent and independent variable? Like, it's been a long time since I did this kind of thing.
No problem. Dependent variable, the phenomena, the thing happening.
So
independent variable. You asked me to help you. I'm trying to.
Sorry.
I'll start again. Dependent variable, the phenomena, the thing happening. The independent variable, the cause of the thing happening. So can I have the dependent variable first, please? The thing happening.
The dependent variable would be gravity itself, and the cause would be that the Earth is, in this case, a sphere with mass, and that mass bends space-time following general relativity, which causes it to have gravity, force applied in all surfaces, in all points of its surface, in the same way, or in a very similar way.
Are you going to give me an experiment, or are you going to give me a mathematical equation? Which one?
You could use general relativity and gravity strength equations to calculate it yourself on the Earth. If you just sorry, it's been a long time since I did this, but it can be searched. This is pretty simple.
Yeah, I understand that, but I've asked for science, and now you're going to give me mathematical equations. I've asked for science. You said you had science, but those are not mathematical equations. I've asked for a dependent variable. You said that was gravity. The phenomena, please. A thing happening. Is gravity a thing happening? Point to it. Show me it.
Well, yes, it is the thing happening because it's what keeps us to the Earth. It's as easy as that. If not, we will be floating.
Earlier on, you said everything falls at a rate. Yes, 9.8 meters per second squared. Correct.
Yeah.
Awesome. So if I was to drop a bowling ball in a vacuum chamber, it'd fall at this rate. Correct.
In Earth, yes, I suppose it would.
Awesome. And if I was to uncontained gas in a vacuum chamber, that would fall to the ground at 8.8 meters per second squared. Yes.
Yes.
No. Gas doesn't fall at that rate, my friend. Gas disperses randomly.
Hey.
Quite simply, you're just pointing at certain phenomena. Gas, when you put it in a vacuum, doesn't fall down like rocks. It disperses in all directions.
I didn't understand the last question. No, I said I understood that if you took all gas from a vacuum and you dropped an object, it would fall at 9.8 meters per second. Yes, gas does not fall, of course. But if you're in a vacuum, you cannot have gas in a vacuum.
MK, if you were to take a single atom of in gaseous state and reduce its temperature so it has minimal velocity,
okay. You can actually do that. Oh, you can do that.
Oh, hello. You've got a fucking cheerleader. All you got to do is give me mathematical equations, my friend. You're not going to give me an experiment, are you? You're talking about Einstein, who offered no experiments, physical tests. He just offered math. Can you define for me what space-time is? Is time physical, for example?
No, time is related to mass, and time is related to yes, time is related to the existence of space. If there's no space, there's no time. Yes,
is time physical?
Time is linked to the physical because without the physical, there is no time.
Yes or no. It's literally a yes or no question. I'll ask it again.
Time is not physical, but it is linked to it. You cannot have time without a point of reference.
Okay, so it's not physical then.
If you were in the middle of nothing, you could not perceive the passing of time because you would not have anything to compare time to. But time is not physical in itself.
Thank you. So it's not physical. We're trying to do natural science, the study of the physical and natural world, and you're starting with non-physical things. Is space, height, width, length physical?
Yes.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? It's an abstract. You're giving me non-physical things and reifying them into a space fabric. This is what Einstein did. He reified non-existent things into physical reality. Non-physical things, sorry, I do apologize. Space-time not being physical. He then bent and warped those non-physical things with math, based on mass. What's mass?
Well, but you're taking everything.
You said you had science, and so far you ain't given it.
Did he cut out? MK, you there?
He left.
His mic bleeped out in the end.
It was his cheerleader. It was his cheerleader.
It was MPX.
Yeah, MPX. How do you know things like we're gonna roll around in the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
How do I know things are gonna roll around in the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
Yeah, because you said that if you cool it down, the gas would just be at the bottom of the vacuum chamber.
Because we've done experiments with liquid hydrogen and shit.
Then it's a liquid.
Yeah, that's fair. It would go from a gaseous to liquid, probably a solid state if you get it low enough.
So not gas then?
Well, it would probably transition away from that gas state to reduce the energy to get the desired results that you're looking to see, demonstrable at the level you want it.
What happens if you super cool the liquid the liquid helium? Will it crawl up the sides of the container?
Potentially, but that gets into weird electromagnetic things that we don't really have solid explanations for.
Well, then it'll be like super fluid helium, and it'll crawl up the sides of the container.
Okay.
Yeah. So
It doesn't stay at the
it's
bottom.
anti-gravity.
Anti-gravity don't stay at the bottom. That's what the whole point was, MPX. That it stays at the bottom.
Yeah, because you're adding another force to it.
Well, no, the thing is, it's the same one. You're getting colder. It's the same one, Mez.
Yeah.
It's always a problem when things go up, right? It's not going down.
Why is it
going up.
always a problem? It's whether or not the force is greater than the acceleration of gravity.
Right, but it hasn't been scientific. Okay, so now MPX is on deck. He's next, Jedi. So scientifically, provide the evidence for gravity. Go ahead, MPX.
Scientific. So you want an experiment, right?
Yeah, I want a hypothesis with the dependent and independent variable clearly situated in their correct places. So dependent variable first, please.
You're gonna make me look up the whole gravitational lensing experiment, so I have to go find like the right star and shit.
So you don't know.
No, because it's going to say
you
because you
don't
can't manipulate gravity, you can't.
Settle down. You're not being asked. It's only MPX on deck. So you don't have the information, sir?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we're going to go ahead and ask the question once again to the room. I'm going to unmute Mez. We're going to ask the question to the room. If anybody has it, go ahead and bring your evidence forward. If you don't, we'll await the next person who does. So we're going to ask the question, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? And or is there any scientific evidence for gravity? Please chime in if you have the answer. I'm unmuting people right now.
I do.
Well, this line of reasoning that Jedi has for gravity, you don't need to manipulate gravity to be able to study it and observe it and figure out how it works.
Hold on. My reference here is the scientific method. If we're talking about cause and effect relationships, the dependent and independent variable must be correctly situated in a hypothesis, and you or me, the researcher, must physically manipulate the independent variable. We're not just going to stand and declare things, my friend. What do you mean it's nonsense?
You don't need to
it's a
stand and
scientific
declare it.
method. Yes, you do.
You can observe the way things work and write them down.
Awesome, but that's not science now, is it?
What do you call it? It's the way of figuring out how
an
gravity
observation.
works.
It's an observation.
That's
all
okay.
you're doing.
And our observations of gravity are consistent, and we write them down.
An observation and effect. You're trying to determine the cause of that effect. You're just witnessing the effect, sir. You're not trying to determine the cause. You're just seeing the effect, writing down the what the acceleration is, the rate, and all that. But you're not quantifying what causes that effect. That is what we're getting to try to figure out right now. Well, you do if you're trying to figure out what the cause is, sir. You're not just gonna make shit up. That's not how this works.
No,
and maybe in your world it works that way.
The
you can make
effect is
shit
gravity.
up. Yeah, that's what you
Whatever causes it
declare, and that's
doesn't
fine.
matter.
Your declarations are fine. You can say magical unicorns are pulling things down, or whatever the fuck you want to imagine.
Maybe they are, but it doesn't
Well,
matter.
in your worldview, probably. But in this worldview, the really is level, when everybody has to test and verify the things that they say, they're going to have to run it through a method, a rigorous one called a scientific method. If somebody makes a physical and natural claim of the world around them, they better bring some evidence, meaning they're going to have to test their hypothesis with either it's going to stand to reason that it is the cause of the effect or it's not. In your case, you
Yeah,
said,
but we can
let's just
do
look at
tests.
shit fall down. That's it.
Yeah,
no.
I mean that's basically what we can do, and we can see if our theory of
Well,
gravity
if that's
holds
all
consistent.
you can
And
do
it
and
does.
then speculate the rest, then we're not going to take your wishy-washy, oh, I think it's gravity from the center of the earth bullshit answer. It better be what you say it is and be able to be tested. If not, it's just an idea in men's minds, sir. That's it. We need it testable.
Absolute nonsense.
Well, that's what we say. Now you're seeing the light. It's fucking nonsense, right? Exactly.
No, what you're saying is nonsense. The phenomena of things falling down, that's gravity.
Yeah?
Whatever
Sorry,
causes it
okay.
doesn't matter.
But how do you know it's going to the center of the fucking earth?
Again, you
Mez?
can. It's like a fundamental thing of the universe.
It's a fundamental thing. How is it fundamental?
Because it just always happens.
It just always happens. Yeah, we see shit falling down through the medium. We see shit falling down through the medium of air. Well done, sir. How do you know it's going to the core of the fucking planet? Numbnuts.
Because we've measured it. We've studied it.
Going where? Where is it going?
We can track the direction that it falls.
Yeah?
We can look out into the sky and see how things orbit. And they follow the same rules.
Well, no, orbits. You just added something else. We're not talking about fucking orbits. We're talking about
okay, I forgot you guys don't believe
down,
in the fucking
Mez.
sky.
We're talking about shit falling down, right?
Okay.
Right? Okay, we're not looking at orbits, sir. So now, looking at shit falling down, how do we know it's going to the fucking core? Go ahead.
Because we can track the direction that it falls.
To the ground.
Well, apart from gas.
And then that's it. To the
No,
ground.
gas
Then what
falls that
else?
way as well.
Yeah,
No,
to
it
the
doesn't.
ground. And then what
No,
else?
it
Hang
doesn't.
on, Jedi. Hang on.
It does.
To the ground.
Sorry.
To the ground,
Jedi,
Mez.
you're wrong.
Now what? To the ground. Now what?
What do you mean now? What?
As soon as you see a pen drop to the ground, how do you know it's going down to the core?
Well, it's not going down to the core. It's stopped by the Earth in the way.
Okay,
What?
so once it gets to the Earth that's in the way, what else can we do to think that it's going to the center of a fucking globe, sir?
What do you mean? What else can we do?
Well,
It's hit the ground. It stopped.
the rest of the story
There's
is
stuff
that
in the
you're
way.
gonna there's stuff in the way, which is the Earth. So you're making up the rest of the fucking way to the core by your shit example of shit going to the core,
No, I'm
being
not.
pulled into the core. Yeah. So then you know it's going down to the ground. Everybody knows that it has fucking 2 cells in their brain. We know that shit. At what point are we gonna look at the pen falling down and think, huh, I think it's going to a core? Huh? Well,
Oh, I get what you're
that's
saying. You're
what
saying
I
that like
fucking thought, Mez.
you assume
Sit
that we're
down.
going from the being able to see that things are falling down, and then from that alone.
Sit down. You're just making assumptions at the point that it stops from the Earth. Well, it stopped right there, and we all see that. And you're just gonna make up a fucking story. Well, you know, after the Earth is in the way, if you move the Earth out of the way, it's going to the core. What a fucking story. And that's why the scientific method is there to disprove numbnuts like you. You can't prove that shit. That's why Jedi is putting everybody through the rigorous method. Sorry, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, man.
Correct.
You either have the evidence or you do not.
By the way, I found an experiment on gravitational lensing.
Awesome
It's kind
stuff.
of difficult to explain this stuff when you just mute
Go
everyone.
ahead, Jedi.
Awesome, that's fine. Can I have the
Don't cheerlead,
dependent
man.
and
Just let him
independent?
But it's
have it.
okay.
Go.
MPX has got the ropes now.
The
Dependent.
dependent variable is going to be the actual verified path traveled by light from distant galaxies, as opposed to where we'd expect it to go if it was traveling in a straight line without the effects of gravity.
And the independent variable?
That,
That's because you just started rattling on, my friend.
you're gonna pick different. The independent variable is the stars you pick and the trajectory that the light path is going to take around gravitational or large massive objects.
Awesome stuff. So you will understand that you will have to test your hypothesis in a physical experiment where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate
Yeah,
the
you can pick a
independent
bunch of
variables.
stars.
Hold on, my friend. Being as you're working on a presupposition here, there's
I
no
am.
physical, dude. There's no physical experiment where you're manipulating stars now, is there?
I'm not manipulating stars. I'm picking different ones.
So
that
you're
have
not
different
doing science, then, are you?
Again, this is a
just do
terrible
not
misunderstanding of
Do you
science.
not understand what a natural experiment is?
Yep, I'm just going to post the definition in the live stream for everybody to read, unless you want me to read it out for you. Scientific methods distinguishes science from all other forms of explanation because the requirement for systematic experimentation. The final arbiter of truth is scientific experiment. Would you like me to continue? The only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. Would you like me to continue? There is all cited from universities. Mathematics is not science, for example. Do you want me to carry on?
This is
Awesome stuff. So
this is an
would you like,
experiment that was
would you like me to post? No, it wasn't an experiment. Would you like me to continue with this? Because an experiment is where you, the researcher, varies and manipulates the independent variable to see if it causes the effect. In a physical experiment, you can't just point at the sky and say something in the sky is causing something else in the sky to happen. That's just pointing and declaring based on a presupposition.
What?
Fortune telling.
You
It's
have
palm reading.
You have very specific projections given a particular model as to how the path of light will travel from a given distant body, and you're going to have projections about how the exact nature of that light is going to bend around a particular other.
How
massive
did you
objects.
measure the path?
It's not the point. He didn't manipulate the
But no,
independent.
it's all right that Jedi's like researching things on the internet, so he knows what.
Didn't manipulate the independent variable.
Oh wait, I thought that was we couldn't do that.
Go ahead.
Not manipulate a single independent variable in that observation. That's the important point. You didn't do science.
I'm taking selections of particular
It doesn't
stars.
matter. It's not science. You can have your religious worldview. That's fine. It's not science, bro. Is what it is.
Wait, how is that not scientific? So there are methodological like issues that you can point to about whether or not you truly isolated the variables sufficiently to make a conclusion, but like that's still a form of science.
It's a logical binary that's either following the scientific method or it's not. If you don't have an independent variable, you don't have a scientific experiment, you have your...
Hold on. I am independently selecting which star and applying my model to it. Like what?
You have your abductive inference. You have your abductive inference.
How is this abductive?
Do you know what abductive is?
I'm making a discrete selection of a discrete body. Abductive is statistical.
No, it's not statistical. It can be statistical, but it's not.
That's fair.
Not limited. You have an abductive inference. It is what it is. Just accept it. Accept that you have an abductive inference that you've built up into a religion.
But hold on. If you want to make that claim, then that's going to be true for like every scientific claim ever.
Nope.
Can you demonstrate one that doesn't fall into this trap?
Sir, you are cherry picking.
Hold on. No. I'm not cherry picking. I would like him to select any scientific experiment ever where it doesn't fall into abductive inference.
Any scientific experiment, which is an actual scientific experiment, which has an independent variable, dependent variable, and control variables, that will always not be abductive. It uses some form of induction, not abduction.
I'm failing to see the distinction you're trying to make.
You know the distinction between induction and abduction?
I do understand the distinction between those two things.
What is it?
Induction is a different logical method than abduction.
Yeah, but what? That's what I'm saying. They are different, but like, why are they different? What makes them different?
Induction is a series of implication. Abduction is like a reasoning about like the likelihood of something.
It's the scientific method, abduction or deduction. Which one is it?
I think it depends on the nature of the evidence that you're applying to some inductive principle.
We're not inducing anything here. It's deductive reasoning.
Actually,
we're not going to make guesses. We're not going to be making guesses. We're not going to be making presuppositions. We're doing science here. The final arbiter of science is a physical experiment, my friend. You know what the three constituent parts of an experiment are, don't you?
Yeah, we've been over it multiple times.
Awesome stuff. So you will have a dependent variable, an independent variable, and a control variable, where you, the researcher, will keep all things the same. You, the researcher, will vary and manipulate your presumed cause in an experiment. This is nowhere near pointing up into the sky and making declarations. You're just pointed up into the sky and making declarations on a presupposed idea. You have no science here.
He has leap of logic.
Well, no one does at that point.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make that claim, I mean, most of
not a
science
claim,
is going to fall down then.
It's a fact.
No, you didn't do science. You did a leap of logic. That's what you did.
Well, what is our basis though?
Science isn't built on absolute rigorous logic. Nothing.
I know,
can
but
be
what
done
is our
that way.
basis, MPX?
It's built on the hypotheses, predictions, and tests of those predictions in a physical experiment.
Yep.
Awesome. So you understand what a physical experiment is, don't you?
Yep. It's observation of physical phenomena.
The observation of phenomena, the prediction of cause of the phenomena, and then you vary and manipulate your presumed cause in an experiment. You standing on the floor pointing at the sky is not an experiment. You haven't varied and manipulated anything. I've cited this at least 10 times in the live stream chat.
Yeah, I understand. I don't see how we're going to claim that selection of stars is implicitly adductive rather than like completely divorced from the idea of inductive approach.
Listen, you don't have a scientific experiment, do you?
Again, you can make specific methodological claims about the nature of that experiment, but I think it stands reasonably well.
There's no disagreement here. There can't be, because basically what's being said is unless you have a scientific experiment where you can manipulate the independent variable, you can't proclaim any scientific fact. And yet the model that's being presented claims that their inferences, abductive inferences, are facts with no distinction. They never say that the Earth.
Hold on, are you?
It is our inference that the Earth could be a globe, given these assumptions. If they said
are
that,
you a scientific realist or an instrumentalist?
Dude, please do not fucking derail. Please, I beg you. Please, I'm not even trying to be fucking cute or rude here. I'm just trying to be like, I'm saying there is no reason, there is no need for us to be at odds even. It's so basic. If people,
Well, I mean,
if the globe model, right, the way they taught it, the way they presented it, everything, the heliocentric model, whatever, what have you, the great attractor, what have you, if they just always made the distinction, right, that this is our inference, our abductive inference based on these assumptions that the Earth is a globe, then we'd have no problem. They could be in their corner saying that, we could be in our corner saying what we're saying, and that's all. It's all good. It's all good. There's no debate to be had, actually.
Hold on. Can you demonstrate an experiment where this trap doesn't appear? Just one.
Yeah, certainly. So the observation of water boiling, I will make a prediction that heat makes water boil. I will then vary manipulate heat to see if the water boils, controlling all variables like pressure. I can change that one around. I've got water boiling. I can vary and manipulate the pressure and keep all temperatures the same. And when I do that, it will cause the effect. This is fucking simple. A hypothesis and if cause then effect statement.
You conspicuously selected a particular pot of water with particular water molecules in it. You're making an adductive leap of logic here. Like, does this apply universally to all water molecules? Are these things universally the same?
Every time I boil my fucking kettle. Yeah. Are you trying to tell me that cause and effect relationships don't happen in the physical and natural world?
So now what you've done is you've taken what disagreement to some sort of solipsistic philosophical level. So you've pulled the solipsism card.
Well, no, but you started with that by discrediting my experiment with the stars.
You just did it right now in PX.
I didn't pull the solipsism card. I said that
have a fucking experiment.
I'm using your epistemic process.
No. Here's the difference. I'm saying you can make your claim, just claim it properly with the proper language. Say this is our abductive inference, as opposed to this is a fact as established by the scientific method.
But now we're just playing word games about what science is,
word
and
games,
like
bro.
how guarded we
games.
should be with every single word we use. Absolutely accurate.
If we want to let again, so now let's slightly take a sidestep and then look at who's being solipsistic and who's being just basic common sense good faith here. Where you ask for an experiment, right, which meets the scientific the description of the scientific method or the definition of the scientific method as we've put out, and he said water boiling by varying temperature and pressure as the independent as the independent variables, right? Basic, following the scientific method, not solipsistic, common sense. You can use a plethora of different fucking vessels and blah blah blah. The only way you could start disputing this is by adopting certain crazy science, crazy philosophical positions like occasionalism or solipsism or what have you, right? Whereas what I'm saying is not at all that semantic. I'm saying that cool, bro, you have your inferencing, you have your abduction. I'm not even ruling out the place of inferencing and abduction. Let's just make sure we're clear as to what's an inference versus what's a fact as established by the scientific method. We can have the separate philosophical quibble as to like whether you think the scientific method has its own flaws or this and that. That's separate. But insofar as the scientific method exists, there are facts as established by it. You can dispute whether or not those are true facts. That's a separate philosophical discussion. But let's at least delineate what is a fact as established by the scientific method versus what's an inference based on abduction, which I'm not even saying is bad. Just make the distinction.
Sure, I'm happy to like leave that distinction there, but like I was asking for a specific scientific experiment, expecting some meaningful symmetry breaker, and we end up in philosophy because you're like, well, this one's reasonable and this one's not. And like,
we don't. But you could take anything to philosophy, but we don't end up in philosophy because solipsism exists, bro. The moment we assume there's an external physical world, that nuclear option of philosophy always exists.
I agree. There's
even
in a like external world, like you're not dodging away from the whole problem of like your selection, quote unquote, of water molecules that would still be present in like a assumed physical world. It doesn't mean that there's like universality of nature in a meaningful way, like unless you want to claim that the stars are going to be relatively universal to some meaningful degree in how they behave. I don't understand how you're making adduction claims there that are relevant and distinct from other adduction claims that you would make about your epistemic processes you're applying to other experiments.
We're not going to conflate the two problems here. The problem here is not that the scientific method is abductive. It's that you could point out other weaknesses in it, right? Like the regularity of nature, the existence of the external world, the repeatedness of these, or whether these are the problem of induction. whether these will, or occasionalism. These are problems that you could have with the scientific method philosophically.
Sure.
But with abduction, that's not the problem. With abduction, the main problem is that we're making what they call a leap of logic, right? But like, to more technically speaking, we have not eliminated all other possible options, right? It's but the fact that you've not eliminated all other possible options as explanations, possible meaning logical, metaphysically possible, and if we're assuming certain laws of physics, if we are, you don't, that I'm saying if, I'm putting that if there on purpose, if we are, certain physical limitations. So that's the problem.
Yeah, Faraday effect, you didn't took it into account when you started invoking gravitational lensing.
So, and here's the further problem. From a more common sense perspective, once you stack an abduction on a previous abduction, which has now been deified into fact, now we're off into the La La Land territory, literally, where people are now saying that, oh, if you go to the edge of a black hole, it'll suck you and make you spaghetti, and they tell kids this.
Yeah,
as the fact. And then you get some British, no offense to the good British people here, but you get some dudes with posh accents over here fucking acting as if these are facts and not ever seeing the distinction, going on fucking little circular loops, circle jerky for literally fucking 2 hours.
Yeah, but is MPX aware of that? Are you aware of that, MPX? What Esoteric is outlining?
Yeah, I have a higher degree of confidence in the experiment being conducted around boiling of water because there's less total like landscape of possible abductive leaps.
Right, but what he's outlining does exist, though. So you're actually would say you're not that you're equating the two, but you're trying to say what's the distinction. I'm using the same thing as I would if I was boiling water at sea level. Like you're trying to say that there's no difference. We're using the same scientific rigor for the both, and we can come out with good explanations at the end of them both. Yeah. And they're just not the same.
Yeah, they're categorically.
Yes, and we do this because you said that this is a scientific gravitational lensing. So this is why we apply the scientific method.
But the scientific method was applied. It's just the total absolute confidence you should have in those results, given the abductive leaps that have occurred, should be somewhat less. You should give a slightly less credence, or even moderately less credence, to the outcome and the implication of that particular theory.
Bro, you still make it a spectrum, bro. That's the whole point. I went on the rant. Maybe I should not go on rants, but like the reason I went on the rant is because it's not a spectrum between like your abduction versus the scientific method. There are philosophical questions and problems, and even some which I, not even in a trivial way, would acknowledge. There are problems with the scientific method, like a question or weaknesses. But those are not the same categorically as that of an inductive inference. They're different. I already outlined the possible philosophical problems with the scientific method: occasionalism, solipsism, the problem of induction, stuff like that. But those are not the same problems that inductive inferencing has. Inductive inferencing is, again, about not eliminating all possible explanations.
It's choosing one out of the many, and then saying that, well, it is a ball of burning gas or plasma, according to what some other men say, and then using that as the catalyst for your explanation.
Sure, but
no, it's not choosing one.
Yeah,
it's observing the way things work and figuring out which one makes the most sense.
Mez, now don't be a liar now, because in like what you quote unquote call scientists, these guys, they disagree with each other. So one is claiming maybe the current rhetoric is that there's plasma up there and those balls of burning gas, according to the main consensus. But then when you switch over and you talk to some other guys, they're like, no, those guys over there, they got it wrong.
But
are you gonna now, because that's what we're saying. It's like, in your worldview, it's never about some scientist saying we got it figured out. It's like we're just saying this is our best guess currently, until somebody else better comes along and figures more out about what we're. That's why. And so you can never get to a place where you're actually testing anything out. You're just using whatever the rhetoric is telling you, and upon you guys is like you're lending over your trust to the current consensus of the current rhetoric. You guys are just based on that. Like, that's what you're using and thinking it's a scientific method that you're going to be using. It's not.
I'm not absolutely convinced, nor I think anybody necessarily should be, that the current theory describing gravity is absolutely 100% correct. As we saw with like Newtonian mechanics versus like relativity, there seems to be a better descriptor for phenomena that we can continue to hone our model in, but that doesn't seem to settle with like a theory of everything that we'd expect between
Newtonian
gravity and
mechanics is not correct.
quantum mechanics. But like it seems to be more effective than anything else we have.
Dude, here's what would be amazing if people just separated what they call the study of science without being autistic into facts and inferences. So facts as established by the actual scientific method, and then inferences, and that's fine. Now we got them separated. It's all clean and neat, and that's fine. So interpretive models and inferences can be on one side, and actual empirically repeatably testable as per the scientific method facts can be on the other side, and then we'll never have a debate. You
Indio,
guys
you want to come in and say
But
something?
there seems to be phenomena experienced that most conceptions of flat Earth would just be flying in the face of.
Just hold
Such
tight,
as?
Yeah, such as.
Yeah, you
Most
stepped in it,
effects
bro.
that people attribute to gravity, so such as like a preferential differential or gradient along a long vertical axis in a liquid medium, or just the nature of how things fall through a given medium.
Wrong.
So yeah. So
Wrong.
the gradient follows the inverse square law, right? Pressure gradient.
It follows an inverse square curve most of the time is the best knowledge of our description of most of these things, but there's a lot of simplifications there.
It doesn't follow the inverse square law even remotely. If you look at the pressure graph, dude, the vertical pressure graph, it doesn't look anything like an inverse square curve, dude.
Oh no, I'm sorry, that's linear.
So it's just these ideas that it wouldn't work in this situation. It just doesn't even match.
I was thinking intensity.
So I mean, we're like losing the forest through the trees. Like, why is this gravity argument even happening? Right? It's because of this idea that gravity will form a bunch of random particles into a ball. But there's actually no evidence for that.
Correct. I want to ask him something.
No,
there is evidence.
Okay,
I want to say there's no 100% certain scientific proof, sure, but science technically can't prove anything.
What's the evidence?
Well, again, like our observations of how these things work.
Yeah, we went through this.
Such as?
We're gonna rinse and repeat.
Like things falling, planet. Yeah, we've been through this.
No. So things fall is evidence for
the way planets
gravity
orbit.
forming a ball.
Yes.
No one's ever observed an orbit.
Okay.
No, don't think it's crazy. Don't think it's crazy. Probe.
Dude,
probe.
I've said to us
Keep
100
probing,
people said, show me a fucking complete orbit, and nobody can do it.
Fucking
Ever.
get a telescope out.
And I'm going to see what? And I'm going to see an orbit.
I know, and you're going to say, well, it's just whatever.
No, so I'm going to see it. No, so I'm going to see an orbit. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm going to see something circle around another ball. I'm going to see a white light circle around another white light.
You know, that's fucking cartoon shit, right, Mez? If you think that.
Okay, apparently.
So, listen, we don't see orbits from Earth. Okay? We don't actually see orbits. We don't see complete orbits. We don't see the moon orbit the Earth. So this is that third-person perspective that you guys see in diagrams, but you've never seen anything from that point of view. You only see anything from the Earth's point of view. You don't see an orbit from the Earth, do you?
Just be honest.
An orbit of the Earth?
No,
from the Earth?
orbit of the Earth.
You
bro.
can see all planets orbiting each other.
Oh my god.
You can see planets orbiting each other. What planets orbit each other?
Well, there's Pluto and its moons. Well, all the planets and all their moons.
So what we actually see, okay, we see little white lights cross in front of one of the planets, then they disappear, and we see some white lights cross in front of one of the planets, and then they disappear, and we see white lights cross in front of them. We don't see an actual orbit, do we?
Yeah. We see them going in a circular motion, but we don't see them going 360 degree, only like 180 at maximum.
Well, I mean, we don't even see it for that long, so we just like see it for like a very brief period of time. But whatever.
Yeah, so you can see the planet.
The point is that the formation of any celestial object or anything from gravity into a ball has never been observed in reality.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous.
Okay, who's observed it and when? With what?
Prove it.
Fucking. Oh my. See, look, you're just getting into like this stupid.
No,
like,
don't
you're going to say,
repeat
"Oh, how can you prove that? How can you
stupid,
trust
no.
that? How can you trust anyone?"
Don't straw man me. I want okay. So we got the claim is gravity forms spheres. Okay, so we have three ways. We have an experiment, we have an observation in nature, and we have maybe it's a prediction of the physics. Do you have any of those three things?
Pick one.
See, this is why you don't invoke sky magic as your proof to what the surface of the Earth is.
Yeah.
That's how you avoid it.
Hold on, pick one. Pick one, Mez. Pick one.
Well, this is
What were the
important.
three? No, I'm not getting it. This is just, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, guys,
if you see a little dots come out from one side of a planet,
hang on,
come around either side,
they don't come out from the
disappear
side.
again on the
No,
other
they
side.
don't come out from the side. I said they pass in front.
Then it's that pretty much looks like an orbit.
You try very hard at your straw man,
Indio,
dude. You try very hard.
Let Indio ask the three of those examples and see which one he picks.
Look, okay, so we have a model. Allegedly, there's a scientific physics prediction, right? The physics say gravity forms bunch of particles into spheres. This is the claim, right? That's the claim. It's not a straw man. That's the claim, right?
Yeah.
Is this the claim? What's the evidence for that? So our evidence could be observation of it happening, experiment that shows it happens. So observation in nature, you're doing it man-made, or you got the other one, which is weak, but let's just go with it. A prediction using a physics model. Do you have any of those three things? It's a prediction. So can you post that simulation or prediction using Newton's laws of Newton's or Kepler's laws or whatever the fuck you want in the chat? Can you post that? Because that does not actually exist.
Can I post a simulation of gravity?
Is it going to be his example?
Listen, okay.
Is it his example?
Is it using the inverse square law?
I think so. Hold on, I've got a 3D plugin.
You just simulate gravity. The fucking particles sticking together.
Okay, so we want the actual physics model, right? Because that's really what you guys are citing. We have physics, right? So the physics model, right? F equals G times M1 times M2 divided by R squared. That little physics piece, the universal law of gravitation, right? That's the physics model. That should be like, you should have run that in simulation, apply that quote unquote force to the particles, and then eventually, if you run it long enough, they form into a sphere or something, right? That's the idea.
That's not.
You realize that they've run this in simulation, and that's actually not what happens.
The inverse square law is a reference to Newtonian mechanics, but that's okay.
Yeah. So what?
Well, it's going to probably be a crappy simulation.
Well, isn't that where the problem lies?
So, are you saying that we should be using general relativity for planetary formation? Why is that?
It's more accurate model to describe the effects.
I thought Newtonian. Go ahead.
Nobody uses general
Newtonian's wrong.
No one uses general relativity for any of that crap, dude.
Well, yeah, because for all intents and purposes, for most people on Earth, Newtonian physics works fine.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
It's not accurate. It's technically incorrect. But it's accurate
for most
enough.
simulations, they're going to use some sort of approximation of any model because it's going to be computationally intense to calculate the interactions between every single particle.
I'd love to.
Might be
so you don't have a prediction that this would happen
to generate an entire planet. Probably not.
Okay.
Okay. So we don't have an observation, experiment, and prediction. So why do you guys say it?
Because we can do the math.
You don't have the math because you can't make the prediction.
Holy shit, that's the whole point. You don't have the model. You can do the math.
Yeah. Show me how you can do the math. Show me how you can do the math for liquid helium at 2 Kelvin degrees where the pressure is constant. There is no gradient.
To jump back to Mr. Baboon's point earlier, at making a model here and using a simulation, you're probably going to end up on a couple of adductive leaps. Again, simply because
they're even granting that to you.
Dude, listen, it was just a donation, man.
Oftentimes too much.
Isn't that what esoteric outline?
Listen,
I was just saying.
The point of bringing up the physics model is in all of this so-called, where you were asked what science proves the globe. So you guys went to physics, but then those physics are not founded on observation, experiment, or simulation. So, like, what the hell are we talking about?
Imagination, boys. Straight
It's
up.
just something they tell kids. This is something you learn when you're like when you were in third grade.
It's not imagination.
Gravity. Listen, something you learned in third grade. They told you that gravity will form things into balls, and you're like, that makes sense. But when you do the actual physics, right, that are involved in this, it doesn't form a ball. The particles don't form a ball. Okay, show us.
Dude, this is denialism
I've
to
already
the highest form, bro.
I say shit
Seriously.
I already know the answer to. Do you know how I already know the answer to? Because I challenged the Glober to this 5 years ago, and he sent me a bunch of shit by just reading the title of the peer-reviewed paper and thinking that proved his point. But the actual result showed that it didn't form a sphere.
I don't know, man. You asked a lot of questions about infinity earlier, and you didn't know the answer to those.
Oh God, yeah, third person.
I'm fucking with you.
You've also got to remember that you claimed before that the model of gravity works 100%.
Did I say that?
No,
yeah, you did.
I said that.
Was it Mez? Might have been Mez.
I think he said exactly not that.
No, that's what he said.
And by the way, general relativity won't give you stable orbits, so.
So once again, what do we have? I mean, go to
Over an infinite period of time, maybe.
I think Esoteric wants to get in here. What do you say?
No, I was just gonna make a funny comment. Is all.
I mean, like Esoteric did bring up a good point, right? It's that like what they tell children about the certainty of these claims, right? They claim causes of all sorts of things. What causes a black hole? What causes a star to shine? What causes this? What causes that? And that's why we talk about a scientific experiment, right? Because that's how we determine cause and effect relationships. But you guys talk about observations. Now, say you don't know anything and you started observing Pornhub. You can watch Pornhub forever and you can describe and model everything everybody's doing on the screen, but you're going to have no idea why they're doing it. If you don't know anything about human behavior, human sexual habits, like people getting paid to have sex on screen, you won't know anything about what caused that production to be actually made. You won't know anything, no matter how long you watch it, no matter how correct your model is. Oh, when they come in with wearing a fucking plumber's outfit, they do it in this position. Like you're still never going to figure out what caused it. But they tell people and they know the causes of all these phenomena, right? They do this to children, do this to adults. You could freaking go on Google right now. They'll sit there and tell you the causes of this, that, and the other thing. They don't know the causes of any of this crap, and it's just a big convoluted story. And sorry that that's the fact of the matter, but that's what it is.
Yeah. So
you said earlier, people have attempted to simulate gravity, and it doesn't form planets. Do you have?
Yeah, I'll get it for you. Hold
I'd
on.
like to.
Oh yeah, by the way, gravity works on a flat Earth anyway. So like this idea that it wouldn't work on a flat Earth is ridiculous. That's also been modeled.
Well, if you want to say that the same thing, the phenomena of things falling down is gravity, sure.
Yeah, I mean, we recognize if you want to call gravity the effect of falling, that's fine. It's when you start saying causes, there's a problem there.
There's no issue with the things that are falling down through the medium. So it's an object and medium relationship. We have no issue. And if you say the effect of that is gravity, I don't see why. Once people start saying it's fake, it's not real, then you take it as what you're saying. Things falling down is not real. That's the way your mind perceives it. But the person who's saying it is talking about the cause, big G. The causation of it is not real. You guys are clinging to this causation of bending and warping the space and time, which are concepts. That is not real. But the thing that we see, the effect, we both agree that we see the same effect. If we see a person in front of us drop a pen, we're both going to see it fall at the same rate. We can both come up with the same numbers and everything. But when it comes to what gives things the propensity to move up and down in the nature of this reality, nobody has an answer to that. That's God level knowledge. No one ever can know that.
Right, but our theory of gravity is our best understanding.
No,
it's really a description of how things fall.
Sure.
If I could live in a Christian country, right, where everyone just says we believe that God is this and that, right, even though I don't believe in any of it, I would be able to live on an earth where people say we believe that this is a globe, and as long as they say it, we believe it. It would just be nicer.
This whole thing was like avoidable too. Like instead of getting all worked up that someone's not accepting your story of sky magic, just get away from the sky magic and come back down to the surface of the earth, where you should have been in the first place, in measuring and observing and using the surface of the earth. So you want to say, hey, look at that star, look at that moon, look at that black hole. All of that is not proof of what the surface of the earth is. You're looking the wrong way. You're looking up. Look down. Look down to your feet.
No, you're not really following.
You're not.
Yeah, dude, get rid of the sky magic. It's not going to help you. Copernicus
Okay,
said it better than.
It's done.
Yeah, Copernicus said it better than me. Astronomy cannot provide you a hypothesis. If you try, you will exit the process a greater fool than which you entered. Copernicus warned you, don't use this stuff to make a claim about Earth. You will exit the process a greater fool. And here you are with egg on your face, look completely foolish because you can't answer simple questions after you said it was a scientific process you went through. I should be able to repeat exactly what you did and get to the same conclusion you did, but you can't. Because right now you've got a dunce cap on. You're playing the fool. And you were warned. The people in the experts of the globe model told you exactly what to do and exactly what not to do, and you would deny the experts. And you wonder why? Oh, flat earthers deny the experts. Shit, you do. Why would I follow an expert that you think is wrong?
Speaking of denying the experts, maybe he wants to respond to the simulation he asked for, which has been posted.
Yeah, I posted in the chat, man.
They keep saying that this gravity idea is their best understanding they have of what's going on. Well, your idea doesn't seem to match your conclusion, so why don't you tell us about that?
43 minutes after the hour.
You know, I agree with you though. Their little story about gravity forming, it quote unquote makes sense. So what? They tell it to you when you're a kid. Lots of things make sense when you're a kid. It's from the American Astronomical Society.
Firstly, it says this is simulation of Newtonian.
Yeah, because you can't use general relativity. First of all, being a weak limit, so it wouldn't even matter, right?
Sure.
So it's just going to reduce down to the fucking same thing anyway.
Oh, now you agree with that, Mez, where you said that Newtonian, we can't take that into account.
What? No, I never said that. I said for all intents and purposes, for most practical applications, Newtonian works fine.
Doesn't work fine to form a ball.
I was just gonna say that coalescing things into a ball. How about
so it works fine for a flat Earth then?
Well, if you want, because like I said, like it's technically incorrect, but it's accurate enough for most people.
Is it correct or incorrect, Mez? Like what the fuck?
It's incorrect.
Is it open or closed? Or is it a bit open or a bit closed?
If we use this set of assumption is incorrect, pretty much is what you're saying. We use this.
Right, but some things can be closer to correct than other things, right?
Yeah, with that set of assumptions. So make different assumptions and make it become more correct than the other one.
I mean, so they have some dots, and then they form into a clump.
An egg.
Yeah, so actually, if you read through it, right, so even this is cheating. Because when they actually ran it the first time, they would just bounce off each other forever. So they had to add, that's why I put this little quote. The quote is about how they had to add like a friction constant to make them kind of like stick together a little bit, give them a little gluiness so that they wouldn't bounce so far apart.
Things have friction in the real world.
Well, this is more like stiction.
Oh my god.
This is more like stiction than friction.
Okay.
I wonder if that's the same with the, what is it, the kinetic molecular theory? If we look into it.
Bro, genetics is a whole other can of fucking worms. Bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, genetic, dude, don't even get me going on that shit. That is a statistical nightmare. Anyway.
I mean, you've posted things forming into a clump. I don't. Is the argument that it's like not technically a ball? It's like an egg shape. Is that the argument?
No, the argument is there's no evidence that they would form into spheres. So
I mean,
if
you've
you're going to
posted
use it
evidence
as
of them forming into something.
is that a sphere?
If you don't want to call that a sphere.
I mean, if I don't want to, is it? You think it's my desire?
Sphere.
They say does not show perfectly spherical. The gravitating aggregate form does not show a perfectly spherical, though stable. Like what? Is it me or is it them? The point is that like this claim has no evidence. That's the point.
So do particles bounce off each other? Are the particles bounce off each
Shouldn't
other?
the claim have no evidence?
Shouldn't
the claim have no have evidence, dude? Shouldn't the claim, if you're going to be like, if you're going to hand wave past the measurement, right? We don't need to measure the Earth because we have a physics model that predicts it, or we have a physics observation that predicts it, or we have a physics experiment that predicts it. But you don't actually have those things. And even if you had a physics model that predicted it, you'd have to go out into the real world and test the model to see if it's correct. You would have to go out and measure the curvature to validate the fucking model.
Hey,
right?
Check this out. Yeah, check this out. Do you guys know about the kinetic molecular theory? Anybody in here? Mez or MPX?
I'm a bit rusty on that one. You might have to go over it.
Well, let me just read a little bit about what it says. The kinetic molecular theory postulates the experimental observations about the behavior of gases discussed so far can be explained with a simple theoretical model known as the kinetic molecular theory. The theory is based on the following postulates or assumptions. Gases are composed of large number of particles behave like hard spherical objects in a state of constant random motion, number one. Number two, these particles move in a straight line until they collide with another particle or the walls of the container. Number three, the particles are much smaller than the distance between particles. Most of the volume of gas is therefore empty space. Number four, there is no force of attraction between gas particles or between the particles and the walls of the container. Number five, collisions between gas particles or collisions with the walls of the container are perfectly elastic. None of the energy of the gas particle is lost when it collides with another particle or with the walls of the container. Number six, the average kinetic energy of a collection of gas particles depends on the temperature of the gas and nothing else.
Okay.
What?
Oh dear.
That's
What do you
a
mean straight lines, nigga. They're
a-
not taking little parabolic arcs, man. What are you talking about?
That's a well. I mean, it would be the amount of energy that they have and the velocity that they'd be moving would be any gravitational effect within that small closed system that you're examining is going to be negligible. But also, you're going to be making sure to make those assumptions so that any system that you're working with is actually calculable. If you have a bidirectional effect between two particles, it's going to be a nightmare to actually calculate. But if it's that overall effect is going to be like negligible and the desired like end state outcome, it's just more useful to ignore that interaction.
I know, but we're talking about. Go ahead, MPA.
At face value, that's not going to hold true. Just given the knowledge of like electrodynamics, like there's no way that a particle with an electron shell and another particle with some sort of like positive nucleus is going to not interact in some meaningful way.
Okay, so you're saying that this theory is debunked by what, an observation of yours?
I'm not saying it's like debunked. Like it's not going to be an absolute measure of truth, but it's going to be useful in a particular context.
Right. So what context are we using? What context can we use it?
Basic modeling of a particular gaseous system, but it's not going to be like an exact model of ground truth.
Give me one that it can be used in. One example.
I mean, I don't know, like you can calculate the total kinetic energy of a gas particle after a collision with a couple other gas particles, or like a total pressure calculation.
What gas are we using?
By summing up the gas kinetic energy across the entire system.
What medium or what's the gas medium that we're using?
You can pick your favorite, but those are just two.
Air?
That be sure.
How about air? Okay. So, would you agree then with that? The air particles are using the same as outlined here for the molecular theory as well, I'd see here in number 3. The particles are much smaller in distance between particles. Most of the volume of gas is therefore empty space. Number 4 is saying there is no force attraction between gas particles or between the particles of the walls of the container. So that would mean that the coalescing of these balls of matter, or before chicken and egg scenario, right? Before the Earth's formation, gases had to have coalesced with gravity before there was any mass to form mass, to then bend and warp the fabric of space and time. What
Okay, the
this right here is saying.
qualifiers.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If
No,
you have
you
more
go
to
ahead.
say, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to end with that if that was the case, and then if this is a model that they're using of a theory about like the elastic collisions of these gas particles, then how is it possible that we have, you know, gases collecting into and coalescing into a ball? Because the particles are starting to gather at the very conception of anything forming. Be it a planet or anything forming in the vacuum of space. Because you see the issue, right?
Well, that's the qualifiers I put in reference to this model at the beginning would kind of discount that. If we're looking at long time scales, you know, like looking at eventual gravitational effects, like this isn't going to be a useful model. If we're looking at like very, very large volumes of gas and trying to examine particular behaviors where areas are like distinctly less dense within a gravitational field, that's not going to be a very useful model. Like this is looking at like probably some small localized area where all the gas is relatively not homogeneous. What's the term? A
So
similar
spectral-
energy states.
Isotropic.
Yeah, that's just spectral bleeding.
Well,
This
look,
is
what I'm leading to right now is that if even if this is a standard somehow, then why would it be not taken into account at the formation or the collection of particles in the formation of a planet, let's say? Why would this only be applicable in said scenario of like maybe just going outside and seeing if we can quantify that, like an area? Why does it only have to be an event that could be only taking place isolated into one scenario? Like, why is it not applicable to nature, as it were, in the formation of anything?
Because if you're going to observe effects over time, long time scales, like the model's obviously not going to hold and diverge from reality. Just like if you're going to model like simple harmonic motion, you're not going to like take into account like the bending of the like microstructure of the pendulum, even though it technically is happening. You're just going to model it as like a stiff stick and get close enough for whatever application you're using. Like you just want to know how long it takes until that thing stops swinging, and like the physics problem, rather than like a ground truth description of exactly what's happening at every single possible point in that system.
But this theory flies in the face of like Newtonian physics. That's what I'm
Which
saying.
theory?
The kinetic molecular theory.
There's lots of useful models that we use in daily.
What I'm saying though, it's not saying what we hear the proponents that come in here and claiming that is happening with Newtonian gravitational field. So if you say that two balls are going to be colliding because they're attracted to one another, this is saying there is no attraction between particles. What happened there?
That's just an assumption to make things simpler. If you assume a
Newtonian?
If you assume a bidirectional electromagnetic interaction, it becomes impossible to like calculate the actual like end state of the system in any like finite amount of time.
So are they or are they not attracted to each other?
They are. We don't have easy numerical methods to be able to accommodate for that.
So
but
they're not
typically the interaction is small enough that it's negligible in the overall end state of the system.
So they're not attracted to each other.
What? No. They are attracted to each other. It is just not useful to look at that for most problems.
Well, why does it say there is no force of attraction between gas particles or between the particles and the walls of the container?
Because that's an assumption made by that model as a matter of convenience.
And the other one isn't.
The other one...
Newtonian physics.
Newtonian physics?
Yeah, that's a matter of fact.
That is also a model used out of convenience for simplicity of mathematics, yes. So if I'm calculating how a rigid body moves over like down a ramp or something, I'm not going to go into like relativity and add a bunch of unnecessary integrals.
Relativity was not even in this particular dichotomy. It was mainly
it's
just a kinetic molecular theory versus Newtonian gravitational.
It's just a convenient example, a corollary alongside. It's not.
I'm glad
the
you said that.
Discussion.
I'm glad you said that, but they both are, aren't they?
Both are what?
They're convenient.
Opinion?
Convenient. You used the
Oh,
word convenient.
convenient.
Yes, yes. The word you used.
Sure.
Okay.
It's particular models are convenient or conducive to performing some utilitarian calculus or calculation to meet some end state or end goal.
Okay.
I have a question. I have a question. Do you think astronomers do that with their models?
They're probably going to apply a higher level of rigor depending on the problem that they're looking at.
What makes you think that?
Because if you're trying to examine some like very sensitive effect, you want to make sure you have highly precise measurements, and you're going to take the threshold at which you set like an effect being.
No, I'm not talking about the measurements. We're talking about the modeling. We're not talking about the measurements. We're talking about the modeling.
You need a model in order for your measurement to be meaningful.
Well, I mean, you guys have been talking about, some of these models are just like made simplified. There's no absolute reality there. They're simplified for practical purposes. Don't you think astronomers are doing the same thing, and that they have models that aren't absolute reality, but they're just done for practical purposes?
Convenience.
Convenience.
To some degree, yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Like especially, like I think what they really need to be useful for is getting more grant money. They have different goals, engineering goals. They're trying to social engineer.
Usually, if you're trying to get grant money, you're examining some highly sensitive phenomena that's going to be of novel interest to the scientific community. But I'm not saying it's completely immune to social engineering or other.
Well, that's good that you said that.
Malfeasant intent.
It's almost not malfeasance. It's almost cooked into the. It's cooked in. It's not even malfeasance, dude. Like
I mean, there's
you're not getting it.
There is active controversy in the physics community about how people keep proposing new zoos, like zoos of particle physics or different kinds of particles to like keep getting grant money for hadron collisions.
I know there's bad actors everywhere. We know that, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, but you can identify somebody when they're talking out their ass. Like, I mean, just strictly, not even anywhere near to sounding like anybody that's coherent to say like they're a part of like the alleged scientific community. They're like, dude, that's just way out there. Like, there's no way. That's not anywhere coherent. You can say that people that are bad actors do get found out, and I'm not saying we would, from our standpoint, they're all fucking bad actors. But I'm saying from your standpoint to say like, nah, that guy's not really. He's just really out to get his coin. He's not really looking for. Trying to make a breakthrough.
Sure, it can be apparent sometimes, but usually it requires a lot of knowledge and like the underlying structure of what they're studying to be able to call people out. Like it's a fairly challenging thing to do, especially the more esoteric the topic becomes.
I don't think this
not
is
really, because the more esoteric the topic becomes, the less people that can expose your bullshit.
Yep, because you're talking way past everybody's knowledge. Because you're in another. It's like fucking. Let's put it this way: it's like lore. If you're not into the lore, you're lost, bro.
I'm agreeing with that.
Because like, think about it. You're in a TED talk and you don't know what the fuck they're saying. You're just in there like, dude, this guy must be fucking IQ of 260, man. This fucking dude, like, yeah. So you're just listening to this guy, and it's like he's using words that you've never even heard. So at some point, if you don't know the lore, I mean, that's like the gotcha of gotchas, right? Because
sure.
Because how are you gonna even? There's no way you can't compare. So in order for you to understand, you have to get into kind of like the mindset of like.
It's gonna be like faith that you have in institutions. Like that's a different. Oh shit!
But that's what we're
God
saying, bro. That's kind of like the
sorry guys, I gotta go.
Well, I mean, you said it. The faith, man. Keep the faith. Rock on.
All right.
Adios, amigos.
See ya.
Rage quit.
I'm just saying, bro. We're down. Isn't that what we're talking about? This is it right here. This is the reason why. Because people are fucking.
Well, I mean, you did a great job, Iggy, of getting him from snide, spiraling, and what did he end up with? Well, we just have to have faith in the institutions, and like that's it.
Have faith.
And maybe that's like there's like a splinter in their mind, like they realize that all this shit is faith based, and they think that they're like better or I don't know. I don't want to say better. Maybe better is the wrong word. I'll just use better. So they're better than like the other people that have faith, right? Like the Muslims and the Christians and the Buddhists and the Hindus. Like those people have an irrational faith. My faith is rational. Right? I'm better than them. No, dude. Your faith is just as irrational as everyone else's.
It's the group of Harry Potter kids looking at everybody else like they're all stupid because they're not a part of like Hogwarts. You know, like they got their lore and they're clinging to it like it's like fucking the best thing since sliced bread, man. They're talking about shit like quasars and black holes and quantum time and just bullshit. And then you're like, okay, so how is any of that real? Fuck, we don't have to explain it to you. You know, the fucking blank time space. What the fuck? And you're just like, dude, I don't know what are you talking about? He's like, see, you don't know. You're uneducated.
How
Like,
did you just? Oh my god! How did you just say no? It isn't as irrational as the other. Weren't you the one, or was it the other guy that said science isn't always based upon logic?
No,
I didn't think I said that.
And then it was the other guy, because that's what he said. So science isn't always based upon logic. So that being illogical is irrational. They mean the same thing. Because right, rationality is logic, so irrational is illogic.
Sure.
Yeah. So if you don't have logic, then you're irrational.
Okay. But I never claimed that. So.
Weren't you the one who said that science doesn't prove things?
Yeah, not with 100% certainty. Nothing can.
Do you know what an alternate and a null hypothesis is?
Tell me.
One says it will cause the effect. The other one says the null says it will not cause the effect. Through the physical demonstration, you would demonstrate one thing to be true or the other.
Yeah,
So
but it's not going to
water
demonstrate with 100% certainty.
What?
Can
So
I ask a question?
yeah, go on.
Well, just a few questions. So science doesn't prove things, right?
Not with 100% certainty.
Why?
Nothing
It's a yes
can.
or no question. Science doesn't prove. No, so nothing can prove anything, right? With 100%
Ultimately,
certainty.
no.
Okay, so when you Google, say, I don't know, a flat earthers video, and then you've got that little Wikipedia article below saying that flat earth is a scientifically disproven concept, what do you think about that statement?
Well, if you really want to get into it, sure, it's like technically incorrect.
It's incorrect.
Well, is
so
it?
Why? Well, yeah, it is. So why do
I guess not, because of all the theories that we have of the shape of the Earth, the flat one is just seems completely illogical, impossible.
Oh, so now we're going into
so
your
on.
feelings. Okay, cool. Well, I didn't ask about your feelings. I'm asking about science, right? So, why do you suppose they have an objectively false statement under every single flat Earth YouTube video?
Because people are stupid.
Well, no, it's for propaganda purposes, surely.
Sure, call it what you want.
So why do you suppose that this level of propaganda is necessary?
I don't. I never said I did.
Well, it is necessary because they're doing it. So why do you suppose that it's necessary?
Who's they? It's not me. I don't support it.
I didn't say you. I said them.
Yeah.
So why do you suppose it's necessary?
I don't suppose it's necessary. Where did I say that it was necessary?
I'm saying it's necessary because they're doing it. So they feel it's necessary because they're doing it.
So you think it's necessary. Why do you think it's necessary?
No, I'm asking you because they are doing it. They must feel
yes,
it's
they are
necessary.
doing it.
Fantastic. So they must feel it's necessary, correct?
Sure. Okay.
So why do you suppose they feel it's necessary?
I don't know. I don't care.
You don't know. Okay, that's fine. Well, I think we both know what the actual answer is, but you don't want to say it. That's fine.
What?
Yeah,
I don't know. Why are you quizzing me on something that someone else has put under a YouTube video that someone else has made? What? I have nothing to do with any of this. I've never made any claims here about anything to do with fucking Wikipedia articles on YouTube
I have a
videos.
follow-up question. You said science can't prove anything 100%. and Crypto brought up the fact that flat Earth is an archaic, scientifically disproven idea, and then you said that that's wrong. Are you 100% sure of that?
Earth is flat, space is fake.
No.
So you're not 100% sure. So
Well, we've
there's
this
a
earlier.
possibility
You
that
cannot be.
you understand that what you just said means that there's a possibility that science can prove things.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because you're not 100. Yeah. So there you go. You actually have no
Right.
standard. You're
But
just
again, can you?
you're pointing out irrationalities when
Can
you're the
you
most
prove?
irrational person here.
Can you prove with 100% certainty that any scientific theory has proved anything to be 100% true? You can't do it. It's impossible. This is epistemology, which is what all your arguments are relying on.
Well,
Which
that's
is that you
because it's
ultimately
called.
cannot prove anything with 100% certainty.
No,
And
well, that's
ultimately,
because we
you
don't
have to
deal
put
with.
your faith in something. You have to trust that your senses are true. You have to trust that other people are telling the truth.
Good argument.
And you have to make,
No,
you know,
you don't have
logical
to.
deductions about things. Yes, you do. You have to trust that, like, the food that you're going to eat is not going to be poisonous. You have to
It's
trust
so
that your,
funny.
No,
your
I
eyes and
don't.
ears are giving you reliable information about this conversation right now.
No, I
Hey,
don't.
Mez.
I don't have
How
to
you?
trust anything.
Hold on, Haas. Hold on.
I can still act in the world without running around trusting things. You think like every action that human beings take is based upon some trust? No. People do things without thinking at all, and you know this. Without
Right,
ever
but the things
thinking
that
about,
you
I gotta
logically
trust.
actually think about, you
When
have
I
to trust
cross
it.
it,
You have to
yeah, when
trust
I
that you're not going to fall through the floor when you take a step forward.
Trust is a second order mental state. Okay? It
A
is not
second
like
order mental state. What
that's
does that
right.
mean?
If I go to cross the street and I like,
Mm-hmm.
man, do I really trust my eyes that that car is 100 meters away? I don't ask myself that question. I go based upon how fast I can fucking move. Can I make it? Okay, that's based upon my eyes, my perception of how far it is away, knowing my own body, looking at how far it is to make it across the street. I don't go, do I trust this decision? That is a second
Look,
order abstract
whatever
idea.
you want to call it.
No, it's not
You believe that
whatever
what
I
you're
want to
seeing is
call it.
true. However you want to word it. Yes, you are trusting that your eyes are giving you reliable information.
No, it's what you're calling it. There's no trust involved. A trust is a human judgment about something, right? About the
Yes, and
accuracy
you're
of
judging
something.
your eyes to be giving you reliable information.
Just like when you're drunk and you're driving.
Thinking about it. I'm not
You
thinking
don't need
about
to
it.
think
I'm
about
not at that level of abstraction. I'm in my senses. Okay,
You
so
don't
I'll
need
give you a
to think
perfect
about it.
example. I'll give you an example of real life, right? So in real life, I accidentally walked in the bike path, right, thinking that that was the sidewalk because I was thinking. Looks like a sidewalk, has the texture of a sidewalk, and I walked the sidewalk. Then I saw a shadow of something, and my senses just reacted without thinking. I like, should I trust my senses? Am I really gonna get run over by a fucking bike? I didn't sit there and philosophically quiz myself. I just jumped out of the way, and I missed getting ran over by a goddamn bike. So all your little mental games and abstractions, they don't mean a fucking thing in the real world. They literally don't. In the real world, where you have to actually do things to survive, right? So you can make it another day. All these mind games don't matter, and you don't believe them yourself. You don't trust that you're going to wake up and you're going to be another person. You don't trust that you're going to wake up and your mother's not going to be your mother anymore. You're 100% certain, believe me, you are, that your mother's your mother. Yeah. Okay.
Nope.
Go ask her. Maybe she got replaced by a clone. Why don't you go ask her? Maybe.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Yeah, just go ask her.
How would you
Mez,
know if you didn't see it?
Mez, do you not find it absurd that you speak with such certainty that everything is uncertain?
No.
Can do that.
And there you go. There you go. He's
But
100%
that's what I'm saying.
certain.
I'm not. We can't be certain that everything is uncertain.
Are you 100%
Maybe
certain
something
of
could be
that?
proven to be true 100%.
And you're so certain of that, Mez.
You're 100% certain that you're uncertain.
No, I'm not certain.
Congratulations.
Hey,
No.
talk out of your side.
You're
You can
uncertain
talk
that
out
you're
of both
uncertain?
sides of your.
So you're uncertain that you're uncertain. Which one is it?
I'm certain that I'm uncertain.
Oh, so you're certain about that?
I'm certain about.
He's 100%
Everything's
that he's
uncertain now.
99%.
I guess so. Yeah. I guess I'm certain
Yeah,
that I'm
Mez,
uncertain. Because the only
Mez,
thing that I can trust ultimately is that I exist.
Mez, you can successfully talk out of both sides of your mouth to people who also talk out of both sides of their mouth. You get that,
He's,
right?
isn't it?
He's certain. He's very uncertain.
Well, you know how we were
I'm uncertain.
how the globe
Not
is
very uncertain. I'm
You know
a
how
little
we-
bit uncertain.
You know how
I'm
we
just
were
not
talking-
100% certain.
It's over,
You know
Mez.
how really?
Oh, okay.
You know how we were talking earlier about how ultimately the globe Earth has always devolved into solipsism. Well, this guy hasn't failed.
Well, this is where you start from.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yep.
No.
Are you certain about it?
Yep.
Who's starting from there? That's the thing. Who's starting from there?
I've
Yeah,
already
we're not.
demonstrated Indio, that you start from
Well, certainly
there. I've already
Mayhem
demonstrated
starts
Who
from
is
there
starting?
because
How
he
can you
starts like,
start
does anyone have any scientific proof that the Earth is a globe?
How
And it's
can
like
you
no matter what you put forward, it's always going to be. Well, how can you know?
not
How
our
can you trust
claim.
that? How can you trust
Sorry.
that person is telling the truth?
It's
And
It's
so
not our claim.
that's where it ends.
That isn't solipsism.
No, I didn't say. Well, because it kind of is. Because the only thing we can ultimately trust is that we exist.
Okay, define solipsism,
All
please.
that I can trust is that I exist.
Define solipsism, please.
I'm allowed to Google it.
Yeah, if you want.
The differentiation, I'll just define it in simpleton terms, right? For all the laymen in here. The differentiation, right, between absolute metaphysical claims and probabilistic claims, right? So when somebody says I absolutely know something, they're certain of it, and they have objective knowledge of the claim, that the demonstration of that is impossible. That's solipsism.
Cool. No, it's not. Solipsism.
No, it's not, dude. Dude, like
In a
actually pay
epistemological
attention.
position, solipsism holds that knowledge of anything outside of one's own mind is unsure.
Exactly. That is the definition of solipsism.
Certainty about meta.
Which-
Hold on. Yes, what I just said. Certainty.
I was having a conversation with him. Who are you?
I muted him.
So solipsism, right? Yeah, you've just defined solipsism. So asking for evidence of a claim isn't solipsism, then, is it?
Well, no, but because look, when you get down to it, any kind of evidence that we put forward is always going to be critiqued under like, how can you be certain that, you know, that is true, or that person was telling you the truth, or anything like that.
Right. So we don't.
Because when you really you can't trust the theory, you can't trust scientists, you can't trust, you know, obviously the rationality that, you know, how ridiculous this giant global conspiracy is, or flat Earth conspiracy. As you would
yeah.
call
So
it.
the point is that you're meant to be appealing
It's
to
like
the
I
evidence.
can't be sure of any of that ultimately, so I can't ultimately trust any of that. So
you
that's
take
where
a-
you get into what you guys are saying is, well, I'm not saying that anything is true, but how can you prove that?
Right.
I
If you
love
take
how
a
he
gap-
inserts
And
straw
it's like,
man
sure,
into
when
that
you
whole
really
diatribe.
get into it, sure, I guess you're right.
You just loaded your straw man. You just loaded your diatribe with like 5 straw man of shit we never say. Good try.
No, I'm pretty sure someone said that.
and also
Plenty of people have said that. Oh, I'm not making a claim about what the Earth is shaped like, but you can't prove that it's a globe.
The problem is that you never stop talking, so that anyone can actually respond to anything you've said. So yeah, there
I
was
just
a
responded to
telescope.
what someone else said.
Why are you talking over me? I was like, every single time you took a gap, I tried to talk, and then you talked over me again. And then eventually you shut up after like 500 straw men. And then when I talk, you talk over me again. What the fuck's wrong with you? So the point is that you loaded up a bunch of straw men, but ultimately you should be appealing to the evidence, right? You shouldn't be appealing to models or scientists or credentials or any of this other shit. And because you guys try and throw all of these appeals to things that don't matter, you then say, oh, well, then nothing can be known in solipsism. It's a debate tactic because we're asking you for evidence you can't provide.
Right. So, what evidence would satisfy you?
Measurements of curvature.
So, what kind of measurement? What would?
Direct
Assuming the Earth is a globe, a direct measurement. So you want
Why
someone
do we
to
gotta
run
assume
around
anything?
the
We're
Earth
not
with a
gonna-
40-kilometer long tape measure?
No.
No.
Straw
Okay.
man again. Ridiculous
Anything else?
nonsense. These are
It is
the
ridiculous.
contortions of a dying man.
What is
Mhm.
your opinion? Why are you telling me an opinion?
You asked, I gave you the answer. Do you not know what direct measurement means?
I don't apparently. Tell me.
Okay. So you directly measure the thing you want to measure.
How do you indirectly measure it? Tell me that first.
So you can
Oh,
measure
is this
speed.
what you guys
So
are talking
listen,
about with
listen,
calculations?
I'm going to tell this guy how do you indirectly measure. So you can measure speed. You can measure time times distance, right? And then you have your speed.
Well, speed actually, the funny thing about speed is that speed can't be measured. It can only be calculated.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Yeah. It's purely a calculation. It's what they call an improper unit. Or
So
improper variable or something.
So I guess what you're saying is, if I were to, hypothetically, let's say I flew around the Earth, okay, I tracked my speed, I tracked how long it took, and I did some math to figure out, based on those two numbers, how far I travelled. Is that not valid to you? Because it's not a direct measurement.
No. I didn't say it's not. I didn't say it's.
See, this is it. This is fucking stupid.
Why is it stupid?
Because obviously you can measure, if you could fly around the Earth, track how fast you were going, and track like the distance you went, you could figure out how fucking big the Earth is. Okay, look, let's say this. Okay, I'm giving you a hypothetical. So I'm in my car, I'm driving 10 miles an hour, okay, from my house to the shop. I get there in 30 minutes. How far away was the shop?
I don't know. Were you going to constant speed?
I drove at 10 miles an hour for 30 minutes.
So you had an
from my
instantaneous
house.
velocity?
Yeah, let's say like I was driving
Going
at
uphill or
constant.
downhill?
It's a flat. It's a well. It's a flat enough ground.
You can't even say it. Shows how fucked up you are in the head. You can't even say
but
flat road. You're fucking
well,
twisted,
give me an estimate. Okay, so I'm
Go back to
driving.
your brain.
I'm
Go
already
back to
at
your
speed
jar.
as I pass my house. Okay,
Let
I
this
drive.
guy
And
out
then
of
it his
his
takes me
jar.
30 minutes. I'm going at 10 miles an hour. It takes me 30 minutes to get to the shop. How far away is the shop from my house? Can you answer that?
Is it a mason jar?
No, it's a shop on the house. On the road.
understand
It's a
why
straight
you're
road.
talking- Listen, I don't understand why you're talking about this because the
They
question
can't
was
answer it.
perfect.
They cannot
question
answer
was-
it.
I'm
The question
literally
was
answering
perfect.
it. I'm waiting for someone else to finish talking because I'm not an inconsiderate prick like you. Please carry
Yeah,
on.
but really quick, the question
Already
was
been
perfect.
answered.
I'm not even sure why you're talking about this, but go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, obviously you can calculate that, but the point was about directly measuring it, right? That was the point.
Okay, but is that measurement not valid?
Why are you talking over me again? The
You're cutting
point
out.
is that yes, you can calculate tons of things, but calculations are not direct measurements, which was the initial
Okay,
point.
why do I need the right
You
measurement?
seem to be deliberately missing.
You need to
Because
listen.
that's the subject of discussion.
So you actually had direct measurements of other quantities, and from that you calculated an improper quantity. Do you get it?
Okay.
Okay.
But when I bring up things like, putting sticks in the ground, measuring the angles, that's, measuring one thing directly to
No, it isn't.
further size of something else.
Okay, what's directly being
How's
measured?
measuring
What's directly
the
being
angle of a
measured?
shadow?
An angle is not anything. You don't measure the angle. That's another improper quantity. You measure the length of the shadow.
Okay, you
in
measure
units.
the length of the shadow
And
to
you measure the
determine
height of
angle
the
of the
stick,
shadow.
right? And from that,
Um,
you derive an
yeah.
improper quantity. But that's not the problem with Eratosthenes. The problem with Eratosthenes is the other assumptions. You know what assumptions go into Eratosthenes?
Okay. Well, do you trust that the measurements that
Don't ask me if I
Eratosthenes took are
trust
true?
anything. No, I don't, because he didn't take the. It's
Okay.
impossible. He couldn't have possibly taken the measurements, and I think I already told you why. Because they didn't measure angles at his time. They didn't
okay,
use
fair
those
enough.
units. They only subdivided circles into 12. They didn't
Fair
measure
enough.
angles at all. So yeah, he
Fair-
didn't do that.
Fair enough. But okay, so if I if I recreated Eratosthenes' experiment,
People have.
do you believe that I would get the same numbers?
No,
That,
you would not.
one shadow in one place is at 0 degrees and the other one is at 7.2.
No, you would not, because people have done
Okay.
it and they don't get the same numbers. What are you not
Okay.
understanding? So go on Google, right? Go on YouTube, right? I proved the Earth is round with my bike. Go look at that.
Oh, I know that video. Yeah, well, because
Yeah,
he measures it at a different point.
Yeah, he didn't get the same numbers. Why not?
Yeah, because it was at a completely different location.
Oh, he also measured non-parallel rays in the parking lot before he even left the parking lot. How did he do that?
Did he? I don't think
Yeah,
he did.
did he? Yeah, he did it. Well, I don't think so.
Well, because it sounds unbelievable.
Why is it unbelievable?
Because that's not the way the sun works.
Really? Well, tell it to the sun, because he had his two measuring sticks, right? He's got a meter. He's got a vertical meter stick and a horizontal meter stick. They're connected. He's got two sets. He's got two sets of these, and they're sitting 3 feet apart from each other. And you can see in the video that the lengths of the shadows are different in the parking lot.
Okay, I'm calling bullshit on this because, like, in the parking lot, these sticks are like inches away from each other. Even if the sun is only 600 kilometers in the sky, the difference in the angle there is going to be imperceivable.
Oh, why would you think there'd be a difference in angle?
Because you're telling me there is, and it's bullshit.
Okay. So
obviously, if you think about it for more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's bullshit. But it happened. Sucks, man.
Also, the Chinese done Aristotle's and came out with a flat Earth result because they didn't make any assumptions about the Earth being a ball.
If it doesn't matter, because if the only assumption you need to make is that the sun's rays are parallel. Because if you recreate Eratosthenes' experiment, and if the Earth is flat, the experiment will tell you that.
It's incorrect.
That's what the Chinese came.
So
those fucking sticks are not in line, you idiot.
They are in line. How does the shadow fall on the stick if they're not in line?
You can see that the bottom one is slightly further than the other.
What are you
Wait, these are two different points in the video.
These are two different screenshots. They're next to each other in the video. I'll post the video. Dude, like your knee-jerk reaction to all this says it all. Nuh-uh, didn't happen. Post it instantly. They're not even lined up. You're not even looking at the shit. You're not even, and it then took you another second to realize that they're screenshots of two different things. You're just
so if they're at two different times, then obviously the sun's ray is not going to be coming at the same angle.
Watch. See the timestamps. Watch the video, dude.
Listen, you can play chess with a pigeon, but he's just gonna knock over the piece and shit over the board. That's all it is.
Yeah, you should have been able to checkmate it before then.
It's pretty amazing that a pigeon beat him at his own game.
What's the timestamp?
Dude, if a pigeon's beating you at your own game, you might want to rethink your life choices.
But he didn't. He just shot over the board and knocked over the pieces.
Better than you did.
He shot on the board better than I did.
Yeah, better than you did. He pigeon outshit you.
He outshitted us,
so
guys.
if you think these sticks are casting a different shadow, they're like how far apart are these?
Now you're gonna complain that shadow.
Like
it's not
a foot.
Enough,
they're a foot apart.
Yeah, so
how close does the sun have to be?
I don't listen.
You're just all
I don't claim that you can measure the Earth using the sun. That's your fucking claim.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough.
The thing, if you watch the video, he gets the answer he thought was right, but then doubts himself because it doesn't match his heliocentric religion. They got him to believe that he cannot do what somebody else can do because he got a different answer. That's the most shocking part of that video. He like scratches his head. He like draws it on the parking lot in chalk. He asks him a bunch of questions. What happened here? How did I follow the exact method exactly, but I got a different result? And they're like, hey, it sucks to suck, homie. So this is why it should be repeatable, observable, measurable. It's not. So therefore, it's not science.
Nah, his criteria is trustable. Has to be trustable.
It's hilarious, isn't it? And that's the most anti-science thing you can say. Science has a built-in lack of trust, which is why you verify it. You repeat it. You don't trust anything. That's what it says right there.
And
when
if
you walk
can
into JPL.
Repeat it multiple times, then it becomes trustable. The trust factor goes up.
Wow.
No, use predictable. Predictable. It becomes predictable.
Are you sure? Sure you're actually repeating
whatever.
anything?
Whatever word you want to
Maybe
use.
you have brain in the jar, dude. Maybe you're just hallucinating it while you're on the show.
Could be.
So in the chat, I posted. So at the same time, Eratosthenes lived. A Chinese guy lived in China, and they thought the Earth was flat, and he did the exact same thing.
Exact same thing.
And they got a different result.
What did you mumble under your breath?
Yeah, he's just got like
They counted on the exact
this
same
is
thing.
the level. This is the level of trolling.
nuh-uh.
Is mocking what you're saying. It's hilarious, dude.
Nuh-uh.
Like my 11-year-old does this shit. Like what the fuck?
See, what happened is their worldview got broken as soon as they said they can use the sky to prove what the surface of the Earth is. And then when they showed you can't do that, and even your own experts tell you not to do that, they've degraded to junior high kids. A hard reset to when they thought like somehow their ideas mattered.
Sorry, just for context, does that experiment prove flat Earth or globe Earth that you're talking about?
Neither.
Neither. Okay.
Doesn't prove
But-
anything. It has an ambiguous result because the underlying assumptions.
But Jedi said the Chinese did a similar experiment, and that proved the Earth was flat.
No, they got different results.
No, he didn't say it proved it.
You're not listening.
Okay, well, it showed the Earth was flat. How about that?
They didn't make any assumptions.
Their conclusion was different because they weren't working off a state-sponsored religion that the Eratosthenes was. Eratosthenes believed because of their state-sponsored religion, Zeus beat up Atlas and made him hold the world up. And the world in their religion was a ball. So it matched whatever state-sponsored religion they had at the time. They were going to go against systems of authority. They said, hey, can you run some numbers and like show how the state-sponsored religion is correct because science or geometry? Yeah, sure. Look at these sticks and these shadows. Duh. What's interesting here is how you'll get people who will mock like Bronze Age goat herders as somehow being uniquely disqualified to talk about science because that's when the Bible was written. At the same time, they talk about Bronze Age goat herders use sticks and shadows to completely map out all of heliocentric.
So I just want to bring something up. It's not just like flat earthers that say this. This is a peer-reviewed journal, right? That says if he had used other set of presuppositions in interpreting it says, however, his observations would have led to a very different conclusion if he had, I just lost because I should have scrolled. If he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. Scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses. It's not just us saying this stuff.
No.
Yeah. No. Wild. My question with Eratosthenes has always been like, how the hell did he have contact with the guy who he told to, walk 500 stadia? Like, how did they see smoke
Think
signal?
about it. Think about it. He walked back.
I'm pretty sure he lived in Syene and then he became the librarian in Alexandria later and then remembered that the sun over the well didn't have a shadow and then calculated it from that.
Is
Now,
that part of the
that's
story?
not
He used a satellite phone.
Yeah, so if that's not something persuasive to you and you need satellite phones, then
He
I would
used a-
suggest
How did he talk to
you
him?
understand how time works.
Nobody knows this story. They come up with about 5 different fucking stories. Sometimes it's 2 wells, sometimes it's 2 fucking sticks, sometimes it's 500 stades, and it was his mate who measured the fucking distance. Now it's him. who
It
just
doesn't really
fucking
matter what
remembered.
the story is. The point is that it's an experiment and you can recreate it.
It doesn't matter what
no,
the story is.
it's-
I believe it.
So show us the recreation, please.
He
Again,
phoned
you
in
got
a
the back
friend
video.
to Mercury or Hermes, and Hermes ran the distance and said, "Clutch."
Yeah,
'cause he-
show us the recreation though, please.
Show
Someone's
us
already
the
posted it.
first-hand
It's the
data
back
that
video.
Aristophanes. Show us the first-hand data that Aristophanes wrote himself.
Oh, nobody can.
Can't
give
even
you
find
that,
a
I don't
primary
think.
source. There's no
Why do you-
primary source.
What do you need that for?
So,
This guy's
you know,
gotten saltier and saltier.
there's more evidence.
No,
that
answer the goddamn
Bigfoot,
question.
Yeah,
What do
there's
you
more
need that for?
There's more evidence that
Jedi.
Bigfoot
You made an
exists
argument.
than Eratosthenes.
What do you need that for?
It's for you, so you can think about why you gobbled up a story without
Okay,
any
well,
evidence to it.
I'll just let that one lie then. Fine.
Yeah, I guess he's maybe got me
Because
muted.
you guys
Can
don't
hear me?
have an answer, and I think it's
Yeah, the
strange
answer
as
is for
hell.
you, so you can evaluate your worldview. Where did you get this information? Who told you? When, where, why, and how? And who told them? Where does this story come from?
Okay, so what is the requirement you have of the
You.
primary source?
It's for you to have, not me.
Well, if you were following along, the last guy went on and on about how his trust is based on repeatability. So we're asking him if any of it can be repeated.
That has
Yes.
nothing
Yes,
to
it can.
do. Yes, it can, but has nothing to do if you actually
Okay,
stick
so
on the
has it even
subject
been
and
done?
listen to
Yeah,
me.
shut up.
What do
Even
you
been
need the
done in the
primary
first
source for?
Yeah, because has it even been done in the first place, let alone repeated?
Okay, so
Like
that's
I
something
said,
a
you've
little
got
bit
about 4 or
different.
5 different stories.
Does that
You've got 4
matter?
or 5 different stories.
It
Yeah,
matters
you've
to
got
this other
4.
guy. Are you keeping up or no? Sounds like you're
So
too
if you
triggered.
listen to me, I would like you to give me a reason as to why you need the primary source, because it has nothing to do with repeatability, which the other guy invoked,
You're
and it has
repeating,
nothing to
dude.
do with whether or not we
Okay,
can
pump
trust
the
it,
brakes.
because we
Well,
can
it
repeat
has
it.
to be done.
Okay,
So
pump. You
what is
said
the
we.
purpose of the primary source?
It has to be done in the first instance before it can be repeated. Go ahead.
You got no answer.
It's
You got
like
no
no.
answer. That's fine.
It said
He
no
just
answer
did
again.
answer it.
Listened.
Oh my.
You got
He
nothing.
just did
That's
answer
cool.
it. What did he say? Tell us what Heretic just said to you.
Oh, he said nothing. Absolutely nothing that was
Wow.
in response.
He said
So
it can't be repeated when it hasn't been done in the first place.
Do you understand the ludicrous nature of that answer? You do, right?
So now the answer. Look at. Check this out. Oh, go ahead.
Your response is what you said is ludicrous.
Yeah,
Great.
you guys just
You're
don't
the one
have
who's not
access
answering.
to like a good understanding of the world. Like it's just so
Ah.
wild to me that you guys
Okay,
say
so
these
now
things.
you're going to talk
and
about
I'm
us.
gonna ask one more time. What's the
You're gonna get
purpose
exactly
of
the
the
same answer.
primary source
Yes,
for
you'll get exactly the same
repeatability,
answer.
which is what is being invoked?
Listen, if there is no primary source, how can it be said to be repeated? If it never happened
you can
in
do it
the
again,
fucking first place.
and again,
You can't
and
do it
again,
again if it was
and
never done
again.
in the first place. You know how counting
Okay,
works?
we're doing the first one
You
again
have to have
right now.
event 1, and if there's no event 1, you can't have event 2. You understand?
Well, you can, because if you're disputing
You
the existence of
can!
event 1, then the supposed event 2 becomes the event 1.
Okay,
Wow.
who did event 1? Not
I don't know.
Eridostes. Who was next?
I don't know. People have done this experiment for a lot. We've got the guy on the bikes doing it.
Yeah, he
Guy on
failed.
bikes
So
proved
who's the guy that got
round
the
earth.
fucking guy on bikes? Dykes on bikes prove a bike gang.
Yeah.
That's an actual bike gang.
Like,
So Mez,
like
you
I
should
said,
look
how many
into.
wells, how many sticks?
You should
The
look into
stories
BMX
epistemic
change every
bandits
time.
closure.
strike again.
And if you look into epistemic closure, I think that'll like elucidate or free you up of some of like the questions that they've been asking you. Like it's pretty interesting, like using non-monotonic and monotonic reasoning to like figure out feasible and indefeasible modes.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Epistemic closure. I haven't heard of that one.
It's basically like he's gonna try to say he's got us all figured out. At the same time, he can't figure out anything that's been said to him.
Dude,
Can't remember
I'm a
even.
genius.
He can't
I'm dodging
remember a
bullets here.
single answer that's been said to him, and he's evaluated every single answer that's been given to him. So now he knows beyond all doubt, even though he can't know anything at all. Inside
Look,
his
you guys can't
worldview,
figure out
there's
how
never
far
a-
you've driven if you drive at 10 miles an hour for an hour. So
Yes, we can. We can calculate it, you fucking idiot.
no, you
Is
can't.
that direct?
Calculation doesn't
Been
count.
through
No,
this. We've
no,
literally
not direct.
been-
Doesn't
No,
count. Doesn't
Straw
count.
man. Straw man.
Doesn't count.
He's spiraling
Straw
again.
man. Absolute straw man nonsense. So
But
what's
you can
wrong with?
actually
Well, you know,
measure
it's
that,
it's
though,
been fun, lads.
because
But I think I'm
so
going to
your
go to
wheels,
Yeah, get
your
on.
tires
Go
have a
on now, get.
radius, and then
bed.
your
I've tried
radius
to
of
measure
the
how long
tire
I've been
goes a
asleep for.
certain distance,
There's a
and then you
chance that's
measure it
not
by
actually
that.
a bed. This guy has been in here for the last, I don't know, 5 hours telling us how there's a possibility that this is all just a, hallucination we're all having.
Yeah, the same guy that just said we could be a brain in a jar. So.
Well, I mean, he asked Crypto if he could prove he's on Discord over Discord.
Hey! Who said I rage quit?
You did.
Fuck off.
You did just
Now
now.
you've rage returned.
Go back to your
Who
uncertainty.
said?
of
Someone
that
said in the
you're
chat I
even
rage
alive.
quit. How dare you?
There's only a 99% chance of that.
There is.
So, do you know what you don't want to talk about and you try to avoid with deathly fierceness? Curvature of the earth or lack thereof. You don't want to talk about that. Why not? it is a logical antecedent to a ball, right? Can't have a ball without curvature, right?
It was slow-mo. How dare you, you piece of shit.
He's not listening.
Yeah.
No, he ran again.
I'm not trying to be pedantic, but the guy that talked about the speed in your car, so you could calculate. So is it the fact that the speed is a calculated thing is because it's distance divided by time, right? But you could get your distance exactly with the wheel.
No, that's not how they do it in cars. They measure the circumference of a wheel,
Oh, I know,
and then that wheel
I
makes
know.
a certain
Radius,
measurement.
yes, in revolution per minute. Yeah, I already know that. But
So
that
it's an
the
actual measurement.
speed itself is distance divided by time. You can get a distance, like I said, with the circumference of a tire and the number of times it rotates, right? But when you're
Dude,
talking about
everyone's seen Phyllis
speed
Bueller's
from
Day Off. Okay, they realized how to roll the clock back by putting it in reverse up on jacks.
Well, Felix, the problem is he was making a red herring argument. No one's complaining about using speed as a measure of something. So what happens is these improper what they call improper measures, they get like in astronomy, they get stacked. So it's one after the other, stacked on top of the other, stacked on top of the other. And they're inferring things, what causes a star to form? Like, 2 seconds after the Big Bang, based upon, measuring electrical fucking impulses on a photosensor. And there's a whole stack of fucking measurement of calculations that they've done to go to those lengths. That's the problem. It isn't frickin' something simple like calculating speed from distance times time, right?
yeah. Well, I was just being pedantic. I'm not on either side. So I do engineering.
I'm just trying to
So
clarify our
yeah,
argument
I
that
got
like
you.
he was just being a tool,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, basically your precision decreases as you get more complex calculated measurements, right? So
Yeah,
speed is just
and
two variables.
assumptions start piling in, right?
Right. So like for instance, we have precision, right? You have a tolerance of plus or minus say 0.01, millimeters or whatever. And then if you use that in a calculation, you have to it'll decrease the precision of your next calculation and so forth and so on. So like your direct measurements is the foundation of like your precision. So, when you're dealing with silicon chips, you're at the nanometer scale. But then as you begin to test other quantities, like speed is two things. You have a distance and a time, but there's an inaccuracy with your time, there's a precision with your time and a precision with your measurement. And that could change. So that your speed will get worse. And then if you're using your speed to say get your kinetic energy, then you have to consider your mass, and then that's the precision. So as you go on, you get less and less precision as you have more complex quantities being observed, like energy or joules or like power, which is like watts. So yeah. I was just wondering what y'all were saying with calculated, but yeah, like things that you have to calculate to derive, like speed, is like a calculated measurement versus something direct like mass. Um, to some degree, temperature, I guess. Anyway, I'm just being pedantic, really. Was this guy a heretic in earlier?
He's still here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was talking about. I don't know if it was you. I was talking about the Coriolis effect to someone, and I had to leave, but I came back and he was gone. I don't know if Heretic remembers that conversation.
I don't remember that one.
You do remember?
Like, no, I don't. That's just like every conversation.
Okay, I got you. I'm kind of new, so okay. Yeah, I was. No, that's fine then. If you don't remember.
Things
Any
get
of these
lost in the sauce when you're here every day, listen to the same arguments over
We
and
could
over.
have it again, though.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
can have it again.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be me. All these dudes know that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I actually don't even quite remember myself, but I think we were both trying to explain the Coriolis effect, and I was getting into a nuance about it. But it's basically that there's a misconception. So it is true that you're in a rotating reference frame, and so you're seeing something curve within the rotating reference frame. But there is somewhat of a misconception that most people have. I'm not saying that you had one, Heretic, but most people have when they're first learning about the Coriolis effect, is that they think that it's simply that I'm rotating in reference to a non-rotating reference frame or inertial reference frame. So therefore, that because I'm moving, I see this ball. It's really moving in a straight line, curving, right? So the misconception there is that that's the only thing that's at play. There's also this matter of what I kept referring to linear speed. You kept trying to correct me and say angular speed, but no, I know what angular speed is. I was talking about linear speed. Is that at different radiuses, you have a different linear speed. So, so that doesn't actually prove whether it's flat or a globe Earth by the Coriolis effect. It could work in either system. But the
You can have
nuance there.
Coriolis. You can have Coriolis on a flat merry-go-round. So yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah. You can have a Coriolis effect at a flat merry-go-round, but when you're talking about a globe Earth, it's the same thing. It's just that you're on a merry-go-round. It's just that it's curved instead of like a flat disc, right? But you are spinning at different radii. So like if you're in a merry-go-round, depending on what location you are on from the center, you're going to have a different linear speed. Like if you were to release a ball, like say you were to throw the ball towards the center, like it's going to have another vector of velocity. It's not going to have a singular component of velocity, so to speak. It's going to have like your tangential velocity and the velocity from your hand. Whereas if you're in the center and you throw it outward, it's going to only have one component of velocity. So I think you were describing it in that sense, but there's this other aspect to it where depending on your radius from the center of the or of the rotation, you would have another like linear speed than other objects at different radii from the center. And so that's how you that's why hurricanes, for example, in the globe Earth model, would rotate a certain way in the northern hemisphere versus southern hemisphere, and there's this other aspect about, and that's not really the Coriolis effect. Is if you were to shoot a bullet east or west, that because it's globe, that the bullet would travel up higher or lower depending on if you shoot a bullet east or west. But in any case, that's kind of loud here, so I'll mute myself.
Yeah, I see how you want to go because it got wild, but at least you're thinking. You're adding some context there. And that's really a good start. Keep going that direction and just bounce ideas off people.
Felix, are you
yeah.
You sound like you're well versed in physics.
Yeah, that's what I began to do in university, and then I kind of switched over to.
Gotcha.
Was there any? How about this? I hardly ever ask globalists anything because my general worldview is they don't know anything to begin with. It would basically be a very poor read of a Google it if you get an answer at all. So
Sorry,
I'm just kind of so now that I'm going to
can you
ask you
repeat that?
something.
I probably lost.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to ask you a question, and I just want to say how special an event this is because I hardly ever. I mean, it's rare, right? When I ask a globalist anything, because I already know they don't know anything, and if they do answer, it'll just be a Google it. So I'm generally curious. Okay, when I ask you a question, I do not know the answer, and it'll be interesting to hear what you say. All this physics you studied in higher education, at any time did you use the curve or the rotation of Earth as a variable?
Okay, guys, let me disable my Wi-Fi, and then see if my cellular does better. Hey, can you repeat that? So your question.
Okay, yeah. So
Sorry, man.
okay. So basically, yeah, no problem. Okay, so the quick thing is I hardly ever ask globalists anything because I don't think they know anything to begin with. And if they do, and they won't answer. And if they do answer, it'll basically be a poor read of a Google it. So I'm generally curious about how you're going to answer this question. It's like because you said you took physics in higher education at college level, so undergraduate, I'm guessing. So did you use the curve or rotation of the Earth in any physics problem you did?
Very good question. So, in statics, no. In dynamics, branches in like mechastatics, which deals with forces on structure, on forces on solids, and usually F equals ma, right? You heard of that. So the summation of all the forces is equal to 0, and then you have dynamics, which is used more for aerospace, and it's a very difficult class. It's usually ranked the hardest one. I would say only in dynamics do we really account for like this globe, but really not really. It's actually more so about an orbit, like around orbit. So I don't remember anything explicitly like a globed surface. Everything's presumed to be flat, but that's not to say they believe it is flat. It's just that it simplifies their calculation. And so Newtonian mechanics, definitely we do a lot of assumptions. Obviously, we don't need to account for Einstein's relativity, time dilation, gravitational differences, right? We just assume everything's 9.81 on the Earth. So, good question. I don't recall anything exactly like contributing to like a curved surface in the sense of the globe Earth. Everything's far more simplified. And in terms of engineering,
that's a long way of saying no.
Well, no, I'm just trying to be very thorough because it's not to say that they're discounting globe Earth. It's really that. See, here's the thing about science: it's not making any positive absolute claim, right? We just have models and theories that best describe what we observe, right? And so the power and validity of the model is not based on so much if it's reality or not. You can't make that claim. It doesn't make a truth claim like that. It just says we could have this model and it has very good predictive power and consistency, right? And so by that virtue, we're able to consistently create things that work, bridges that don't fail, planes that can fly, et cetera, et cetera. So that's
Okay,
all.
I got a physics question or thought experiment, if you will, colloquially experiment here. So earlier today, the claim was that these uprights, the pylons of a suspension bridge, are tilted to match the curve of the Earth, the force potential of gravity pulling towards the center of Earth. That the pylons are constructed exactly plumb, but you can tell they have different plumbs because you can measure the top to the bottom. My take was they purposely angle those pylons away from each other because just like when people do tug of war, they lean backwards and each team's pulling, and that gives force lifting the rope upwards.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So far,
Okay,
so good. Yeah.
Yeah. So which
It
one
will be
is
plumb.
right?
So when you're doing like a suspension bridge, like you said, you want to minimize the basically the force that tensile force that's pulling the pylons together, right? So it is only natural to have the pylons point away from each other so that they're not plumb. But the plumbness of anything is contingent on even if you have a globe or a flat model, it wouldn't make a difference. It's just going straight down. Either if you have a globe Earth, it's going towards the center of the Earth, or if it's flat, it's just going down, right? So the pylon for a suspension bridge, well, obviously you have to be angled away from the point of tension. So yeah, that's nothing like any kind of abutment on a bridge. Let's say like where it attaches from like the land, basically the anchor into the land, into the ground, the abutment part of a bridge. Like you want that to have the most force that's in the opposite direction of the road. So we do everything in engineering and especially like civil to have as much tension as possible on like the rebar, right? We want the rebar. So we do want concrete and compression, and then the rebar is to help with tension, but mostly you're doing that to minimize bending moments on the bridge. That's where the weakness would be. So if you have the pylons pointed away, that would make a lot more sense because you're trying to increase that force of tension on the bridge, because every weight is causing it to bend the top of the road to bend into compression. So you want the top of the road to be in tension. So yeah, sorry, that's a long, probably more verbose than needed to be, but yeah.
No, it's good
Better
that
than
over explaining. I mean, because a lot of times you can tell that you're speaking from the heart. You're not googling some shit and trying to just try to pull one over.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like
and
it,
you know,
dude. You should be
GPT might
around here
say better
more.
than I did, but at least I know it from working knowledge, not just regurgitating like
Yeah.
so many people do, right? But yeah.
Yeah. It'd be. I mean, you should come around more often, especially to globe explain some of the globe models of some of these globalists.
Seriously.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'm
'Cause a lot of
open for
times-
it, and like I said, I don't have a bias either way. I'm not familiar with it actually at all.
Because a lot of times they'll have a worldview that says flat earthers only tell lies. And then, as proof of that, they ask you a bunch of questions and then take no answer as an answer, then also say you didn't answer, it's a lie answer, it's an incomplete answer, it's a scientific illiterate answer. So if you got someone like you in the chat being like, yeah, what the flat earther just said is factually correct based on my training and expertise. And that might help diffuse some of these problems instead of them thinking that they're being victimized when they ask a question and then take no answer.
Yeah, and that's fair, right? We want to be as objective as possible, regardless of what side you're on, or regardless of what position you have. Just to be as objective. But yeah, I'll do my best. I'm not an expert by no means. I'm sure someone else knows more than me, and in fact, GPT might be more accurate than me. But it is definitely different. I could tell when someone's just regurgitating Google versus if they have like a working knowledge. And I think it's hard to come across with people with like an actual working knowledge. Whether they're right or wrong, you can still tell they have working knowledge of what they're talking about.
So, question, Felix, for you. You said you've never thought about this kind of dichotomy?
No, I've heard of it. I mean, I am Christian myself, and I've heard of just your arguments here and there, but I've just never really had time or really cared to engage with it. Of course I'm actually very open minded. I'm like the big five. I'm really high on openness, I guess. But I've always known theories. I've always known the essence of science, even as a kid. It's just we're just trying to find like the best explanation to things, and I've always liked to entertain novel things, even if they're like radically different from my existing concepts and notions of the world.
Okay. So you just go to day to day, operate without even thinking twice about if you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space versus just a measurable topographical plane that's stationary.
Well, Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it does interest me, and I do consider this, but I've only known it in the view, in the lens of like a globe, right? So, like, I've been to Ecuador, I've been on the equator before, and I did the whole, egg experiment and the drainage rolling right or clockwise or counterclockwise and all that. So, I viewed everything in terms of globe Earth, but given that, it still doesn't mean I utterly reject. I'm not going to knee jerk react to like flat Earth being, absurd, right? I've just never been that way. But because, and again, that goes back to me understanding like the essence of science and the essence of you know what a theory means, like what a hypothesis is.
Well,
So
here.
if you could explain it with flat Earth, like I'm not saying these phenomena that we're observing, like the quote unquote Coriolis effect, or the gravity. It can't. I'm not saying it can't be explained by a different theory. Like Einstein might be completely wrong. We could still have some form of ether, right? It maybe general relativity isn't what gravity is. Um, so yeah. I mean, that's like I would rather be a physicist than an engineer, honestly. But I just found myself doing engineering. So
Well, all of it's fascinating to me, man. I'm just a layman.
that's all good. And again, I would like to stress that this isn't me you being an engineer, or it doesn't matter. A person could say 2 + 2 is 4. It doesn't matter if that's a kid saying it or I'm a PhD mathematician. They're both correct, right? So just because you have like a degree or a profession doesn't mean that you can't be right or that you can't be wrong.
Right.
But so what's right is what's logical is logical. It stands in light. But it does help that someone does have a profession, they have more experience, and you could tell by talking to them that they do have experience. And
Right. Or at least an open mind.
Yeah.
So, have you heard of the greatest laser experiment in history?
No, I have not.
Okay, I'm gonna send this to you, along with the PDF that goes with it. And whenever you get a chance, if you come back here often, I definitely want to pick your brain about it, see what you think about it.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't. Let me see if I could. Yeah, you could DM me too.
I did.
Okay, great. Okay. And yeah, it was good talking to
I'll
you guys.
post it
Again,
again for
work
everybody
here.
else.
Okay. Cool. I'll be in a loud place. I'll just mute.
There's
I'll
a
listen in.
there's a short version of it too. It's in like the top comment of that video. You can watch this just short version. But if you have time, give it a whack, man. Yeah, it's really interesting. Basically, their whole laser level experiments, measuring curvature over water surface, terrestrial laser targeting (TLT) method to measure curvature of water surface to Lake Balaton, Hungary, Lake Issel in Netherlands, and then the main principles of the experiments are to study the effects of terrestrial refraction in different ambient conditions at very small incidence angles close to the non-uniform density transition zone above water surfaces to determine the shape of the surface of large bodies of water. Though through our previous experiments, we found inconsistencies with the curvature of the geoid model over water surfaces, and we hypothesized the theoretical calculation of curvature on the surface of Lake Balaton and Lake Issel is non-existent. So that's their motivation in a sense. And then it's like a 121-page PDF that goes along with the video. Really fascinating. I'll post it again for everybody.
So, to the new voice, since I'm just showing up, which is more logical for you? That we live on a motionless plane, or we live on a ball that's spinning and moving at speeds that are intense, but we don't feel it because of our size compared to it and other forces acting upon us.
Was that Felix that was just speaking previously
Yeah,
regarding?
yes, Felix. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I gotta go. Whoever asked me that question, yeah, feel free to DM me. I can answer you later. Yeah, it was good talking to you guys. I'll probably be on mute.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too, guys.
Napalm, why you ask?
I was just going to inquire about his statement regarding relativity.
Oh, maybe next time. But to answer your question, Kiko, yeah, I don't feel like I'm moving. Never have.
Which is more logical, though? You're not moving, or you're moving, but there's external forces causing you to not feel it.
So I got a question about that, and it pertains to accelerometers. Are accelerometers calibrated to the movement of the Earth? Like how come they don't show any movement?
It's a good question.
My vestibular system is kind of like an accelerometer system, and it doesn't detect the Earth's
I don't know,
motion.
guys. When I'm in a car, I can't feel like I'm going 60 miles per. I guess I'm not moving, because I just can't wrap.
Facts.
Jeez.
Same thing.
First
on
of
the
all, your
plane.
mic is trash,
Holy
and
crap.
yeah, just don't come in hot, dude. Just ask some questions. Be cool.
That was like
Relax.
a triggering. His triggering was so epic. His mic tried to stop him from
Yeah,
broadcasting that.
he just went into complete trash mode. Like, all right,
But
Bustin,
seriously,
go.
are the accelerometers calibrated? Like,
Yeah, let me. I'm just gonna let this guy answer real quick, without his anger mode turned on. All right, go ahead, Bussy. Go ahead, man. Do you have something you wanted to add?
I was, when I'm in a car, like in the back seat of a car, or hell, even if I'm driving the car, it doesn't feel to me like I'm moving 60 miles an hour. So I guess I reckon I'm just not fucking moving. Because if I can't feel it and I can't wrap my fucking head around it, then it must not be happening. That's what it sounds like to me. You fucking flat earthers are so fucking dense and stupid that if you don't personally experience something, it must not exist. How fucking dare you, you egotistical, self-centered pricks? Have you ever
shut this
once
fucking
in
guy
your
up,
fucking
man.
lives ever...
Okay. Moving right along. Yeah, we'll get to your question again about accelerometers. Did anybody want to answer that question?
The funny thing about accelerometers is if you throw your phone up in the air, right, it will not measure an acceleration as it's falling downwards.
But it will measure upwards.
Depending on the velocity, I think. This is
And
where
I
the
don't
globe
think
comes
it's the
into a
accelerometer
paradox.
itself that gets calibrated. It's the machine that's monitoring the accelerometer that gets calibrated, right? Like whenever they were introducing the accelerometers to the Blackhawks back in like 2001, 2003 time range, the first few helicopters, they did not allow them to balance the aircraft before putting the system on. They put the system on and left it unbalanced so that the system could start reading and learning, right? And so as they picked up the helicopter to a hover, the wheels would sit there and make circles, right? Because it's so out of fucking balance. But the program is reading that the aircraft is balanced. Okay. And then you had to make your corrections. And as you were making your corrections, it was learning, hey, that's not actually balanced. This is balanced. And it still wasn't balanced, but then you needed to use the old methods without the accelerometers to put the aircraft in balance. And then it would finally read, hey, I'm actually balanced. So the next time you went to go put it in check, it would tell you, hey, I'm not in balance. And then it would tell you how to put it back into balance.
All right, real quick. I'm just going to interrupt for just a moment. Quick moderation here. TY, do you have something that you will have on your mind you want to open up your mic to tell us about? It sounds like you concur with the gentleman who was spitting vitriol when he entered the chat.
Yeah,
Is
like
there
you
some-
don't feel a plane ride. Am I not
Yeah.
going like
No.
hundreds of miles per hour?
Let me repeat what you said on your text. Flat earthers think they're the center of the universe or the foundation. They think it's all God and we're special or something. If we don't see it, not real. It is very egotistical perspective. You want me to say that out loud for the whole class so that you can get it off your chest, TY? Instead of inserting your feelings, give us some evidence for the Earth globe curvature.
Are you talking about printing?
No. We're talking with TY right now. We're gonna take a special pause for TY because he wants to vent his feelings. We don't care about feelings. We want to know if there's any evidence of the Earth as a globe. That is to TY right now.
No, there's no evidence.
Thank you, sir. If you don't have anything to contribute, don't insert your feelings in the chat. We don't care to see that.
No, I will.
If you don't like this forum, please exit the forum.
No.
You have your choice, and stop belly aching, sir, like a whiny child.
That's literally what you're doing.
No, I'm telling you, if you don't like it, there's the door. If you don't like it, there's the door, sir.
No.
No. Well, then sit there and shut up.
No, I'm gonna say.
Go ahead.
No.
Beasticles.
No, I don't gamble no more.
Sorry, I had to mute you, Beasticles. You were hot micing, brother. All right, go ahead, guys. Sorry to interrupt. Back to Kiko. I'm not mad. If you have something productive, then say it. If you don't have anything, then shut up, dude. We don't care to see your belly aching about why you're so mad or angry or upset. It doesn't matter. We're here for the truth. Nothing more.
Yeah, he has a feeling that his subjective feeling is actually objective, and I'm feeling what he's feeling. Dude, I have no idea what you're on about. You think that flat earthers deem themselves the center of the universe? No. Never said that.
Yeah, I called you out because you're in there belly aching in the forum, and if you don't like it, just leave. You don't need to be belly aching. If you have a disagreement, bring it forward.
To say, even if he's right, it's a really egotistical perspective. So what? Why do you care? Why would you, Karen?
Why do I care that it's an
Yeah.
egotistical perspective?
Why would you care?
Because that's not virtuous to be egotistical.
Virtuous.
Okay, so other people don't follow your virtue. Now what?
Okay. I follow
So
my
why?
virtue though.
So if other people say no, thank you, how are you that triggered by a no?
What are you talking about?
Like you think someone's point of view, which you don't care about, but you do care about, has a lack of virtue to it.
I just said
And
it's
they don't
egotistical.
care.
I think it's egotistical. You're the one who's mad
Okay,
about
so
that.
why do you care if someone's view is egotistical?
What do you mean? What do I care? I'm just
Yeah,
saying
show
it's
me on this
egotistical. It's
globe
not that deep.
model where you should care if someone else is egotistical.
I don't know what point you're making right now.
Has nothing to do with your feelings. That's what he's making.
Yeah, it's going right over your head because you really haven't thought this stuff out. You're only responding to your emotions and not your thinking. So you're not really able to follow that. That your subjective point
No,
of
that
view
dude just
on
called you guys
morality.
out. You guys were being
No, he didn't.
purposely
He's a
stupid
fucking
because you're
dumbass.
bad faith as
He's a
fuck,
dumbass like
and
you.
you're mad about it.
No, he's a dumbass like you. And if you
No,
guys
he's
are
not.
griping
He's
and
pointing
complaining,
out basic
I
fucking
don't give
logic
a
that
shit
you guys
about what how people
refuse
listen.
every.
I don't give a shit what about people feel like. If you have a disagreement with what we're saying, bring it forward as an evidence to support the claim for your bullshit. And if you do want to support it, you have this forum is open to listen to. But if you're gonna keep crying and saying, "Oh, the big bad flat earthers are saying something meany," we don't care to hear that shit, dude. Go to another forum then. Why the fuck are you sitting here?
You guys are literally the ones being like butthurt, and you're saying I.
It's not butthurt, dude. Why the fuck are you sitting here if you don't like this forum?
Bro,
Answer.
you are so butthurt.
Why? Oh, I
'Cause
don't give a
it's
shit
funny,
what you
bro.
say.
It's funny listening to you guys.
All right
be
then.
retarded.
Then if you want to answer the
You're the one who
argument,
called me out and told me to
yeah,
talk.
I know,
bro.
because you're
Server
belly
mute me
aching.
again.
You're
Retard.
belly aching.
Server
You're belly
mute me.
aching.
Server mute me, dumbass.
See, that's all you're good for, right? That's all.
Like
That's it.
I did not ask to speak.
That's all you're good
Fucking
for.
Dumbass.
That's all you're good for. That's
Hold
your
on, hold on.
the length of your intelligence.
please. Stop this.
What's the basic
Enough.
logic? Yeah, what's the basic logic that
Enough.
the guy pointed out?
Yeah, enough with this. Come on, let's move on.
Yeah, just stop the back and forth. What's the basic logic that the guy pointed out?
He thinks that flat earthers are claiming some sort of.
Whatever.
Well, you were
No,
cheerleading
I mean, he
some
was.
basic logic.
I didn't
right?
mute him. He
What
was
is it?
muted.
I think he muted him. He's not
No,
muted.
he is
He's just
server muted
talking.
him.
Well, you're talking. So what's the basic logic that the guy pointed out?
That like if the Earth is moving at a constant speed, obviously you can't feel it. Like you
But
guys
it's
know
not.
that explanation, but you're like purposely being dumb. Like, oh, why can't we feel it?
No. So you're saying it's not accelerating?
I mean, I don't know, but it's not accelerating enough for you to feel it.
Okay, you just said two different things. It's moving at a constant speed. You're implying it's not accelerating. Now you're saying it's not accelerating enough to feel it. So which one is it?
Yeah, because we don't feel it. So if it is accelerating, it must not be accelerating enough for us to feel it.
Well, the
But
point
if
is,
the Earth just spun
not-
up
it's not-
randomly, or if it just stopped immediately, yeah, we would feel that.
Well, the
Just
point
like in
is,
a
if you're
car
making
or a plane, bro. Like
yeah,
you
no,
know
not
this.
just like that.
You're being
No, not just like
you're
that.
being purposely
No,
dumb
not
right
just
now.
like that. Why do you keep talking through the response? It's not just like that. That's linear velocity. The globe rotating would be angular velocity. That would be constant acceleration. So this argument that it's at this steady rate, that's invalid because it's constantly changing direction. That's what rotation is. Therefore, constant acceleration.
Plus the orbit is constantly turning, so that's constant acceleration. The orbit, its speed, it has an average speed, which means it picks up speed and it slows down as it makes its oval-shaped orbit around the sun, right? So that's constant change. So that should be noticed acceleration also. And then you also got the movement of the sun around its circular path
Why is that
around,
noticeable?
around the galaxy, right? So that's a change in acceleration because it's also making turns. So all these different turns, all this constant acceleration change, but we don't feel it.
Why should we?
Or the more simple answer is that it's actually just not moving. And that's why you don't feel movement.
So I'm a little dumb on this. So what's their story behind the accelerometer? Why doesn't the accelerometer detect any movement? Or does anybody know?
That's not really the points that we usually bring up. But if somebody wants to answer that question, it's up to them.
It's just weird, right? I got an accelerometer in my pinball machine. If I move the pinball machine, the accelerometer detects it, right? Like, why doesn't it detect the Earth moving?
Because the Earth's not moving. Easiest answer.
Yeah,
Great
no,
Earth
I that's where I'm at, but I'm just trying to figure it out.
You'll get it's all relative.
Yeah, it's
You
going to
just
be a
don't
debate.
understand.
It'll be a debate. That question opens up to a debate. It doesn't open up to a close-ended understanding. It doesn't do that. It's going to open it up to a debate. That's not a point of contention for anyone. That would be just you want to prove something that of course it's logically consistent that it's not, but it's not going to be a point where you're going to hold somebody to because they have an explanation for that. We've heard it before, and Old House outlined it. All they got are explanations, and when you bring up these derivative topics, they're just gonna give you explanations. And if that's what you want, it'll be like an hour and 30-minute conversation of back and forth, and nobody wins. So I'll just say be careful, pick and choose the topics wisely. But we can ask the room if anybody has any evidence for the Earth being scientifically proven as a globe. Yeah, I muted you, Beasticles. You were listening to your conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad about that. I thought I physically muted. But
Yeah.
no, I'll catch you guys later. Yeah, sorry about that, bro.
Yeah, no, that's why I muted you. You were talking, and it sounded like you had a conversation with somebody. So I was like, I wanted to mute you.
I figured that. No worries, guys. Yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
See you, dude. How about this question? Any scientific evidence for gravity? Somebody might have some.
I would point to the roundness of the celestial bodies. That's a fun one.
So affirming the consequent. You talking about the cause or the effect?
The roundness?
No, to the original question. The roundness isn't affirming the consequent.
I don't know what you're saying, man.
Yeah, so the question was, is there any scientific evidence for gravity?
Yeah, and then I gave an example.
You gave an example. What was the example?
That the celestial bodies are round.
The
And
celestial
they're like round
bodies.
proportionate to their size.
What celestial body?
Take Jupiter, for example.
Okay. So how is that scientific though? Because that was a question for gravity.
Well, scientific, just saying that we can observe it, basically. I think we can.
Okay. And how are you manipulating your independent variable to find out the cause of the effect of gravity?
By the size of the body.
The size of the body. So how big is the body?
In the case of Jupiter, quite big. That's quite
How
round.
do you know? How do you know that?
Because we can examine it. We can see the parallax on it. We can, yeah.
What parallax of
standard
what?
ways we have of estimating distances.
Parallax of what?
We see the mitochondria of it.
The parallax of what, humanity?
Of the, are you asking like in general how to estimate distances? What are you asking?
I'm asking the general question of how you understand Jupiter to be the size that it is based on parallax. How do you know?
Very simple, actually.
Well, we're not asking whoever's answering. We're asking humanity.
It's been too long since I've looked at
So
how
you don't know,
optics
sir.
works.
So you don't know.
True. I don't remember how to estimate the sizes of things in general. I
Right,
mean,
correct.
can
So you have a
do it,
belief
though.
system. You have a belief that the size of Jupiter is something that was derived by parallax, but you don't know the method by which it was derived or the variables by which they came to the conclusion of what it is. Is that correct?
No, are you disputing those facts?
This is not facts. You haven't proven anything to be facts, sir.
I'm not saying I've proven them. I'm asking
Well,
you,
then
are you
who did?
disputing?
And point us to the citation of who did, and so we can look at that, and then we can talk about it. Because for right now, what's on the table is gravity. That's our premise. But now we're talking about how you figured out the size of Jupiter. So that's in contention at the moment. And then we're going to peel each layer by layer to figure out where your logic began. From the beginning, from gravity, the first question.
In the beginning, there was Adam and Eve.
Go ahead, humanity.
Well, I can certainly cite you sources, but as to what they're
Yes,
using to measure, I'm
sure.
like,
In pertaining to the very thing that you're saying, so hopefully it doesn't lead us to a bunny trail that doesn't talk about what you just outlined, which is the size of Jupiter right now. And we'll go back after that. We finish with Jupiter. We'll go find out if gravity exists because of the fact that we're naturally observing the planet of Jupiter, and then figuring out how gravity ties into all of that. But first of all, we got to figure out how you know the size of Jupiter is. So go ahead.
Sure. So I would refer to something like Wikipedia. Wikipedia has estimations for the size of Jupiter.
Okay, point us to the source, please.
Sure.
It's not our claim. So the claim right now is that. Yep. Okay. Where in here does it tell us that the size of Jupiter is? Just point it to us. I'm back.
Jupiter's mass is
Sure. Let him go through this.
Jupiter's mass is 318 times that of Earth. Jupiter's radius is about 1/10 that of the Sun. Yeah. Equatorial radius 71,492 kilometers.
Okay. So how did they derive that information? What did they compare it to?
What do you mean? What did they compare it to?
How do they know? How do they know they arrived to that size of that? What they're claiming is Jupiter, the size of it. How did they arrive to that? These numbers didn't just come out of thin air. Somebody just didn't arbitrarily say so. You said parallax. Where in here does it talk about what you just said so that we can make that connection? We're going to tie it all in.
About parallax. There are multiple.
I know that you claimed that it was parallax, sir. You said that's how they know the size of Jupiter. You said that parallax is the way that they know the size of Jupiter. That's what you said.
I did not claim.
Is that not what you said, sir?
I did not claim that this particular estimate comes from a parallax measurement. No.
You said that.
I said that a way to learn about the size of planetary bodies.
So you're shifting the goalpost. That's fine. That's fine. Then how did they come up with the number then? Let's forget that you even said that, because now you're shifting the goalpost, which I'll even just toss aside. Give you a mulligan. Now go ahead and tell us how they measure Jupiter.
I'm looking at it. I don't know. You need to.
You don't know, sir. Is the correct answer? You don't know is the correct
answer.
This
particular source.
That's fine.
Why would I know about how these particular scientists measure Jupiter?
Listen, sir, I'm not the one who brought this up. You said because we know the size of Jupiter, gravity is real. Because we can look at Jupiter. And I said, how do you know, sir? Well, we can measure with parallax.
That's not what I said.
And exactly what you said. And then we went into finding out, where does it say the size of Jupiter? You pulled up this Wikipedia article, and then now we're looking into that, and you still don't know, sir. So it looks like we're without any foundation currently, only a belief that you think somebody measured it somehow, some way. Well, it looks like we can't even get to the fact that you're using Jupiter as an example to prove gravity.
Can I ask a question?
Not yet, sir.
They're using
Not yet, sir.
They're using precession.
So they're using
precession.
precession
to measure it.
Okay, but you currently didn't know that. Now you do. You're gonna tell me about how you're an expert on that.
Well, even
I'm
the
not an
Egyptians
expert
knew
on
about precession and implemented it
Yeah,
in
I
their
know that,
megalithic
but are the
structure,
Egyptians, sir, humanity right now? No.
Egyptians have been humanity for the past 3,000 years.
Not the colloquial humanity, the guy that's in here that's named humanity. Come on, let's not be obtuse. Humanity. I'm speaking to him.
Okay. All right, sure. That's fine. That's fair.
Are you suggesting that I need to be like an astronomer and to have personally
No, sir.
measured this before?
No,
I
that's
can
not what I'm
use it as
saying. I'm not even
evidence?
suggesting it. What I'm saying though is if there's some information that are considered facts and you are waxing yourself confident, then you need to at least be prepared to answer questions that you claim are knowledge claims, which this one right now, currently in your worldview, supposedly or allegedly is a knowledge claim for you to understand that gravity is enacted upon Jupiter, which that was our premise, right? Is there any scientific evidence for gravity? And you pointed to Jupiter. This was your logic train. So we're going down it to see if we can figure out if gravity is real or not scientifically. So what we're doing is following your logic train where it starts and how we know, right? That's what we're doing. So there's nothing wrong with what we're doing. We're just
No, but
investigating.
he's giving you logical answers. The idea is like it's not very precise. You want like exact explanations. You want the mathematics behind it. You want everything laid out as if he's at NASA scientist. You just can't do it.
Incorrect.
Okay,
What
so
I was
you
ask-
explain it to me then. Let's flip the
Yeah,
script.
we're
then.
not. I'm not going to
What's
engage
the
you at
size
the
of the
moment.
moon then?
I'm
What
not
is
going
the
to
size of the
engage
moon?
you. I'm not engaging you. I'm
Okay, when we
engaging
flip the
humanity.
script, you don't answer it.
Yeah, because this isn't what's on the table. The question was, how do we know gravity exists? So humanity piped in here and said, well, it's easy, size of Jupiter. And so we went into that. So now you guys don't like it, right? When somebody's in the hot seat and is right now currently humanity, the guy, not actual humanity. So we're still asking them, and you went into precession, right? And that's how we know. Let's get back on track, humanity. Precession is the way we know, right? The size of Jupiter.
Yeah, it seems like the most common way is just straight up angular measurements.
Okay, angular measurements. How are we taking these angular measurements, sir?
Here we go.
Are you asking how?
Yes, sir.
You just like hold up a ruler to it. What do you mean? Like
You hold up a
got
ruler
really
to
precise
you hold up a ruler
basically.
to what, sir? What are we holding a ruler up to?
The image that you've made with your telescope.
You can make it with your telescope? Somebody was laughing in
image?
between you
Yes.
explaining. Say again?
The image you make with your telescope.
The image you make it with your telescope. Okay, and so how do we make an image with our telescope? I want to know. Walk me through the process, because we're going to figure out if gravity is real or not based upon all of this rigmarole.
Sure. So you point your telescope at the object you want to make an image of.
Mhm.
And then you like focus it. And then you have an image of it.
Okay, what do we do with that image?
You measure its size.
We measure its size based upon an image.
Yes. And then combine that with the amount of, well, basically zoom in your telescope, and then you know its angular diameter.
You just know it arbitrarily. You don't have to measure it. You just calculate something
you multiply
as
it
far
together.
as based on what? How do we know the size of something by looking at it?
I told you, you basically just use a
Yes.
precise ruler.
A precise ruler to the image of Jupiter coming off of the telescope.
It's called a scale, man.
Yeah, that's fine. You guys can snicker and think it's all smart and what he's saying right now. But if he doesn't have a great way to measure, because we're not talking about calculations here at the moment, and he's using measurement right now in a very obscure way. So we're using an image, mind you. We're not measuring the actual thing. We're measuring an image of the thing.
I know.
Do you
okay,
guys
so-
understand what that is?
I know.
It's an
That's
image
why
and
we
it's not
use
the
something
actual
called
thing.
a scale. We scale it
scale?
to size.
But we're
Yeah,
not
but here's the
talking about.
problem.
Yeah, go
Here's
ahead.
the problem. Yeah, Mayhem. So what he's doing, he's saying, I take a picture of Jupiter with my telescope, and then I just measure the size of it in my telescope, and based
the
on
image.
yeah,
And
so
multiply
based
it
on
by
that
the
information,
by the
the problem with that is you can have something that's twice as big but twice as far away, and you would
No,
get the
we're
same
stop.
measurement,
We are
right? So
establishing
you're
we're
lacking so
establishing
much
angular
information in that
size.
measurement that it
No.
wouldn't be precise
No.
at all.
Just let him display.
No, we're determining angular diameter.
Off an image.
You can't do that off of
Correct?
solely based off of an image.
You're doing it off
Okay,
an
tell me
image.
how to measure angular diameter off of an object in your hand.
It's an object in your hand.
Yeah, so how
It's
do you
not
measure
an image
its
of an object.
angular
It's
diameter?
not an image. It's not an image of an object in your hand. It's an object in your hand. You
Yes,
just
it's an
outlined
object
it.
in your hand.
Yes,
How do you
it's
measure its
physical.
angular? How do you measure its angular diameter?
You can measure something that is tangible to you, sir. This right here is
How?
not tangible. You're using an image of it.
I'm asking you how to measure its angular diameter.
Humanity, the problem is you need to know the distance to begin with to get an proper angular measurement. That's why I told
There we
you that an
go. Let's
No,
object
go.
that's
that
not
is
true.
twice as
You
big
don't
and
know what
twice as far
angular
away will
is.
give you... Dude, you
So
got to let
I'm
me
going to ask
finish.
you again.
You have to
No,
let me
tell
finish.
me
Otherwise,
how to.
if you want to actually yes, thank you, whoever muted him. If you want to actually learn and understand, instead of just sounding like you know, but you actually don't, then you need to listen and let people finish what they're saying. So if you have two objects, one twice as big as the other and twice as far away, you can use the method you're talking about and get the same angular diameter for both objects. Thus, you could get an incorrect idea of what the actual size of that is if you don't know that one object is twice as far away as the other and twice the size. So you're missing so much information in what you're trying to say that you don't even know what you're talking about.
Agreed.
Napalm, when we're discussing how to measure angular diameter, you saying that angular diameter isn't the same as diameter is completely fucking worthless. We are first establishing. We are first establishing
He didn't
how
say
to
that,
measure
bro.
angular
He
diameter.
didn't say that. Stop. He didn't say that. You misrepresented what he said.
He's saying, look, you cannot directly convert angular diameter to diameter. I know. I was talking
never
about how to
said
measure
that.
angular diameter, so why are you criticizing me?
You
I never said that. So if I give you two objects and you use this methodology and you have no idea to the size of the object or the distance to these objects, and you take pictures of them with your telescope, how can you derive the angular diameter of the two objects and thus know its size? Because that's what we're trying to get back to, is you claim the size of Jupiter.
You just conflated two things. Its angular
I
diameter
didn't.
is not the same as its size.
Correct. I didn't say that it was, but you need to know either the size or the distance to that object in order for the angular diameter to mean anything at all whatsoever.
I agree, which is why you then
Okay, then you
measure
don't
the
have
distance.
those. You don't have those in the case of Jupiter.
Yes, you do.
You don't have the
but
size
you didn't
or
let
the
me get to that
distance.
because when I was talking, we need two measurements, right? We need distance, we need angular diameter, and I was establishing, oh, yes, we can indeed measure angular diameter, and in the middle of that explanation, you interrupted to tell me that we also need a measurement of distance. We haven't made it that far. We're still establishing that you can, in fact, measure angular diameter on something that's distant.
You're right. Humanity actually has never made it that far to get the distance measurement. You're correct. It's just assumptions. But you can tell us how we got the distance measurement. Go ahead.
Well, I can try if you want.
No, humanity's right now the one answering because he's telling me that by this example we're going to figure out how gravity is real scientifically. So we first have to establish this paradox right now, and let's see if we can untangle
Do it,
it.
humanity. Dunk on these mans. Come on, let's hear it.
No. So, no, wait. First, you asked for evidence. Evidence is not the same as something establishing the reality of something else. Those are like completely different standards.
Do you have scientific evidence of gravity, yes or no?
Yes. That doesn't mean that it's all establishing. That doesn't mean that it's sufficient by itself to prop up a heavy theory.
You have no idea what you're talking about right now. You really don't.
Please enlighten me as to what I meant there. And why it was wrong.
You said scientific evidence, so just start with the hypothesis.
Sure, the hypothesis is that there's an attractive force between matter. And therefore, we would expect, that is like the thing we're trying to prove. The hypothesis is that larger bodies will tend to be more round because there's more of that force compacting them, like making them more roundish.
Okay, but like to explain gravity and to also explain space-time and how it affects it. Like, do you guys believe in other dimensions of reality?
We're not gonna go there.
Oh, why not?
Like in terms of a basic conception of gravity, you don't need that stuff. You just need to say,
It
okay,
does
there's an
help,
attractive
though.
force between
Don't even
matter, and then
respond
the
to that
details
crackpot.
of how exactly that force is transmitted and works.
Not a crackpot.
We can take that after we acknowledge that there is an attractive force.
Gravity's an
Okay, you
attractive
have to
force
establish
now.
that.
How have you
Yeah, you
established
still-
that scientifically?
Yeah, no
No,
kidding. He
that's
sounds
the
like an Einstein.
that is
He
the
sounds
know,
like
thing
an
but
that you assert,
but
and
just
then you find
saying,
evidence and see if it supports that hypothesis or
Assert.
that
but just
model or
saying
not.
an attractive force is misleading. The idea is
Yeah.
behind mass tends to bend space-time fabric, right? So when
What is
objects get
mass?
closer, it has.
We have two different
Which
crackpots making two
results in a
completely different
force.
claims of gravity right now. Which one of you guys is going to go ahead because you're stumbling all over each other? One of them is saying mass attracting mass. He's an Einstein denier, and the other one is saying Einsteinian space-time curvature. I just
No.
put the Einstein on mute for now. Go ahead.
He's just describing the mechanism by which masses attract masses.
What is
No.
that mechanism?
It's bending of space-time, blah blah blah, all
Blah,
the
blah, blah?
Einsteinian
Oh,
things.
so
Yes.
hold up. Do you think the causal nature of mass attracting mass is the bending and warping of space-time?
I buy into that theory, but you don't need any of that stuff to talk about whether gravity exists. That's again different claim.
Gravity is just a measured and agreed upon average of acceleration.
What? No, there's tons of accelerations that don't average out to gravity. That's not true.
F equals ma. Sit down, Brandon.
Do we have a hypothesis for gravity yet? Start with your observed phenomenon. Maybe the hypothesis is asking too much at this stage. What phenomenon you want to test the cause of?
The hypothesis is that the more massive bodies, the larger the body, the more round it's going to be. So like a tiny, relatively tiny thing like Phobos is going to be less round than something like Jupiter.
So roundness of something, your observed phenomenon.
Sure. The roundness of what we call planetary bodies, subplanetary bodies, moons, all these, yeah. The things we can observe out in space.
That
Not
we
in
have no
space.
measure of distance or size to. That's cool. That's an awesome claim. Do you have anything on Earth that you can actually prove out this claim that the larger it is, the more round it's going to be? Can you show me an example here on Earth?
Yeah, demonstrate it.
Like a testable example, an example that follows the scientific method where you're going to manipulate your supposed cause to see if it actually produced that effect,
Yeah, how
Science
can I
would say.
falsify the things in the sky? Can you give me the falsifiability of your claim of Jupiter?
The falsifiability would be to find that, no, actually this trend doesn't hold. Large bodies do not tend to be rounder than small ones.
We haven't even established the size of it yet, so how can we can't even falsify its size, let alone its mass, its distance,
Yeah.
and
So
or
is
its
that to say
relation
that
to
you
anything else that's in the
also
sky?
is that to say that you also dispute the values that I'd pull for Jupiter's distance from Wikipedia?
Yeah, that's what it means,
Okay.
because all of it is just given to you by hearsay, third party. Somebody else is telling you. You're just accepting without any
Correct.
merit. Without any
I
merit.
am not an expert doctor, and yet I allow doctors to give me medical treatment.
We're not talking about doctors in this instance, sirs. We're talking about people who are
I'm not
talking
an
about the
astronomer,
cosmology.
yet I allow expert astronomers to tell me things about astronomy.
Okay, so what can an
Madness.
astronomer? What can an astronomer
I
know
don't want to have
about
sex
this?
with this woman, but she's a sex
What
expert,
can
so
what
maybe
can
she won't
nobody?
let her have sex with me.
Listen,
No, I'm
relax,
kidding.
guys, relax. What can we know about an astronomer telling us some information about something they don't even know? Do you think that they know the distance
mean?
and the size of Jupiter?
Who's the
I think they have
astronomers that
telescopes
measured the
to
distance and the
specifically
size of
measure that
Jupiter?
kind of thing.
Okay, who?
Who's the
Point us,
astronomer that did it?
point us to who?
I don't think that we need to go to specific
Yeah,
astronomers.
we do.
We can certainly
That's what
try
this
if we want.
forum is designed for. It's designed to investigate these claims. So who?
Sure, but then we can just go
So
to the
who?
Wikipedia article together
Sir,
if you like.
sir. So who? Who figured out the distance?
What?
Say Copernicus. Say, let me throw you a bone. Say Copernicus.
I know you were gonna give him a bone, but like, let's. Who do you think, sir? Jupiter. Humanity.
I mean, you
What
realize
kind
I'm
of
literally
grade do you
having
think
to
you did on
read the
the,
Wikipedia article. I know exactly zero information about which scientists discovered which things. That's
Then
not a thing I
why did
care
you
about
pipe
at all.
up? Then why did you pipe up to say that you can explain how gravity is when your logic
didn't.
train was from gravity to Jupiter, from Jupiter to the size of Jupiter, from the size of Jupiter to say, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. Now what?
I did not assert that I could prove gravity or anything like that. I
You
said that
piped
there's...
up, sir.
Oh my god.
You did.
That I had a piece of evidence.
A
Those
piece
are not
of
the
evidence.
same
No, we
thing.
don't care about pieces. We want to know how it's
Oh, then
possible.
don't ask for evidence.
It's not that a piece of evidence. Why won't you say I don't know? Why is that so difficult for you, sir? Just say I don't know. We'd be done with that and say I defer to a scientist, wherever he is. That'd be easy, right? Because you just done that right now anyway.
Hopefully you defer to a better citation than Wikipedia, because no university allows Wikipedia as a citation anyways.
Well, I
I
mean, why even?
Why do they do
Hold
that?
on,
universities
hold on.
were in on it. What happened? Why would it matter?
And are you suggesting that Wikipedia is not a good source? Because
It
I
wasn't
think you'll
one
actually
now.
struggle to find a
It
better
wasn't
source.
one now, sir.
No, Wikipedia is fine.
Check. Hello.
Listen, if universities are pretty shit, right, and they're lying and they believe in the whole like heliocentric model, then why the fuck should it matter if it's universities or fucking Wikipedia?
Fuck universities. Fuck Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, fuck universities. Yeah. Oh, never mind. No, can't say
Well,
that.
for this guy, it's just boiled down to he trusts somebody he couldn't even name. So that's kind of
Well, it's
worthless.
because I don't
True.
trust
I
anyone, but I
also
believe that
can't
they're
name
considered.
all the food inspectors that ensure
Yeah.
that the things I
It doesn't-
eat aren't poisonous.
It doesn't matter at all. You came up
How many
empty.
times have you been food
You don't
I
have
poisoning?
like your all or nothing fallacy you just invoked. Thank you.
I like your all or nothing fallacy that you invoked. Yes, I have
Yeah.
absolutely no evidence whatsoever that scientists ever
wasn't-
derive any
yeah.
correct conclusions
But
from
was
the
it-
systems and models that they build.
It
No,
was
I
your
have
claim.
nothing to suggest
It was
that this
your
is
claim,
true.
humanity. It was your claim. You're the one that championed the claim. Yeah, I got evidence for gravity, and then you went in from. Yeah, see, you still saying it now.
Hey,
and then
humanity. If
when
slavery
led down,
existed, name
then
all the
when
slaves.
dude, relax, brother. Then when led down the path to where you started talking about Jupiter, you said, well, we know the size. Well, how do you know the size? And you don't even know the distance or the size. And now you come up with Wikipedia is not even reliable because you can't even figure it out from Wikipedia, dude. And then you're like, and then you deferred. Well, I'm not a scientist. That's where we're at right now. Where you trying to cope with don't know the information, and then you turn around and say, "Hang on," you turn around and say, "Oh, wait a minute, why are you guys coming at me? I can't know everything. We didn't ask you that. It's specific to gravity, sir."
Again,
Right. So anyway, what we
as
have
I
is a really
said-
long-winded. What we have is a really long-winded dude. Trust
I
me.
don't know. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Again,
Again,
are you
what?
suggesting that I should be an expert astronomer? Is
I'm
that
suggesting
the
that when you
standard that I have to meet?
when you want to talk about a claim, that you support the damn claim, sir. That's what I'm suggesting. Not that you're an expert in every field, but if you say, "Hey, I know this one thing," okay, we're gonna ask you how you know, and then don't turn around and say, "Well, what do you mean? You expect me to know it?" Yeah, you just said you did. How can you
if you
support something
notice-
you don't know? So basically, what we have is you just believing. That's it. You're just a believer.
I
Right? Why don't
did
we,
not
try-
bulk at providing evidence. I provided
know you don't
evidence.
have-
I
don't
gave
care.
you.
Listen, dude, I don't care. Let's talk to the guy who wanted
Yeah,
to talk about.
if you don't care, then why? What are you doing? Why did you ask for
just
evidence
trying
if
to
you
tell
don't
you to be
actually want to
quiet
engage
so
with
we
the
can talk to the
conversation?
actually try. You just told us on repeat for like the last 10 minutes that you don't have it, you don't know, you're just deferring to people that you can't name, that you think are experts. That's worthless. Thank you anyway. But there's another guy who wants to talk about the curvature of space-time. Maybe he could try.
Hey, I'm unmuted. Let's go. Where were we? Oh yeah, gravity. Oh yeah.
Yep. Scientific evidence for gravity, please.
Scientific evidence.
Well, what is gravity
Well,
first?
math for it?
You need to define gravity first.
Okay, let's get into. Let's slow down. Let's slow way down. Okay. Do you guys believe that things have mass?
No, we're not gonna go down your.
Oh,
silly
you're
little
mad because
logic train.
yesterday.
We're not gonna go down your silly little
Yes, we
logic
are.
train.
I have to wait.
No,
how do I
sir.
explain if mass is a huge part of gravity? The theory that I have that you don't like. I need to explain mass to you, right?
Are you talking about mass
No,
attracting
dude,
mass?
I'm just gonna totally deny everything you said.
Are you talking about mass attracting mass?
Stop projecting, Sam.
Because that's not gravity in the modern conception. So you'd be incorrect before you started.
Did I say that before?
You're saying you're talking
that's
about
not
mass.
true. The modern
Did I
conception
say that
still
before?
entails that
Did I
just
say
by
that before?
proxy.
Did I say that before? No? Okay,
So you don't believe in mass attracting mass?
Did I say that before?
Well, I'm
He's
asking you. Is that
asking
what you're
you.
saying?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh my
It's your
god.
claim.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Well, let him make the
That's
claim
so
so that
boring.
we can fucking critique it. Like, why would you ask him something when we just like why are
Well,
we
because
sitting
he
here
asked if you
assuming?
believe in mass. It's pretty fucking retarded. We asked him to define gravity.
Let's just go through the whole fucking tree. I haven't heard this shit.
Yeah, so start with defining gravity.
Oh. Let me know when
Come on, come on, Yaroslav, define gravity.
Bro, okay, dog. I was talking all day yesterday and you kept your mouth shut. Where the fuck are you? I went head to head with all these people yesterday.
Today's a new day. Come on, buddy.
And you
Wake the
lost the
fuck up,
debate. Oh, you obviously
No,
lost
I
the
didn't.
debate
I
because
got
you could
so-
not prove the Earth was a globe.
Okay, we're already going off the rails here. Let's go back to Cyclone's question.
Well, you couldn't prove it was a globe, or you couldn't prove it to the cult that it was a globe.
True.
You're a cult.
He couldn't prove it was truthfully a globe.
Let's go back to Cyclone's question and let's get his answer.
Okay, where are we? Come on.
You're still to define gravity.
Okay, next. Anyways, Jesus Christ, this is taking too long. What the fuck is this?
We're waiting on you.
In terms of
You
finding
clearly-
the distance to planets, we just ping radar pulses off them.
We're not
That's it.
talking to you, dude. You didn't have any information to support your claim. Sit down.
Except all the information I did and the source I gave you.
Is this
but
what you guys
okay, we
call
could ignore
proving
all
the
that.
globe? Because this is crazy.
Yaroslav, Yaroslav,
Yeah,
the floor is yours. Say your
He had-
mantra.
Exactly. The other guy had the floor. Now,
I'm
please
gonna wait for
define.
everybody to calm down first, because everybody here is just really like into it.
You don't need to wait for anybody to calm down. Just define gravity for us. This is your claim, so start by defining it.
He muted. Somebody muted him.
It's taking him a long time to Google gravity.
Yeah, buddy, you don't tell me what to do. I work on my own time, not yours. Okay.
Oh my god. All
That's
right,
a
then
little
why did you
shit.
ask?
Let's
Come
move
on,
to someone who's ready
Yaroslav,
to
just-
talk
I didn't
then.
say. I did
define
not say
gravity.
shit. I did not say a fucking thing. Other guy was talking, and I helped him.
Let's speak to someone who can discuss his globe religion then.
We
Oh,
could go back
sorry.
to
I
Andrew if you
redeemed.
want.
Who
I
actually
got you.
has some good globe evidence? Okay. That's strange because in the schools they're telling all the kids that it's super duper proven and it's very easy to know. We ask a group full of adults, no one seems to know.
They can't even start by telling us what it is that they're going to prove.
Me personally, I think it's hollow. I'm not gonna lie. Unironically, you guys can
And
make
we don't
fun
want
of
to talk to a person that thinks it's hollow.
Yeah.
That's not what they're
Exactly.
being told. That's not what
Exactly.
they're being told at school, by the way. They're being told it's a globe. So if you
Oh,
don't
dude, they're
think
being
that
told a bunch of shit.
that that's what we're against right now. People thinking that the earth is a globe, not a hollow earth or a donut earth or a toilet earth or a dinosaur earth or anything else. Concave, it doesn't matter. It's only the globe that's being told. So that's what we're up against.
Sure. How about satellite imagery?
You wouldn't know if we started down the train. And if you defer once more, I don't know what we're gonna do.
I don't know what you mean by defer.
You just said I'm not a scientist, sir.
Of course, I'm
Just
not a
pictures.
scientist. I'm not a radio astronomer. I'm not
You're not a
a
rapper, Then why
you know,
are you
satellite
speaking?
technician.
Because you're
You
just
think that
gonna
you need
defer
to
at
be
the. You're gonna defer, sir. At the end of once you can't answer a question, you're like, "Well, I'm not a radio technician. What do you want me to do?" Like, then what?
Again,
Did you
I
at
did
least state-
explain all the mechanisms involved here. Obviously, I don't have the equipment. I haven't actually employed most of
I
them.
know, but you can either
can't
answer
use
the
them.
question. You can either answer the question and say, "I know, and this is how I know," or "No, I don't know, and I defer
don't
to a
know.
whatever
Exactly.
scientist."
Well, are all the
whatever.
globers in agreement
I
here that
know.
the images that they see on TV and YouTube, those images are the best proof of the globe? Is that the agreement?
No one said best.
Okay, so what's the best?
Who knows? I don't know. I'm not an expert.
You see,
Oh,
you don't
Jesus
know,
Christ.
sir.
Yeah, there's no reason for me to claim that it's the best evidence. What the? No. Why would I do that?
So why
That'd
would
be
you
weird.
start with that if it's not the best one?
Because I don't know the best one.
See,
it's just one that I
You
think
don't
That
know
is the one that you
anything.
think is
it's
the best
convincing
one.
to me.
So what one do you know
knows
that
that you
is
don't know.
better than the one that you just said?
I don't know. If I thought about it for a few days, I could probably find something.
Jesus
Well,
Christ. Have you not
think
had
about
your
it.
whole
You
life
gotta
to
think
think
about
about
it for a
this?
few
Have you not
days.
believed it your whole
No.
life? Have you just started believing in the globe the last few days?
Why would I be concerned with like evidences
God,
for
dude,
the globe
shut
that'd be
up
convincing
already.
to people
Damn.
who aren't convinced of it?
Why
That-
would I
It's
that
your
have
would be
any-
worldview,
completely
bro.
concerned with.
It's your worldview. You'd expect you'd have some evidence for it.
That's
Yeah,
fucking
maybe
annoying.
you need to take a few days, like you said, and think about it because you're not giving
Yeah,
us
just
any
take a few days.
information
Just
that
take
a
2 or 3 days.
Yeah,
5-year-old
that's
can't
fine. Take a few
garner
days.
by
Take a few days
Googling
off.
things.
I'm with Napalm
I like
on this
how
one.
we still haven't actually discussed the satellite imagery, but all right.
We're not going to
It's
discuss
fake. It's
anything
fake.
with
That's
someone
all
who
You
we're
said
gonna
it
doesn't
say.
wasn't
know.
even the
We're gonna
best
say it's fake.
evidence. I want the best
That doesn't.
evidence.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Can someone present to me
Good
the
luck
best
ever
evidence?
finding the best anything, man. That's a hard ask to find the best of anything.
All right, well, that's okay. You can take a few days. Is there anyone else
Yeah.
who thinks they know what the best evidence to them is?
At least you could do humanity stay at a Holiday Inn Express tonight.
Listen, I will tell you something. The Chinese fucking satellites are totally CGI. Like that's so easy to tell.
Yeah, only
Because
the
it's
Chinese
just-
lie. The Russians and the
No,
Americans,
I'm
they
not.
tell the truth.
Not there yet. I'm just saying. That's what I know
They're
for
telling the
sure.
truth the whole
For us
time. But the
to look at-
Chinese, you can't trust them.
There's
You
like
can't
this
trust the
fucking.
Chinese.
There's that one girl with the gelled hair.
China.
Angular
China.
fragility.
What about
Listen,
what
we
about
need
the
to bring
Indian
some order. We need to
CGI?
bring some order to this room right now. We're trying to get the best evidence for the globe. If anybody wants to try to offer that instead of just waffle about how they can't figure out what the best would be, this would be a great time to do it.
The top guy who's muted, something about like whatever Zibbo. He said he's got some evidence in text chat anyway.
Well, get them on the mic. That's all we're asking for, and they seem to want to waffle away from it and talk about literally anything else when asked. So hopefully he can focus on the task at hand.
Well, I kind of misled a little bit. I don't really have arguments because I don't really concern myself about these things. But I do have a question for you guys about.
Always.
There was an
Always.
experiment. There was an experiment done where a bunch of flat earthers used.
Jesus.
They
Really?
He's
Not
going to
that.
say
Fuck,
laser,
bro.
and it was the flashlight because he's lost in
I
the
mean-
sauce
Netflix.
with the propaganda.
I
Netflix.
swear, dude.
So we've got
No, I don't-
images. We've got Netflix. Anything better than this, guys? Anything you
Still
could
not
do
content with
anything
satellite
you've
imagery, but
done
what can I
yourself.
say?
So the best they have is I watched Netflix and I Googled something. Anybody else have anything better?
I can't figure.
What kind of
Why would
evidence
they
are you
lie?
suggesting that humans have?
You
if
can't
not,
provide it because you don't have it. Take a couple days off, humanity.
Again,
something
what
verifiable,
kind
some
of evidence are you
observations that
suggesting
you've
we
done,
point to?
some measurements that you've done. What do you think?
Sure, I've seen someone ping I've seen the instrumentation of someone pinging laser light off a satellite.
Wow.
Is that what
Cool
convinced you?
story, bro.
How about humanity?
Cool
What
story.
convinced you that the Earth is a lava or water-covered lava ball? What convinced you of that?
Lava coming out of the ground that I could look at.
That
Wow.
convinced you that
And there
all
being
the
like water
span.
on top of it.
Where are you getting
And
the
that
ball
can-
bit from?
Oh, that's just like
What's that?
how do I
What is
put
that?
it? All
How
the
do you
other
put it?
stuff we've been talking
Fantasy?
about, right? The
Imagination?
various scientific theories, the
Cartoons?
consistency of them all, the strength of the predictions therein,
The strength of the
sensitivity to-
The strength of the predictions.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
What predictions are you talking about?
Generally things like orbital mechanics, that kind of thing. When we're going to see the planets
Orbital
in all their positions, that kind of thing.
Mechanics.
All right, but they were doing that before the globe idea. They knew what the cycles were. They could observe them, so they knew all that. It didn't require a globe. So what
No, but
actual
the-
predictions are you talking about?
No, the precision that we can accomplish.
No, it was the same.
On
They
those
still use the
measurements.
Saros
It's the
cycle.
same.
No,
It's the same.
the precision that we can achieve nowadays is much higher than before.
What? Because we invented
Incorrect.
watches.
Ask him how he knows.
No,
Ask
'cause
him how
the
he knows.
underlying model
Ask him.
is different.
He doesn't know. Watch this. How do you know, humanity?
How do I know what?
The information you just said is true. How do you know that information is true?
The
Wait,
models,
don't.
or
Yeah, don't
the-
interrupt this. Yeah, everything you just said. The predictions are precise. How do you know that?
Because we have more
Mhm.
precise instrumentation. Because
Which
we have
which ones?
models
Which
that
ones?
are
Which ones?
telescopes.
Okay. And what are you doing with the telescope to make it more precise? that they couldn't do before.
Increasing
Didn't
magnification.
And I'm not
have
talking to nobody
any
else.
telescopes before.
Oh no? You want to bet?
Indeed.
How long? What's the length of time?
Literal tens of thousands of years.
Tens of thousands of years. So people never looked up at the night sky.
That's not the same as a telescope.
I know that, but the advent of technology and when the telescope was actually introduced was still even hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah.
During
So
that
before-
time, people thought the Earth was round.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know
before
where you're
we're
going.
talking about you said tens of thousands of years, right? So before telescopes, do you think people were looking up at the night sky?
Yes.
And did they see patterns that were cyclical in nature?
It's unclear. I mean,
It's
eventually,
unclear.
yes.
So are you willing to bet on that?
Not for the full tens of thousands of years, but certainly the last
Okay, so
10,000 years.
so there hasn't been ancient civilizations that have documented that they know these patterns, like these cyclical patterns of the things in the heavens.
For
You're
the
saying
last
that
10,000 years, yeah. Before that,
Have you
we
ever
don't
heard
really
of
have much evidence.
2012?
What'd you say, yeah?
I said, haven't you ever heard of 2012? What's the
That's
whole
in the
point
last
about
10,000
2012?
years.
Okay,
that is
yeah. So
a
then, what's your
prediction from
point?
the last
though?
10,000 years.
Right, but they didn't have telescopes, did they?
Indeed, and if you notice, their calendars are off. They are not accurate. They're not precise.
How do you know that?
Because you can look at when the calendar is reported.
Have you looked
to
at it?
end.
Have you looked at it?
Have I personally gone and looked at Mayan or Incan artifacts? No.
Because you're making a claim that they're incorrect. So have you looked at it to make sure that they're incorrect? Because you just made a claim. They are.
So
no, I don't read ancient Mayan. I don't read ancient
So
Aztec.
you don't know if they're incorrect, right?
Here,
Indeed, I'm relying on this system of legitimization. I'm relying on these scientific
System of
institutions.
Well, this is all very vague. None of this is actual globe evidence.
Indeed, when we're talking about like how do we know whether history happened and how do we know whether people are correctly relaying things to us? It's going to be a chain
so
of
you trust somebody,
knowledge.
right? You trust somebody is what you're saying, right?
Indeed, for virtually
so
all
who do you
things in life, you just have to trust people.
Right. So for falsifying the Mayan calendar, who did you trust?
Hey, dude, I just
don't
looked
think
it up
that
real quick. I just did a Google real quick, and it says right here in the top result that the Mayan calendar is 1/10,000th more accurate than the Gregorian calendar. Wow.
The Gregorian calendar is also not accurate. There's a reason
When
why
was-
we
when
don't
was the first-
use
I mean,
it.
I was trying to-
I was like,
That's not an
globe
oopsie. What do
evidence.
you mean?
Yeah, it is
And
because
you're just talking generally and vaguely about calendars. I'm asking for the globe evidence.
Well, I already gave some examples of that. Now we're
No, you
challenging
didn't
about
give
how
any
do I know things
examples.
at all? Like, it's a
No,
different
no, that's
question.
not what we're asking. I'm asking what the globe evidence says, and you didn't give any.
I literally
Hey,
did earlier, but you can ignore it. Let's go to the satellite
Hold
imagery
on.
then.
Let's follow this path real quick. When was the first telescope invented that you know of?
That I know of? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like presumably. I mean,
1600s.
it depends what you count as a telescope. I'd say for like the ones that we actually found useful, 1700s. No, earlier.
Yeah,
When did the fucking
16.
French
That's
Revolution
when
happen?
everything got
Yeah,
added.
like
Hold
1600s.
on.
1500s, yeah.
1608, right? So that's when things became more accurate. Can you explain or type into your Google machine Antikythera mechanism?
Yep, that was a Greek invention.
First computer.
So the Antikythera mechanism actually tracks the heavenly bodies very precisely and can predict everything that you're claiming is so accurate today due to the telescope. And it's dated back to the 2nd century BC.
Oops.
It cannot
And
predict
it's
it at the
based on
same
a
level
flat
of
Earth
accuracy. But yes.
Yeah, it's flat Earth and geocentric.
You didn't know that, huh?
Where do you
Humanity.
see that information? Like, why do you think that's the case? And for that matter, why do you think that this mechanism exists?
It's physically present. You can go
Have
visit
you
it.
Have you seen it?
gone and visited it?
No, but I have the ability to do so.
But why do you believe that it exists until you've gone and visited it?
Okay, instead of going down your
Non
reductivist route,
sequitur. This
yeah,
is
they're trying to reverse the
non-sequitur.
burden because
It's
we're asking
I
what
don't
the
think
globe
it's a non
evidence.
sequitur. I think you're relying on the
No,
same
it is.
systems of
No,
legitimization
I'm
of
asking
information
you.
construction that I'm relying
asking
on.
you. No, I'm asking you what the proof is that we live on a giant spinning ball like they're teaching the kids in school, and you're not talking about anything to do with that.
How about the satellite imagery?
Have you seen the satellite itself?
How did you verify
Yes.
those images were true?
How
In the
about I
same
get
way
an
I
all
verify things in general are true. People with lots of different
Hey.
interests generally producing information that agrees with one another.
How about I get in a
So
boat
you
and
looked
go
at
to the
other
forest like
images. You
Ian
looked
and
at
I
other
don't ever
images
fall off
that
the
you
roof?
couldn't verify to verify the image that you couldn't verify.
Indeed,
So
when
what
people
satellite
who
imagery
all
are you
want...
talking
Indeed.
about?
Oh,
Okay.
Christ.
One at a
What
time,
satellite
gentlemen,
imagery
please.
are you talking about that you can point to and say, I've seen this satellite, meaning you can get perfect confirmation that that satellite is the satellite it is claimed to be?
What?
No,
What
it's
are you
it's you know
asking? I
that's
don't
gonna
understand
that's
that
he,
question.
I mean he can't do that. We just need to ask him or make him realize that he can't verify any of those images because that would require going to that place yourself and checking that that's what you see, which you can't do, obviously.
Right.
Yeah,
So
but
those
the
are
Right.
called
main
Do you think
issue
unverifiable
there,
That
images.
do you
the
think
main
that if
issue
I
there
like...
is that you have to apply it to anything. So, for example, when you were talking about mechanism earlier, basically you would have to
Well,
apply it to anything.
I
And
wasn't claiming
eventually,
that,
at some
which
point, you
is
just go,
fine.
well, how do you know anything? And
Well,
eventually, you
no,
just
that's
come
not
to
what
the
I'm
conclusion
saying.
that you don't know
No, I'm talking about
anything. And you have
verifiability.
to
No,
discredit
listen,
all
there's a
information
difference.
because you don't have
No,
seen it
listen, there's a
like
difference.
literally with your own two eyes.
No, listen, there's a difference between saying you can't verify images from space, quote unquote, and saying you can't know anything. There's a big difference. And if you don't understand the difference, then you've got a childlike brain, right?
No, the main issue is how you discredit this information. It's not
Yeah, I asked him how he verifies the images, and he
discrediting
said he couldn't
information is
verify the
how you do
images.
it.
Yeah, so how does he verify the images? How do you verify the images?
Okay,
Tell
and
us.
how would you verify anything? For example, we're talking
No.
about the mechanism earlier. How would you
No,
verify
we're
that
not.
the mechanism works?
We're talking about these
No,
images
no,
from
let me finish.
space.
Let me finish because you're going to see my point. How would you verify that the mechanism you were talking earlier exists and works?
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the NASA
I'm
images that
talking
he
about that
claimed.
because that's my point.
Yeah, well, that's not the conversation we were
But
having.
you're dodging
So
right
if
now.
that's not what you're
You're
going to
dodging
talk
right
That
about,
now.
was the conversation we were having. I
no,
also
no,
started
the
on this point.
conversation we were having was you said
No,
the
that
images
was
are
his
the
point
best
earlier
proof
as well.
of the
That
globe.
was his
The
point
images.
earlier as well.
You guys brought up
I'm
this
just gonna have to
mechanism. I
mute.
think it's fair that we
No,
interrogate how you
no,
feel
it's
you can
not.
use
See,
it.
this is why you don't bring up something like the mechanism because they're just going to latch onto that as a non sequitur red herring. So the claim was that the satellite images are the best proof of the globe. The question is, how do you verify those images are real? That's the question. So has anyone got an answer that they don't just spiral away from immediately?
I already answered you, but we can ignore that if you like.
Okay, so how did you verify them?
I already
Step
told
one, you look at the image. You're looking at an image that's claimed to be from a certain place that you can't go to or know. What's your step two to verify its truth?
To figure out if it is consistent with other images of the sort, and that these are all
But you
composed
can't
by
verify those
actors
images
with
either.
different interests.
Can you verify those images?
Because all these people who hate each other and want to discredit each other all agree on this thing being true.
So
that gives
your
me strong
verification,
evidence to think that it is true.
so your verification is your subjective interpretation of how these people feel about each other.
The only possible thing I can use is going to be subjective. It's my judgment. That isn't a critique. Try again.
Right, so I'm looking for objective evidence, not something that relies on your feelings about other people's feelings.
As a subject, you can only achieve subjective judgments. You are
Okay,
asking for the
so there's
impossible.
there's no verifiable objective evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. It's the images that you can verify by thinking this person doesn't like this person.
In
That's what you're
terms
saying.
of judgment, there is nothing higher than subjective judgment.
That's as
because
far as he
judgment
goes. That's as far as he.
requires
That's as far as he goes.
judgment.
Cyclone. So
Yeah.
he's all. You can never know nothing objective. So in his stance, his truth is his truth, and that's it. He doesn't go
So do
farther
the other
than that.
globers agree? Do the other globers agree that
No,
the
it's a
best
different
evidence
question.
are
Judgment
these
isn't the same as
images?
knowledge.
So do the other globers agree that the best evidence are these images that you can only verify by thinking you know how the Americans, Chinese, and Russians all feel about each other, and you just trust their unverifiable images because even though they actually all differ and they look totally different, it's good enough just for whatever reason for you to believe it. Is that the position that we're in? That's what we're saying?
What do you
There's
mean
no better
differ?
evidence? As in, the ball Earth is different colors, the continents are different sizes.
They're different instruments.
Wait, I was gonna
that's not
say.
surprising at all.
Okay.
I mean,
So we're agreeing that's the best evidence.
Wait, I mean, you're not disagreeing
But
though.
you're saying that you're suggesting this is discrediting, but it's not.
No,
If
no,
I have
no. Well,
6
I don't need
different
to
cameras
discredit it
set up
because
to do
you've
different
already
things, then they're
confirmed that
going to
you can't
produce different
verify it.
images.
Wait, 1 second,
You,
Cyclone.
you've already said you
Cyclone.
can't verify it.
Wait, Cyclone.
So
Can you get a camera on your phone and then use the 0.5 zoom and then use the 1 zoom or like 1x zoom?
why would I do that?
It'll show you how it will distort things and make them seem smaller than they actually are, or make them seem
All right, Redeem.
further away.
Okay. Yeah, it's a zoom and
True.
a zoom
Optics.
out. What about it?
Yeah, maybe maybe that can explain one of your issues, like with the size.
No, no,
of
no.
the,
My issue is that
size
they're claiming to take pictures from a place that no one can go to check if that's even true.
That's not
That's
even
my
true.
issue.
People.
But
Oh,
people
right. So
can
you
go
can
there.
go.
People do go there.
No, I cannot. I
Oh.
cannot go because I am not an
Oh,
astronaut.
can anyone here go? Can anyone here go?
No, none of us in this
If
chat
you
can go there.
dedicated
So
your
none of us
life, no,
can
if you
go.
dedicated your life to going there, you
So
could
they
go.
would be unverifiable images then. So do we have anything better than
Correct.
unverifiable images?
Each person who goes up can only verify personally for their own person.
So is
of
there
course.
no way that we can verify the Earth is a ball without relying on these images? Is that what you're saying?
There's tons of ways you could do that.
Okay, so how can we verify it, us, in this chat?
I just said you can verify it by going to space. That is one way to verify that you could accomplish.
So you're saying the only way we can verify
He
it
didn't
is by
say that.
doing
He said
something
one
no
way.
one can do.
He said
Okay,
one
so
way.
what's the way that we can all do? Tell me that.
This is one way we can all do.
Well, what else? Because your other guy's saying that's not the only thing since he realizes no one's doing that. So what's the verifiable?
It's not no one. We do it all the time.
Oh my god, you guys
people
are
go to space
fucking
all the time.
ridiculous. Right, so what is the thing that we can all do in this chat to verify that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Go to NASA.gov and look at their images.
We're back to looking at the images, but we just circled around this and said you have to go to space, which no one
Do
here
I
is
have to
doing.
be a photographer? Do I have to be? Do I have to be
Yes,
a?
to verify the place that they claim they're going that no one else is able to go
No.
to. That's what you would have to do.
Wait,
That's
no
what
one
you
else?
just agreed.
Personally
Astronauts don't
go
exist?
somewhere, right? If I, for
Wow.
example, want to
In this
take
chat.
pictures, of a very like deadly environment, let's say like near a volcano or some shit, where there's poisonous gases, I don't need to personally go there to figure out whether the camera I sent there
Right,
took
but that would be a
images
place
of
on
that
Earth,
place.
so that's not equivalent to what they're saying. They're saying not on Earth.
I can rely
can't.
on instrumentation that I can confirm functions or doesn't function in particular.
All right,
ways.
here's the
No,
issue,
so you're not
guys.
verifying anything.
Yeah, here's the issue, guys.
That
The
is what
issue,
verification is. What do you mean?
humanity. Relax, brother. The issue is that the satellite imagery that you're seeing, or the photos, are being taken in a place that cannot, and I repeat this again, cannot exist like the way they tell you. They're telling you they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation, meaning they're in the vacuum of space. Now, if they exist in that, then you're going to have to contend with showing us how you can have gas pressure without a container, meaning that the pressure differential from the floor where we're breathing right now is 14 psi. As you go up higher in elevation, the pressure gradiates. So once you get to the right beyond the exosphere, right past the Kármán line, you're going to go right into low Earth orbit or LEO. And that's where they say that all these satellites are taking the imagery from. So that place where this pictures are taken cannot exist like the way they tell you, because of the fact that you're going to have to deal with how do we have gas pressure here on Earth and all the gas doesn't escape into the available space, because that's what would happen with gas pressure and a vacuum adjacent to it without a container. All the gas pressure would disperse. This in every gas law that we can see with the second law of thermodynamics, high pressure moves to low pressure, hot moves to cold. We'd see this. It's a naturally occurring thing that happens everywhere. So if you tell me that you can have gas pressure without a container, sir, you're going to have to show a demonstration how that's possible. That's why those pictures are not valid in the first place, because you can't go there in the first place, because it would be violating that second law that you can't get up there, because it can that space does not exist like the way they tell us.
Mayhem, I think they're
What
conflating low Earth
happens?
orbit with satellites that can take pictures of the whole entire Earth. You can't even see the whole entire Earth from low Earth orbit. There's only 4 people technically alive today who could even claim that they've gone far enough to even see the whole entirety of the Earth.
I don't think you need to see the entirety of the sphere to recognize.
Yeah, so
that the
even sending something,
sphere.
right, but even sending something to that location is all a myth. It's just they're telling you a story and your
Correct.
mind's making up the rest of it. So that right there cannot exist like the way they tell us.
Mayhem. Can I
You can't
respond
even
to
see
that?
the curvature of the Earth from low Earth orbit, meaning the ISS. The International Space Station is not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
There's a lot of problems.
Mathematically.
So
We gotta hear him
what
respond now.
happens
Go ahead.
if you take a magnetic gas and you subject it to the conditions you're describing? Would it, in a strong magnetic field, be displaced from the equilibrium conditions you're describing?
Not breathing magnetic gas.
You have to use the conditions which are what we have outside humanity. You got to stick
Can
with
you
what
answer
we
the
have.
question?
So
It's
very
not.
quickly, gentlemen.
It's not analogous. It is not analogous.
So
You have to
allow
use
me to
something
tell
that's
you
exactly.
why it's analogous. So I'm
It's
suggesting
not.
that
It's not.
I'm suggesting.
It's
I'm
not.
suggesting.
Stop saying
allow
you're
me
suggesting it's not
to
analogous. No,
Allow me
it's
to
not
tell you
analogous. No,
why it is
I'm gonna
analogous.
put you on mute.
So
It's not
Let
analogous.
him just say his thing. Just let him say his fucking bullshit. Go ahead.
So I'm suggesting, in the same way that a magnetic field can establish a force differential across a container for a magnetic gas, so too can a different force, and thereby result in a pressure differential, so too can another force establish that in other gases. For example, gravity.
There you go. That's the claim that you're supposed to be defending. The magnetism thing is irrelevant because that's not the globe claim. So give us gravity containing air.
And
The
just for
magnetism
everybody's
is to understand that force differentials produce.
I know. Now give
You
us
don't even have a
gravity
demonstration
containing
for
air.
that. I bet
I
you don't
know.
even have a demonstration for that. If we ask you for that
magnetic
demo
gases?
of what you just said with against a vacuum, a magnetic gas, whatever, and it not equalizing with the vacuum. Let's see that.
What do you mean
just
by
for everybody's
what?
reference as well.
Equalizing with the
Sorry.
vacuum? What are you talking
Well,
about?
what was the demonstration you were talking about?
That you get a pressure differential.
With no container.
I'm about to come.
I don't know
With
what
no
you mean by no
container.
container. Like,
Well, what do you mean you don't know what I mean by no container? The argument is you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Are you suggesting that there's an infinite amount of gas?
What the fuck are you talking about? You made a claim about magnetic gas. What demonstration are you talking about? Post it.
Yeah, I think he was using the
not
magnetic.
saying
Humanity, hang on. I think he was saying a magnetic gas in relation to what gravity is enacting on the Earth. So his claim is what he was alluding to is that gravity is the force or the magnetic, kind of like the analogy of the magnetic
Yeah.
gas.
He's making an analogy based on what he's claiming to be
Yeah.
some real demonstration with a magnetic gas, and I'm asking him what his demonstration is.
No, that's not what's happening. I'm trying to figure out if he agrees with me about how physics works.
Based on what
my
demonstration?
Goodness. So,
Not based on any demonstration. That's why I didn't point him to a
So
demonstration.
what the fuck are you
I asked
talking
him
about
a hypothetical situation.
No,
Well, we're
not
talking about
talking about
reality.
hypotheticals.
Sorry, Jedi. Go for it.
If I
When
could.
we
Jedi.
build a
No, it's
model of
okay.
physics, we immediately depart from reality to talking about a
Humanity.
model. So there's no need to
Humanity.
like go to look at actual things that happened when it comes to understanding someone's
You actually
model.
have to stop him. We're gonna stop
Awesome.
you.
No,
Go ahead,
that's
Jedi.
fine. So 3 times now I've posted the 8 laws that the vacuum of space is violating. 7 known gas laws and the 8th one, the second law of thermodynamics. You cannot have gas pressure without the physical bounds of the physical barrier to press upon. And if there's no physical barrier for the gas to press upon, the gas will disperse into that vacuum of space. Your vacuum of space is in violation of 8 laws of nature. 8.
What causes
7
it
known
to
gas
disperse?
laws. That's the gas, my friend. We understand the movement of gas. Gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions. The only thing that changes gas's path is the physical interaction between the gas molecules itself or something that the gas physically interacts is like a container, for example, when it hits you in the face. So the only thing that changes the path, hold on, I have not finished. Thank you. The only thing that changes the path of gas in this instance is physical interactions. You can talk about the electromagnetics all you want. I'm not breathing that type of gas, my friend, so it's non-analogous to the situation. But this vacuum of space, we said all these satellite images are coming from, that's a violation of 8 known laws, specifically the second law of thermodynamics. If we were having an open system, the gas would fill the space.
Gravity pulls the gas back in.
Then, first of all, I would need an observation of gravity acting upon gas, as you said, changing its direction or its vector. Gravity is just a vector downwards or inwards to the radius of a ball. Gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions, so I can give you gravity in this instance, but it's observably not affecting gas. Second of
No,
all, you would
so
have to provide a scientific experiment that proves gravity in the first instance, which you do not have. So no, not your gravity, my friend. But
Effie,
observably, I'll give it
why
to you. I'll give it to you. It's not affecting gas. Observably, look at it. It's dispersing in all directions.
why does it disperse in all directions in the cases that
That's
you're
because
talking
of the
about?
energy of the gas. That's the energy of the gas.
In what sense does that energy exist?
Shut the fuck up.
It's
Someone
kind
mute
of
this
now
idiot.
running.
Dude.
It's
This
kind of
guy's not
really
your guy.
interesting. It's fine. I'm just pointing out the problems that you've got within the violations of 8 known laws of nature, 7 gas laws, and the second law of thermodynamics. If you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then we'll be all ears and eyes because we want that demonstration. You will understand that every single demonstration of gas pressure is within a container. You remove the container, the gas fucks off.
Are you suggesting that, like, when we take measurements at sea level versus above sea level, that there's a container
That's
there that's containing all the
That's a
gas?
gas. No, that's a gas pressure gradient. You can achieve a gas pressure gradient. First of all, you require a container, and then you need energy within the system. You obviously have to understand that the Earth system is a dynamic system. We have gas produced within the system. We have cyclical systems, for example, heat and cold in the system. So dynamic environment, graduated pressure, awesome. But to have a graduated pressure system, you must have a fixed volume. That would be the container. Without the container, you don't have a fixed volume.
Wait, no, that's not true. You can vary the volume. That just causes the gas within to change its properties on average.
Yes. So if you vary the volume, say make the container bigger, then you will change the gradient within inside the system because the gas has got more space to freely interact with. The point is you can't have a gas pressure gradient without a fixed volume. The container. Your claim is the Earth is an open system, free matter transfer. So the
You just
gas,
told me
the
that's not
gas
true.
would
You
fill
just
the
said,
space.
no, the volume doesn't need to be constant.
If you were to increase the volume, then there's more space inside the volume for the gas to move around in.
Yes, which would then
Awesome.
cause the pressure to fall, yes?
Yes, because you have the same amount of gas, but a bigger container. If you don't have a fixed volume of container, one, you will not be able to achieve gas pressure in the first instance. And second of all, you've got nothing physical keeping the gas there. I don't
Wait, but
understand how this
again,
isn't so simple for you.
when we go outside, we don't have
He
any
doesn't want to learn.
container for the gas. The gas still applies a pressure, yes?
We don't have a container. What are you talking about?
What
We
container
have gas
is like
pressure.
holding the Earth? What
Sorry, what's
container
the
is
definition of gas
the
pressure?
atmosphere around me contained within?
Sorry, you saying that the gas is containing the gas?
No, I'm asking you, right? You're saying there must be a container, and I'm saying, okay,
Yes.
what is
Well,
the
it's in the
container that I'm
definition for
within?
gas pressure. What's the definition for gas pressure?
Would you
Mr.
like it? I can
Sparkman?
go and get it for you if you need it. I'll go and get it for you if you want. I've provided you with the laws that your space vacuum is violating. I can also get the definition of gas pressure for you.
Yeah,
The
someone
force
post
that
it
the
in the
gas
chat.
exerts upon the walls of the container. Very simple.
Yeah. The walls of its container. So it's in the definition. So why are you saying it's not required?
I believe that this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's way out of his league.
His
He's
goose
out
is
of his
cooked.
depth. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, that's copyrighted.
So sorry, guys. When anybody ever talks about satellites from the vacuum of space, first of all, there's no vacuum of space. Second of all, you're not verifying these images because you're not going there to verify these images because there's no vacuum of space. Just like Cyclone was trying to point out to you, just like Mayhem was trying to
So
point out to
you're
you.
retreating from all your claims about the laws and
Oh my
okay, sure,
God.
all right.
No, I'm not
Well,
retreating
then why
from
did you
them.
suddenly
They're
go to a
there.
different argument?
I've posted them 3 times.
And then we interrogated you on them, and I didn't get
And
any
what?
satisfactory answer.
No, you
Is
couldn't
that how you're
respond,
viewing
remember?
this? Is that how you're viewing this, humanity? You're interrogating?
Yeah, when someone makes a positive claim, I think it's appropriate to interrogate them.
Awesome
Well,
stuff. So I can demonstrate gas pressure within a container. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
So I'm asking you, what is the container?
He's not answer
holding
the question. Now
gas
stop.
outside of-
Answer the question, humanity. For once.
I don't know.
Answer his...
I'm not interested in demonstrating
Well,
that.
you need
It's a
to
weird
answer his question to figure out if you know or not, sir.
What?
Just answer, Jedi. Repeat your question, please.
I can demonstrate gas pressure within a container. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Well, the Earth is wait. The Earth is.
Oh my God! Can you let him respond?
He said he doesn't know. I'll explain on his part.
He didn't say it yet. Let him respond.
What? No, I did say that because this has nothing to do with my argument. Like,
So you don't know then? Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry,
it's not
what's your
relevant to
argument?
my critique of FE. Right? He's saying,
Okay.
look, there
Sorry.
must be a container, and I'm
Well,
asking
that's
him, where's the container? What container am I in?
Are you in an open or a closed system, my friend? Just so I understand your point of view on the world.
I'm asking you about
Yeah,
that
so I
exactly. I'm
understand.
asking you, where is the
Understand.
container that the gas that I exist within is contained by?
It's all around you. You live within a contained system, obviously.
So where is the container, right? In the same way that when we have a pressure vessel, the pressure vessel is the container, and then there's stuff inside the pressure vessel, like gas. So where's the container for the gas that I'm in?
Point upwards.
What do you mean point upwards? Where is it exactly? What are you talking about?
Point upwards, but I haven't been there to touch it.
So are you
It's
saying that there's
it's
like a
containing
pressure
the
vessel
insi-
up there, or what are you
Yeah,
asking?
so
What are you saying?
the cosmology that you have in your mind right now is probably not going to fit what we're going to tell you, but the whole entire system of the Earth is contained within this contained system. So we have everything of known places that we've been on is being contained all in here. We're all inside of it. Everyone. We're all inside of this container.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
he's
it's
just
all
desperate
filled
to
with gas,
avoid
right?
answering any question.
What?
He's got a very
And it's
obvious
all
tactic.
filled with gas, right? Because he's telling us that
Air.
according to
air.
Well, specifically gas is the thing I'm asking about, right? And presumably this
Oh,
gas is all
God.
at this
Air is a gas, you moron.
It's a mix of gases. I don't care whether it's air or something else. The point is
So
it's
it's a
filled with
gas. Junkie.
Yes.
So back to the definition, remember? It's the pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container, yeah.
That's it.
So are we breathing gas pressure right now? Yes.
Last I checked, there
we
is
go up-
indeed
look-
pressure in the gas we're breathing.
Awesome
I
stuff.
don't. What
Awesome
relevance
stuff.
is this?
Because to have gas pressure, you require a container.
It's in the definition.
Let's put it like this. You're breathing gas pressure, i.e., you're breathing the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container.
Yeah, he's done. He
We all
can't
good
even
here?
have the conversation.
All right, well, we should be good here.
Yeah, that's good. Who's
So,
next?
You were
we have
saying
another
that
guy.
within a
Yeah,
container,
no,
the
we're,
gas
we're good. We're
equalizes,
good, dude.
right?
Just relax, bro. We're
No.
gonna go on to somebody else.
Yeah, he's bricked.
Well, he's not wrong though. Wait 1 second. Let him. use it.
Would that suggest then that like a hot air balloon could rise to an indefinite height
No,
because
this
the
guy's-
differential between its heated gas and its surroundings would be constant?
Do you agree that
What?
the definition
No.
of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of its container, yeah?
I've already
That
gone through the
long-
gas pressure
fucking
equation.
long pause
I don't know.
that he
I don't
gets.
know. Well, you could just say within the contact of anything within the
Oh my
container.
goodness, dude.
Doesn't have to be the walls necessarily.
Your correct answer that you should reply with is that's an incomplete definition.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing you a bone.
You know, all these laws are incomplete.
Please,
They describe
expand.
specific systems. Like it's not the thing.
Right, so let's get to the crux of the issue then, friend. Okay, I could put an object that's a circle. I could put an object that's a square. I could put an object that's a ring. I could put an object that's a screw within a container. And the object can have any permutation of shape. However, what you cannot have is a sphere without curvature. So you simply go out, measure the Earth, find out it's not curved, and ipso facto, done ski, it's not a globe. The end.
I mean, sure. How are you suggesting you want to measure the curvature?
How about a laser? Is that good enough?
I mean, it depends where you shine it. Sometimes light goes in a straight path, but oftentimes optical things, cause it to bend. For example, you can shine light into if you shine a little laser into water, you can clearly see it distort.
Yeah, so you wouldn't shine a laser into the water. That would be dumb.
Yeah, but
Right.
the point of the water is it demonstrates that the medium through which you're passing the light is going to change the direction it's moving. So if you want to use laser to measure curvature, you need to be very careful about that because optics could change the direction the laser's moving in, as the water demonstrates.
So what would you use?
Right, so...
No, laser can potentially work. You just need a well-designed experiment.
Do you have a non-optical measurement?
Not with lasers. Lasers
Hold on,
require optics.
let AI go.
That was a good answer.
Yeah, so that's all well and good. Anyway, so you take a laser, you shoot it 25 miles, you find that it hits the target. You have a 6-foot tall laser, 6-foot tall target. Over 25 miles, the laser should be over 90 meters above the target, but it hits the target. Now you have a station on both ends of the lake measuring the ambient conditions for any refractive effects. You factor that in. You factor in the divergence of the laser, right? Plus or minus any discrepancy, and that gives you a maximum swing, maybe 5 meters. So you're still 85 meters off the globe prediction.
I mean, I'd say that you,
Now,
unless you have like a
hold on,
sensor net
hold
around the and over the lake, that's not really gonna work well at all. Optically
Yeah, I mean
speaking,
that's great. That's great
water,
because people always
water vapor in
claim.
that air will completely
Yep.
screw it up. You shouldn't do it over a lake.
Sure. Well, you see, the problem is that that's how you falsify it, bro. Because the water covers 70% of the known territory, and the water is the thing that must be curving, right, according to the ball. Because you can go on land, and land can have structure, right? Land can be curved or not curved based on its structure, and not have anything to do with the alleged quote unquote curve of the Earth, right? So you have to do water to really falsify the sucker.
Yeah, but you still need the laser light to be far enough above the water that the concerns from all that water vapor that's constantly coming off the water due to the ideal gas laws and all that other stuff to be a concern, right? You just need to be displaced far enough. Like if you had a not a
Yeah,
high
that's a
Earth orbit, what do they call
claim.
it?
You see, the problem is, see, that you're appealing to this idea of curvilinear gradients. See, but if you have
What?
horizontal gradients, just hold on, friend. If you have horizontal gradients, once a laser enters in at a certain angle, it's just going to continue straight because there's not enough differential to create a refraction event.
I mean,
Now, see, the thing is, bro, that this all sounds well and good. The problem is that the military decided, we want a laser that can shoot shit, so we're going to hire a university, right? And we're going to have them test the laser at the Hawaiian Islands and shoot the laser from one Hawaiian island to another, about 140 kilometers away. We're going to receive the laser in a 4-meter telescope. We're going to get the results. Now, we're not just going to shoot one laser because that'd be stupid, because we want to know which laser is the best. So we're going to shoot 3 simultaneously, attached to the same gimbal, aimed in the same manner, right? So we can tell which one is going to be the most effective at hitting the target accurately, right? Now, since we know that different wavelengths of light refract at different rates, then you could chart the refraction across this course based on how the lasers are received. Now, they did the test, they got the results, they crunched the numbers. They didn't really make any prediction in particular about what I'm going to say beforehand. They did it afterwards. So what he found out when he put in the globe model of refraction, right, all this curvilinear gradient mumbo jumbo, is he found out that because of the refractive rates of the different wavelengths, that the laser should not have hit all of them at the telescope, right? They should have been spread out because they're each going to take a different arced path, because every time they encounter a refractive event, they're going to have a different angle, right? So all the lasers hit the target simultaneously, disproving this idea of this curvilinear gradient wrapped around the globe. Now, the problem with that is he did this after the fact. He didn't make prediction about it before. The dude even wrote his master's thesis, or maybe it was his PhD thesis on this. Keep in mind, this is conscripted by the military for implementation in their laser systems at 140 kilometers, right? So if the lasers are all hitting the target and this refractive effect isn't happening at that range, then it certainly isn't happening at 25 miles. So the methodology of laser transit over a body of water, demonstrating that it's not a big hump of Earth curve in between point A and B, by using a transit method of validating the differential, right, between the 2 points to be a maximum of 2 meters, about 6 feet, plus or minus another 5, right, based on all the other factors already said. You see, the problem is that this idea that these things don't work is only based on the assumption of a globe in the first place. The assumption that Well, if something supersedes globe geometry, then the only save I have in my toolbox is that light took a curved path to get to me. Therefore, light must have taken a curved path to get to me. That's just circular reasoning, unfalsifiability. And when they do all these tests with lasers and stuff, they find that the variations is like in the micro scale, like not even full degrees. It's like in mgons or whatever the heck. Right? But see, you guys need, in order for all these observations to be true, you need light to deflect orders of magnitude beyond what it's capable of doing. Right? And when you try to demonstrate these effects, you use extreme examples like sugar water tanks, or air and water, or degree swings of greater than 70 degrees Celsius. Like any of these conditions exist in the atmosphere. The fact that you have to use these extreme examples to even demonstrate it in principle shows that it's not happening day to day. Which means that all these observations that supersede the globe geometry that keep stacking up, by the way, over and over and over again, even getting in the Guinness World Book of Records, like the seeing mountains that should be a mile below curvature at hundreds of miles away, et cetera, right? The story of, oh, well, bendy light saves my ass is getting old. And there's more and more tests that are being done, right, to demonstrate that this refractive idea that's wrapping light around a ball to make it look flat is just a story. It's like God did it version of things. Oh, well, I have a gap here in my observation. Oh, refraction did it. Yay! Might as well wear beads on your neck that you have to rub and do your 75 Hale refractions every day. Every time there's an observation that supersedes globe geometry. All right, I'm done.
So that's a direct
Sir,
measurement
this
of.
is a McDonald's.
Hey, that was hilarious, by the way. Sir, this is McDonald's. We don't want to hear your speech about refraction. Just order your food already, for fuck's sake.
So if
Yeah,
there's
and you
no
can take this paper straw. You can take this paper straw and shove it up your butt.
Don't say that. They will like it.
I just made paper straws and milkshakes. It's gross. I go into this.
Doesn't it just melt inside? Like the paper straw just like melts.
Yeah. And then as you start sucking on the straw, it collapses in on itself, and you can't even suck anything up anymore. It's a complete waste of time. So speaking of things that are paper thin and useless and can't hold up anything, like refraction claims that are supposed to be saving the globe in all these instances.
Dang.
Okay, you don't have a predictive model of refraction that's going to do anything. You don't have demonstrations of it. So either way, you have nothing but an ex post hoc excuse for why tons and tons of observations supersede the globe geometry that they claim exists.
What's the topic of discussion?
there's no measurable Earth curvature with laser tests over distances of water up to 25 miles. If there's no measured Earth curvature.
Hold on, wait, repeat that. Repeat that. All I heard was I'm a nigger, I'm a nigger, I'm a nigger. Can you repeat that?
Oh wow! All right, who was that guy?
Yeah, that's the best you guys got. You got no intellect.
Yeah, but we got to ban him. So, who was he?
I don't
You
know.
know, guys, the way I see it,
bussin'.
I don't give a shit if the Earth is flat.
Oh my goodness! I'm asking a question, and it wasn't addressed to you.
Yeah, I missed it too. A couple people's mics were light up at the same time.
All right. Well,
Someone in the chat will get
hold
it.
on, I'll find it.
Someone in the chat will get it.
It might be Hasty Tequila. Might be him, but I
Might
am
be.
busting human garbage. He doesn't need to be in here. He's only gonna spit venom as soon as you unmute him.
Was
That's
that
all.
you, Hasty?
He came in here before and he triggered another
No.
Glober who sits in here. So
It was you, Hasty.
you guys hear me? Hello?
Does the venom have a curvature when it spits?
I don't know, but it certainly makes his mic sound like he got it on the clearance rack at Walmart about 13 years ago.
Yeah, he's using his toaster plugged into his mic, so he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
But the
Are you
crux to the
discriminating against me?
issue, ladies and gentlemen, is when directly measuring the surface of the Earth, primarily water. There's no curved water to be measured. So if there's no curved
Wait,
water,
nigger what? Nigger what? Repeat that. Nigger what?
keep talking,
Oh my
sunshine.
goodness, dude.
It's the most intelligent Glober we've had all day.
All right, and who was it this
Yeah, I
time?
got him. It was Hasty. He's gone.
That was hasty to. You should also ban I am busting. He's here for nothing but trouble. So I would just get rid of him too.
Everyone in here is retarded. Goodbye.
That's Dickboard.
Me too. Keep it coming, Globies. This is
You
good
might
stuff.
be playing whack-a-mole for a little bit.
It's like
I
there's
don't know, dude.
someone
They
came
keep saying I'm retarded. They keep telling me that, you know, the military has to account for Coriolis and that lasers bendy wendy. But in my experience, lasers are pretty straight and accurate, and I never had to account for Coriolis one time. So I'm not. I don't get why I'm the retard.
It's like you get a fire starter. Like someone comes in here, they start acting a fool, and it's like a monkey see, monkey do event. And sometimes just getting rid of a few of them makes them calm down because some of them actually want to be here. You know, they find Flat Earth entertaining, or whatever reason. Okay, so when you get one of them that says, "Holy crap, they're kicking people out of the room," then they'll start pumping the brakes because they have to say, "If I keep acting like this, they're going to show me the door."
Yeah, I think Ty is walking that thin line. He's him and Patricia Steer, both of them. They're very close.
TY sounds cool.
This is what happens when we demonstrate to you that even if you give us images from the vacuum of space, which can't happen, the surface of the Earth must curve. But so when we measure for curvature over the Earth, there is none to be measured. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat plane, as demonstrated by direct line of
You're breaking up,
sight
Jedi.
technology, infrared lasers. Okay.
AI, I have a philosophical question for you. If a laser bends in sugar water and everybody's there to see it, does it make the Earth a globe?